On my first day in office, the system forced me to become a thief. Watching a pickpocket gang commit crimes right under my nose, yet I had to outdo them with even more professional, flawless criminal techniques, only to turn around and steal everything they had. Even more absurd, I ended up fooling a group of criminals into believing I was their sworn brother from another mother. Everyone thought I was a naturally gifted thief god, treating me as an honored guest and confiding all their secrets to me. They had no idea that while they respectfully called me second brother, I had already decided to personally send them to prison. The problem was, in the end, the thief the police arrested turned out to be themselves. My name is Gao Yang. I just graduated from the police academy. I thought today would be my chance to shine at the station, but before I could even recognize everyone's faces, he was forcibly changed into new clothes and then dumped like a human trafficker's victim at the square of Anqing railway station, under the guise of investigating the gang of pickpockets entrenched here. On this scorching summer day, I watched the police car drive away, my mind filled with endless complaints. As soon as I entered the square, a voice suddenly rang out in my mind. Criminal activity detected, the perfect crime system has awakened. Then, I received the newbie reward, the B-rank criminal skill ghost hand cloud plunder. I was stunned. A police officer actually awakened a perfect crime system? The system issued a task. Host must act immediately, time limit 5 minutes. Otherwise, the system will self-destruct on the spot, and the host's life will be in danger. This is completely turning the world upside down, forcing the police to commit crimes. Just as I was struggling to decide who to target, a young guy with dyed blonde hair bumped into me, apologized quickly, and walked away. I reached into my back pocket only to find my phone gone. The pocket slid open with a razor blade, not even leaving my cigarettes or lighter behind. Outrageous. I'm a cop here to catch a thief, but ended up getting robbed by the thief. If this gets out, my reputation will be completely ruined. I immediately followed the blonde guy and discovered they were operating as a group, passing stolen goods through multiple layers, with dozens of people involved across the entire square. A faint smile curled at the corners of my mouth. Unlike the yellow-haired guy who clumsily tried to hide, I moved through the crowd with nimble hands, completely unnoticed. In less than 5 minutes, I had looted all the stolen goods from the pickpocket gang, including my phone and cigarettes. I also ended up with an extra bag full of stolen items. Something felt off. Why was there a pair of handcuffs inside? Only then did the pickpockets in the square snap out of it, all staring in disbelief. Where's my phone? Where's my wallet? Where's the stolen goods? Where are the handcuffs? The system voice rang out again. Congratulations on completing the system task, achieving a perfect crime level with a rating of B. You have earned 570 points of evil value. You've been gifted one free S-rank skill lottery draw. The contents displayed on the prize wheel were utterly astonishing. Chemical formulation, money artist, gun assembly. I know the system is trying to push me further down the path of crime. However, this method is far more efficient than normal investigations when dealing with criminals. Anqing, Shehan Road Police Station. Station Chief Zhou Anqing received several times more emergency calls than usual, infuriating him to the point of losing his temper. He had originally sent me, Gao Yang, an unfamiliar face, to conduct undercover reconnaissance, but instead of getting intel back, the number of emergency calls skyrocketed. At that moment, in the alley behind the train station square, a tattooed bald man and his crew were ganging up on a guy with dyed yellow hair. You didn't do this? The tattooed, bald man roared. If it wasn't you, then who the hell did it? At that moment, I strolled leisurely into the alley with my briefcase in hand and lit a cigarette. I suggest you mind your own business and get lost. The tattooed, bald guy threatened. Don't worry. I definitely won't interfere. You guys go ahead and beat him up. The harder the better. I had an indifferent look on my face. I'm a police officer, here to complete a mission, joining them to gather more clues. The punk scrambled up from the ground, pointing at me and yelling, "It's him. Bro, it's him. Today I only stole his phone, and then we got robbed. He's the one who pulled the move on us." The tattooed bald guy glared at me as I unzipped my bag and tossed it at his feet. Damn it. After all these years hunting eagles, I got pecked by one. The bald man was furious but even more eager to figure out why I was here. I took a drag of my cigarette and said confidently, "To be honest, the train station is a gold mine, but your methods are too sloppy and inefficient. You'll never make big money this way. I'm here to join you as your training instructor, and within 3 days, I'll double your performance." The bald man cast aside all reservations, immediately acknowledging me as his sworn brother from different parents, and instructed everyone to address me as second brother. He was completely unsuspecting and spilled all the details about the gang's hideout, methods of operation, and everything else. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of police sirens blared, creating quite a commotion, and everyone panicked instantly. Brother Bald immediately locked his gaze on me. "Did you call the cops? Are you with the police?" I hadn't even spoken when the blonde guy timidly raised his hand. "Boss, it was me who called the police. I was just robbed too earlier. I just thought the people's police served the people." Baldhead angrily kicked Blondie to the ground. "You idiot. What kind of thief calls the police?" The alley was a dead end, and the police car quickly blocked the entrance. The police restrained Baldhead and his crew, but Baldhead, covering his head, was still protecting me. Don't worry, second brother. If they ask later, I'll say you are innocent. Chief Gao Yang arrived and saw me squatting alongside the pickpocket gang, looking more suspicious than the thieves themselves, but he didn't expose my identity. You few, take these people back. I'm going to interrogate this last one personally, Gao Yang commanded. Back at the police station, veteran officer Lu Guozhang reported. Director, after the recent investigation in Gao Yang, the target we apprehended was the pickpocket gang entrenched in the train station square. Their leader is none other than Bald Brother. Gao Yang beamed with joy, praising me as police material and instructing me to present the confiscated items. I placed the bulging handbag containing the loot on the table and unzipped it. Suddenly, a pair of handcuffs fell out from the bag. The room fell silent. Gao Yang and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Gao Yang, are you certain these confiscated items were taken from the pickpocket gang? Gao Yang questioned. I felt a bit embarrassed. You could say that. It's just that the method of confiscation was a bit different this time. Actually, I took all these from pickpockets, but they're definitely stolen goods. It's just that the handcuffs were a real accident. Maybe I was too used to it. Gao Yang's expression nearly froze. I sent you to catch thieves, but how did you end up as the king of thieves? He worried I might be a born prodigy of pickpocketing. I swear, all these were taken from pickpockets, definitely not from ordinary people. The handcuffs were really an accident. Lu Guozhang helped me out by saying that since the stolen goods had been handed over, they should just follow the proper procedure. Gao Yang warned me. Gao Yang, this time it's for the sake of the case, but you can't do this again next time. You must always remember that you are a police officer. I'll report to the bureau to commend your merits, but you must never do such a thing again. I immediately reported the clues I had learned from Bald Brother. Chief, their hideout is at 28, Paiyuan Lane, right next to the train station. Gao Yang made a decisive call. Lu Guozhang, report to the district bureau for backup. We must take down this pickpocket gang in one sweep. Chapter 4, The Money Painter. Get rich today. By evening, the police station mobilized all its forces, joined by reinforcements from the district bureau, finally rounding up the entire pickpocket gang. The sheer number of suspects was so overwhelming that even the station road police station was nearly bursting at the seams. Getting these people to talk would take more than a few hours. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. But before Gao Yang could catch his breath, Gao Yang came straight over. Gao Yang, the station will definitely be working overtime tonight. You've been busy all day. Go back to the dorm and rest first. You're new here and still learning the ropes with interrogations, so you won't be participating tonight. You'll be staying in the duty quarters from now on. Hearing Gao Yang's words, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. He'd been swamped all day with the pickpocket gang case and hadn't even had time to figure out the new skill from the system lottery. Now he finally had the chance. Gao Yang quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chief. With that, he turned on his heel and dashed straight to the dormitory. This made Gao Yang chuckle. This kid didn't even ask about the bed arrangements before bolting? Youngsters these days looks like I'll have to keep an eye on him. In the dormitory, Gao Yang didn't rest. Instead, the moment he entered the duty quarters, he immediately opened the system panel. On the skills page, above the blue B rank skill cloud probing ghost hand, a golden glow flickered the S rank skill he'd won from the lottery. Opening the skill details, a system notification simultaneously sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the S rank criminal skill, Counterfeit Artist. Banknote Artist, defy the heavens with your artistry. Perfectly replicate banknotes from any country. Rewrite your destiny and strike it rich today. Current crime points 570. Holy crap! 100% replication of banknotes from all countries? That's practically a counterfeiting expert. Put. Forget counterfeit if it's 100% perfect, it must be the real deal. With this skill, all US dollars worldwide will be made in China. At this thought, Gao Yang couldn't help but feel eager to try it out. But right now, there wasn't any paper specifically meant for making banknotes. Gao Yang casually grabbed a notebook nearby. With the banknote in hand, Gao Yang felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His pen flew across the page like a dragon dancing. Moments later, on an ordinary sheet of paper, a full-scale front and back image of a banknote appeared. Even the colors were indistinguishable from the genuine article. Except for the paper watermark and security thread, everything else was nearly identical. He joined the front and back halves together. He held the paper up to the light. Gao Yang instantly beamed with delight. Sure enough, the system didn't deceive me. This is the day I'll defy fate, change my destiny, and strike it rich. With this ability, carving a printing plate would be a piece of cake. But just then, suddenly, the dorm door swung open from the outside. Gao Yang walked in carrying a bag of brand new bedding and sheets. Gao Yang, this is your bed from now on. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Yang's expression froze instantly. His eyes locked onto the money Gao Yang had drawn in his hand. Even the bag slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Only then did Gao Yang react, scrambling to his feet and hiding the counterfeit bills behind his back. Chief Su. Gao Yang felt like a guilty thief. After all, drawing banknotes to scale was a serious offense, especially when done in the police station dormitory. If word got out, Zhao Wanqing might even face an investigation. Zhao Wanqing frowned. What do you have in your hands? Hand it over for me to see. Zhao Wanqing demanded in a commanding tone. Seeing this, Gao Yang didn't want to show it, but seeing the station chief's murderous glare, he had no choice but to hand it over. Zhao Wanqing examined it thoroughly, turning it over in his hands. His face turned completely ashen. Did you draw this? Well, sort of. What do you mean sort of? You're a police officer, don't you know counterfeiting is a crime? Do you know how many years you could get for counterfeiting? According to the criminal code, it carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. For aggravated cases, it's 10 years or more, even life imprisonment. You're still drawing this at the police station? Have you had enough of living a peaceful life? Zhao Wanqing suddenly roared at Gao Yang. Though he hadn't known Gao Yang for long, the station chief regarded the new recruit as his own child. Now Gao Yang was stumbling down the wrong path at every turn. How could he not be worried? Hearing the chief's anger, Gao Yang quickly spoke up to explain. Just because he possesses this skill doesn't mean he intends to commit crimes. Chief, you've got the wrong idea. I wasn't counterfeiting money, I just drew this on notebook paper to study how to spot counterfeit bills. It might come in handy at work someday. Gao Yang's explanation. Only then did Zhao Wanqing's anger begin to subside. But the next second, Zhao Wanqing froze in shock. What did you say? Are you saying you're researching this for work? Zhao Wanqing never expected Gao Yang to offer this explanation. Gao Yang nodded repeatedly. Absolutely true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken the law knowing full well it was wrong. Gao Yang considered himself quite professional. How could a police officer violate the law? Upon hearing these words, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Wanqing's face, as if he'd just thought of a brilliant idea. Good. Good to see you've got the right attitude. But since you've got the skills, we can't just let them go to waste. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. After saying that, Zhao Wanqing yanked Gao Yang out of the dorm without even asking for his consent. The two exited the station road police station. They headed straight for the new district criminal police brigade. Before long, the police car pulled up outside the criminal investigation brigade. Zhao Wanqing led Gao Yang inside. But Gao Yang was still completely baffled. Could the station chief be planning to arrest him? Before he could process it, Gao Yang was abruptly dragged into the division chief's office. Even Criminal Investigation Division Chief Gong Nan seemed somewhat taken aback. His gaze lingered on Gao Yang for a moment. Gong Nan then asked, "Old Zhao, what's your game here? I hear your station pulled off a big one today. You didn't manage to take him down, so you're just dumping the thief on me?" Hearing this, Gao Yang's forehead creased with frustration. No. He was, after all, part of the police family. Why does everyone look at him like he's a criminal? Zhao Wanqing waved his hands repeatedly. What was he thinking? A mere pickpocket gang? How could our station possibly fail to take them down? As for you, I hear you've been getting a lot of flack lately over that counterfeit money case. But since we're old friends, I figured I'd come help you out. At these words, Gao Yang finally caught on. So the chief didn't want him to rest? That's why he was being transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division? Gong Nan still didn't quite understand. Help me? How exactly? Are you suggesting you could find me a counterfeit money expert? But just as Gong Nan finished speaking, Zhao Wanqing's face lit up with a smug grin. He then stepped forward. He slammed the banknote Gao Yang had drawn onto the table. What is this? Chapter 5, you guys are all self-taught. Gong Nan stared at the counterfeit bills Gao Yang had drawn. His face was filled with disbelief. Counterfeit money drawn with a pen? It looks more detailed than the printed counterfeits circulating in the market. Gong Nan was, after all, the head of the criminal investigation squad. He'd recently been working on a counterfeit currency case, so he was naturally quite familiar with fake money. Yet he never imagined that someone could actually draw such a realistic counterfeit with a pen. Zhao Wanqing smirked triumphantly. Then he pushed Gao Yang forward. This is Comrade Gao Yang from our bureau. The counterfeit notes in your hands were drawn by him. Hearing this, Gong Nan nearly dropped his work in shock. Seeing Gao Yang now dressed in plain clothes, looking like a rogue. You painted this? You're actually a cop? Gong Nan had just mistaken Gao Yang for a thief at first glance, so learning he was a counterfeit busting cop, she couldn't quite wrap her head around it. Hearing this, Zhao Wanqing was displeased. Old Gong, what do you mean by that? Our Gao Yang may be a rookie cop, but his skills are no less than anyone else's. Not only did he catch the counterfeiters, but he single-handedly took down that pickpocket gang at the train station today and even retrieved all the stolen goods himself. The way you talk, you're looking down on someone. Zhao Anqing immediately voiced his displeasure. But these words made Gao Yang's scalp tingle. This Chief Zhao Anqing seemed so proper, yet when he opened his mouth, he couldn't keep his tongue in check. What kind of cop talks like a thief? And what's more, why did that title sound so awkward? No. Chief, those stolen goods were confiscated, not stolen. But who knew Gao Yang would bring it up? Once he did. Zhao Anqing shook his head even more decisively. No big deal, we're all on the same team. Your confiscation is practically the same as stealing. Gao Yang was at a loss for words. Gongnan finally understood Zhao Anqing and Gao Yang's intentions. Calm down, calm down. Old Zhao, I mean no disrespect whatsoever, don't get the wrong idea. I just never imagined your Station Road precinct had such a capable person. Coming over at this moment, you're really a huge help. Gong Nan hurriedly interjected. These past 2 days, he'd been overwhelmed by the counterfeit money case. Zhao Anqing sending Gao Yang over was like a godsend, right? Hearing these words, Zhao Anqing's face lit up with a look of satisfaction. A look of satisfaction flashed across his face. That's more like it. I'm handing him over to you. I've other work to attend to at the station, so I'll be heading back now. You'd better treat Gao Yang like royalty, feed him well and keep him happy. If he suffers any injustice under your watch, just wait until I tear your office apart. After delivering this threat, Zhao Anqing turned and left the Criminal Investigation Division. Gong Nan followed close behind. The kind of person who won't shortchange anyone, least of all you. After seeing Zhao Anqing off, Gong Nan finally returned to his office. Gong Nan looked at Gao Yang before him, still feeling a sense of unreality. He took him in from head to toe. Impressive. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. As far as I know, pickpocket gangs at the train station have been rampant. Your chief has been racking his brain over this problem for ages. Who'd have thought you'd solve such a major issue right after arriving? I must say, your chief is quite the loyal friend. He finished his own work and still thought of me. Now that I have you, the counterfeit expert, this case should be a piece of cake. Come on, I'll take you to see the case. With that said, Gong Nan immediately led Gao Yang toward the brigade's office area. Even though it was already evening, the Criminal Investigation Division was still ablaze with lights. It seemed this tradition of working overtime was identical to that at the Station Road police station. Upon reaching the office area, Gong Nan clapped his hands, immediately interrupting several people's work. He then turned to introduce Gao Yang. This is the officer in charge of the counterfeit currency case. This is Gao Yang from Station Road Station, also a counterfeit currency expert. He's here specifically to assist us with the investigation. Please give him a warm welcome. After introducing both parties, Gong Nan led the applause. But his words caused many to look at Gao Yang with a changed expression. Counterfeit expert? This guy doesn't look that old. Does he really know much about counterfeit money? A detective in his 30s couldn't help but feel skeptical. Noticing this, his gaze settled on Gao Yang. Clearly, he too was waiting for Gao Yang's response. But Gao Yang showed no sign of fear. He had acquired the S-rank criminal skill, Money Painter. Let's not even get into other matters. When it came to crime, Gao Yang knew his stuff. He was thoroughly proficient in every aspect from counterfeiting techniques to circuit board fabrication, printing methods, and paper selection. Calling him an expert was no exaggeration. Gao Yang even brought paper and pencils over. As he spoke, he began sketching on the paper. This was to help us understand. Each step was crucial and required. This is what determines whether the counterfeit bill looks real or not. After a few brief words, Gao Yang's hand movements came to a halt. He then folded the drawn banknote paper in half, trimming it to merge the two halves into one. Though he didn't elaborate in detail. But at the very least, everyone else had grasped the principle. After all, in a place like this, openly discussing illegal activities was hardly a wise move. Even if Gong Nan hadn't mentioned it, Gao Yang himself knew better than to be careless. The system aimed for perfect crime. But as a police officer, he naturally understood that the system's abilities were merely tools to help him perform his duties more effectively and better serve the people. After delivering his speech, even without elaborating point by point, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Gong Nan beside him was no exception. The detectives who had harbored doubts moments ago were now so stunned they couldn't utter a word. They knew something about counterfeit money production, but nothing nearly as detailed as Gao Yang's explanation. Impressive, truly living up to his reputation. Gong Nan clapped in admiration. But here's the problem, there's a counterfeit money manufacturing and distribution ring operating in our new district. These people are extremely cunning, and we haven't been able to track down any leads on them. We've only caught the middlemen using the counterfeit bills. If we want to root out this entire operation, it's definitely not going to be easy. Do you have any ideas? Facing the problem. A faint smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Catching these people is simple. What do you mean? Gong Nan was a bit confused by Gao Yang's meaning. Gao Yang then picked up the counterfeit bills from the criminal investigation team nearby. He compared them with his own counterfeit bills. Naturally, it was counterfeiting with counterfeits. Their counterfeits are inferior to mine. Once my fakes hit the market, how could we not find leads and catch them? But when Gong Nan heard this, he was dumbfounded. Wait, you mean you'd print counterfeit bills, sell them, then use the trail to catch the culprits? Why does your entire investigation rely on such unconventional methods? Chapter 6, Proper Crime Solving starts with sitting on the fence. Whether it's unconventional or by the book, as long as it solves cases and helps the people, it's the right approach. Captain, you're not going to fire me, are you? Before leaving, Chief Gao specifically said that if I ever faced injustice, he'd. Gao Yang had previously found these methods awkward. Turns out they're pretty useful after all. Sure enough, at these words, a look of exasperation flashed in Gong Nan's eyes. Clearly, he'd been thoroughly intimidated by Zhao Wanshan. Who knows what kind of ruthless tricks these police brothers had pulled in the past? What do you want to do? What kind of cooperation do you need? No problem. You guys just wait for my signal. I've decided to let myself get arrested and taken back to the station first. My plan is to infiltrate the pickpocket gang. Through that bald guy. Gao Yang explained in great detail. But after listening to the whole thing, everyone only caught one sentence. To crack the counterfeit money case, he's going to do time first? What kind of nonsense is this? These days, do you actually have to commit a crime first to solve a case? Captain Gong, this kid's story doesn't sound reliable. You'd better take it easy. We've heard of thieves turning over a new leaf, but never of soldiers turning into thieves. Exactly. He's just a greenhorn with no experience. Even if he sounds convincing, what if things go wrong? Enough, everyone. Captain Gong clearly doesn't believe this kid can solve the case. He's just scared of that Chief Zhao. Sigh, it really is one thing countering another. The murmurs of disbelief made Gong Nan feel utterly mortified, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Yet he possessed remarkable decisiveness. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt Gao Yang's approach was risky, but for the sake of protecting the people's economic interests, he had no choice. He immediately appointed Gao Yang as the direct supervisor of the counterfeit currency case. He personally briefed Gao Yang on the specifics of the case. Gao Yang, however, was secretly delighted. He never imagined such amusing dynamics existed among police officers. With his S-class criminal skill, banknote artist, he wasn't worried about failing to solve the case. He was actually eager to dive right in. So next, he listened intently as Gong Nan shared the entire case details. The counterfeit money case itself was straightforward. In recent years, a counterfeiting ring had emerged in the new district. Not only were their counterfeiting techniques highly sophisticated, but their transaction methods were also ingeniously clever. Direct apprehension proved extremely difficult. Although the Criminal Investigation Division had received over 100 reports and worked diligently each time, the results were far from satisfactory. These individuals had printed billions in counterfeit currency, causing significant harm to ordinary citizens and businesses alike. That's no small matter. Consequently, pressure from higher-ups has intensified, and their activities have become a source of frustration for nearly everyone. Now all eyes were on Gao Yang, this self-taught prodigy, to break the deadlock. Gao Yang, you're a smart man, so I won't beat around the bush. We'll proceed according to your plan, but remember two crucial points. First, the counterfeit bills you produce must have special markings for easy retrieval later to avoid backfiring. Second, be absolutely vigilant about your own safety. Infiltrating that pickpocket gang isn't too risky. But if you're infiltrating the counterfeit operation, those guys are ruthless, they'll devour you whole. If you face real danger, pull out immediately. Got it? Gong Nan wasn't exactly known for his temper, but he genuinely cared about his people. These words touched Gao Yang a little. He even let go of his earlier grievances being kicked out of the van and the recent misunderstanding and nodded firmly in agreement. Oh, and before you go to the slammer, I'll hook you up with something decent. What kind of stuff? This. Before Gao Yang could react, Gong Nan gave a signal, and the veteran detectives behind him closed in around him. At first, Gao Yang didn't quite understand. But then, like a downpour, fists and kicks began raining down on him. It suddenly dawned on me. Just moments ago, I was praising Captain Gong for his kindness, but now. Hey, stop hitting him already. This is all for show, just a few bruises and some blood will do. Why are you taking off your shoes and using your stinky feet? After Gao Yang accepted the gifts from this group of veteran detectives, he quickly called off the last few pranksters. The next second. Half conscious, he was finally escorted back to the detention area at the Station Road Police Station. Meanwhile, inside the detention area of the Station Road Police Station, the bald guy's henchmen who had arrived earlier were still muttering among themselves. Bro, it's been over an hour and we still haven't seen the second brother. He's definitely got something up his sleeve. Exactly. He's either an informant or a cop. Or maybe even The underlings' voices were getting on Bald Guy's nerves too. At first, he could still defend Gao Yang, the second in command, with a few words. But as time ticked by and Gao Yang remained nowhere to be seen, he started to panic and couldn't help overthinking. Could it be that Gao Yang really had? Just then, a familiar figure was shoved through the door, interrupting the Bald Guy's suspicions. Number 2? Why the hell is it you? Those damn cops are ruthless. Just because you're a pickpocket, they beat you senseless? That's abuse of power. Even I, as the boss, feel ashamed. So you're neither an informant nor a cop? You're just too outstanding like a star in the pitch-black night sky, even the police envy you? Heaven knows where the bald-headed gang leader found such poetic flair. But seeing Gao Yang thrown in, covered in bruises, erased all doubt. Instead, he tenderly helped Gao Yang to his feet. He turned and roared at his underlings. Do you still doubt our second brother now? For God's sake, use your brains. That informant was so dedicated, that cop would have been beaten to a pulp by his own kind. Oh my God, someone even stunk him out with their smelly feet. Second brother, you've suffered so much for us useless brothers, it's like you've been through hell and back. Bald Brother's wailing completely dispelled the underlings' doubts, though it nearly made Gao Yang choke on his laughter. Fortunately, all police in Dragon Nation undergo rigorous training. No matter how hilarious the situation, they never laugh. Seeing the mood had settled, Gao Yang snapped back to his senses. Boss, cut them some slack. This is what I deserve for everyone. Gao Yang's words grew increasingly thuggish, earning him Bald Brother's utter admiration. But we're not just here to suffer. Listen up. Once we're out tomorrow, you're joining me for the big time. What big things? Don't get all cocky and start bragging, second brother. Of course it's counterfeiting money. You didn't know, boss? Before I met you guys, I was a master forger. That business made way more money than pickpocketing. As soon as Gao Yang said this, Bald Brother, who already trusted him completely, was stunned. What the hell? A counterfeiting master? Holy crap! Who knew our second in command was such a badass? No wonder he struck me as so talented the moment I met him. What are we waiting for? From today onward, Gao Yang is our new boss. Chapter 7, Undercover as the Boss, Counterfeit Money production kicks off. All brothers. Kneel and bow to Boss Gao Yang. We may not have been born in the same year or month, but we'll die in the same year and month. From this day forward, everyone, myself included, obeys Boss Gao's orders. Anyone who dares defy him, I'll be the first to kill them. As he spoke, Bald Brother actually led the way in paying respects to Gao Yang. Thud. This guy might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he sure packs a punch when he bows. In the blink of an eye, he cracked several tiles on the floor. The other underlings followed suit, their doubts completely vanishing. Only Gao Yang watched this scene without a trace of excitement, feeling only an inexpressible ache in his heart. What was he heartbroken about? Of course, it was for the Station Road police station, already stretched thin on investigation funds. Once the case was solved, they'd have to hire a bricklayer to repair the floor tiles. He hoped Chief Zhao wouldn't blame him later. I only promised him I'd solve the case and promised Captain Gong I'd catch the counterfeit money gang. I never said I'd cover the cost of those floor tiles. What can you do? I'm just a recent grad, practically an intern, and my salary's not exactly generous. If it weren't so awkward to bring it up, I'd really like to tell this bald guy to stop trying to rip me off. Gao Yang was calculating how many floor tiles his meager salary could buy. But the bald guy and his crew had no clue what he was thinking. Seeing him silent and aloof, they simply assumed he was a born criminal mastermind. They were filled with admiration. They were filled with awe. Time passed quickly. As the group was detained according to the public security law until the designated time, they pretended to admit their mistakes. Zhao Anqing then agreed to release them. Everyone rejoiced like fish returning to the sea. They even sang all the way back from the Station Road police station to the gang's hideout, an abandoned factory behind the new district train station. Big brother Gao, speak up. How do we proceed? We'll follow your lead. Money? We've got it. Manpower? We've got that too. And what's more, by sheer coincidence, this abandoned factory has some printing presses inside. If you want to do it, the brothers will absolutely cooperate. Hearing this, Bald Brother's eyes lit up. He eagerly volunteered to handle the matter, even offering to invest the gang's entire savings accumulated over years. At this moment, Gao Yang was all smiles. He maintained his naturally aloof demeanor as a criminal leader, while simultaneously handing Bald Brother and the others a lengthy list. From paper to ink, from printers to rulers, from tools for drawing circuit boards to lathes for manufacturing them. Nothing was left unsaid. He knew it all. He looked every bit the seasoned counterfeiter who'd been in the game for years. Unsurprisingly, Bald Guy was thoroughly impressed by his words and set off without hesitation to make preparations. As for Gao Yang, his priority was securing control of the core circuit boards. First, to facilitate special marking for later retrieval, preventing unintended complications. Second, it prevented these individuals or the counterfeit money syndicate from detecting the deception and competing for the circuit board, which could escalate the conflict. At that moment, the system issued another mission. System task, host detected with perfect crime conditions. Proceed immediately. 10-day deadline. System reward, initial sin points bonus of 150. Rewards vary based on crime severity. Achieving a perfect crime earns a rating and additional bonuses. Hearing this, Gao Yang couldn't help but sigh. Tasks related to pickpocket gangs were indeed less challenging than those involving counterfeit currency syndicates, yet they offered far greater rewards. The pickpocket gang mission had only offered 50 initial sin points. This counterfeit currency ring mission doubled the initial reward to a whopping 150. Gao Yang, don't you dare get truly entangled in this. Always keep the fundamental of a people's police officer in mind. Whether it was previously infiltrating the pickpocket gang or now using channels like Bald Brother to uncover leads on the counterfeit money syndicate, he must constantly reflect on his actions. Don't start thinking you're some kind of natural-born criminal. Gazing at his reflection in a cracked mirror, Gao Yang silently cautioned himself. It was precisely at this moment that he realized how effortless crime had become since acquiring the system. Others still need money, connections, and opportunity. But him? Not a single penny in costs. No one else needed to be involved. No need for opportunity either, he could strike anytime, anywhere. Most ordinary people, lacking self-control, would inevitably get sucked in while doing it. From then on, there was no turning back. Fortunately, though Gao Yang relished the thrill of solving crimes using the system's criminal skills, he remained level-headed. He wouldn't truly become addicted to it. On the first day, Bald Brother and the others were nowhere to be seen. Gao Yang wasn't overly concerned. He had long recognized that Bald Brother and his crew were mere petty criminals, far from being serious offenders. Plus, he trusted them completely, they wouldn't pull out midway. Most likely, they were just having trouble finding the necessary tools and materials. Alternatively, perhaps Bald Guy and his crew had suddenly gotten ambitious, secretly recruiting other criminal leaders to pool their resources. Pooling resources. To join forces. Sure enough. Before nightfall the next day, Bald Guy and his crew returned to the abandoned factory with paper, ink, printers, rulers, electrical panel tools, electrical panel lathes, and more. They returned to the abandoned factory. Big brother Gao, this time we'll follow your lead, either we don't do it at all, or we go big. I've personally decided to multiply your requested budget by tenfold. Besides, between you and me, I've secured funding from other underground bosses in the new district. Bottom line, the bolder we are, the faster we can churn out counterfeit bills. We'll handle security patrols from here on out, the actual counterfeiting is all yours. Bald Brother really went all out on this. Listening to him bark orders at his men while they installed various machines, he boasted like he owned the place about how he'd convinced the other underground bosses. Beneath Gao Yang's stern expression, a smile nearly broke through. I've seen ruthless criminals. I've seen foolish criminals. I've seen ruthless criminals. I've seen cold-hearted criminals. But this was the first time he'd ever seen such a comedic criminal. What a waste. With your bald-headed brother's comedic talent, you should have been in movies. Maybe then you wouldn't have had the chance to become famous. Instead of becoming the next king of comedy, you insist on being the leader of some pickpocket gang. Oh no, from now on, I'm the boss. You, my second in command? You're really wasting your talent. Countless thoughts swirled in Gao Yang's mind. None of it changed his original plan. Instead, he waited until Bald Brother and the others had installed all the equipment and voluntarily gone out on patrol, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. He decisively commenced the first large-scale counterfeit money operation of his life. Outside the window, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars. Everyone watched with bated breath. Inside the window, Gao Yang's brushstrokes danced across the paper once more. First, he sketched a perfect circuit board, then used a lathe to craft the physical board, and finally began printing at breakneck speed. Everything went smoothly. A successful start to the project. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like workers putting in overtime. But in reality, it was a legitimate police officer doing something shady. Chapter 8, Perfect Counterfeit Bills. I am the king of crime. That night, everyone inside and outside the abandoned factory fulfilled their duties. That night, countless sheets of paper transformed into counterfeit bills more convincing than the real thing. That night, processes that might take other counterfeit rings days or even months were completed flawlessly in one go by Gao Yang. Finally, dawn broke. Gao Yang deliberately feigned utter exhaustion, sprawled on the nearby sofa, savoring the bathtub, ice-cold beer, peanuts, and pickled chicken feet prepared in advance by Bald Brother and the others. Meanwhile, the moment they received his message, Bald Brother and the others stormed in, frantic yet trying to stay calm. Damn it, don't just charge in. This wasn't like stealing keychains, wallets, bank cards, or IDs like before. This was cash, thousands upon thousands of bills. Even if they were counterfeit, at the highest exchange rate, they could still net hundreds of thousands or even millions in profit. Got it? To prevent his crew from getting too excited and ruining the freshly printed bills, Bald Guy immediately grabbed a steel pipe and positioned himself at the front to block them. With this display, the crew fell into much better order. One by one, they filed in. One by one, they walked through the printer, emerging with stacks of counterfeit bills piled high like little mountains. Each one stared in disbelief. Yet one by one, tears welled in their eyes as their dreams of wealth came true. They proactively bowed and saluted Gao Yang, their new boss. Big brother Gao. Big brother Gao. Big brother Gao, you've worked so hard. Big brother Gao, what are your orders? This first batch alone was worth tens of millions, the next batch must be worth hundreds of millions. Woo! Since joining Boss Gao, I'll never worry about food or clothes again. I can buy a house, find a wife, and finally let my mother have her surgery without worry. Boss Gao, you're a god. Big Boss Gao, you've worked hard these past few days. Let us brothers handle the distribution from here on out. We're not bragging, but even though we're just pickpockets, we know a thing or two about the counterfeit money business. The crowd fell into line like soldiers at a review, queuing up without a single misstep. Their speech was far more polished than usual. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yang felt a slight dampness in his eyes. He genuinely understood the various hardships these criminals faced, yet it only strengthened his resolve as a people's police officer. The next second, Gao Yang issued his orders with his usual aloof demeanor. Listen up, everyone. Starting today, 3 things, as long as you follow me and get these 3 things done, everything will be fine. Secrecy. Secrecy. Damn it, secrecy. Though he knew he was an undercover agent, not a real crime boss, Gao Yang still felt an indescribable sense of pride when facing Bald Brother and the others. On a smaller scale, it was becoming the boss overnight as an undercover agent. On a grander scale, it was a preview of Station Road Police Station Chief Zhao Wanqing's position. After all, both commanded roughly the same number of subordinates. This was merely the first batch of mass-produced counterfeit bills, roughly 30 million in total, which converted to a mere 300,000 yuan. Trivial, really. From now on, we can guarantee 30 million in counterfeit bills daily. That's 300,000 in income, putting thousands in each of our pockets. So wipe your tears dry, you cowards, no need to piss yourselves in fear. After all, soon we'll be millionaires, billionaires, even trillionaires. You can cry your eyes out then if you want. Until then, your sole task is to push distribution hard. Whether it's the new district or any other counterfeit operation, every last counterfeit business must be handed over to me. Boom! As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, the already excited and frenzied Bald Brother and his crew immediately gathered various packing boxes and bags, then rented 8 tricycles to deliver the goods. The first day's 30 million in counterfeit bills meant 3.75 million per person. At the highest split ratio of 1 to 100, that's 37,500. After deducting costs and handing over profits to the new boss Gao Yang, each of them would earn at least 3,750 yuan. That was equivalent to many people's monthly wages. Now they'd earned it effortlessly in a single day. Who wouldn't strive harder? Who wouldn't strive? A counterfeit money distribution point in the new district. Before the most notorious counterfeit operation in the district could deliver their goods, Bald Brother boldly approached others to negotiate. Old Lin, check out my stuff. Guaranteed the most authentic and cheapest. What the hell is this? Bald Guy, you're not joking, are you? You pickpockets over at the station, when did you start dealing in counterfeit bills? What do you take me for? Oh, this paper feels good, top-notch quality. Name your price. What's the ratio? Old Lin, you've got good taste. Unlike some people offering 1 to 100. How about it? As Bald Guy raised his right thumb, he whispered the ratio. The middleman across from him, who often dealt in counterfeit money, was completely stunned. Not because of anything else. It was because this deal was damn too good to be true. You see, the most notorious counterfeit ring in the district monopolized nearly all the fake bills. While they did distribute some to others, the terms were incredibly harsh. The low-quality stuff was 1 to 75. Slightly better quality notes were 1 to 50. The highest quality ones can even go for 1 to 25. Over the years, middlemen like Old Lin faced threats of beatings if they refused to buy, yet their meager profits meant they never truly prospered. But now, seeing the ratio revealed by Bald Brother and the counterfeit bills that far surpassed the quality of that counterfeit group, Old Lin couldn't help but be tempted. He immediately secured the entire 3.75 million yuan batch from Bald Brother. He decisively placed an additional order 10 times that amount. Meanwhile, at other counterfeit distribution points across the new district, including Yellow Hair and the other 7 underlings, faced similar situations. The best quality, most reliable to use, highest proportion, the highest profit margins. Even if it meant risking the wrath of the counterfeit currency syndicate, the middlemen had endured years of hardship and were no longer willing to tolerate it. Orders poured in. A mad scramble ensued. Within a mere week, every counterfeit currency middleman in the new district knew of this development, lining up frantically and swapping goods in droves. Even the most notorious counterfeit ring heard the news and sought a meeting, their interest piqued. After work that day, Bald Brother took the initiative to organize a dinner and drinking session. At the table, he solemnly toasted Gao Yang with a cup, while he himself was laughing hysterically. "Big brother Gao, this is all thanks to the blessings you've brought us. You know, in just 1 week, our counterfeit bills sold like crazy. Your low-price dumping strategy was ruthless, it completely crushed that counterfeit ring. Now, we don't even have to ask, they're raising the price themselves, from 1:100 to 1 hours 90 minutes, 1 hours 80 minutes, 1 hours 70 minutes. They call me crazy, but I think they're the crazier ones. Who knows? In a few years, even the cops and regular folks might be buying our stuff. You're the god of counterfeit money." Bald Brother's heartfelt praise left Gao Yang momentarily dazed. These past few days, their daily profits peaked at hundreds of thousands. If this keeps up, wouldn't becoming the world's richest person in a few years be possible? Chapter 9, Using Your Body as Bait. This is true entrapment. Turns out that S-tier criminal skill, banknote artist, was truly god tier. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine getting rich could be this easy. This thing was far more terrifying than any online novel tropes like daily check-ins, login bonuses, or chat group scams. Keep in mind, to control scale and avoid major backlash, I still coordinate daily with Captain Gong and Chief Zhao, strictly limited to this small operation. If I were to open up full-scale production, within a decade, the entire world would abandon real currency and switch to using my counterfeit bills? But this isn't something to celebrate, I'm a police officer. Gao Yang's awareness and composure were exceptionally formidable. Even now, despite being blown sky high by Bald Guy's flattery, his core principles remained unshaken. For the nation, for the people, for the collective. He came here as an undercover agent. Even as the boss. Even if he became the kingpin of counterfeit money, raking in hundreds of thousands daily, he must never abandon his original purpose. And so, amidst the bald-headed boss and his crew's wild celebrations, toasting with wine, feasting on meat, worshipping him like a god, and willingly spilling all the details about the middleman and the counterfeit money syndicate they were about to partner with, Gao Yang appeared to blend in seamlessly with them. But in reality, he was committing every single lead to memory. He obtained the names, appearances, contact details, and hideouts of 12 counterfeit currency distributors across the new urban district. He also uncovered details about the third-tier distributors beneath them and the precise locations of each grassroots sales point. He even uncovered details about the largest counterfeit currency syndicate that had plagued the Criminal Investigation Division for years. Not a single detail was overlooked. All recorded. An hour later, seeing that Bald Brother and the others had finished eating and drinking, Gao Yang once again projected the demeanor of an ambitious, rock-solid counterfeit master. This was the final task assignment. This was the final assignment before closing the net. All brothers, listen up. Yes. Tomorrow night at 6 p.m., right here in our old hideout, have the boss of that counterfeit money gang bring every last cent in cash for the deal. Tell them not to try any tricks with me, Gao. I don't even fear the cops, how much less a bunch of counterfeiters. They'd better know their place. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. People show up, money shows up, counterfeit bills show up. People come, money comes, fortune comes. Gao Yang's tone grew increasingly ruthless. By the end, he even mimicked the style of TV gangsters, grabbing a dagger with his left hand and slashing a bloody gash across his right wrist. This was his warning to Bald Brother and the others to handle things properly. It was also a message, delivered through Bald Brother, to the counterfeit money syndicate and the 12 other middlemen who'd come to join the party. Sure enough. Witnessing this, Bald Brother and his crew sobered up considerably, filled with newfound respect. That very night, Bald Brother and his crew arranged a meeting with the 12 middlemen. Bald Brother himself personally called the counterfeit money ring's boss and others, securing the most precise details, timing, quantities, and profit splits. He promptly relayed the details to Gao Yang. On Gao Yang's end, as he received each confirmed message, he appeared calm on the surface but was actually suppressing the urge to rush the case. He immediately relayed the information to Zhao Wanqing and Gong Nan. Chief Zhao, it's time to close the net. Captain Gong, you'll have to hand it to me this time. Get the celebratory drinks ready early. In ancient times, Guan Yu had his wine warmed before beheading Hua Xiong. Today, I, Gao Yang, have cracked this counterfeit currency case in just over 10 days. Gao Yang was slightly tipsy at the time, hence his boisterous bravado. But on the other end of the line, Zhao Wanqing and Gong Nan didn't take offense at all. Instead, they were laughing hysterically with joy over the flood of intelligence they'd received these past few days. At the Station Road police station. Gao Yang, you're something else. I've seen all kinds of investigative tactics, but this is the first time I've witnessed using oneself as bait to toy with criminals. Now that's true sting operation. Compared to you, those criminals look like complete idiots. Where on earth did you pick up this bait-laying skill? After teasing Gao Yang, Zhao Wanqing turned to assign tasks to all the officers under him. All officers, listen up. Tomorrow night at that abandoned factory, set up an ambush ahead of time and make the arrest on schedule. This operation concerns the honor of our station, the economic order of the new district, and the interests of the people. Success is mandatory, failure is not an option. Criminal Investigation Division. Gao Yang, you've got to hand it to you, kid. I admit I underestimated you last time. We'll celebrate properly at the victory banquet. Gongnan laughed heartily, wishing the operation success while reminding Gao Yang to prioritize personal safety. Don't let desperate criminals push you too far. After hanging up, he immediately gave orders to his team. Men, notify all detectives to pre-position near the abandoned factory and seal off all access routes, major roads and minor paths alike. Years of failure will be utterly avenged tomorrow. That night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Gao Yang awoke in his usual manner these past days. He occasionally instructed Bald Brother and others to stack counterfeit bills and sort out those with printing errors, ensuring quality. This naturally reinforced their belief that their new boss was a perfectionist. Not only did he demand maximum profits, but also the best service. Occasionally, he glanced at the system. With the mission deadline at midnight tonight, he felt a bit tense. Had Zhao Wanqing's officers successfully positioned their ambush? Would Captain Gong's team inadvertently tip off the target? And I wonder if the 12 counterfeit money middlemen and that major counterfeit operation will show up on time. In short, his composure was far less steady than his outward appearance suggested. Deep down, he still harbored concerns about whether the entire case could be solved and whether the system tasks could be completed. Whether it's a dragon lying in wait or a tiger crouching in ambush, before me, Gao Yang, no lawbreaker or criminal shall evade the righteous judgment and sacred apprehension of justice. While awaiting reinforcements, Gao Yang forced himself to bolster his confidence and fighting spirit to counter the inevitable tension and unease in his heart. He truly felt his blood boiling. Now, fully prepared, all that remained was to wait for the right moment. The clock quickly ticked to 5:59 p.m. Just as Gao Yang's anxiety peaked, not far away, the leader of the counterfeit money syndicate, his key operatives, and 12 secondary distributors of the fake currency appeared. Over 50 luxury vehicles actually appeared. And right up until this moment, these people hadn't noticed anything unusual. They obediently got out of their cars and came over to greet us. But Gao Yang had already switched to a different persona. Sorry, I'm a cop. Pfft, what cop would ever say that about themselves? My apologies, everyone, I'm a cop. Chief Zhao, Captain Gong, you can get out now. As soon as Gao Yang spoke, the counterfeit money syndicate across the street, 12 middlemen dealing in fake currency along with Bald Brother and his crew on this side, were caught off guard. They were already surrounded by a flood of criminal investigators and police officers. Mission accomplished. Chapter 10, Report to the Precinct, Request First-Class Merit. This marked Gao Yang's second major operation. Compared to his previous takedown of the pickpocket gang led by Bald Brother, this operation yielded even greater merit and broader impact. It quickly made headlines across major media outlets. News City District Television. Breaking news, an intern police officer at a local station demonstrated exceptional tactical skills and courage in solving cases, consecutively cracking a pickpocketing ring at the station and a counterfeit currency case involving billions. Truly a blessing for the people of New City District. He stands as a model for all officers in our district. New City Forum. Breaking news. Breaking news. The pickpocket gang terrorizing locals and tourists at the station has been apprehended, with one officer playing the pivotal role. This kid is pretty impressive, a newly graduated intern cop who's cracked 2 major cases in a row. Too bad my daughter is only 5, otherwise I'd be knocking on his door to propose marriage. New City Forum. Hey, guys, have you heard about the superhero who just popped up in our New City district? Now that's a real people's hero, nothing like those fake, over-the-top superheroes in Marvel or DC. Yeah, I heard about it. I live near the station, and I actually helped that hero catch that gang of pickpockets. Is what that guy above said even true? My insider info is different. He went undercover twice straight, busting 2 criminal gangs. How'd you get involved? Every social media platform in New District, from Kuaishou to Douyin, from P-Station to Zhihu. Almost everyone is reposting this news. Apart from a handful of disgruntled individuals spewing venom, most people are praising Gao Yang's actions. In less than half a month, Gao Yang became an anonymous sensation across the entire district. Meanwhile, inside the Station Road Police Station, Gao Yang, who just over 10 days ago was a greenhorn rookie straight out of college, was now being warmly welcomed and showered with praise by everyone, including Station Chief Zhao Wanqing. Come on, everyone at the station, give a warm welcome to our big hero, Gao Yang. First, he infiltrated the pickpocket gang as their leader, Bald Brother. Then, with Oscar-worthy acting, he won them over, became their boss, and made them obey him. Then, posing as the gang's leader, he deliberately circulated counterfeit bills, seemingly syncing with them, but actually baiting out larger counterfeiting criminals. Before the assembled officers, Station Chief Zhao Wanqing's face glowed with excitement. With one hand, he gently guided Gao Yang to the very front of the office. Meanwhile, he spoke with unprecedented fervor, sparing no words. Do the math yourselves. This time, with Gao Yang leading the charge and our entire Station Road police station team backed by the Criminal Investigation Division, we've made a significant contribution. The capture of 8 notorious pickpockets like Bald Brother is just the tip of the iceberg. Those 12 counterfeit money middlemen? In the past, they'd have been worth raising a toast to, but now they seem like mere minnows. The real cause for celebration is the counterfeit ring responsible for churning out billions in fake bills. That bastard finally got caught. Not only did we wipe them out completely, saving countless people and businesses from losses, but it also catapulted our performance metrics to the top spot. Usually the one who loved lecturing his officers and giving Gao Yang endless instructions, this time he was remarkably concise. After a flurry of praise and commendations, he decisively handed the floor to Deputy Chief Lu Guozheng, the senior officer second only to him. Chief Zhao has already covered most of what needed to be said at this celebration. So Lu, won't beat around the bush. I'll just touch on 3 points. Hearing Lu Guozheng's familiar voice, the others showed little reaction. Only Gao Yang snapped to attention, finally recalling that this deputy chief was the one who had kicked him off the vehicle last time. But that minor incident was nothing to dwell on. Besides, had Lu Guozheng not kicked him out, he might never have obtained the system, let alone solved 2 major cases back to back. And so, Gao Yang smiled and listened intently. Deputy Director Lu Guozheng proved remarkably efficient, skipping over the parts Gao Yang had already covered and instead focusing on crucial additions. First, Gao Yang deserved immense credit. His performance was outstanding, exceptional, flawless, and truly remarkable. Effective immediately, he was officially promoted to become another honorable and courageous police officer at our Station Road police station. Everyone should congratulate him. As Lu Guozheng delivered his opening remarks, applause erupted immediately. All eyes turned to the newcomer Gao Yang with admiration and envy. Gao Yang himself felt a sense of accomplishment far surpassing anything he'd experienced in school. It must be said that this perfect crime system had brought him immense benefits, fueling his motivation and fighting spirit for the future. Second, Gao Yang's success was inseparable from Chief Zhao's guidance and the continuous cooperation and assistance of everyone present. Therefore, according to regulations, after awarding primary credit to Gao Yang, Deputy Chief Zhao received secondary credit, while myself and the other officers were credited for supporting contributions. Each of us would receive rewards accordingly. Compared to Gao Yang, the chief who loved preaching grand principles and big-picture thinking, Deputy Chief Lu Guozheng was indeed much more approachable. Beyond the customary workplace praise for superiors, this announcement also brought welcome news to the rank-and-file officers. For a moment, everyone was happy, everyone received a reward, and the gloomy mood that had hung over the Station Road police station for days finally lifted a bit. Third, although we achieved significant success by solving 2 consecutive cases and earned a major favor with the Criminal Investigation Division, we must not become complacent. Stations are among the most critical transportation hubs in any city, and they are also places where various illegal activities and crimes are most likely to breed. Therefore, everyone must continue to work hard and remain vigilant. Lu Guozheng's third point elevated today's internal celebration to a higher level. With everyone in high spirits, no one found it tedious. Instead, envious glances turned toward Gao Yang, wondering what special rewards awaited him beyond his promotion and standard bonuses. Just then, Station Chief Gao Yang, seeing the meeting was nearly concluded, dismissed everyone. He then summoned Gao Yang alone to his office for a private conversation. The topic was clear. Right in front of this promising young man, he would apply to the bureau chief for a first-class merit award. Gao Yang, please take a seat. I'm about to submit your commendation to the bureau chief, not just any commendation, but a first-class merit. You may be modest, but don't be overly humble. In short, follow my lead. The more Gao Yang observed Gao Yang, the more he liked him. After giving him a few instructions, he saw Gao Yang sit down and drink tea without seeming stiff, so he promptly made the call to the bureau chief. After a few rings, the moment the call connected, a hearty, middle-aged male voice boomed from both ends of the line. None other than the district bureau chief. Chapter 11, Special Reward. Comrades must keep striving. Chief Lin? It's me, Zhao from Station Road. Regarding that Gao Yang matter. Gao Yang treated his own people like a gentle spring breeze. Don't be fooled by his stern demeanor and constant reprimands. It's all to prevent his team from making mistakes. When a situation like Gao Yang's truly arose, he was the first to commend him. Sure enough, the moment he heard the name Gao Yang, Director Lin, currently working in his office at the new City Branch Bureau, immediately recalled a figure who had once been somewhat unfamiliar but was now widely recognized internally. Gao Yang. He burst out laughing. Young Zhao, you lot are being a bit too eager, aren't you? Don't worry, don't get the wrong idea. Comrade Gao Yang deserves every bit of credit for this. It's just that internal procedures require a few days to process. You. Back when you were just a rookie beat cop under me, you were already so impatient. How come all these years later, you still haven't changed? It turned out that over a decade ago, Gao Yang had been an ordinary officer under Director Lin, and the two had been very close. That's why Director Lin could now speak to him in a joking tone. Hearing this, Gao Yang lost his usual domineering air and instead gave an awkward chuckle, feeling a bit embarrassed. Still, he tried to get straight to the point about the matter. Seeing Gao Yang care so deeply for Gao Yang reminded Lin of how he himself had cared for Zhao back in the day. Commissioner Lin didn't beat around the bush and gave a straightforward explanation. Zhao, did you bring Comrade Gao Yang to your office too? Put him on speakerphone. We're all comrades serving the people, there's nothing we can't discuss. Besides the necessary procedures I just mentioned, there's another reason. As you know, we can't publicly reward Comrade Gao Yang. It's also to prevent him from being targeted by other bad elements. When Director Lin mentioned the two considerations from the branch bureau, his tone turned serious, surprisingly open and direct, not the kind of behind-the-back discussion Gao Yang had expected. This clearly demonstrated that every level of leadership, from the new city district bureau down to the station road police station, operated with remarkable wisdom and transparency. The next moment, Gao Yang heard something even more gratifying from Director Lin. The reward had already been decided by the bureau. Comrade Zhao Wanqing, chief of the station road police station? Present. Officer Gao Yang of the station road police station? Present. Regarding the upcoming call, due to confidentiality regulations and for Gao Yang's personal safety, this information must remain confidential to the three of us for now. Is that understood? When business was at hand, Director Lin dropped the banter, sitting up straight with an air of authority that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. This solemn atmosphere also made Gao Yang and Zhao Wanqing sit up straight. Both immediately adopted a 1000% serious attitude and continued listening attentively. In light of Comrade Gao Yang's consecutive successful undercover operations solving both the station pickpocket case and the 100 billion yuan counterfeit currency case, the leadership of the new district branch has deliberated and decided to grant appropriate rewards in accordance with relevant regulations. Comrade Gao Yang, I will personally award you the first-class merit medal, which will be officially recorded. Additionally, standard commendations including verbal recognition, internal notifications, and material rewards will be delivered within the day. We hope you will continue to strive for excellence, achieve greater glory, and add a more perfect chapter to your value for the nation, the people, and yourself. Though the station police station is small, the party, the nation, and the people have profound expectations for you. Keep this firmly in mind and never forget your original aspirations. As Director Lin concluded his speech, Gao Yang, listening from a distance, instantly snapped to attention, his blood boiling with fervor. In that instant, he realized he was no longer a university freshman, but a true member of the People's Police. An indescribable sense of sacred duty surged through him. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanqing, hearing his former superior speak, was deeply moved. On one hand, he was delighted that Gao Yang received the recognition he deserved. On the other, he felt a sense of pride knowing that his role in welcoming Gao Yang to the force had contributed to this outcome. Beyond this, other officers at Station Road Police Station would also receive commendations, which would be distributed promptly according to established procedures and regulations. Having shared this with both of you, I trust there are no further questions? If not, then good. Chief Zhao, please inform the rest of your station about the second part of the commendation notice. As for Comrade Gao Yang, come to the branch bureau. I have something to discuss with you. As Director Lin spoke these words, both Zhao Wanqing and Gao Yang felt a jolt run through their bodies. The difference was, Zhao Wanqing keenly sensed why Gao Yang hadn't been publicly commended externally this time, nor had his commendation been internally announced. There was indeed more to come. Drawing on years of experience as a police officer, Zhao instinctively concluded that Director Lin likely had a more significant assignment for Gao Yang. He felt a twinge of regret that Gao Yang would be sent out on duty so soon after becoming a full-fledged officer. But considering the expectations of the party, the nation, and the people, it was worth patting Gao Yang on the shoulder and urging him to go promptly and follow orders. As for Gao Yang himself, though lacking the veteran officer's keen insight, he too picked up on the unspoken meaning. Added to that was Zhao Wanqing's unspoken look. Gao Yang showed no fear or hesitation. He decisively stepped out, took the station's police car, and headed to the new city precinct. Thanks to Director Lin's prior notification, his journey was smooth and unimpeded. Soon, he found himself in the bureau chief's office, where Lin was reviewing Gao Yang's file. Is that you, Chief Lin? It's Gao here. You asked for me earlier, so I came. Outside the door, Gao Yang knocked several times and stated his purpose. Hearing him come in from inside, he pushed the door open. Sure enough, he saw a seasoned leader in his 50s, Chief Lin, waiting attentively for him. Gao Yang instinctively stood at attention to salute, but sensing Director Lin had important matters to entrust him with, he dispensed with formalities and was invited to sit down. Xiao Gao, you're a smart man. You must realize I summoned you for a critical matter. Tell me, do you have the courage and conviction to continue serving the party, the nation, and the people? You could choose cowardice or rest. Just one word, and I'll send you home right now. We'll pretend we never met. But if you choose to stay, you'll have to take off your uniform. Because next, we plan to send you undercover to crack a human trafficking case. The danger level is exceptionally high. Commissioner Lin, a veteran officer through and through, had crafted his words with flawless precision. He left Gao Yang room to back out while simultaneously testing whether he could withstand the pressure. Upon hearing Lin's words, Gao Yang first looked utterly stunned, then gradually grasped the meaning. It seemed that, just as Chief Zhao had hinted with his eyes, the precinct had an even more important mission in store for him. Very well. Hadn't I become a police officer after graduation precisely for this kind of work? With that thought, Gao Yang felt no trace of hesitation and had no intention of using rest as an excuse. He gave a firm nod. Chapter 12, 10 Consecutive Draws, Ghost Hand of Clouds Upgrades. Officer Gao Yang earnestly requests Director Lin's guidance. To solve this case, I fear neither sacrifice, hardship, bloodshed, nor undercover work. I vow to fight criminals to the bitter end. When Gao Yang spoke these words, it wasn't mere flattery toward the influential Director Lin. He genuinely felt himself growing more and more attached to the police profession. Without the system, he would have pursued it. With the system, he was even more determined to do it. Seeing this, Director Lin, seated behind his desk, first wore an expression of astonishment. He hadn't expected this young man in his early 20s to be braver and more confident than he had anticipated. He then gave Gao Yang a careful, approving look. Then, he briefly discussed this human trafficking case with Gao Yang. This human trafficking case wouldn't normally reach our precinct, he explained, but since it involves firearms, violence, murder, arson, and other serious crimes, we had no choice but to involve you. In short, a covert human trafficking ring operates in our new city district. They are tightly organized, heavily armed, and employ vicious tactics, making them extremely difficult to deal with. More detailed information is contained in this file folder. You may review it later, but remember, confidentiality, confidentiality, confidentiality. In front of Gao Yang, Chief Lin held nothing back, laying out the case summary in one breath. Then, Gao Yang took the over 100-page 718 human trafficking ring file from Director Lin's hands. To put it bluntly, just judging by the sheer volume of pages, this mission was no simple task. From this moment on, I'll issue a wanted notice, not a joke, but a real one. So you better take your escape and undercover work seriously. No slacking off. As for you, just commit to memory the details of all the key figures already identified in this file. Barring any surprises, someone will be coming for you soon. This undercover mission is tougher and more dangerous than the last two. Be extremely careful, understand? Director Lin, rarely showing such gravity, issued his instructions to Gao Yang. Seeing this, Gao Yang dared not take it lightly. After hearing all the intelligence, he finally shed the police uniform he'd barely worn for a few days and transformed into a fugitive. The moment Gao Yang slipped out the back door of the new city precinct, Director Lin promptly issued the order. The manhunt for him was officially underway. The details of Gao Yang's alleged crimes had been personally compiled by Director Lin himself, meticulously documented and utterly flawless. Anyone unaware of the truth would likely believe he was genuinely a criminal, shocked and alarmed. 1 hour later, having fled to a suburban hotel in Xinjiang and temporarily settled in, Gao Yang swiftly read through the entire 100-plus page 718 human trafficking syndicate file before promptly burning it. He also immediately received a message from the system. As expected, only now did the system officially deem his second mission complete. Congratulations, host, on completing the system mission. After analyzing your actions, we confirm you successfully outmaneuvered 3 criminal factions: pickpocket gangs, counterfeit currency middlemen, and the counterfeit currency syndicate, leaving them thoroughly outwitted. Truly a first-class achievement. This operation achieved perfect crime level, scoring an A. Host has gained 1860 sin points. Host's current total sin points, 2430. This satisfies the requirements for a 10 draw. You may perform a 10 draw at any time. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang didn't hesitate for a moment and decisively activated the blue virtual screen. Seeing that massive lottery wheel for the second time still filled him with excitement. Last time, he'd won the S-rank criminal skill, Money Painter. What kind of game-changing skill would he get this time? With that thought, Gao Yang decisively began the draw. The lottery wheel spun wildly, dazzling the eyes yet filling him with trepidation. He had no idea what the final outcome would be. Gradually, the speed slowed down. Finally, the pointer came to rest on a segment revealing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the B-rank criminal skill, Cloud Probing Ghost Hand. Congratulations again, host. You have obtained the A-rank criminal skill, Lightning Ghost Hand. Current sin value, 130. Given the host now possesses 3 criminal skills, we hereby remind you that the original B-rank skill Cloud Probing Ghost Hand can be upgraded to the S-rank skill Ultimate Ghost Hand. Additionally, the host will receive an unexpected bonus. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Gao Yang's interest intensified. He never imagined that 2 B-rank criminal skills could upgrade to 1 A-rank skill, and 2 A-rank skills could further upgrade to 1 S-rank skill. He couldn't help but wonder just how powerful this second S-rank criminal skill, the Ultimate Ghost Hand, would turn out to be. Surely it couldn't strip someone's belongings from 800 meters away? Gao Yang had just made a joke. He proceeded to upgrade decisively. The system promptly displayed the upgrade results. Congratulations, host, on completing your first skill upgrade. 2B rank criminal skills, Cloud Probing Ghost Hand, have been upgraded into 1A rank criminal skill, Lightning Ghost Hand. Congratulations, host, on completing your second skill upgrade. 2A rank criminal skills, Lightning Ghost Hand, have been upgraded into 1S rank criminal skill, Ultimate Ghost Hand. Ultimate Ghost Hand, the pinnacle of ghost hands. Not only does it remain undetected upon activation, but its reach expands tenfold. It also features a built-in storage space, eliminating concerns about stolen items being exposed. This skill is truly one of the most powerful moves for home and travel, rivaling the wealthiest tycoons. Holy! Did this skill upgrade really produce such terrifying effects? If I hadn't remembered I was an undercover agent who just earned a first-class merit award, anyone else would have succumbed to the temptation of this ultimate ghost hand. They'd be utterly corrupted. Gao Yang was utterly stunned by this scene. He'd anticipated the skill's power increasing from B rank to A rank to S rank, but never imagined it would reach such staggering levels. A tenfold increase in range? That's essentially telekinesis. A built-in storage space? Meaning no need to carry packaging, nor worry about detection by people or equipment. If this were in the entertainment industry, wouldn't they make a movie about a master thief? Gao Yang was both amused and exasperated. He was about to remark that he'd spent more time as a criminal than as a cop when suddenly, the system's so-called unexpected bonus actually materialized. Congratulations, host. Skill upgrade successful. Beyond skill upgrades, your physique has been enhanced, speed and strength boosted by 1 tier. The words had barely left the screen. Gao Yang indeed felt a warm golden current surge through his entire body. He couldn't quite describe what it was. But when he closed his eyes to embrace this faintly swelling sensation, and then opened them again, he truly felt different. Layers of black grime seeped from his skin. It was like the cleansing of essence and marrow described in online novels. His movements walking, jumping, turning, hurdling became more agile and effortless. Of course, he wasn't on par with the superheroes in movies and TV shows. But he could exert more strength than before in walking, running, jumping, and rolling. 2 meters per step. 2 steps, 5 meters. Every punch lands with bone-crushing force. Strength enhanced. Chapter 13, instantly becoming a most wanted criminal, infamous throughout the new city. This feeling, this sensation, it's absolutely incredible. With this speed, whether sprinting or jogging, and this punching power, he's no ordinary cop. Even against special forces, he'd stand a decent chance. What an amazing system. After circling the hotel backyard several times, Gao Yang surveyed his newly enhanced physique with pure delight. The improvements felt utterly satisfying. With these 2S-class criminal skills, combined with this physique, strength, and speed that far surpass ordinary humans, undercover work would no longer be a concern. Even if he encountered ruthless criminals, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could pursue and apprehend them wherever they fled. Even if a fight breaks out, Commissioner Lin and his team would never again have to worry about anything going wrong with Gao Yang's undercover operation. That evening, Gao Yang returned to his small room. He took a hot shower to relax his body and mind while flushing out more toxins and impurities from his system. Yet his mind kept revisiting the pivotal figure in that 718 human trafficking syndicate file. Though, to this day, he hadn't been found by anyone like Director Lin had warned. But Gao Yang was certain they would come knocking sooner or later. His immediate concern was strategizing how to handle them. 3 strategies emerged. The first was the conventional undercover approach, deliberately waiting for them to come to him, then progressing from stranger to acquaintance, from acquaintance to insider, and finally to baiting them. This approach had been used before to infiltrate a pickpocket gang and subsequently expose a counterfeit currency operation. It was a relatively basic approach. It worked against petty thieves or criminals with low vigilance. However, if these human traffickers are truly as brutal and cunning as Director Lin described, this approach alone won't suffice. We must devise another plan. Second, there's the special technique taught by instructors at the police academy specifically, instead of waiting for the target to come to you, deliberately creating incidents to draw attention. This approach is generally suitable for areas where multiple criminal organizations, illegal factions, or criminal groups operate. By exploiting their mutual distrust and lack of intelligence sharing, one can infiltrate their ranks and operate more effectively. It's certainly more sophisticated than the first approach. But the current situation clearly isn't suitable for this. Therefore, the third approach, one far more decisive than the previous 2, must be employed. The third approach involves finding ways to trigger system missions. Following the mission prompts, one must read people's expressions and adapt to changing circumstances. The advantage of this method is that the system and Gao Yang work in perfect harmony. It's succeeded twice already. Essentially, there's no need to worry about the system backfiring. But the drawbacks are significant. Even now, the intelligence Gao Yang and Director Lin possessed remained quite limited. Beyond knowing that the human trafficking ring had grown into a large-scale, organized operation with multi-tiered divisions of labor, they were completely in the dark about everything else. What's meant to happen will happen sooner or later. I've no time for pointless worries. Eat when I should eat, drink when I should drink. Armed with this confident and unrestrained attitude, Gao Yang took an action that Director Lin and the others likely never imagined. It wasn't anything else. He had decided to fully embrace the role of a fugitive, staying indoors during the day, ordering takeout at night. He came and went at dawn and dusk. Like a ghost. Meanwhile, the wanted notice issued by the new city precinct quickly spread throughout the entire district. While shocking countless people, it also sent shivers down the spines of certain individuals at the mere mention of Gao Yang's name. The difference was, Director Lin, privy to the truth, remained silent, not even dropping hints. He reported for duty as usual and sternly instructed all station chiefs, including Zhao Wanqing, to intensify the manhunt and leave no stone unturned. Zhao Wanqing and Gong Nan, who had just celebrated Gao Yang's success moments before, were now utterly dumbfounded. On Zhao Wanqing's side, aside from his vague suspicion that something was amiss, everyone else was utterly baffled. They couldn't fathom how someone who had been a hero one moment could become a criminal the next. And he'd escaped? The latter, as an old acquaintance of Zhao Wanqing, had only met Gao Yang once or twice, yet he absolutely refused to believe the man was a fugitive. He couldn't say much openly. But privately, he still sensed there might be something else lurking beneath the surface. Regardless, Director Lin wouldn't share a single detail with anyone beyond himself and Gao Yang. Instead, he held daily briefings and major meetings every 3 days. Each meeting emphasized capturing Gao Yang. It was as if he truly believed Gao Yang was a fugitive. No one dared defy the orders whether they knew Gao Yang personally or not, whether they were familiar with him or not. They unleashed a manhunt that swept through every street and alley in the entire new district. The uninitiated couldn't make sense of it. But those in the know understood perfectly. In fact, the news spread so far and wide that even the detention center received word. Shocked countless people. That day, the former leader of the pickpocket gang, now back behind bars, was still puzzling over why he always ended up getting caught. Maybe he should find time to pay respects at his ancestors' graves. Hearing his boss's complaints, one of the younger members couldn't help but curse under his breath. Boss, it's obvious Gao Yang set us up. He's definitely up to no good. He got away with it once, then again. Damn it. If he's not up to no good, I'll write my name backwards. Or how about this, after we get out this time, we'll take him down for good. Ouch. Boss, why'd you hit me? Poor guy, he was the most level-headed among the 8 of them, but he didn't get to finish. Bald Brother smacked him hard across the face several times. Terrified, he dared not utter another word. The others, however, were clearly not convinced. Seeing this, Bald Guy had no choice but to project dominance and ruthlessness, repeatedly lecturing his underlings in an unusually firm tone. Listen up, all of you. Big Brother Gao is our boss. I'm not the boss, got it? Just because he got away with it twice doesn't mean you can pull the same stunt. If you're so tough, why don't you try being as good as him? After intimidating his underlings with these words, Bald Guy's expression shifted to one of reverence. Clearly, despite the 2 incidents, he still trusted Gao Yang. Big Brother Gao is an angel sent from heaven. You can doubt him, you can doubt me, but you can't ignore this warrant. You heard it yourselves today, even the detention center knows Boss Gao is a wanted criminal. How the hell could that be fake? Got it? Remember this, Boss Gao is untouchable. He's like our ancestors, our own damn parents. Besides, I plan to join his crew once I'm out. Without him, we're just a bunch of small fry, scattered stragglers. What the hell good are we? At this point, Bald Brother actually started discussing with his 7 underlings how they'd make their next big score. Maybe we'll keep pickpocketing, but this time, following Gao Yang, we'll definitely target the rich. Or maybe counterfeit money again, but this time, double the caution, double the precautions. In short, I'll be in awe of him for 1,000 years. Chapter 14, Too much fame, trouble always finds you. Finally, I'll stress this once more. Anyone else can slander old Gao or speak ill of him, but we absolutely cannot. After all, we've seen firsthand how much profit his counterfeit bills bring in. We can't forget our roots. Even as pickpockets, we have our code. Anyone who dares to mess around, I'll be the first to make sure they don't get away with it. With Bald Brother's words, the 7 underlings dared not utter another word of dissent. They all fell into line. Little did they know at that moment that both stints behind bars were actually Gao Yang's doing. Truly a modern-day con artist. They should be thanking him for catching them. At the same time, Gao Yang had been waiting for 2 or 3 days straight. At first, things remained largely calm. Aside from the wanted notices plastered across every major media outlet in the new district, he didn't give it a second thought. But upon seeing that astonishingly realistic wanted poster, he instantly knew Director Lin had truly stepped up his game. Though the scale of it was a bit overwhelming. Fortunately, Gao Yang, as an undercover agent, possessed solid mental resilience and didn't let it weigh heavily on his mind. That was until the 3rd night. After finishing a plate of fried rice, Gao Yang returned to his small room only to find the innkeeper looking distinctly uneasy, clearly aware of his situation. A sudden thought struck him. Before the innkeeper could secretly report him or find a way to lock him in his room, Gao Yang acted out the move of a fleeing crime boss. He pulled out $500 bills. He deliberately glared at the owner with a menacing stare. "Boss, some things are better left unsaid. If you're not one of us, don't pry into our business. This 500 is enough for a month's rent. Take it and shut your mouth. Don't push me to get physical." As Gao Yang spoke these words with a vicious glint in his eyes, the already timid innkeeper was instantly scared out of his wits. Not only did he dare not report it, but he actively cooperated. "Big shot, please don't do anything rash. I'm just a small-time suburban innkeeper. How could I dare challenge someone as important as you? I know better than to be uncooperative. Stay as long as you like, no payment needed. Just don't harm me or my family, and I promise nothing will happen before you leave." Hearing this, Gao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason to laugh was that the innkeeper's understanding wouldn't pose the slightest threat to his undercover work. This mission could continue until he actually encountered members of the human trafficking ring. The tearful part, however, was realizing that the new urban district's public safety was actually quite decent, allowing ordinary citizens and enterprises to feel at ease. But these outlying areas. It was clear that choosing this undercover assignment was the right path. It not only maximized the system's potential but also offered personal merit opportunities while simultaneously addressing public safety concerns. He hoped that someday, the entire new city district could be safe and peaceful, free from lawbreakers and criminals. With a quiet sigh, Gao Yang couldn't explain himself to the innkeeper and had no choice but to continue playing the role of a ruthless crime boss. He returned to his small room. After a hot shower, he had barely settled into bed. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. The owner looked like a coward. It couldn't be him changing his mind. Could it be that Director Lin and his team had issued such a fierce warrant that they tracked him down this quickly? Just as Gao Yang was puzzling over this, the knocking abruptly stopped. Instead, peculiar sounds began emanating from the nearby window and bathroom area. Though he wasn't a special forces soldier, much less an elite combat veteran, he wasn't stupid. He immediately sensed something was off. This wasn't something the hotel owner would dare do. Clearly, someone. Good timing. With a sharp command, Gao Yang leapt decisively from the bed. Relying on his system-enhanced physique, strength, and speed, he hurtled toward the intruder with brutal force. Sure enough. The next second, four burly men burst in, launching their attack without warning. Under the cover of night. These four weren't masters, but they weren't amateurs either. Each possessed their own unique skills. The two who entered through the window near the main door fought bare-handed, yet their strikes carried a fierce, powerful force that Gao Yang dared not underestimate. He immediately met their attack head-on. Thud. In less than a second of clashing fists and feet, the two opponents had already suffered a hidden disadvantage at Gao Yang's hands. Surprise and pain flashed across their faces. They both stumbled back several steps. But Gao Yang remained far from relaxed. Because at that very moment, from the direction of the restroom behind him, two more figures smashed through the glass. Cold steel glinted from daggers in their hands as they lunged forward without warning. This Gao guy's a tough nut to crack. Let's take him down together. Hearing the four men utter this command simultaneously, Gao Yang narrowly evaded the daggers from behind. Yet in that instant, he instantly connected the dots to the only possible source of this threat. None other than them. They were none other than the four enforcers documented in the 718 human trafficking syndicate files. Who would have thought they'd be so bold? Far surpassing Bald Brother and his crew. And far surpassed that counterfeit money gang from last time. My life is my own. I could take the blows, even be knocked unconscious, but I absolutely couldn't lose consciousness. I couldn't miss this chance. With this resolve, Gao Yang reacted with surprising agility. He exploited their momentary hesitation during their coordinated attack to secretly ease up. On one hand, he relied on his formidable strength and quick reflexes to evade their lethal strikes. He didn't want to get caught in his own trap before he could set it. On the other hand, he gradually feigned exhaustion. After 3 to 5 minutes of struggle, he deliberately left an opening and was successfully captured. You little punk? Think I won't deal with you? The four men had no idea Gao Yang was putting on a show. Seeing only his apparent exhaustion, they grew ruthless and swiftly subdued him. The front pair, father and son, gagged him with tape and bound him with rope. The two behind him covered his eyes with a black cloth. Immediately after, each of the four men delivered a kick to Gao Yang, revenge for their earlier failed assault, but they didn't dare overdo it. Instead, they vanished in a flash. Gao Yang couldn't tell exactly where they were going. However, by listening intently and peering through the black cloth, Gao Yang could roughly determine that they had passed at least a dozen traffic lights and intersections along the way. 2 hours later, Gao Yang was dumped unconscious in a desolate wilderness. Only then did the four attackers and the gang leader of the human traffickers approach, surrounding him with smirks on their faces. At times, they praised Gao Yang's impressive fighting skills. At other times, they estimated he should be waking up soon and immediately dropped a bombshell. Nothing else. They were interested in his counterfeit money, but not for simple investment or profit sharing. Instead, they threatened and bribed Gao Yang to operate for them. Hearing this, Gao Yang felt deeply frustrated. How come his reputation as a crook was even worse than his time as a cop? This was practically inviting trouble to come knocking. Chapter 15, Washing my hands of the business I'm done. Am I just born to attract criminals? Gao Yang thought to himself, speechless inside the sack. Meanwhile, outside, the four thugs heard his breathing and realized he'd regained consciousness. They immediately came over, ripped open the sack, and cut off the duct tape. Only the ropes binding his limbs remained. The bearded man who claimed to be the leader of the human trafficking ring seized the moment to threaten and bribe Gao Yang. Brother Gao, we had no choice but to do this to get you here. We hope you understand. If anything goes wrong later, we'll treat you to fine food, drink, and entertainment. We'll even arrange a double flight. We guarantee you'll be satisfied. We're all old hands in this game, no need for formalities. Our group isn't some petty pickpocket gang or counterfeit money operation. We run an industrial chain operating at scale, with sophisticated techniques and hierarchical systems. Therefore, we can only offer you a technical stake of 30% share. No other options are available. Take it or leave it. Damn. This big shot boss wasn't much to look at, resembling some character actor from a comedy film, but his tone was incredibly bold, demanding a 70% cut right off the bat. Hearing this, Gao Yang didn't respond directly. Instead, true to his ruthless and decisive persona as a crime boss, he first swept his gaze around the room. It soon became clear that the boss wasn't lying. This human trafficking ring far surpassed ordinary criminal organizations. In fact, it wasn't an exaggeration to say they bore the rudimentary form of those ancient underground resistance organizations. He observed. The man closest to Gao Yang, the most ruthless-looking and domineering-sounding of the five, the one with the thick beard, their leader. He appeared to be between 35 and 40 years old. Not particularly old. Yet his face bore numerous wrinkles, aging him a full decade, likely from excessive indulgence in food, drink, and revelry, coupled with sleepless nights spent orchestrating various schemes. His tone was icy. His words were even more ruthless. He seemed like the kind of uncompromising big boss you see in movies and TV dramas. But all of this was merely a bluff to intimidate others on the surface. In Gao Yang's eyes at that moment, he could faintly discern that beneath this big boss's surface, there was also a sense of being fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. The reasons were likely one of two things. First, their human trafficking operation had recently suffered a major setback, forcing them to pivot on short notice. After all, buying and selling people carried too many risks, especially since it required face-to-face transactions. But if Gao Yang could help them produce counterfeit currency, it would be far safer. Who wouldn't want to profit by sitting on money? Second, it's likely that when Director Lin and his team issued the arrest warrant for Gao Yang himself, they deliberately targeted several of the human trafficking ring's peripheral hideouts to enhance the effectiveness of their cooperation request. It was precisely this pressure that made the entire human trafficking ring feel surrounded by danger and panic. That's precisely why tonight's incident occurred. Not only did they send 4 enforcers, but they even deployed their top enforcer. As for the other 4 thugs, they were a much simpler matter. With just a casual glance, Gao Yang could tell these 4 weren't anything special, no professional assassins, elite marksmen, specialized experts, or ex-special forces soldiers. At best, they were muscle-bound brutes who ate well, trained hard, and built impressive physiques but possessed little beyond their brawn. If not for the undercover mission this time. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Gao Yang was confident he could take on all 4 and finish them off within a minute. Sorry. I've decided to wash my hands of this business. Thanks for your trust, boss, and thanks for putting together such a lineup to welcome me. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. We'll still be friends if we cross paths again. Having assessed these 5, Gao Yang wouldn't waste the chance to keep up the act. He claimed he was quitting. In reality, he was deliberately provoking them. Sure enough, the next second, the boss and his crew flew into a rage and attacked. You say you're quitting now? Isn't that a bit late? You think I'm some country bumpkin? The big boss might not be well educated, but he truly lived up to his name. He'd adopted a moniker from online novels, and his speech and actions were equally crude and aggressive. Seeing Gao Yang's lack of tact, he immediately launched into a tirade. What Gao Yang never expected was that this thug clearly didn't have much faith in his 4 henchmen. So, before they could close in, he suddenly drew a gun. Bang! As the boss pulled the trigger, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The bullet whizzed past Gao Yang's scalp, leaving the desolate wasteland feeling eerily tense. Seeing this, the 4 thugs froze in shock. They hadn't expected their boss to be so violent before lunging forward with renewed ferocity. Their intensity was enough to make Gao Yang think he might actually be beaten into submission. However, Having graduated from the police academy, undergone rigorous training, and recently received system-enhanced physical strength and speed, Gao Yang was now operating at an entirely different level. How could he possibly be subdued so easily? Playing with guns? Interesting. This human trafficking ringleader must have a truly dark past, otherwise, how could he dare act this way? But the more desperate they seemed, the clearer it became that they urgently needed my help to transition. Under these circumstances, what did I have to fear? The thought flashed through his mind. Instead of submitting meekly, Gao Yang immediately channeled the spirit of Little Horse. He violently tore through the ropes binding him, unleashing a strength so staggering it left the 5 men reeling in disbelief. Simultaneously, he delivered flying kicks to the 4 enforcers, sending them reeling backward. Not only were they unable to surround and beat him, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Finally, as he was about to knock these useless thugs to the ground in just a few moves, the leader, panicked, prepared to fire a second shot. Gao Yang darted forward. His left hand clamped down on the boss's right index finger, preventing him from pulling the trigger. His right hand snatched the second-hand pistol, who knew where it came from, and before the boss could comprehend what was happening, he deftly opened the magazine. Clang! Clang! The sound of bullets clattering onto the stone floor echoed through the air. The pistol that had been the leader's deadliest weapon just a second ago was now nothing but a pile of scrap metal. The contempt on Gao Yang's face was so thick it instantly made the gang leader and his 4 henchmen feel guilty and break out in a cold sweat. Is this guy really the leader of the pickpockets? Could this kid be a former soldier? That was too damn impressive. He calls himself the boss? He can't even hold a gun steady. What kind of boss is that? I bet you wouldn't even dare pick it up if I told you to. In front of these 5 men, Gao Yang didn't harm them further or even injure them. Instead, he spewed contempt until they were utterly humiliated. Now I'll say it again, I'm outta here. Anyone who dares object will end up like this bullet. With that, the 4 thugs trembled in fear, never daring to defy Gao Yang again. Yet a venomous glint flashed in the boss's eyes. Chapter 16, Faster Than Bullets, Underworld Bosses Pay Homage. I'll kill you. This boss truly wouldn't learn until he saw the coffin. Even though Gao Yang had completely turned the tables in mere moments, terrifying the 4 thugs into surrendering without a fight, the boss still gritted his teeth and spat out a curse. The next second, he produced a hidden bullet from somewhere, shoved it into the chamber while Gao Yang was distracted, and fired recklessly, disregarding the risk of injuring himself, aiming to take Gao Yang down. The trigger clicked. Just as the bullet was about to leave the barrel. Suddenly, a figure moved faster than the gang leader's trigger finger. A figure dodged the bullet by a mere 0.001 seconds, narrowly avoiding disaster. Absolutely incredible. It was nothing short of divine. The 5 people present were all stunned into silence. Their jaws literally dropped. Impossible? Gao actually dodged a bullet? Is this guy even human? He's terrifying. While the 5 stood in stunned disbelief, Gao Yang showed no sign of stopping. He narrowly evaded the final bullet by boosting his speed to the next level. He simultaneously swung his hand back and delivered a backhand slap. Not just hitting the person. He struck both the man and his pistol. Put! Put! Amidst the sound of violent black blood spurting, the once arrogant and vicious leader now took a heavy blow. He staggered backward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This was no ordinary external injury. At the very least, he had internal injuries. Clang! Another crash of heavy objects hitting stone echoed through the air. There it lay, the very pistol that the entire human trafficking ring and their leader himself had regarded as their deadliest weapon. Couldn't withstand the impact, flying over 10 meters. It smashed into a large tree and a pile of boulders. By the time the 5 of them got a clear look, the pistol lay shattered into pieces. Is this even a human hand? Could this guy really be a martial artist? That kind of force, it could shatter iron, crack stone. If it hit me, I can't even imagine. The leader was overcome with sheer terror in that instant. He was utterly terrified. This is what they mean by when the gap is small, envy breeds insults; when the gap is vast, silence reigns. In that moment, the boss and his 4 enforcers simultaneously recalled the few films and TV shows they'd seen in their lives, along with the underworld legends they'd heard. Those capable of striking someone like Gao Yang to such an extent included, from a distant past, Li Yuanfang from The Legend of Fat D, and more recently, Wang Fei Hung from Wang Fei Hung of Foshan. In fact, having witnessed firsthand a pistol being shattered and bullets dodged, the 5 men instinctively felt that even if Li Yuanfang or Wang Fei Hung were in their place, would likely fall short of Gao Yang. Over the years, they'd heard of many underworld bosses, Liao XX in their district, Cheng XX and others. Only hardened criminals like these men who could take on 10, dozens, or even hundreds alone were worthy of such comparisons. Ordinary crime bosses wouldn't even be worthy of comparison. Was anyone still objecting now? While the boss and his 4 enforcers were all pale-faced, sweating nervously, and filled with guilt, Gao Yang pushed his undercover act to the absolute limit. His expression now was 6 parts disdain, 3 parts ruthlessness, and 1 part sheer dominance. This was no ordinary boss. In fact, even if director Lin, Gong Nan, and Zhao Anqing witnessed this scene, they'd likely suck in their breath in awe. They'd either praise him as a born undercover maniac. His performance was darker than any real crime boss. Or they'd have to admire his dedication to undercover work, loving his craft, living his craft, embodying his craft. With this kind of presence, forget about the unarmed leader standing before him. Even if you sent him into battle, he'd probably scare the hell out of plenty of enemies. At that moment, the already terrified gang leader and his 4 accomplices heard Gao Yang's words. Where was there any thought of resistance left? They crumbled one after another. One by one, they unconsciously dropped to their knees in submission. Big Boss Gao, please spare us. We're just enforcers following orders. Yes, Boss Gao, you are truly the undisputed kingpin of New City. If you overlook this misunderstanding, the 4 of us will obey your every command from this moment on. The first 4 thugs to snap out of it wept bitterly, prostrating themselves repeatedly. Where were the 4 tough guys who had kidnapped him earlier? They were clearly 4 cowards, 4 weaklings, 4 pieces of rotten meat, 4 piles of dog. Such an attitude only made the big boss feel even more uneasy. Though he had previously led the entire human trafficking ring in committing countless crimes, generously splitting the profits, seeing his men betray him and fall into Gao Yang's grasp at the slightest misstep now made him fear for his life even more. Before Gao Yang could speak, the guy started shouting alone. Big Boss Gao, Brother Gao, Elder Gao, let's talk this out calmly. This time, it was this humble one who acted too hastily and caused the misunderstanding. You may punish me however you see fit. I failed to recognize your true stature. My poor judgment led me to treat a great man like you as an ordinary person. Beat me, scold me, kill me, anything is fine. Just don't misjudge this opportunity for cooperation. The big boss's eyes darted about, and soon he had what he thought was a brilliant idea. He bowed his head repeatedly, begging for mercy. Yet he also adopted the demeanor of a loyal subordinate, treating Gao Yang with utmost reverence and willingly attending to his every need. But Gao Yang sensed hidden meaning in his words and deliberately waited for him to continue. The next moment, the scoundrel actually blurted out something even more tempting. Don't take my word for it, but think about it yourself. After the last incident, your pickpocket crew and the counterfeit money partners from the previous operation are all still behind bars. If we don't rescue them or pull off an even bigger heist, tell me, even if you escape the new district and head elsewhere, who would trust you? I'm genuinely looking out for you. If you agree, we can collaborate in any way you choose. In fact, with our combined efforts, we could not only achieve greater success that would earn the respect of our peers and help you turn things around, but we might even rescue those brothers. What's there to lose? No sooner had the words left his mouth, Gao Yang couldn't help but reassess this Mao Wan, the leader of the Mao faction. His previous assessment had clearly underestimated this man far too much. I had assumed this was just a human trafficking kingpin who flaunted his power with a pistol, for enforcers, and a bunch of underlings kidnapping and selling people. But now it seems the waters run far deeper than expected. Could this Maoan case conceal even more significant criminal leads? I do appreciate your reverence. But I very much dislike the way you just threatened me with that pistol. So before we cooperate, you'd better give me a reason to see what kind of person Maoan, the head of the new district's top human trafficking syndicate, really is. Gao Yang asked tentatively, projecting an air of dominance, ruthlessness, and decisiveness. Sure enough, after a moment's thought, finally spoke. Chapter 17, Serving tea and water. Now that's how a boss should be. This Gao fellow had quite the appetite. Yet, now that he was firmly in his grasp, there was no way to resist. If only they'd known this would happen, they never would have kidnapped him in the first place. All this was the fault of those 4 useless jerks. Just moments ago, Maoan had admitted defeat and kowtowed in apology. Now, hearing Gao Yang propose a deal that demanded a heavy price, his heart grew uneasy. When it came to money, he'd amassed at least several million over the years, if not 10 million. To save his life, to temporarily curry favor with Gao Yang, and to secure a share in future riches, he could cough up the cash. But it was clear Gao Yang wasn't after money. After all, the man had been raking in hundreds of thousands in pure profit daily from counterfeiting alone. Where would he lack such a paltry sum? As for beautiful women, over the years, besides trafficking children and women, he'd also amassed a collection of mistresses. Some were beautiful, some were ugly, some had stunning figures, and some had sultry voices. He might have considered sharing a few. But clearly, Gao Yang was a workaholic who cared little for women. Otherwise, during the collaboration between the 2 gangs, Gao Yang could have indulged in pleasure, but he kept making money without getting hooked. It seemed he would have to offer something more valuable and more substantial. Big Boss Gao. Hold on, we're both bosses here, equals. Until you truly satisfy me, I won't dare act like a boss. Ahem, you're truly insightful. Alright then, I'll get straight to the point. Seeing Gao Yang unmoved by either hard or soft approaches, Maoan concluded that only genuine sincerity would work. After some thought, though reluctant to relinquish his position, profits, or title, he had no choice but to comply. And so, Manhwa proceeded to lay out his sincerity in one breath. It was no small gesture. Before long, Gao Yang was left speechless. To win Gao Yang's favor, Manhwa was prepared to offer sincerity in 3 key areas. The first aspect involved handing over the entire human trafficking syndicate's current manpower, resources, finances, and energy to him, recognizing him as the new boss. They would follow his every command. This amounted to a concession of status. This maneuver mirrored Bald Brothers' earlier concession to Gao Yang, both facilitating Gao Yang's control over the entire operation and aiding him in uncovering more leads. Naturally, Gao Yang accepted without hesitation. And thus, he became the new crime boss. The second aspect, however, involved Manhwa voluntarily surrendering all existing assets, including but not limited to printers, printing presses, ink, and other materials and tools used for counterfeiting to Gao Yang. As long as Gao Yang genuinely cooperated, he could freely allocate these assets. Though Manhwa was one of the original shareholders, he dared not mention the 70-30 split. Now instead, it became 30-70. That meant he got 30%. Gao Yang would take 70%. Within Manhwa's 30%, he must also allocate shares to the 4 enforcers and other non-enforcer underlings. The actual amount that would end up in his pocket would likely be less than 10%. As for the third point, we humbly beg Big Brother Gao to lead us in making money together. As long as there's profit to be made, not only will they recognize you as their boss, but even I would follow you. Here, I prostrate myself before you, Big Brother Gao, bowing and scraping in reverence. And this pistol is now useless. From this day forward, I can never threaten you again. Who else could possibly be more suited for this title than you? Finally, Manhwa handed over all his keys with one hand while leading the 4 stun enforcers beside him to kneel once more. Bow. Bow. Bow again. Each man bowed 9 times in succession, each strike driving their foreheads into the stone ground until blood flowed, their brows split open. Such sincerity was truly beyond ordinary. All right. Since we're all family, why speak as if we're strangers? You're so good at kowtowing, I'm worried you'll wear the earth to pieces. Rise. Gao Yang once again savored the thrill of being revered as the leader. A leader who has people serving tea and water is a true leader, after all. But his resolve was stronger now than before. He wouldn't get carried away by this. His mind was as clear as a mirror, while his words played the part. On one hand, he displayed the demeanor of a leader, helping Manhwa and the other 4 to their feet. His gestures seemed like concern and care, but in truth, he was merely stringing them along. He feigned enjoyment at their fawning adulation, but when the conversation turned to the core issue, his tone shifted abruptly. Mao. Big Brother Gao, you can call me by my name or just number 2. From now on, you're the real boss of Rongsheng Group. What the hell? Rongsheng? Holy crap, you guys have really gone professional, scaled up, organized, and disciplined yourselves. Even your group has such a fancy name? Well, how should I put it? It's just to give the brothers something to aspire to. That's good. So let me be the big boss. Come on, let's get in the car and head back to our headquarters. Gao Yang carried himself with the air of a new boss, not only winning over the 4 enforcers but also making Manhwa dare not treat him lightly. The group of 6 climbed into a Hummer. This time, one of the 4 enforcers took the wheel, while Manhwa, now the second in command, accompanied them in the back seat. He would occasionally hand Gao Yang cigarettes and light them for him. At other times, he wiped Gao Yang's sweat and washed his hands. His servile attitude couldn't have been more obsequious. This was hardly the same man who once ruled the underworld, commanding dozens of underlings as the head of a human trafficking syndicate. He was clearly the most cautious underling. Mao Air. Big boss, you say. I don't care how you operated before, but from now on, since we're shifting to counterfeit currency, we must pay attention to every detail. After pondering briefly and learning about the group's current predicaments and strengths through discussion, Gao Yang truly began to act like a boss. He issued 3 new orders upon taking charge. First, your gang's been making too much noise. Even though we're pivoting now, human trafficking remains a serious crime. The cops have had their eye on us for ages. This isn't something a few words can fix. So listen to me, tomorrow, hand over a few of your men. They'll handle the fallout. Second, once the cops believe we've handed over the men and temporarily halt their investigation, we can relocate our operations and launch entirely new ventures. Counterfeit money, it's tricky, yet straightforward. In short, I'll provide the list. You handle purchasing the machines, tools, raw materials, and subsequent verification, packaging, and transactions. I'll stay in the background as your boss. Third, and most crucially, you still don't seem entirely honest with me as your boss. I've shared everything except the core technology. So why haven't I seen a single name on your list of newly promoted executives? Are you waiting to steal my technology before silencing me, or do you plan to pay lip service to my leadership while secretly undermining me? Gao Yang's rhetoric was truly masterful. He presented a safer, more profitable approach that would earn the admiration of everyone at Rongxing, while deliberately highlighting Mao Wen's shady dealings. Mao Wen instantly felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling violently, on the verge of tears. Chapter 18, Turning himself in. That kid Gao Yang has some skills. After years as a human trafficking kingpin, Mao Wen never imagined he'd be outmaneuvered by Gao Yang's intimidating words. Was this guy some kind of born criminal mastermind? At that moment, Mao Wen was completely paralyzed by Gao Yang's intimidating presence, unable to move an inch. Never in his life had he imagined encountering such a ruthless individual. But then he thought about how the human trafficking business had been tough these past few years. Joining Gao Yang's crew meant giving up his boss position and following orders, but other than that, it was almost all benefits. Mao Wen felt it was acceptable. So the next second, he begged for mercy. Big Boss Gao, please don't misunderstand. We're so grateful you've forgiven us and are willing to help us get rich. Who would dare silence you? Who would dare spy on you? And certainly no one would ever try to undermine you. I'm the one saying this, I swear to heaven. If anyone dares to act like a bastard, I'll be the first to take them down. At this point, Mao Wen, the former leader of Rongxing Group, literally bit his tongue to swear his oath. His attitude was utterly sincere. Then, to completely erase Gao Yang's lingering doubts, Mao Wen executed a series of smooth, seamless maneuvers. While returning to Rongxing Group's ostensible headquarters, the building used to cover up their human trafficking operations. Yet simultaneously, right there in the car, he rattled off the names and basic profiles of his top executives. He wasn't worried about leaks, he was worried Gao Yang wouldn't know this stuff and feel uneasy. With such sincerity displayed, Gao Yang remained outwardly composed while secretly reviewing the list, cross-referencing it with the previously obtained 718 human trafficking syndicate file. His heart trembled with anger. Shocked that this human trafficking ring not only used Rongxing Group's shell subsidiaries as a front to conceal their atrocities, but also dared to traffic over 100 people. The profits reaped were beyond ordinary imagination. His fury, however, stemmed from the thick list of high-level personnel. Not only did it match the 718 human trafficking syndicate file, but it also included detailed records of each executive's specific achievements. Some had trafficked only a dozen or so people, while others had shockingly trafficked hundreds. Damned human traffickers. Damned Rongxing Group. This time, if I don't wipe every last one of you out, my time as an undercover agent will have been utterly wasted. Though this raged within him, Gao Yang outwardly maintained his ruthless, decisive persona as the Black Elder. Not only did he refrain from exposing Mao Wen and the others for their utter depravity. Instead, he lavishly praised their performance. Gradually, he lulled all the senior executives, including Mao Wen, into complacency. They obeyed his orders and began carrying out his directives. It was at this very moment. A system notification echoed through Gao Yang's mind. System task, host detected with perfect conditions for crime. Proceed immediately. Time limit, 1 month. System reward, initial sin points bonus of 450. Rewards vary based on crime severity. Achieving a perfect crime earns a rating and additional bonuses. Gao Yang stared in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Did this system really think I was a born criminal? First target, pickpocket gang. Initial reward, 50 sin points. Second time taking down a counterfeit money ring, initial reward of 150 sin points. Now, on this third mission, the reward tripled again. Apparently, the system deemed this human trafficking ring far more dangerous and influential than pickpocket gangs or counterfeit money operations. Fine. If I'm going undercover, I'll go all the way. With that thought settled, Gao Yang stopped dithering. He quietly deployed the Rongxing Group members to fabricate counterfeit bills while patiently awaiting the next move. One day and one night later, the Station Road police station suddenly received a report of someone turning themselves in. The person turning themselves in was quite interesting. It wasn't petty theft or domestic violence, it was the very case they'd been most concerned about these past days. A human trafficking ring had voluntarily turned themselves in. And not just 1 or 2 members, but as many as 6. Captain Gong, it seems Director Lin's suggestion to you and me yesterday really paid off. Who would have thought that kid Gao Yang had such talent? Others spend years undercover just to get a nibble. But this kid? He's only been out there a few days and already caused such a stir? Inside the station chief's office, Chief Zhao Anqing was on the phone with Criminal Investigation Team Leader Gong Nan, discussing the information bureau Chief Lin had secretly shared with them yesterday about Gao Yang being an undercover agent. They never imagined results would come so quickly. Under normal circumstances, both of them would have been thoroughly impressed by this operation. 99% of the time, they'd assume someone who turned themselves in had genuinely reformed. They would never have suspected there was another layer to it. Now, however, because Director Lin had forewarned them of Gao Yang's true identity, the two no longer considered the arrest of these 6 suspects as the end of the case. They put on a show of satisfaction while secretly stepping up their efforts. Yeah, Gao Yang really was something else. His speed in cracking the case would have blown our minds back in our day. Meanwhile, in the Criminal Investigation Division headquarters, Gao Yang, who was on the phone in the division chief's office, heard about this development. The first person who came to mind was Gao Yang. Just days ago, Gao Yang had visited them claiming he could produce counterfeit bills to crack the case. They hadn't believed him at the time. But afterwards, they were stunned. Now, within just a few days of going undercover, Gao Yang had deliberately arranged for several scapegoat underlings to turn themselves in. This move also indirectly conveyed a crucial message: the human trafficking ring was extremely cunning. This turn of events left even Gao Yang, the squad leader, speechless. The only difference was that, while he shared Zhao Anqing's satisfaction and admiration for Gao Yang, he also harbored a lingering concern. His concern wasn't about anything else. It was whether Gao Yang, having risen to become the third boss so quickly, and with the human trafficking ring involving tens of millions in funds, might lose his way. Gao Yang, you'd better hold on to your original intentions. Don't let us crack this case only for you to get caught up in it yourself. That would be utterly worthless. The top floor of the Rongxing Group headquarters building. While Zhao Anqing and Gao Yang discussed Gao Yang, the man himself had quickly adapted to Mao Wan and the others' work style over the past couple of days, rapidly becoming familiar with these high-ranking members. Throughout the entire Rongxing Group, or rather, the Rongxing Human Trafficking Syndicate, besides Mao Wan, the former top dog, there were other capable lieutenants. Every one of them was formidable. But after the earlier minor incidents, coupled with Gao Yang personally recounting his wealth-building plan, everyone immediately followed Mao Wan's lead. Convinced both verbally and in spirit. They obeyed without question. Now Gao Yang gathered senior members like Mao Wan for a meeting. He mentioned the 6 worthless underlings sacrificed to save the king, reminding them to send money to their families, silencing them while also appeasing them. Meanwhile, he narrowed his eyes, revealing a gaze as piercing as that of the godfather of the Eagle Nation. Mao Heir, brothers of the higher-ups, just how much wealth do you all want to amass? Speak freely. There's nothing you can dream up that I can't make happen. Chapter 19, How big is big enough? Is a small goal sufficient? The moment he uttered these words, Gao Yang once again showcased his Oscar-worthy acting skills. He deliberately adopted an arrogant, condescending attitude toward Mao Wan and the others. Not for any other reason. Simply to create an aura of authority they couldn't help but submit to. Yet at the same time, he shook his head disapprovingly at the overly timid remarks from several high-ranking officials, implying they truly lacked imagination. What's a few million or tens of millions? If we're going to counterfeit currency, we must surpass that previous counterfeiting ring that got its members invited for tea. We must aim for annual profits exceeding their decade's earnings. Big brother Gao, you don't think making a few million a year is still considered small, do you? After all, we're only transitioning now, not fully committing to counterfeiting. Our core business remains human trafficking. One of the newly promoted senior members, the most conservative old man among them, actually uttered such words after speaking up. Gao Yang let out 3 cold laughs. Without giving him a chance to continue, he cut him off with a single sentence. It's the 2020s now, how can you still be so narrow-minded? If your human trafficking business were truly thriving, you wouldn't have sought me out as your leader. With that said, let me lay out the math for this big shot. Your human trafficking operation might have been lucrative in the past, but with the government cracking down harder these past few years, it's been on its last legs. And you call a few million a year not insignificant? That's laughable. Not that I'm disrespecting your seniority, but I've already crunched the numbers. Judging by how desperate you are to pivot, didn't your net profits from human trafficking dip below $1 million last year? Boom! Gao Yang's analysis was brutally accurate and utterly devastating. As expected, upon hearing this, all the high-ranking officials including Mao Wan were collectively stunned. Who would have thought Gao Yang could make such calculations without even seeing the ledgers? No wonder Mao Wan revered him as the new leader. The elderly executive who had spoken earlier was also dumbfounded. He hadn't anticipated that replacing Mao Wan would bring in Gao Yang, who was even more blunt than Mao Wan. Yet, Gao Yang's words were strikingly close to the truth. His face flushed crimson on the spot. No more nonsense. Big brother Gao makes a point. We're all family here, why keep secrets? In the end, we're the ones who suffer. Watching the first speaker, an elderly man from the upper echelons, get brutally exposed by Gao Yang, the second to speak was a middle-aged woman. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Lao Moji, the most notorious online human trafficker in recent years. But she was a bit more slick than her. Seeing that a direct approach wouldn't win favor, she decisively took an indirect route, attempting to probe just how far Gao Yang would go. But old Gao, we're getting on in years, nothing compared to your skills. So cut the suspense and just tell us straight. This year marks our first transition, and we all still have some savings. There's no need to rush for success. Earning a few 100,000 or even $1 million would be quite good. Of course, if we could make a few million, or even tens of millions, that would be even better. At this point, the middle-aged woman deliberately winked at Gao Yang. Who knows if she was feeling empty and desperate, brimming with confidence, planning to use this chance to align herself with Gao Yang and become his first trusted confidant. Or was she just having a moment of infatuation? Regardless, Gao Yang once again dismissed her relatively conservative response without giving her the time of day. Then he wore a cold expression that left these executives seething but powerless to retaliate. A few million, even tens of millions, is that supposed to be impressive? Seems like despite all your years of building and rising, your mindsets and perspectives still aren't broad enough. Alright then, no need for anyone else to repeat themselves. I can't be bothered to listen. Anyway, in your eyes, the annual profit from counterfeit money is just on par with or maybe slightly higher than what you used to make from human trafficking. No one dares to think beyond that. Then let the former boss, now the second in command, Mao 1, give us his take. This time, aim high. Don't underestimate the capabilities of your new boss. Gao Yang's aura as a crime boss is growing increasingly mature and steady. First, he baited 2 conservative senior members, striking one after another until they had no choice but to submit, all while sparking intense curiosity. Then, bypassing the other high-ranking members, he addressed Mao 1, the most powerful and influential figure present besides himself. Sure enough, Mao 1 hesitated briefly upon seeing Gao Yang dismiss the substantial estimates offered by the 2 senior figures before him. He answered with utmost caution. Big Boss Gao, if their estimates are off, I'd say you're aiming for at least tens of millions in annual profit. I can't give you exact figures. After all, we're all in the business of risking our lives. Though we've been in the human trafficking trade for years, the profits aren't actually that high, and we have no idea how to truly make big money. As Mao 1 spoke, the elderly senior member, the middle-aged woman senior member, and the others nodded in agreement. They all admitted their imagination fell short, but there really weren't any windfall profits to be had. They hoped Gao Yang would get straight to the point. Seeing this, Gao Yang knew his act had run its course. He de-gauged their bottom line, so he raised his right index finger. 10 million? Mao 1 and the others were momentarily stunned. Though they'd heard days earlier that Gao Yang's counterfeiting skills were exceptionally high, yielding pure profits ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands daily, they never imagined he'd be so confident right at the start of their partnership. In that instant, the elderly executive's eyes gleamed with greed, his face beaming with delight. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman executive was already mentally shopping, calculating what perfume and luxury car she could buy with her share of the profits. The other executives shared similar thoughts and plans. Yet none noticed that amidst their collective euphoria, Gao Yang wore a look of disappointment. Shaking his head, he spoke up himself. 10 million? How could that be enough? Even if everyone got 10 million a year, it wouldn't be enough. We're all so young. I reckon we need at least 100 million in total profits per year until each of us has over 1 billion in savings. Only then can we live worry-free. The moment these words left his mouth, Mao Wen and the others, who had been busy with the accounts, were all shaken. Each looked more dumbfounded than the next. They considered themselves the most formidable human trafficking syndicate in the new district. Little did they know that Gao Yang across the table was even more ruthless, cunning, and relentless. He casually threw around figures like 100 million yuan a year and wouldn't stop until each person had over 10 billion? If he wasn't talking about Zimbabwean dollars, then he truly intended to defy the heavens. 100 million. And that's pure profit. 10 billion. And per capita? Ahem, Boss Gao, you're joking, right? We've worked our asses off for years and never seen that much money. Every single executive, including Mao 1, was seeing stars and drooling. They'd go wild just splitting a small target. Who knew Gao Yang was this insane? Chapter 20, follow me, and you won't go hungry for 3 days. At this moment, Gao Yang didn't need to paint any more pie in the sky visions or offer further temptations. Every single executive at Rongxing Group, including Mao 1, had descended into a frenzy. Mao 1 was still one of the more level-headed ones. Hearing they'd split at least one small goal per year until reaching 10 billion per person before stopping, though deeply excited he could still maintain some restraint. He didn't quite have a heart attack. His blood pressure spiked. But when it came to the other executives, their worldviews were simply too narrow. They either burst into breathless laughter on the spot or made complete fools of themselves. Holy cow, Daddy! If we really split $1 billion each year, even if it's just $1 million per person, that's still way better than last year, the year before, or the year before that. Big Boss Gao, you're our absolute savior. No need for further discussion, just tell me what to do. This old man will be the first to follow your lead. The quickest to react this time wasn't anyone else, it was that same conservative-leaning old executive from earlier. How conservative he had been before. Now he was just as passionate. Those in the know assumed he was in poor health and wanted to make money for his descendants in his final years. But those unaware might think this old codger was aiming to rake in $1 billion and then find a place to live forever. Old Gao really has more imagination and ambition. I'm impressed, truly, utterly impressed. Forget 10 billion, even saving up 100 million would make the rest of my life worthwhile. By then, I won't be settling for some old geezer. At the very least, it'll have to be some third-rate heartthrob. He'd take me by day, and I'd take him by night, ing until the end of time, ing until we drop dead. Just as Gao Yang suspected, this middle-aged woman in the upper echelons really is blinded by lust. Others work to buy houses, cars, live lavishly, or provide for their descendants. But she's single-mindedly obsessed with this business. If this were in a TV drama, she'd be the ultimate sex-crazed woman. And us? We're begging Boss Gao to bring us along on the money-making ride. $1 million isn't too little, $1 billion isn't too much, just give the word and we'll roll up our sleeves and get to work. In a few years, we'll each be worth $1 billion. Why keep slaving away? We could retire abroad or buy a private island, wouldn't that be sweet? When those few newly promoted executives uttered those words, no one noticed the utter contempt in Gao Yang's eyes. Though his mouth and face still wore a cheerful smile, painting rosy pictures and rallying the troops. Behind the scenes, he was already plotting to take them all down in one fell swoop. They weren't just perpetrators of countless evils trafficking humans, tearing families apart, destabilizing society. They were also Western-obsessed, lust-driven, self-serving, and utterly devoid of humanity. They embodied all 8 vices. Their fate could only be dire. Of course. On the surface, Gao Yang showed no sign of unease, deliberately shattering these people's illusions. He continued speaking. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Money is easy to make, but the path to it is far from smooth. Since you're all willing to listen to me, as your leader, I'll lay it out plainly. The moment Gao Yang spoke, Mao Wen and the others who had just been fantasizing about raking in hundreds of millions or even billions fell silent instantly, listening intently. Perhaps some still harbored thoughts of turning against Gao Yang later or cutting him off after crossing the river. But they found themselves unconsciously intimidated by Gao Yang. Your old ways are too difficult and outdated. So, starting today, anyone who wants to get rich with me and live a life of wealth and security, listen up. I've got a better way to make money, big money, at that. But you know how it goes, making money always comes with both risks and opportunities. The more you invest upfront, the more you'll earn later, and the shorter the payback period. And the sooner you achieve financial freedom, the sooner you can leave something for your descendants, buy houses and cars, buy islands abroad, keep your young lovers in style, and so on. Will be achieved much sooner. So, with your minds completely at ease, how much exactly are you willing to invest? Seizing the moment while this group wasn't thinking too clearly, Gao Yang gradually steered the conversation in a different direction. Initially, they discussed sticking primarily to human trafficking, with counterfeit currency as a secondary venture, always prioritizing caution. They dared not invest too heavily. Later, the focus shifted to how the human trafficking business was outdated and needed innovation, or else everyone would go their separate ways. This tactic goaded them into staying loyal, afraid to drift away. Now, as Gao Yang pounded his chest declaring a new path forward, he simultaneously soothed their anxieties, quelled their doubts, and guaranteed that following him for 3 days wouldn't leave them hungry for 9. Surprisingly, several high-ranking members, including Mao Wen, found themselves unconsciously following his line of reasoning. Ultimately, these high-ranking members were moved and took action. Some pulled out their bank cards. Those with passbooks took out their passbooks. They weren't afraid of being scammed. They only feared missing the boat. Big brother Gao, you've laid it all out so clearly, what else is there for an old man like me to say? Here's the 500,000 I've saved over the years for my coffin money, I'm putting it all in. The first to speak up was still that old man in high places. This guy's like a chameleon. From being conservative at first, to wavering in the middle, and now he's moving several steps faster than the other young executives. And me? I want to keep a young hunk. My measly million savings won't cut it, I'll definitely be tagging along with you, Boss Gao, for a few years. Plus, I guarantee no one under my command will dare utter a single word of dissent. They've got 500,000 yuan stashed with me. While Boss Gao's still around, I'll pull it all out and invest. We're dreaming of making 100 million, even $1 billion. If we can't even part with a measly 1.5 million, what kind of criminals are we? The middle-aged woman spoke up again second. This time, she was even more eager than before. Not only did she hand over her own savings, but she also entrusted all the deposits from her subordinates to Gao Yang with more trust than she had for her own parents. Seeing this, the other executives followed suit without hesitation, contributing funds. Some contributed 3 or 50,000. Some contributed 1 or 2 million. In less than a few minutes, Gao Yang, armed only with his words, had managed to persuade these human trafficking ringleaders to hand over a staggering total of 5.3 million yuan. And this wasn't the end of it. Just as Gao Yang was secretly delighted at his promotion, he realized that these criminals trafficking people weren't particularly intelligent. At the same time, because they spent money recklessly, their savings weren't substantial. Meanwhile, over at Mao Wen's side, though he was the last to speak, the figure he offered was the most staggering. Big brother Mao. Ha? Mao, didn't you say you had too many relatives and hadn't saved much these past few years? Why are you investing too? Of course. I trust you, so I'm putting in 3 million yuan right now. As Mao Wen spoke, he actually handed over a gold card loaded with 3 million yuan. The other executives were all stunned. But Gao Yang was convinced this undercover mission had taken another step forward. He was such a smooth talker. Could it be that in a past life, he really was a con artist? Chapter 21, The Reverse Pig Butchering Scheme Fattened Them Up Before Slaughter. 3 million wasn't a huge sum, but it wasn't small either. Looks like you're showing some serious commitment, Mao. Fine. Everyone wait for my word. My channels are set up ready to rake in cash anytime. When that happens, forget 3 million. 10 times 3 million? 100 times 3 million? Piece of cake. Seeing how much trust Mao placed in him, throwing down such a large sum right off the bat, Gao Yang was startled inwardly. Outwardly, he remained steadfast in his reverse pig butchering scheme. Of course. To convince these newly promoted Rongxing Group executives of his money-making methods and capabilities, he maintained an air of mystery, revealing only a fraction of his strategy. Nothing else. It was none other than raising funds for stock speculation. As expected, upon hearing Gao Yang's strategy involved stock speculation and particularly high-risk stocks that the group instantly erupted in commotion. Faces fell one after another. What the hell? Pooling funds for stock speculation? Big brother Gao, it's not that we don't trust you, it's that we can't bring ourselves to trust the domestic stock market. Please proceed with caution. This is our life savings. You'd better be careful. If it doesn't work out, just let us. As they spoke, every senior executive except Mao was already regretting their decision. Each one reaching out felt like they were demanding their money back. Seeing this, Gao Yang made no move to stop them. He recognized their cowardice, but since Mao, the former leader, hadn't spoken up, they dared not push the issue. Therefore, he deliberately said little to them, merely casting a cold glance their way. Finally, his gaze locked onto Mao. So it seems you still don't trust me. Fine. You can back out if you wish. But before you do, allow me to run some numbers. You lot have no connections in the stock market and know nothing about trading. Even in a bull market, you'd lose money. Besides me, you're just relying on meager interest from savings. The risk is almost zero, but the profits are pitifully small. On the other hand, if you trust me just this once, you could recoup half your investment in as little as 3 to 5 days. Even at the slowest pace, you'd break even within a week or two. After that, it's pure profit. The choice is yours. Director Lin's judgment was spot on. Choosing Gao Yang to go undercover earlier was truly the right call. Sure enough, after Gao Yang deliberately laid out the pros and cons, making the choice obvious even to a 3-year-old, the group immediately paused, filled with regret. But they didn't immediately agree to invest in stocks. Instead, they turned their gaze to Mao, clearly waiting for him to make the call. At that moment, Mao was internally conflicted until he finally nodded in agreement. Big brother Gao was right. Everything in this world carries risk. But the higher the risk, the greater the profit. Isn't that precisely why we sought out Gao Lauda? Because the human trafficking business is tough, and we need to secure our retirement funds early? Whether you believe it or not. I, for one, believed it. With that said, the atmosphere in the room once again grew heated and excited. Everyone turned their gaze toward Gao Yang with eyes like they were looking at a god of wealth. They truly believed they'd hit the jackpot this time. But only Gao Yang knew the truth. His move wasn't particularly clever. It was essentially the same tactic used by pyramid schemes to recruit members. Its success wasn't due to his cleverness. It succeeded because these people had nowhere else to turn. It was time to report this to Chief Zhao and the others. Who would have thought that even a ruthless human trafficking ring could be driven to desperation, forced into a trap? I don't know whether to call it their misfortune. Or that karma catches up with everyone? With that thought, Gao Yang stopped dwelling on this minor detail. Instead, he waited until everyone had dispersed and retired for the night. Seizing an unnoticed moment, he decisively swapped out the SIM card hidden in his armpit for an anonymous one. He dialed Zhao Ansheng. Chief, it's me, Gao Yang. Good news. The big fish are biting one by one. Just wait for you to slowly set up the trap and make the arrest. This time, we'll stage a classic pig butchering scheme for the human traffickers, showing them that evil begets greater evil. Meanwhile, Zhao Ansheng was awakened from his sleep by Gao Yang's call. At first, he was a bit dazed. But as the story unfolded, hearing how this kid had been lured into a pyramid scheme-style slaughter by human traffickers, it was truly laughable yet heartbreaking. Gao Yang, you better take it easy, kid. Even though you're undercover to crack the case, you can't get involved in illegal activities. I'm seriously impressed by you. You're the best at catching pickpockets. You're the most ruthless when it comes to counterfeit money rings. Now, facing these human traffickers who've got even Chief Lin stumped, you're the one who's got the edge. You actually came up with the idea of fighting fire with fire. When I get back, I'm buying you drinks and dinner. Zhao Ansheng's words were 6 parts praise, 3 parts exasperation, and 1 part genuine admiration. Put simply, the reason they hadn't crushed Mao and his crew all these years wasn't because the police were too dumb, nor because Mao and his crew were too elusive, but because their methods weren't innovative enough. Now, with Gao Yang's methods, though somewhat unorthodox in certain areas, they were being applied to criminals and lawbreakers. There was little room for scruples. At this moment, Gao Yang even sensed that since taking Gao Yang under his wing, his bureau's case-solving rate had been climbing day by day. This kid is a lucky charm. At the same time, inside the shell company building at Rongxing Group headquarters, shortly after Gao Yang ended his call with Zhao Wanqing, an unexpected visitor sneaked up to his door. After knocking, they slipped another million yuan into his hands. Gao Yang was instantly both startled and secretly delighted. Because the visitor was none other than Mao Wen himself. Mao Air, all the other brothers hand over the money in person and have me handle the investments. Why are you the only one? You wouldn't be expecting me to pull strings for you, would you? No, no such thing. Big brother Gao, please don't misunderstand. I wouldn't dare think that. Truth is, I just want to make money fast and retire early. Since your connections are so profitable, I've borrowed more than I should. What do you think? In front of Gao Yang, the boss, Mao Wen not only lost his previous ruthless decisiveness but also seemed to lose a lot of his wits. It wasn't enough that he'd been scammed out of 3 million, now he was borrowing another 1 million to hand over. Gao Yang couldn't help but mentally give this guy a 5-star review. Who would have thought that these human traffickers, who always preyed on others and traded in lives, would now find themselves on the receiving end of Gao Yang's schemes? This guy's greed knows no bounds. With this thought, Gao Yang's plan crystallized further. He dropped all pretense of politeness and continued to manipulate Mao Wen, aiming to reel an even bigger fish with this net. Mao Air, that's a pretty good idea. Since you've gone this far, fine. I'll let you in on the details. At most, you'll recoup half your investment within a week. Within half a month, you'll recover everything. After that, you'll earn no less than 10 per day. Truth is, starting tonight, your few million has already accelerated its profits. But a mere few million still isn't enough. If you could have more capital, you know how much faster it would go. In short, you could borrow 1 million, or even more. Why not keep bringing more people on board? Chapter 22, the more, the better, these are all merits. Gao Yang's words held an extraordinary allure. However, Mao Wen, who led a human trafficking ring of dozens, wasn't entirely without brains. This time, he didn't immediately agree to lend money to invest in Gao Yang. Instead, he exercised a bit of caution. Big boss Gao, your pitch sounds a bit like a pyramid scheme, like recruiting people into a multi-level marketing racket. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Sure, we had some misunderstandings before, but as they say, no fight, no friendship. Now that I'm backing you, lay it out, is this thing legit or not? As he spoke, Mao Wen's eyes betrayed equal parts panic and resignation. The panic stemmed from fear of offending Gao Yang with the wrong words. The resignation stemmed from the fact that even a tough guy like him didn't have much saved up. He feared nothing more than running out of money before his time. This scene nearly made Gao Yang burst out laughing. Who would have thought that this human trafficking ringleader, who had committed countless crimes and ruined countless families in the past, would now be afraid of being deceived himself? Perhaps this was what they called karma. Or perhaps it was simply the wheel of fate turning full circle. Mao Air? Big brother Gao, I'm all ears. Sigh, how should I put this? As your boss, I'd never set up a pig butchering scam on you. No need to elaborate. Think about it yourself. I used to run 2 gang operations, raking in hundreds of thousands daily. If I had the time to make money on my own, why would I drag you all into this? Seeing Mao Wen regain a sliver of sanity and nearly slip out of his grasp, Gao Yang couldn't let him walk away. He deliberately adopted a tone of earnest concern, pulling Mao Wen back from the brink of breaking free. At the same time, he once again feigned profundity, pulling out previous case studies and using the most ironclad data to solidify his persona as a formidable crime boss. Believe it or not, the facts are right there. No one can deny or discredit them. Besides, if this were a scam, do you really think I'd be so ruthless as to drag you all in and throw myself into this den of tigers and dragons? I might be a bit ruthless, but I'm certainly no fool. Think it over before you decide. With that, Gao Yang gestured for the others to leave. A fleeting look of pain flashed across his face, the pain of being misunderstood. That look was truly priceless. Even an Oscar-winning actor would bow in awe. Even a good bird would sing conquer if it met him. And so it was. Upon hearing this, Mao Wen felt a moment of conflict. Yet as he delved deeper into thought and considered the situation from another's perspective, his doubts dissolved once more. The next second, doubt vanished. Trust doubled. Big brother Gao. If you have something to say, speak up. Trust me and invest with me. If you don't trust me, we part ways right here and now. I'll even return your title as boss. Don't be like that, boss Gao. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, not only do I trust you, but I plan to bring back a massive investment of 30 million within a week. Just as Gao Yang had anticipated, under the weight of his powerful performance and proven track record, Mao Wenjin found himself increasingly ensnared. This declaration startled even Gao Yang himself, though he maintained a calm and composed facade. In reality, he couldn't wait to seal the deal. After all, this wasn't a mere 3 million. It was a full 30 million. Consider this, Mao 1, his former boss, had only 3 million yuan in total savings. The current 1 million yuan was borrowed from others, and the subsequent 30 million yuan would inevitably involve even more loans. By then, not only would every high-ranking executive at Rongxing Group fall into the hands of the law, but even the people Mao 1 borrowed from wouldn't be clean, they'd suffer too. This time, going undercover was a momentary thrill, but cracking the case meant reeling in the whole net. 30 million? Sounds like a lot, but it's barely enough to scrape by among the super rich I've seen. Still, it's the best you can do. Fine, let's settle it here. But remember this, trust me and bring in the heads now. Don't trust me and try to stall until next year, it won't work either way. Gao Yang could see that Mao 1, desperate for money and an early retirement, had sunk to depths even lower than his past human trafficking schemes. He sneered inwardly. Outwardly, he redoubled his efforts. If he was going to run this scam, he might as well make it as big as possible. Put simply, only by making these traffickers truly feel the pain can they possibly reform. Only by having these criminals thoroughly deceived and manipulated by Gao Yang, this top-tier undercover agent, could justice truly be served for the victims. Chief Zhao and his team had better prepare more medals of merit for me later. Judging by Mao 1's brain, which seems crippled even without deception and becomes even more crippled when tricked, this case will undoubtedly net even more arrests. What kind of human trafficker is this? He's clearly just a complete fool. Watching Mao 1 grow increasingly desperate as Gao Yang repeatedly outmaneuvered him with clever talk, even pulling out multiple phones to contact different big shots in front of him, filled Gao Yang with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mao 1 remained completely unaware he'd been set up by Gao Yang. Instead, his belief deepened, and he threw caution to the wind. His 3 million yuan savings wouldn't be enough. The first million borrowed still wasn't enough. Right now, using his own phone, his backup phone, and various old-style phones, he loaded over a dozen SIM cards and made calls one by one. That determination was hardly that of a cunning, ruthless human trafficker. He was clearly just another brainless victim of Myanmar scams. But this time was different. It wasn't an innocent victim or a greedy ordinary person being deceived, but Mao 1, the leader of the human trafficking ring. Therefore, Gao Yang felt no moral remorse whatsoever. He only sensed that he was avenging those families ahead of time. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? It's me, Rongxing Mao 1. Lend me 1.5 million. I've got a project with insane profits. Hello, President Liang? It's me, Rongxing Mao 1. Remember that pair of Dragon Phoenix twins I arranged for you earlier? Ahem. Anyway, lend me 5 million. I'll pay you back 6 million with interest. Is this Chairman Zhan? This is Rongxing Mao 1. Remember when we scrubbed each other at the bathhouse last year? Ah, you have a sharp memory. I'm reaching out for a partnership, or rather, an investment opportunity. You all know my reputation. My credibility in the new district underworld is beyond question. Trust me and get rich. Don't trust me? Then forget it. Pitiful yet infuriating Mao 1 at this moment, to scrape together 30 million, he truly pinned all his hopes on Gao Yang. Success was non-negotiable, and even that success had to be monumental. This whole scene left Gao Yang utterly bewildered. Which one of them is the real villain here? How come he, a police officer and undercover agent, seemed to be playing the villain better than the actual villain, Mao 1? While Gao Yang desperately wanted the net of justice to catch more lawbreakers and criminals, Mao 1's enthusiasm was borderline excessive. If he hadn't known this man was the boss of Rongxing Group, one might genuinely mistake him for an undercover agent too. Chapter 23, In Peril? I've got skills to spare. Boss Gao, they'll all come here tomorrow to pay up. You just saw how I pulled it off, begging and pleading until I finally scraped together 30 million. No more talk. We'll meet here before tomorrow night, but you'd better deliver on your end. If this falls through, I'm dead meat. An hour later, as the 30 million yuan figure was finalized, Mao 1 looked at Gao Yang with a face drenched in cold sweat. His words served both as an explanation and a veiled threat. On one hand, it told Gao Yang that Mao 1 was willing to trust him completely, which was why he'd gone to such lengths to secure the 30 million yuan. On the other hand, his icy stare served as a stark warning: Gao Yang had better not disappear afterward, nor let the investment fail or the profits shrink. Otherwise, if Mao 1 went down, Gao Yang wouldn't get off scot-free either. Brother Mao 1, trusting me is like placing your life in my hands. Trusting those people is like placing your life in theirs. So no need for lengthy explanations, I understand everything. In short, once the money comes in tomorrow, I'll return funds to you weekly as planned. At most, within a month, everyone will profit. Monthly returns won't dip below 10%. If it succeeds, you, me, and the others will split the profits based on our investment shares. If it fails, well, my head is on the line. You don't think I'd risk hundreds of thousands in daily profits by going solo just to mess around with you guys, do you? Gao Yang might genuinely possess innate potential for undercover work. Since arriving at Station Road Police Station half a month ago, without any formal training, he's delivered one astonishing performance after another through system assistance and personal effort. This time was no exception. Gao Yang clasped Mao Wen's right hand tightly, deliberately slashing both palms with a knife. They drank each other's blood face to face while he tapped his head, miming a beheading gesture to warn against deception. The last shred of doubt and apprehension in Mao Wen's heart vanished instantly. In that moment, Mao Wen trusted Gao Yang completely. His only regret was that there were only two of them present. If there had been a third, he would have sworn brotherhood like the three swordsmen of Peach Garden. Big brother Gao, I trust you. Mao Er, I trust you too. Big brother Gao, we'll meet before tomorrow night. Since you're so honorable, I'll make my own pledge. If I'm short even a single coin tomorrow, I'll cut off one of my fingers. The two grew more and more fired up as they spoke. By the end, it was unclear whether they were collaborating for the sake of brotherhood or for the sake of money. In any case, no matter what Gao Yang said, no matter what promises he heard, he never took them entirely at face value. He always kept a final shred of caution. Not for any other reason. Simply because he was a cop. That night passed without incident. The next morning, as expected, Mao Wen was nowhere to be seen. He claimed he was going to meet with other human traffickers in the new district and the big bosses from other cities outside the new district. Seeing this, Gao Yang felt a secret thrill of joy, knowing that the families and individuals victimized by these traffickers over the years would finally get their revenge. Outwardly, however, he maintained the demeanor of a boss. At times, he demanded his subordinates bring him fine food and drink. At other times, he would prod them to see if they could find more human traffickers or other types of criminals to expand their achievements and intensify the crackdown. Thus, he spent a clear, sunny day with effortless ease and pleasure. As dusk fell, Gao Yang, dozing in the top floor of the Rongxing building, suddenly saw rows of luxury cars pulling up below through the window. It dawned on him. These crime bosses actually thought this was a lucrative scheme. Did they really dare to show up in person? It seemed they had made some preparations. Was this a deliberate attempt to increase their share of the profits, or were they testing me? In any case, now that the supporting characters and antagonists had all arrived, it was time for the leading man to make his entrance. With that thought, Gao Yang descended the stairs without needing Mao Wen or the others to prompt him. In the first-floor lobby, Gao Yang strode in with an air of arrogance and confident dominance, flanked by the four enforcers and other high-ranking members from earlier, exuding an imposing presence. Even an old fox would be intimidated by this display. Across from him, Mao Wen ushered in one human trafficking kingpin after another. Beyond the sight of several well-dressed, brutish-looking bosses, their underlings were seen carrying boxes. Inside those cases was nothing else. The investment funds totaling 30 million yuan. Big Boss Gao, thank you for deigning to come downstairs to greet us. However, with such a large sum at stake, we must first clarify 3 points. First, our investment far exceeds yours, so the profit-sharing ratio must be revised. Otherwise, we'd rather withdraw our investment. At that point, no one else would dare partner with you either. This isn't just one person's opinion, it's our collective consensus. We hope you'll weigh this carefully. Just as Gao Yang had anticipated, these human traffickers were far more cunning and ruthless than Mao Wen. They immediately laid down 3 conditions. Gao Yang deliberately remained silent, instead adopting a look that screamed, "I'm the boss here, I'm not afraid of you lot." This stance actually made them hesitate. Being overly confident, they didn't think twice and pressed on. Second, since you've already gained Mao Wen's group's recognition, we won't interfere with your position as leader. But you'd better treat him well from now on. You might not know this, but the human trafficking kingpins across several cities form an alliance. Anyone who dares to mess with us will face our swift retaliation. They won't survive it. Third, and most crucially, since you have no skills beyond your connections, this alliance will be led by us. Understood? Boss Gao, what are you doing? Don't you dare think that just because you're injecting more capital now, our decision will change. You'd better play along wisely, or else things could get messy. Before the human trafficker's boss could finish speaking, Gao Yang saw right through their intentions. They were after control. Threats of violence. Economic coercion. The most common combination. As an undercover agent, Gao Yang couldn't possibly reveal his identity or that fabricated money-making scheme. Thus, he decisively interrupted their threats and enticements with action. From 10 paces away, he unleashed his S-class criminal skill, the ghost hand. In mere moments, he stole everyone's phones, wallets, car keys, password books, and more. Simultaneously, with a single snap of his fingers, he transported everyone to the basement counterfeit money operation. In under 10 minutes, he produced 1 million counterfeit bills indistinguishable from the real thing. The next second, the entire crowd was stunned and convinced by Gao Yang. Oh no, my custom foldable phone meant for my lover is gone? Holy crap! Who stole the keys to my 3 newly purchased villas? That thing can't see the light of day it's meant to be given. Wait, could all this be because of Gao Yang? Look, this kid isn't just a master thief, he actually makes counterfeit money. Seems we really underestimated him. Chapter 24, You're welcome, your fortune's yet to come. As Gao Yang demonstrated two masterful skills in quick succession, the human traffickers who had been berating and bullying him moments before collectively fell silent, dumbfounded. At this moment, Gao Yang didn't need to offer more funds for the exchange ratio. These two masterful skills alone were enough to win everyone's admiration. The art of theft wasn't exactly highbrow. But to effortlessly steal their most valuable and private possessions right before the eyes of 5 or 6 human trafficking bosses and their henchmen, as if it were a gentle breeze? This alone meant that if anyone crossed Gao Yang, he could easily infiltrate their homes and strike at any moment. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who could argue? And the skill of counterfeiting money was even more terrifying. Though they'd heard rumors about Gao Yang subduing a counterfeit ring in the new district, forcing them to cooperate, witnessing it firsthand was utterly mind-blowing. Everyone was left speechless. Their entire worldview was shattered. According to their knowledge, even the most skilled counterfeiters needed several hours to produce 1 million in fake currency, and the quality was inconsistent. But look at Gao Yang. In just 10 minutes, he produced the same quantity but with quality several levels higher. This guy is no pushover. Big Brother Gao's skills are truly impressive, we're all in awe. Yeah, Boss Gao pulled off that move with such flair. I don't know what others think, but at least I'm thoroughly impressed. Brother Mao, could you have Big Brother Gao return those phones, wallets, password books, and keys to us? These are items we can't be seen with. Exactly. This time we've really seen something. From now on, no more talk, we'll discuss everything together. We'll never doubt Big Brother Gao again, we wouldn't dare. But regarding Mao Wen's situation, we still need to. Otherwise, how could we say these human traffickers and crime bosses are useless? Besides their money, their brains aren't much sharper than Mao Wen's. See? After witnessing Gao Yang's two moves that stunned everyone, they had to compromise a bit both for their own safety and out of fear of him. One by one, they stopped worrying about starving or making no money under Gao Yang. Instead, they each made a slight concession, looking toward Gao Yang, hoping he would let it go. Then, they could all get rich together, and everyone would be happy. My name is Chen. Boss Gao calls me Old Chen or Mr. Chen. I'm the head of the human trafficking syndicate in neighboring City C. Back in the day, Mao Wen and I were like brothers. Given this misunderstanding, I'm adding an extra 1.5 million yuan. And me? People flatter me by calling me President Liang, but really, I'm just another ordinary human trafficker boss. I truly feel bad about this, Gao. How about this, on top of the 5 million I lent Mao Wen earlier, I'll personally add another 3 million. Across the table, the human traffickers' crime bosses began making concessions and compromises to prevent Gao Yang from holding a grudge and jeopardizing their cooperation. My name is Zhang. Besides being the human trafficking boss in H County, I also serve as the president of a certain association over there. So everyone gives me face and calls me President Zhang. Pleased to meet you, Boss Gao. We're both in the same line of work. No need for formalities, I'll double my contribution. Whatever Mao Wen borrows from me, I'll cover it. The group grew more enthusiastic with each proposal. Within mere minutes, the initial 30 million in new funding ballooned to 40 million and even higher. Mao Wen's face lit up with delight as he glanced over at Gao Yang. That look clearly urged him to take what he had and walk away. But, was that even possible? Could these fellows possibly have even more potential funds they haven't brought out yet? It seemed he couldn't agree immediately. He had to apply more pressure first. Otherwise, how could he avenge the innocent people they had harmed? Just as the 5 or 6 human traffickers across from Mao Wen felt they'd conceded enough, Gao Yang showed no sign of positive response. Instead, he gave a cold smile. Then, he settled accounts with them. Gentlemen, your sincerity is commendable, but it still falls short compared to my two specialties. I won't ask about anything else, just this: who will be the leader of this alliance? Mao Wen is my second in command, he certainly can't overstep his bounds. If you take charge, who among you can guarantee that your connections won't cause problems? I say, why not just let me handle the entire operation? I'm a straightforward man who doesn't mince words. Let me put it plainly, with my skills as a master thief and counterfeiter, I could become a billionaire within a year even without you. But if you bring me in and refuse to let me be the boss, isn't that just bullying me? Gao Yang's words carried that same domineering swagger and dashing flair as Little Horseback in the 90s. The more confident he sounded, the more his words struck a chord with the others across the table, compelling them to respect him even if they didn't want to. Despite their substantial financial contributions, they lacked the connections and technical expertise, making Gao Yang indispensable. Refusing to cede the alliance's leadership position would likely. Mr. Chen, what are your thoughts? Boss Liang shot a glance at that Mr. Chen. I think it's acceptable. After all, Boss Gao is offering his core competitive advantage. Cooperation benefits both sides, while a split would only benefit him, we'd gain nothing. Among all the human traffickers and crime bosses, Chen was the one who trusted Gao Yang the most. Having said that, he turned his gaze toward Chairman Zhang. Chairman Zhang, Boss Tao, Boss Me, what are your thoughts? If it works, we'll increase our investment. If not, let's avoid a breakdown. With the first crime boss convinced, the others would be easier to sway. After all, they were all in it for the money. They didn't know how to make it, nor did they possess Gao Yang's formidable core technology. Rather than overcomplicating things and risking his wrath, it made more sense to sit back and let him handle it. With that thought, the other crime bosses nodded in agreement and formally drafted a human trafficking alliance agreement thick with underworld flair. This move nearly made Gao Yang laugh himself to death. What era were they living in? Did these traffickers really see themselves as Song Jiang or Fan La, still craving ceremonial pomp? Let them enjoy their rituals once they're all rounded up and sent to prison. Big Boss Gao, you've done a remarkable job. The results exceeded my expectations. With these crime bosses on board, our profits will skyrocket. Also, I won't hide this from you, I'll get a cut from their extra investment. This is all thanks to your kindness. I'll add this money to our Rongxing company funds later. While other crime bosses either continued funding or grew increasingly awed by Gao Yang, Mao Wen approached him, his gaze brimming with reverence. He repeatedly thanked Gao for commanding the room and securing more investments, which also netted him a hefty commission. He was on the verge of calling him Big Brother. It's too early to thank me now. Gao Yang dismissed the thought inwardly, adopting the demeanor of a boss reassuring his underling as he looked at the adorably clueless Mao Wen. We're brothers. No need for formalities. Your good fortune is yet to come, and it's coming in spades. Chapter 25, One String, All Traffickers? Big Brother Gao, you truly are formidable, wise, mighty, and unmatched under heaven. No more need for words. From this day forward, I won't call you boss anymore. I'll call you Big Brother. Elder brother, please accept this younger brother Mao Wen's first bow, second bow, third bow. Though our numbers are small and we can't be Lu, Guan, and Zhang, Mao Wen, will absolutely be your Guan ergo from now on. Gao Yang never imagined that his casual persuasion, combined with the intimidating power of his two practical skills, would yield such astonishing results. First, he forced those underworld bosses to concede again, making him their leader and even increasing their investment, all without daring to question the specifics. It was as if they were begging him to fleece them. It was impossible for him not to exploit them. And now, Mao Wen was prostrating himself in complete submission. Though the movement was rough, the posture remained elegant, a sight that shocked everyone present. Get up, old number two. Call me Mao the Second. No, from this day forward, I, Mao Wen, change my name to Mao Yu, with the courtesy name Yunchang. Before all the elders and honored guests, I swear by my word, from now on, I regard Brother Gao as my elder brother, like Liu Bei, and will follow him through life and death, never to waver. Gao Yang himself couldn't stand this awkward display, yet to his surprise, Mao Yu persisted to the very end. Not only did he perform 3 kowtows and 9 bows before him in public, paying the respect due to a second brother, he seized the moment to book a 5-star hotel, inviting everyone to feast and revel, once again reserving the seat of honor for Gao Yang. This series of small moves. Not only did the other gang leaders bow in awe and respect, but even the executives and 4 enforcers from Rongxing Group found themselves holding Gao Yang in solemn reverence. These days, it's easy to buy people's services with profit, but buying their hearts with money is incredibly difficult. Especially since, before Gao Yang's emergence, Mao Wen had been the most successful and respected figure among the human traffickers. Even he had never been bowed to. Who would have thought Gao Yang would receive such treatment? Evidently, Gao Yang's approach had satisfied countless people and earned Mao Wen's profound respect. From that day forward, their bond remained unshakable. Big Brother Gao, no, Alliance Leader Gao, this toast celebrates you taking Mao Wen as your sworn second brother. This is no ordinary bond, it carries immense weight. General Manager Chen was the first to raise his cup in congratulations to Gao Yang and Mao Wen, a hint of envy visible in his eyes. Were he not too old to be considered for the eldest brother position, he would have loved to cultivate a closer relationship with Gao Yang himself. Indeed, Alliance Leader Gao is in the prime of his life, possessing extraordinary abilities. It's only natural we admire him. After this collaboration, mutual suspicion will vanish forever. You should be entrusted with overall responsibility. Next, Big Brother Liang raised his cup to toast, downing the entire hefty glass in one go. Placing it on the martial arts gathering table, it was the most sincere gesture of all. As for yours truly, Zhang, I must also thank Alliance Leader Gao and Brother Mao for demonstrating such a modern version of sworn brotherhood. Truly moving. Honestly, if it weren't for my family having too many relatives making it inconvenient, I'd want to join the oath myself. Chairman Zhang's words were far less heartfelt than the previous two, but at this moment, Gao Yang chose not to dwell on it, dismissing it as mere flattery. It wasn't until several other crime bosses offered toasts that Gao Yang reciprocated, drinking around with them. Back and forth they went. Everyone finally submitted completely to Gao Yang as their leader. Those with money contributed money. Those with manpower provided manpower. No one dared question his ability to make money anymore. Instead, they quietly awaited their share of the profits from this venture and anticipated even larger-scale collaborations in the future. That day, Gao Yang and his crew drank for over 10 hours. Beer was no longer measured by the case, it was by the dozens, even hundreds. Bottles of baijiu piled up like a small mountain. Fortunately, the system had enhanced his physical constitution, allowing him to break down alcohol as he drank. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to handle it. By noon, while everyone else returned to the hotel, planning to stay a few extra days for fun, Gao Yang, pretending to be drunk, secretly woke up. Mao Erdi? Mao Erdi? Good heavens, this fellow is even more wasted than I am. Does he really think I'm Cao Xuanda? Gao Yang rolled off the bed. After several calls went unanswered by Mao Yu, and seeing that most of the other private rooms were filled with gang bosses dead drunk and their henchmen slumped in drunken stupors, a cold smile spread across his face. The next second, seizing the chance to head to the restroom, Gao Yang kept his guard up against eavesdroppers, careful not to alert anyone prematurely. He swiftly dialed Zhao Wanxing's number. The bait was taken. Room 301 to 308, Fulihua Hotel, East District, New City. Within half an hour. I'll handle the inside job. As Gao Yang delivered these three seemingly brief yet information-packed sentences, Zhao Wanxing, who was waiting at the Station Road police station, was jolted awake. The moment the call ended, Zhao Wanxing immediately summoned Deputy Chief Lu Guozhang, ordering all officers to assemble. They would proceed without sirens, accelerating discreetly to secure the perimeter. Meanwhile, having waited this long, he decisively made 2 calls to higher-ups. Captain Gong, it's time to get to work. This time we're dealing with 7 or 8 crime bosses and dozens, maybe even hundreds of people involved, with tens of millions of dollars at stake. We can't let a single one slip away. Director Lin, it's Zhao Wanxing. That kid Gao Yang cracks cases faster than Superman. Please authorize deploying all precinct forces. Follow his leads, strike from multiple directions, and make absolutely sure we round them all up. The people of Xinqing District have waited years for answers. It's time to deliver. Victims in other cities can finally celebrate too. Zhao Wanxing, usually meticulous and rarely smiling, made an exception this time. Seeing Gao Yang earn even greater merit and help them solve this major human trafficking case, he gave a rare smile. Hearing this, Gong Nan and Chief Lin on the other end of the line were both physically and emotionally shaken, deeply moved. Next, acting in his capacity as the bureau chief, Lin ordered Gong Nan, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, along with Zhao Wanxing and all available officers, to. They would strike from multiple directions, weaving a web. In short, the undercover work was Gao Yang's responsibility, the inside-out coordination was Gao Yang's responsibility, but the subsequent arrests, interrogations, sentencing, and so on, that was where they had to step up. We can't keep milking Gao Yang dry forever, can we? All station chiefs named in the new district, along with personnel from the Criminal Investigation Brigade, every single one of you get moving. Not a single man left behind. With Director Lin's order, the work group Gong Nan, Zhao Wanxing, and all other station chiefs moved out with lightning speed. At the Fulihua Hotel, Gao Yang had intended to wait for backup before making the arrest, but unexpectedly, Mao Yu suddenly came to relieve himself at that very moment, overhearing the final exchange between Gao Yang and Zhao Wanxing. Gao Yang, you ing cop? I'm a cop. Since you've seen through me, well, excuse me, let Gao Yang skewer some lamb skewers. After all, I'm an undercover cop. Before Mao Yu could react or alert the others, Gao Yang knocked him unconscious with a single kick. Then, leveraging his vastly enhanced physique, he swiftly took down 7 or 8 gang bosses across 8 rooms in one breath. 1 hour later, when Zhao Wanxing and the others arrived, they witnessed the most shocking sight imaginable. A single hemp rope strung together Mao Yu and the other crime bosses, along with their henchmen. What could possibly be left for them to do? Gao Yang, are you copying Sun Wukon's clone technique? You really didn't leave us a single shred of credit. Chapter 26, the precinct blows up, yet all the good things go to you. This marked the 3rd time Gao Yang had unleashed his initiative and the full might of his perfect crime system. The results were nothing short of spectacular. In fact, to put it dramatically, this outcome surpassed the previous 2 combined. New District Television Station. This station reports, an officer from our district has dismantled a human trafficking syndicate and made significant breakthroughs in multiple high-profile cases, truly safeguarding public interests and once again demonstrating the formidable strength of our police force. He truly stands as the most worthy role model for all officers in our district. New City Forum. Breaking news. Breaking news. The largest human trafficking syndicate in our new city district, the Rongxing Group, has finally been apprehended. Is this for real? This is such great news. These damn traffickers have been hiding for years and were always hard to catch. Finally, they've been apprehended. Exactly. My distant cousin was sold by them. I wonder when she'll ever be found. New City Forum. Guys, huge news. Our district's biggest human trafficking ring, Rongxing Group, along with their accomplices from other cities, have all been arrested. Truly, the net of heaven is vast but catches all. Awesome. This gang used to lure girls with high-paying job offers, then they'd disappear after a few days on the job. We thought no one could take them down, but look, they're finished. Of course. Look at who's in charge of Xinjiang district. It might just be the hero who cracked 2 cases in a row last time. With him around, we ordinary folks feel much safer. New district's social media platforms from Kuaishou to Douyin, from P-Station to Zhihu. This time, the sharing power is even stronger than last time. At least 7 out of the top 10 trending topics on the hot search list are related to this incident. It's clear that the public's hatred for human traffickers far exceeds their disgust for petty thieves or counterfeit money rings. Meanwhile, within the new district police bureau, with the Rongxing group and all associated human trafficking gangs apprehended, rooted out completely, leaving not a single member behind, the expressions on everyone's faces toward Gao Yang naturally changed. At this moment, led by Bureau Chief Lin, Criminal Investigation Division Captain Gong Nan, and supported by Station Road Police Station Chief Zhao Wanqing, the entire group was applauding enthusiastically. As the hero of the operation, Gao Yang hadn't received any official recognition yet, as the case was classified and hadn't been reported externally. He was already brimming with joy and excitement, mixed with a touch of embarrassment that made his cheeks flush slightly. Everyone, please don't praise me so much. I've only done what a police officer should do. Too much praise might make me get a big head. Also, the swift resolution of this case wouldn't have been possible without the support of Chief Lin and the deputy chiefs, Captain Gong, and the deputy captains, Station Chief Zhao, Deputy Station Chief Lu, and all the other officers at the station. The credit isn't mine alone. Congratulations are due to everyone involved. After all, Gao Yang was no longer the sheltered university student he once was. Having entered society, he was gradually learning to navigate the necessary social graces. Besides, he wasn't wrong. His undercover work was the primary achievement, but without everyone's cooperation, it would have been impossible to apprehend all the suspects. Hearing this, Director Lin, Gong Nan, Zhao Wanqing, and others all smiled with satisfaction. They admired Gao Yang's humility. They were also pleased to see this young man far more mature than his peers, unpretentious in victory and, indeed, cautious. Who wouldn't love an officer like that? Who wouldn't cherish such a subordinate? Listen up, everyone. Since Gao Yang is being so humble, we'll make sure to toast him a few extra times at the celebratory banquet later. We can't let him stop. It's our way of showing how much we appreciate him. Also, after tonight's celebration, everyone needs to step up the interrogations, the tracking, and the rescue efforts for the victims harmed by the Rongxing group and others. Don't think that arresting suspects means the case is completely solved. Our ultimate goal is to rescue the victims and prevent similar incidents from happening again. That's the true purpose of our existence as police officers. Director Lin, having served as a precinct chief for so many years, truly stands apart. His words revealed a broader perspective, while also serving as a reminder to the many jubilant officers. And so, that evening, while everyone took turns toasting Gao Yang, leaving him both amused and exasperated yet deeply touched by their warmth. When the gathering finally dispersed, however, Director Lin, Gong Nan, Zhao Wanqing, and other leaders both senior and junior did not forget their duties. Instead, they boarded their vehicles as usual and returned to their respective offices. Even on a night of celebration, they would work overtime to continue handling affairs. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yang and the other ordinary officers felt a deep respect for these leaders. Beyond standing at attention by the roadside to salute them, a profound sense of pride welled up within them. Working under such leaders instilled greater confidence. The reason New City had been consistently ranked among the province's top cities for years was largely due to the fact that most of its police officers, from top to bottom, were exceptionally dedicated and conscientious. Gao Yang, your case-solving speed is truly unmatched. It makes the rest of us green with envy. You have no idea, when word got back, the precinct was buzzing. Everyone was wondering how all the good cases always land on your desk. It wasn't until Director Lin and the others explained the details that we finally understood truly, there's always someone better out there. Enough said. As Deputy Chief, I'll be seeking your guidance from now on. Yeah, and us too. This huge achievement wouldn't have happened without you, Brother Gao. Your undercover work was flawless, and the clues you gathered were spot on. Without you, we'd have been clueless. For that alone, if you ever need anything, just ask. We'll always have each other's backs. Hearing everyone's genuine praise and admiration, Gao Yang couldn't help but beam with delight, chuckling to himself. Though he'd only been here for half a month, he'd already integrated seamlessly with officers from the Sub-Bureau, the Criminal Investigation Division, and various police stations. Though Gao Yang felt he still had much room for improvement. In the eyes of his colleagues, he was clearly a rising star with boundless potential. That night, Gao Yang lay awake. Early the next morning, Gao Yang woke up an hour past his scheduled start time. Though late, when he arrived at the Station Road police station, no one complained or blamed him. Instead, they looked at him with a mysterious expression. Gao Yang, you're something else. Solving 3 cases in a row and even attracting the attention of the Criminal Investigation Division's star detective. What? Who? Don't space out. Don't tell me you don't know about the stunning female deputy captain in the Criminal Investigation Division, nicknamed the Flower? She heard about your top-notch case-solving skills and specifically requested to meet you. You know she's the goddess of all the male officers in our new city district. Who knew you had such charm, kid? Hearing the envious yet tinged with admiration tones of the crowd, Gao Yang hadn't quite grasped the situation until he arrived at his post. Sure enough, there she was. A goddess with exquisite features, a stunning figure, and an aura of unparalleled beauty was flipping through his file. You're Gao Yang? I suppose I'm passable. The first 3 cases were nothing special. Now, dare you listen to a criminal investigation story involving the topic of betrothal gifts? Chapter 27, 20 consecutive draws, third criminal skill. Go ahead. The so-called goddess across from him, one branch flower, was indeed beautiful, but her attitude was downright unpleasant. Normally, Gao Yang wouldn't have bothered engaging much. But now, considering she was the female deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, a rank far above his own, and given that they were at the Station Road police station, he couldn't afford to make a scene. So, Gao Yang could only muster a modicum of patience to deal with her, though his enthusiasm was noticeably lower than when Director Lin had summoned him last time. Yazihua's eyes flickered several times, as if she had seen through Gao Yang's impatience. Without any further ado, she got straight to the point. As you surely know, Gao Yang, with our nation's economic growth and cultural prosperity, many outdated notions are gradually being discarded. Yet new customs haven't fully taken root, inevitably leading to various conflicts. Particularly in recent years, the topic of betrothal gifts has remained intensely heated. Both sides claim their own justifications. This time, it involves a case of a so-called fake goddess gang defrauding others of their betrothal gifts. Originally, this was considered an economic dispute. Unfortunately, the gang is suspected of having ties to a foreign fraud syndicate, so it has escalated into a criminal investigation. Through Captain Gong's recommendation, I've come to see if you can assist. This case is quite complex and can't be explained in just a few words. No need to rush your answer. I hear Chief Zhao plans to give you a few days off to relax. You can let me know your decision when you return from vacation. With that, the flower of the branch gave Gao Yang one last lingering look before rising abruptly and striding away without waiting for his response. And let's be honest. To the station staff, she was an ethereal goddess. But to Gao Yang, she was a proud and ambitious female deputy captain, one who also possessed a strong sense of duty and adherence to rules. Different perspectives naturally yielded different impressions. Beyond envying Gao Yang's good fortune with women, the others were consumed by gossip. Only Gao Yang, while disliking one branch flower's excessive aloofness, found himself intrigued by this fake goddess's dowry-related criminal investigation case. So Chief Zhao gave me time off? Fine. This case won't be resolved for several more days anyway. Rather than wasting time, I might as well take this opportunity to visit my parents and hometown folks back home. I'll even tell them that their beloved son, Gao Yang, is now a proud police officer, the kind who will make our family truly proud. With this thought, Gao Yang felt no urgency to immediately agree to join the case. His actions differed from those taken during his previous meeting with Chief Lin. First, he sought out Station Chief Zhao Wanqing to thank him for the time off. Then, during these 3 days off, he bought a train ticket and headed back to his hometown. A humble village in an ordinary township under the jurisdiction of the new district. Taohua Village. Along the way, he saw all sorts of neighbors and heard the familiar local dialect. He savored the long-missed taste of his hometown's braised beef noodle soup. None of that mattered much. What truly stirred Gao Yang's heart at that moment, however, was the message from the system. Only now did the system officially confirm that his third mission was complete. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Following your intervention, the system detected that several other human trafficking syndicates linked to the crime boss Mao Yu have been taken down. Although the first-class merit has not yet been officially reviewed, it is assured. This operation achieved perfect crime level, scoring an A. Host has gained 6,030 sin points. Host's current total sin points, 6,160. This satisfies the requirements for a 20 draw. You may perform the 20 draw at any time. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang couldn't stop grinning. He immediately activated the blue virtual screen. Seeing that massive lottery wheel for the third time, he was already well versed in its mechanics. This journey had been nothing short of fantastic. Before the first mission, he acquired the B-rank criminal skill, Cloud Probing Ghost Hand. After his first mission, he acquired the S-rank criminal skill, Money Painter. After the second mission, his B-rank criminal skill, Cloud Probing Ghost Hand, upgraded to the S-rank criminal skill, Ultimate Ghost Hand. Now, for this third mission, what criminal skill would he acquire? The thought alone made Gao Yang immediately pull the lottery. A full 20 consecutive spins. The lottery wheel spun like the wind, dazzling the eyes, yet impossible to gauge. The final outcome remained utterly unpredictable. Slowly, the speed began to decrease. Finally, the pointer came to rest on a specific segment, and it was none other than, congratulations! You have obtained the C-rank criminal skill, Three-Eyed Truth Seeker. Upgradable. Three-Eyed Truth, Shocking Insight. Minor applications include exposing cosmetic disguises and makeup tricks. Major applications include uncovering psychological disguises and advanced deceptions. Current sin value 1560. Additionally, the host will receive an unexpected bonus. An unexpected bonus? Could it be another round of physical enhancements? System, you better take it easy. After all these enhancements, don't turn me into some kind of superhero, that'd be way too flashy. Gao Yang joked aloud. And the system promptly delivered the results. Congratulations, host. Your physique has undergone its second enhancement, with both speed and strength advancing another tier. Additionally, previewing an extra attribute, intuitive perception. Intuitive perception, as the name implies, this is the ability to perceive certain crimes or cases solely through innate intuition, without relying on prior experience or analytical clues. Though the host has acquired this attribute, its full activation requires obtaining 3 S-rank crime skills. The moment the system finished speaking, Gao Yang felt a second wave of warm air wash over him, leaving his body incredibly light and filled with immense pleasure. He still couldn't quite describe what it was. He only felt an even greater surge of expansion this time. Had his body not been strengthened from the previous experience, he might have struggled to handle it. When he opened his eyes, that profoundly transformed sensation deepened further. More black grime seeps out from the skin. This cleansing was more effective than the last. Common criminal or investigative actions like walking slowly, jogging, jumping, and accelerating became even more agile and effortless. It couldn't be said that he had truly become a superhuman. But judging by current performance, it's absolutely beyond what ordinary officers can match. He was gradually evolving toward the capabilities of a special forces soldier. He threw a punch. 100 pounds of force. That sheer power was undeniably evident. This system is so considerate, knowing I'm still single, it might even set me up on blind dates back home. While my build isn't exactly towering, my well-defined pecs should have no trouble attracting young ladies. Feeling the newfound strength and vitality in his body, Gao Yang's eyes brimmed with confidence. Whether handling daily life, dealing with colleagues at the station, or taking on external assignments, it was all a piece of cake. Currently, he possessed 2 S-rank criminal skills, 1 upgradable C-rank criminal skill, and 2 physical enhancements. Honestly, this feeling of self-empowerment was like holding a mountain of gold. Whatever he desired came to him, whatever he set his mind to succeeded. Whether he continued using his criminal skills to solve cases and benefit the public, earning merit and advancing himself, or simply basking in daily praise and admiration from everyone around him. Either way, it's all good. Chapter 28, Old Classmate Meets Greedy Brother-in-Law. 2 hours later, Gao Yang happily returned to Taohua Village. Besides reuniting with his parents after a year apart, he also happened upon the wedding celebration of an old classmate from the village. Amidst the lively atmosphere and crackling firecrackers, Gao Yang couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. He could only ask his parents. Dad, Mom, my old elementary school classmate Zhang Jian seemed to be doing pretty well, right? He said he was working as some kind of small contractor out there, with a house and a car. But why do the bride and groom look so unhappy? Gao Yang, you shouldn't pry into this. There are things about the Zhang family that outsiders shouldn't discuss. Exactly. Don't think that just because you're old classmates from elementary school and you're now some kind of trainee police officer, you can meddle in things. These days, wedding ceremonies and bridal processions are no simple matter. Gao Yang's father, Gao Xincheng, was a down-to-earth, honest farmer. He was usually easygoing and helpful, but when Zhang Jian's wedding came up, it was as if someone had warned him. He kept giving him meaningful glances, signaling him to mind his own business. Gao Yang's mother, Wang Shufang, was a typical 60s-era housewife. In the past, she had been the most enthusiastic woman in the village, but this time she seemed unusually reserved. From the information she inadvertently revealed, it seemed the Zhang family had indeed encountered a bride who deliberately demanded an exorbitant dowry and made all sorts of unreasonable demands. Even someone as capable as Zhang Jian, a small-time contractor, couldn't handle it. There was definitely more to this than met the eye. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Everything in this country is governed by the law. Could the Zhang family's bride really evade the law? Also, I was just about to share some good news with you. I'm no longer just a trainee officer, I'm a full-fledged police officer now. And recently, I solved several cases and earned a first-class merit award. My future looks bright. Seeing his parents' drastic change in demeanor, losing their former sense of justice and seeming intimidated by Zhang Jian's soon-to-be daughter-in-law left Gao Yang feeling uneasy. But his frustration wasn't directed at his parents. Rather, he couldn't believe that the fake goddess dowry extortion case Jihua had warned him about before his return seemed to be playing out right in his hometown. Of course, Gao Yang still didn't know the specifics of Zhang Jian and his fiancée's situation. He didn't know if it was truly a dowry scam. Therefore, he decided to share his good news with his parents first. As expected, upon hearing that their son had not only been officially appointed but also received a first-class merit award, his parents were overjoyed. Hey, you! What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear your son got promoted and earned a medal? This is double good news for our family. Even though the kid's still single and can't afford a big celebration, we can still treat the family to a feast. Get moving. You buy the groceries, I'll cook. Gao Yang's mother, Wang Shufang, was the classic type who ruled her husband with an iron fist. She loved barking orders at Gao Xingxing, and the two of them actually enjoyed it. This time, hearing about Gao Yang's double good news naturally made her even happier, and she could barely contain her smile. She took Gao Yang's luggage bag, while she grabbed her apron and headed straight for the kitchen to get busy. Meanwhile, Gao Yang's father, Gao Xingxing, was also a classic example of a man under his wife's thumb in this province. He usually indulged in pampered Wang Shufang with patience and tolerance, so naturally, he was even more eager to follow her lead now. With a swift got it, he dashed out like a whirlwind. Besides buying groceries, he also called in the Gao family's close relatives. Though not a wealthy or prestigious family, the Gaos had numerous relatives. Excluding distant relatives, just those within Taohua village alone filled 4 or 5 tables. The largest group consisted of those of the same generation as Gao Yang. Cousins of all kinds, first cousins, second cousins, and so on. Nearly a dozen of them. Next in number were those of the same generation as Gao Xingxing. Gao Xingxing was the eldest son under Gao Yang's grandfather, so besides him, there was a second sister, a third brother, a fourth sister, and a fifth brother. That is, Gao Yang's second aunt, third uncle, fourth aunt, and fifth uncle. As for the other branches descended from Gao Xingxing's grandfather Gao Yang's great-grandfather, though many had moved away from Taohua village, several remained close relatives. These are Gao Xingxing's cousins, his first cousins, second cousins, and so on. Adding to this were Gao Xingxing's uncles, aunts, and cousins, Gao Yang's great-uncles, great-aunts, and the like. With all these people gathered together, truly filled every corner of the Gao household. For this first toast, I thank everyone for honoring us with your presence to celebrate Gao Yang's promotion, his commendable service, and his bright future ahead. Please continue to support him. Gao Xingxing wasn't much of a speaker, so Wang Shufang usually handled the speeches at family gatherings. This occasion was no exception. Sure enough, as Wang Shufang raised her cup, Gao Yang, Gao Xingxing, and the rest of the Gao family relatives all cheered joyfully, lifting their cups in unison. The heartwarming scene of the family enjoying each other's company was truly delightful. However, at that very moment, a commotion erupted near the entrance of the Zhang residence, located just a few hundred meters from the Gao family home. Not only did it halt Zhang Jian's wedding proceedings, but also caused Gao Yang's entire family to frown and look over. Zhang Jian, you ing bastard. What about the 180,000 yuan dowry you promised my parents? How could you transfer it to my sister without even telling me? Did you force her to secretly withhold the money, or did you never intend to give it in the first place? You better give me an explanation right now. Otherwise, if pushed too far, you better believe this brother-in-law won't let you marry. I'll take my sister away right now and make your whole thing fall apart. The man unleashing this torrent of rage was none other than Deng Rongrong's elder brother Zhang Jian's soon-to-be brother-in-law, Deng Fugui. His language was crude and foul, making him utterly repulsive. Anyone listening knew this wasn't the fault of the honest, devoted Zhang Jian. It was Deng Rongrong who, knowing her family was greedy, didn't want to give the money but hadn't made that clear. But the most unexpected twist wasn't that Deng Fugui actually rallied his own brothers and friends to stage a bride-snatching attempt, forcing Zhang Jian to pay up. What was truly baffling was that, faced with this near-illegal behavior, Zhang Jian the victim didn't dare ask Deng Rongrong to clarify the situation or confront his brother-in-law. Instead, he pulled off a move that left everyone speechless and made Officer Gao Yang absolutely livid by acting like a spineless coward. Brother-in-law, this won't do. Our family sold our house in town and our car to buy a second-hand place in the county seat for Rongrong. We've just made the down payment, how can we just call it quits? This is my fault, don't blame Rongrong. It's just 180,000 yuan for the dowry, I'll sell my blood and flesh to get it to you as soon as possible. But today is supposed to be a joyous occasion for both families. Everyone is watching. Please, can you make an exception? Let's get married first, then discuss the rest. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, Zhang Jian was publicly slapped in the face by Deng Fugui. Chapter 29, The Chain Reaction Triggered by a Distorted Dowry. What the hell are you talking about? Who said anything about making concessions? Who said you could get married first and discuss money later? How your family scrapes together money for the wedding is your business. Blaming our Deng family for demanding too high a dowry is ridiculous. If you dare spout more nonsense and tarnish our Deng family's reputation, you better believe I'll beat you to death. If you can't even afford a measly 180,000 yuan dowry, then I say screw this marriage. Deng Fugui showed Zhang Jian absolutely no respect whatsoever, clearly refusing to acknowledge him as his sister's husband. He hurled insults and humiliation. Meanwhile, he summoned the Deng brothers and friends to forcefully shove aside Zhang Jian, not yet 30 yet already graying, and forcibly take away the bride, Deng Rongrong. That move was more than just rough. It was downright bandit-like. Not even bandits would act like that. Seeing this, Gao Yang couldn't sit still. He immediately stood up and walked over. Gao Yang, don't go. Come back here. You're just a lowly police officer, no power, no influence. The Deng family are the county's renowned coal mine owners. They're untouchable. Behind him, Gao Xingxing and Wang Shufang tried to intercept Gao Yang but couldn't catch up. They could only lower their voices and shout after him. At the same time, the rest of the Gao family relatives were also startled by Gao Yang's impulsiveness. They dared not let this nephew and great-nephew get into trouble. Some shouted after him to come back, or sent some burly men to follow and protect him. Gao Yang, don't do anything rash. It's not that we don't understand a sense of justice or anything, but these days, you can't afford to offend the rich and powerful. Exactly, Yang. You're still a recent college graduate. You only know how strict the law is in big cities, but you don't understand how lawless things are out here in the countryside. If you insist on being a hero, that's your choice, but don't drag us down with you. Because of Deng Fugui's status, the uncles and brothers of the Gao family who had just been toasting each other in perfect harmony now split into 3 distinct factions. The largest group echoed Gao Yang's parents' pleas. The second group, slightly smaller, offered advice mixed with mockery, clearly looking down on Gao Yang, just an ordinary police officer. The third group, the smallest, spoke with the most bluntness. They made no attempt to hide their long-lost respect for college graduates like Gao Yang or their admiration for officers like him. Hearing this, Gao Yang frowned slightly. Yet he had no time to argue with his own family, nor to dwell on why they looked down on him. Rescuing the victim came first. With a swift stride, Gao Yang plunged into the numb, cold-eyed crowd. Before Deng Fugui could deliver another kick to Zhang Jian, Gao Yang decisively stepped between them. Stop. I'm a police officer, badge number XXXX. I've witnessed everything that happened today. While I have no authority to question the dowry matter, Zhang Jian is my childhood friend and a law-abiding citizen. What gives you the right to beat him like this? If anyone dares take another step forward to assault Zhang Jian, I won't hold back. Gao Yang's words carried unexpected weight. The villagers finally recognized him as the first college graduate in the village and the only one who had passed the police academy entrance exam and been assigned to the system after graduation. Their attitude toward him was actually quite favorable. But most still urged him not to cause trouble. Their advice stemmed partly from genuine concern, but also from the same resignation as Gao Yang's parents. Having endured years of bullying by the wealthy and powerful like Deng Fugui, they'd grown accustomed to darkness and couldn't see the light. So you're Gao Yang. Goodness gracious, haven't seen you in years, and now you're. But you're being impulsive. Everyone knows you're kind and just, and you're a police officer now. But this Deng Fugui isn't someone to mess with. He's got money, connections in the government, and he's young. Don't go making enemies just for an old classmate. We country folk may not be smooth talkers, but we're all looking out for your best interests. These dowry disputes are all too common, and they've only gotten worse these past few years. No one can control it, so you shouldn't get involved. Hearing everyone actually try to talk him out of it, Gao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He vividly remembered middle school days when villagers weren't this cold or timid. They'd band together to beat dog thieves and apprehend fugitives. How could the spirit of the village change so drastically in just a few short years? While Gao Yang was talking with these villagers, a few steps away, Deng Fugui couldn't care less about this lowly police officer. Hearing the villagers' timid responses only fueled his arrogance. What's this about a lowly officer with badge number XXXX? Hey, buddy, where's your crew from? If you're not a local cop, keep your damn nose out of other people's business. Listen to your fellow villagers' advice. The Deng family isn't someone a lowly cop like you can mess with. Besides, this was Zhang Jian's own agreement. He even put his fingerprint on it. He broke the contract first. I'm just disciplining him as his brother-in-law. What business is it of yours? Deng Fugui really was riding high on his family's money and influence. Not only did he publicly humiliate Zhang Jian, he even dared to snatch the bride back. And he wasn't even scared when Gao Yang revealed his identity. He kept spewing profanities. He forcibly dragged the sobbing Deng Rongrong away. Once inside his Mercedes, he leaned out the window and deliberately spat in Gao Yang's direction. These days, even a lowly cop who isn't even a station chief dares to talk? Today, I'm sparing you for the sake of Peach Blossom Village. You'd better keep your distance from that scumbag Zhang Jian. Otherwise, next time you show up, watch your job. What the hell is this? One scumbag makes promises but doesn't pay up, and some low-level cop with no rank acts like he's the boss? That. When I was toasting with the chief and the deputy director at the table, you were still eating dog in college. Deng Fugui's arrogance and bullying even extended to Gao Yang. To most onlookers save for Gao Xingxing, Wang Shufang, and a handful who felt pity for Gao Yang, this spectacle was pure entertainment. Others merely sighed at his naivety. Finally, when it was Gao Yang's turn, his face turned ashen, not merely because he, a police officer, was being humiliated, but because he never imagined a single exorbitant dowry could cause so many problems. The repercussions extended beyond financial matters. There were also public order implications. And public sentiment. If everyone were like Zhang Jian, forced into marriage with exorbitant dowries only to be bullied by their in-laws, what kind of new families would emerge in Manhwa? And if everyone were like Deng Fugue, using wealth and power to demand exorbitant dowries bordering on fraud, unchecked and even attacking those who stand up for justice, wouldn't society descend into chaos? Gao Yang, what the hell are you managing? If you hadn't shown up, I'd just take a few beatings and insults. But because you came, I've ended up losing both my wife and my money? Zhang Jian showed no gratitude toward Gao Yang, instead hurling insults at him. These words left Gao Yang caught between a rock and a hard place. In an instant, the case of one branch flower came to mind. Chapter 30, Economic Case Escalates to Criminal Investigation. Has the state of modern marriage deteriorated this badly? Gao Yang watched Zhang Jian, who was biting the hand that fed him, unsure whether to scold him or laugh at him. This trip home nearly shattered his worldview. Previously, he hadn't shown much interest in the fake goddess dowry criminal investigation case mentioned by Yazihua. It wasn't that he truly had no intention of getting involved in criminal cases, but rather that the other party's attitude was simply too aloof. This left him, a man with multiple meritorious service records, feeling thoroughly disgruntled. But now, seeing his old classmate Zhang Jian being set up like this, Gao Yang simply couldn't pretend not to see it. He had to get involved. Zhang Jian! Zhang Jian! Get the hell up! If you're a man, don't wallow in this crap. You're not even 30 yet, is that all you've got? If you can't marry this woman, find another. Why be such a pathetic loser? Snapping back to his senses, Gao Yang shooed away the gawking villagers while hauling Zhang Jian to his feet. Out of loyalty to his elementary school buddy, he unleashed a torrent of angry curses. Sure enough, after being goaded by his old classmate Gao Yang, Zhang Jian, who moments ago had been acting like a pathetic coward and a bootlicker, finally regained some semblance of normalcy. Gao Yang, I'm such a ing coward. I was clearly being bullied by that brother-in-law earlier. I really shouldn't have yelled at you. Don't take it to heart. I had no choice. Everyone calls me a small contractor, like I'm some big shot, but when it comes to this crazy high dowry, I'm just as useless as those losers you see in online news. Zhang Jian was fundamentally a resilient man. So once he regained his composure, he apologized to Gao Yang while leading him back to his home. Only after closing the door did he finally have the chance to pour out all his pent-up frustrations to Gao Yang. As for Gao Yang, besides hearing this old classmate's tale of being tormented to the point of growing white hair, he also gained a deeper understanding of just how absurd dowry demands had become in recent years. Not only were the prices skyrocketing, they'd skyrocketed from a few thousand yuan to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions. Moreover, due to the dominance of the bride or her family, last-minute price hikes at the wedding venue and similar dramas were commonplace. Ironically, with significantly more eligible bachelors than eligible bachelorettes, and men conditioned from childhood to tolerate women's demands without limit. This has led to numerous dowry tragedies like Zhang Jian's. His situation is actually one of the better ones. He merely lost money and his bride. Rumor has it that some families in the neighboring village suffered even worse fates. Not only did they lose their wives, but they couldn't recover the dowry either. In extreme cases, some bachelors resorted to drastic measures, completely severing ties with their own families. At best, they ran away from home and never returned, leaving their parents to die in tears and sorrow. In the worst cases, they even stabbed their own parents, blaming them for their failure. In short, the practices of exorbitant dowries and last-minute price hikes are increasingly posing a grave threat to society, marriage, families, and the fundamental interests of countless individuals. We have no choice but to resolve it. But actually tackling it, relying solely on Gao Yang, a low-ranking officer, was clearly unrealistic. This dilemma weighed heavily on him. Zhang Jian, listen to me. The only thing I can do for you now is to get that 180,000 yuan dowry back from the Deng family. Since your families won't be in-laws, that money should be returned to you. As for you, I hope you'll take this opportunity to move on from this baggage. Focus on making a good living and find a reliable wife. Isn't that far better than pursuing a family driven by vanity and greed? After pondering for a moment, Gao Yang offered the best assistance he could provide given his current position. He was about to ask for the Deng family's address to go discuss matters in person. But then, Zhang Jian suddenly got a bit chicken-hearted. He grabbed Gao Yang's arm with one hand and pointed toward the direction of the coal mine where the Deng family lived with the other. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. I just wanted to remind you the Deng family is no ordinary bunch. Deng Fugui's father, Deng Xing, is one of the most notorious coal mine bosses in our county. We can't afford to mess with them. I'm a police officer. Surely the Deng family wouldn't be so lawless as to dare challenge a cop? Gao Yang, no offense meant, but you went to college and forgot all about the dark underbelly around here. Let me tell you about it slowly. Along the way, I'll also explain why I couldn't keep working as a small contractor and why I married Deng Rongrong despite knowing the Deng family's power, influence, and bullying ways. Once you hear it all, you'll understand. Gao Yang picked up numerous hints from Zhang Jian's words. Clearly, all these changes had unfolded during the years he was away at university. It was not only deeply unsettling. Moreover, judging by Zhang Jian's expression of terror, this whole system, exorbitant dowries, dowry scams, last-minute price hikes, various extortions, and so on, had clearly evolved into a fully developed industry chain. Exactly the kind of fake goddess dowry extortion case that One Branch Flower was talking about. Therefore, Gao Yang had no choice but to patiently listen on. Over the next hour and a half, Zhang Jian poured out his experiences, his work, life, relationships, and dating misadventures over the years. Every word was blood. Every sentence was a tear. To put it simply, a few years ago, Zhang Jian was indeed a small contractor in the county. He had learned construction skills after graduating from junior high and entered the trade with the guidance of a master. Though he wasn't exactly wealthy, he was still doing far better than the average white-collar worker. After years of saving, he not only bought 3 houses in town but also added a modest yet respectable car to his possessions. He thought he'd finally made it. But unexpectedly, ever since Deng Rongrong entered his life, Zhang Jian's world has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Because of her, my family and I bicker constantly, small arguments every 3 days, major fights every 5. Now, even though my parents and I live under the same roof, we're separated by the upstairs and downstairs. For her, I was completely duped. I sold all 3 houses in town and that car to buy a second-hand home in the county seat. I thought she and her family would be happy, but it still didn't go as planned. It was also for her that I reluctantly agreed to a dowry of 180,000 yuan, twice the highest amount paid locally last year, which was 60,000 yuan. And for her sake, my construction work got snatched away by others due to delays and their bullying tactics, leaving me so stressed my hair turned half gray. But Gao Yang, if I hadn't sought backing from the Deng family, a clan with connections, my future would have been even bleaker. Yet relying on them means being extorted. I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. Tell me, what choice did I have besides being a coward? As he finished his story, the once cheerful and open-hearted Zhang Jian now looked like a little old man, weighed down by worry. Seeing his old classmate like this, Gao Yang felt both sympathy and frustration. Yet beyond his emotional response, he also rationally recognized that this matter was far from simple. This had escalated from an economic case to a criminal investigation. It must be investigated. Chapter 31, Joining One Flower? Sounds delicious. Zhang Jian, give me the Deng family's address. Then briefly explain how you met Deng Rongrong and how your relationship developed. Just a heads up, don't assume Deng Rongrong is truly the victim being bullied by her older brother. Of course, I can't prove the truth to you yet. Just this much, once I uncover the truth, if Deng Rongrong is implicated, you'd better not act like a pathetic crybaby, sniveling and weeping at the slightest provocation. Having made up his mind to investigate the whole affair, Gao Yang decided to give Zhang Jian a warning beforehand to avoid trouble on the home front. Hearing this, Zhang Jian didn't react like before, confused about who was good or bad, cursing wildly. Instead, he held back his tears and grasped Gao Yang's meaning. In other words, Gao Yang had serious doubts about this dowry case. Aside from the rare instances where the bride herself was deceived by her family, most situations involved collusion between the parties. That was why he urged Zhang Jian to be stronger. Go ahead. The Deng family is only concerned about Rongrong. Things have escalated to this point, yet she hasn't uttered a word. To claim she's completely innocent, no one would believe that. Still, I truly hope she's not involved. But if you ultimately discover Rongrong was involved, I promise you this, I won't harm myself, nor will I take my anger out on my parents. At worst, I'll leave this godforsaken place and go earn money by the coast. I refuse to believe I can't find a truly reliable wife. Feeling Gao Yang's genuine warmth and willingness to help, Zhang Jian finally regained the strength and brightness he should have possessed back then. He gave Gao Yang his word, no matter the outcome, no matter the truth, he wouldn't do anything reckless or impulsive. Yet at the same time, he went upstairs to apologize to his parents right in front of Gao Yang. Thus unfolded a comedy. An exorbitant dowry nearly destroyed the family, but thanks to the bride's family overacting, harmony was restored. Witnessing this, Gao Yang, whose heart had been heavy, finally felt a little lighter. He bid farewell to the Zhang family for the time being. He returned to his own home. The moment he stepped inside, Gao Xinqing and Wang Shufang intercepted him. They weren't opposed to Gao Yang helping his old classmate Zhang Jian, but seeing how he'd offended the Deng family this time, the two elders couldn't help but worry. Gao Yang, you must tread carefully. We know your strong sense of justice and your intention to stand up for Zhang Jian, but the Deng family is not someone to be trifled with. Besides, cases like the Zhangs demanding exorbitant dowries have become far too common in recent years. It's pure luck Zhang Jian got off scot-free. You have no idea others have caused several horrific incidents, murder for revenge, entire families wiped out, robberies to scrape together dowries, people lured into traps and killed. If you must investigate, do it cautiously. It's best to consult your superiors. Don't let the Dengs take advantage of you. If you won't consider others, at least think about us, your parents. The Gaos have a strong sense of justice, but this time it involves local bullies like the Dengs. Even someone as formidable as Gao Xinqing and Wang Shufang could only say what they did. Half of them supported Officer Gao Yang's work, not wanting him to suffer from a guilty conscience or moral remorse, nor did they want him to become corrupted and turn bad. But the other half stemmed from that universal parental instinct to heart-wrenching fear, warnings, and reminders, all born from the terror that their one and only precious son might come to harm. These words struck a chord with Gao Yang. He recognized their support for his work, yet he also saw that, like Zhang Jian's parents, they had been cruelly bullied by local bullies like the Deng family. They weren't born cowards. They were cowards by circumstance. Under these circumstances, Gao Yang promised his parents he would never take unnecessary risks. Yet, after ensuring doors and windows were securely shut to prevent leaks, he shared a small, non-confidential insight with them. He shared with them a tiny bit of information that wasn't exactly confidential. Dad, Mom, rest assured. I have the ability and awareness to protect myself. And it's not just the Deng family. Even with ordinary households, I won't confront them without solid evidence. I know full well that local bullies in these places operate without reason. If you don't hit the mark, you get cursed. If you do, you get beaten or killed. That's precisely why I must first seek approval from my superiors. Coincidentally, a female leader from our district recently approached me regarding an investigation into dowry fraud. I can't go into specifics. But for now, keep this confidential for me. Don't worry too much, just wait for my good news. Hearing Gao Yang's words, Gao Xinqing and Wang Shufang, who'd been worried he might act rashly just moments before, immediately felt much more at ease. Though they didn't fully grasp Gao Yang's confidentiality protocols, they immediately agreed to keep silent and let him handle the matter. Bolstered by his parents' unwavering support, Gao Yang felt even more confident and courageous to dive into this case. Returning to his bedroom, Gao Yang pulled out his phone and made a call not to just anyone, but to the female deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division who had sought him out that day. One Flower. Hello? Is this Deputy Captain One Flower? It's me, Gao Yang. Regarding that fake goddess dowry criminal investigation case you mentioned, I think I can not only join the team, but I've already made some progress. If you're available, I'll come see you. If not, could you look into someone for me, Deng Fugue? Once this matter is resolved, I'll return immediately and place myself at your disposal. At the very moment Gao Yang made this call, in the office of the new District Criminal Investigation Brigade, One Flower was indeed discussing this case with the brigade chief, Gong Nan. Both had been scratching their heads, unsure where to begin. There were two reasons for this. On one hand, the dowry was an economic issue and a historical vestige of outdated customs. While it should be abolished, many people in the community still clung to this tradition. The bride's family ruthlessly inflated the price, while the groom's family, driven by the need to carry on the family line, had no choice but to swallow their pride and comply. It was a case of one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. They really aren't easy to intervene with. On the other hand, the fake goddess dowry fraud case mentioned earlier by Yazihua wasn't actually investigated because of the high dowry amount or dowry fraud itself, but because it involved a foreign fraud syndicate. In other words, only under such circumstances could an ordinary dowry-related economic case be elevated to a criminal fraud investigation. Otherwise, even if they wanted to help, they simply couldn't file a case. Just as Yazihua was consumed by anxiety, Gao Yang's call finally came through. Evidently, Gao Yang wasn't one to put on airs either. By joining her, he'd become a true convert. I'll send you all the materials you need within the hour. But Gao Yang, you'd better be careful yourself. The Criminal Investigation Brigade or the Station Road Police Station can't help you right now. You know how it is. It's best to hand over any evidence you have so we can get involved. Chapter 32, The deeper she digs, the darker it gets, and the darker it gets, the deeper she digs. Gao Yang is furious. After exchanging a few words with Gao Yang, a faint smile slipped across One Branch Flower's seemingly aloof face. But when she turned to look at Gong Nan, her expression turned serious again. Captain, congratulations on your bet paying off. That rookie officer Gao really dared to agree. I just don't know him well enough. I truly hope he lives up to your praise and proves to be the ultimate undercover agent. Hearing One Branch Flower still clinging to her deputy captain's authority, clearly delighted by Gao Yang's recruitment yet maintaining her aloof facade, Gong Nan nearly laughed himself sick. But he was, after all, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. He was, after all, a leader. Naturally, he couldn't afford to lose his composure in front of his subordinate and student. Therefore, Gong Nan quickly stifled his laughter and answered in the most serious tone possible. Absolutely. Gao Yang is hands down the most capable undercover agent I've encountered in the past decade. To name just a few cases, he dismantled a pickpocket ring, broke up a counterfeit currency operation, and took down several human trafficking syndicates. In short, this young man is yours to handle. Should you require anything, don't hesitate to ask. I entrusted you with the fake goddess dowry criminal investigation case precisely because I have immense trust and high expectations for you. As for you, besides formally accepting Gao Yang as a powerful partner, you should work on tempering your temper. When he starts pulling off mind-blowing feats, I hope you won't be as jaw-dropped as the rest of us." With that, Gong Nan made no further stay. He stepped out of one branch flower's office and returned to his own squad leader's office to attend to other criminal cases. Once he was out of earshot, a hint of curiosity and confusion finally flickered across one branch flower's face, that face of a pampered princess who refused to back down, cold and domineering, never yielding. She certainly didn't buy the praise heaped upon Rookie Officer Gao Yang by Chief Lin, Gong Nan, Zhao Wanqing, and the others. So, Yazihua said aloud that Gao Yang mustn't hold them back, but in reality, she opened her computer and used her access privileges to check Gao Yang's track record. Better left unseen. Upon doing so, even she, a beautiful deputy captain with a PhD in overseas education, was rendered speechless, stunned on the spot. The database entries related to Gao Yang were few, but each one was terrifying. A gang of station pickpockets was taken down by Gao Yang working undercover. The team had made a lucky find. Gao Yang earned his first minor achievement. A counterfeit currency ring was completely dismantled after Gao Yang infiltrated it. The team scored another easy win. Gao Yang earned a first-class merit award. After Gao Yang infiltrated the human trafficking ring and several other trafficking groups, not only were all members apprehended, but he strung them up like candy on a stick. The team reaped the rewards for the third time. Gao Yang's contribution this time was even greater. Consequently, it was no longer solely within the authority of Bureau Chief Lin to decide; they were awaiting approval from higher-ups. Such an impressive track record. Calling Gao Yang a god of case-solving, a god of undercover work, or a god of policing would not be an exaggeration. And yet, Gong Nan merely recommended Gao Yang to one branch flower based on the facts? This is impossible. This is utterly preposterous. Is Gao Yang just an ordinary police academy graduate, or is he truly gifted? While none of the three cases involved major crimes, solving them consecutively in less than a month with effortless ease, as if eating or drinking, makes one wonder, is he even human? Compared to him, I have higher qualifications and more experience, yet somehow I still fall short? At this moment, Yazihua was nowhere near the aloof arrogance she displayed when seeking Gao Yang out last time. This moment, one branch flower was genuinely stunned by Gao Yang's exceptionally efficient and remarkably safe undercover investigative techniques. For a full 10 minutes, Yazihua stared at the computer screen with utter disbelief, until she remembered the task Gao Yang had just entrusted her with. Only then did she snap back to reality. Flower, flustered, headed to the restroom to splash cold water on her face and clear her head. Then, upon returning to her office, she wasted no time compiling and packaging all cases within her access permissions that matched Gao Yang's hometown county and involved dowry scams. She sent them straight to him. This Gao Yang seemed quite capable. She would need to follow her instructions carefully later. After all, the fake goddess dowry fraud case wasn't an ordinary civil case, nor was it an ordinary criminal case. It involved transnational fraud. Though he'd solved 3 local cases, he likely didn't grasp the complexity of transnational investigations. That's precisely why Deputy Captain's brilliant leadership is indispensable. Watching the case file package sent via email to Gao Yang in Taohua Village, Yazihua now reverted to her usual aloof arrogance. Except, this time was different. While acknowledging Gao Yang as a capable subordinate, a faint hint of rivalry and stubborn refusal to concede flickered at the corner of her mouth. On the short-distance bus from Taohua Village to Wanshui County, the journey was lengthy, with no expressway, just bumpy, potholed cement roads taking at least 2 hours. After boarding, Gao Yang closed her eyes to rest, ignoring everything else. Halfway through the journey, the sudden ring of her phone startled her awake. She opened her email and immediately burst into laughter. He couldn't help but smile. There it was, the icy cold, aloof flower branch, who usually couldn't care less about him or anyone else, had actually sent over the files on the Deng family and Deng Fuguwei. Though the compressed files were several hundred megabytes each, seeming like a hassle, Gao Yang never shied away from minor inconveniences. He decisively used the travel time to swiftly review the entire case file. By the end, he had gained a much more comprehensive understanding of the Deng family, Deng Fuguwei, and even that Deng Rongrong. What a family of drama queens! Deng Xing, posing as a coal magnate, amassed huge profits, bribed corrupt officials, and intimidated his peers. Deng Fuguwei was even serving as a deputy director at the Wanshui County Civil Affairs Bureau. Wasn't that just to cover for his dowry scams and a way to intimidate those involved? Deng Rongrong wasn't a saint either, marrying and divorcing 18 times in a single year, averaging 15 transactions monthly. She treated dowries as a business venture. Beyond that, 3 years prior, another Deng daughter was implicated in a family massacre triggered by dowry fraud. As Gao Yang scanned the case files filled with text and images detailing these incidents, his expression grew increasingly grave. Gone was the casual ease he'd shown when agreeing to investigate for Zhang Jian. It wasn't just because the Deng family wielded both wealth and influence, operating across both legitimate and criminal spheres. It was because Gao Yang sensed something truly chilling lurking beneath the surface. The Deng family spanned the energy industry, the government, the underworld, matchmaking services, and even an international conglomerate. Though the case file contained no explicit clues, it was deduced through reasoning. This was no ordinary dowry dispute. Nor was it a simple case of a brother-in-law bullying his brother-in-law. This was a case 10 times more dangerous than the previous 3 gangs combined. Chapter 33, Undercover, Undercover, and Undercover again. It seems I should have agreed to one branch flower joining that fake goddess dowry investigation back then. If I had, we wouldn't have to go through all these detours now. But joining now isn't too late. A case like this spanning industries, crossing borders, with specialized divisions forming an entire criminal chain, even resulting in loss of life, couldn't be delayed any longer. After reviewing the entire case file, Gao Yang remained unsettled for a long time. Beyond anger, there was only anger. Recalling the bitter lesson of his old classmate Zhang Jian, he was all the more eager to bring down the Deng family, a scourge that must be eradicated. Who could have imagined that behind the seemingly commonplace practice of exorbitant dowries lay such a dark industrial chain, harming both the people and the nation? Calling the Deng family the most toxic tumor in Wanshui County might be premature. But calling them the most proficient operators of this black market scheme in Wanshui County was absolutely spot on. Though, up until now, Yazihua and her team have only been gathering similar dowry cases from various counties, towns, and villages across the new urban area. They lack concrete leads and solid evidence. Therefore, they cannot take action. The only option is to collaborate with Gao Yang. But Gao Yang isn't stupid either. Just this case file involving the Deng family alone is enough to show how formidable this black market operation truly is. Without factoring in additional clues or evidence, we can roughly simulate the following network of connections. First, the Deng family itself is corrupt, so they pay off legitimate officials and others to suppress public opinion and threaten victims. They also fund a group of underworld enforcers responsible for violent intimidation. This constitutes involvement in organized crime. Second, the 3 core members of the Deng family have clearly defined roles. The patriarch, Deng Xing, focuses solely on the coal mining business and dealings with legitimate authorities, deliberately isolating himself from the underworld. This was to avoid future scandals that could tarnish his image as a philanthropic coal magnate. Deng Fuguei and Deng Rongrong, however, pursued entirely different paths. Deng Fuguei, backed by the Deng family's enforcers and his position as deputy director of the Civil Affairs Bureau, would beat and bully weaker opponents directly. When facing stronger adversaries, he would issue overt and covert threats. For even tougher opponents, he would report their information to his father, Deng Xing, who would handle the situation through official channels. Deng Rongrong, however, operated differently. Beyond marrying and divorcing 18 times within a single year to swindle exorbitant dowries, she consistently feigned being coerced by her family. When she encountered gullible husbands like Zhang Jian, she would sweet-talk them into giving her dowries before the wedding, then have Deng Fuguei and his men cause trouble on the wedding day. Either she successfully negotiated a higher price at the last minute, or, if the price hike failed, she'd simply abscond with the dowry. In the end, the groom not only dared not pursue the dowry's return but might even mistakenly believe Deng Rongrong was also a victim. He might swallow his anger, resign himself to his misfortune, or go to report it only to fall into Deng Fuguei's hands again. If they encounter a shrewd husband with some clout, and the scheme fails, Deng Rongrong will throw a tantrum, rolling on the ground and falsely accusing the groom of rape or domestic violence. Then the case gets dragged into the government. Either the Deng family's network of connections suppresses the case, forcing the man to pay double compensation, or it simply fizzles out. This business model had been perfected by the Deng family. Finally, Gao Yang remains uncertain of the truth, but Yizihua repeatedly emphasized that this high-priced dowry scam isn't isolated to 1 or 2 places, it's interconnected, forming an entire industry. Particularly in the case of the Deng family, the Criminal Investigation Division had preliminarily determined they were suspected of being involved with a foreign fraud syndicate. Evidently, the Deng family understood these dowry funds were hot potatoes. Rather than directly funneling them into their own assets risking future exposure, they preferred laundering the money through a foreign fraud syndicate. To put it mildly, the foreign fraud ring launders the money and then returns it under the guise of legitimate transactions, making it impossible for victimized families to recover their losses, or at least not in full. Worse still, who knows whether the Deng family, beyond their 2 main industries, dowry scams and coal mining profits, might also be investing in this overseas fraud ring? Perhaps it's precisely this complexity that makes even a powerhouse like Gong Nan struggle, forcing him to hand the case to the beautiful deputy captain, one branch flower, and the legendary case-solving expert, the famed undercover ace, Gao Yang. From this perspective, Gong Nan and one branch flower likely harbor little hope of cracking this case. But for Gao Yang himself, his fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. 1 hour later. Stepping off the battered minibus, Gao Yang proceeded with utmost caution. Armed with the approximate addresses of the Deng family members provided by Zhang Jian, he spent the entire afternoon conducting meticulous reconnaissance and investigation. The results were nothing short of shocking. Through his investigation, Gao Yang not only confirmed that the Deng family was indeed one of the notorious local bullies in Wanshui County, but also realized this case was several times more difficult than the previous three combined. Meanwhile, regarding Deng Xing, as a coal magnate, his exploitation of miners and appalling mining conditions were beyond reproach. He even brought officials from the Wanshui County Environmental Protection Bureau for an inspection in broad daylight. They couldn't see the miners' miserable plight. They ignored the sewage discharge near the Deng family's coal mine. They chatted and laughed. They deliberately sought out the most picturesque, pristine locations for photos, press releases, and reports. After finishing their public performance, they shamelessly ate, drank, and socialized with Deng Xing, embracing him left and right. As for Deng Fuguwei, the man who held the title of Deputy Director of the Civil Affairs Bureau routinely skipped work every single day. His real business, believe it or not, was running Wanshui County's premier KTV, Shangshur Entertainment. He'd openly entertain officials in broad daylight. Come nightfall, they didn't even bother changing venues, they'd just splurge on public funds right there in the KTV private rooms, lavishly spending, tipping live streamers, and racing to the top of the leaderboards. Deng Rongrong was even more extreme. Not only did this woman boldly marry and divorce 18 times in a single year, but she also maintained 3 lovers of different ages and backgrounds across 3 separate villa communities in Wanshui County. One was an older lover, as old as her father, a university classmate of her own age, and a fresh-faced young man who had just graduated from a media college. This lifestyle made Gao Yang blush, but he relied on sheer willpower to endure it, secretly documenting the Deng family's activities so he wouldn't break down midway. That night, in the dead of night, Gao Yang finally found a hotel that was convenient for monitoring the Dengs, not too far away, and unlikely to be discovered by them. First, he vigilantly checked the doors, windows, and hallway. Then, taking advantage of the absence of people, Gao Yang fashioned a double-layered soundproof cover from blankets and sheets, hiding inside to contact one branch flower. Deputy Captain Yi Hua. Looks like you've made some progress, Gao Yang. Good. At least you haven't let Captain Gong's recommendation down. But you don't need to be so formal. My given name is Hua Yuqian. You can call me Deputy Captain Hua or just Yuqian. Having reviewed Gao Yang's case records beforehand, this time one branch flower, that is, Deputy Captain Hua Yuqian of the Criminal Investigation Division, was indeed much warmer toward him. Hearing this, Gao Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without a hint of formality, he immediately proposed going undercover again. Chapter 34, Rescuing Bald Brother, Then a New Identity. Fine. Since you're willing to help crack this case, go undercover again. But this time is different from the previous 3 cases. Plus, you've already been seen by the Deng siblings. So wait here, I'll personally bring people over to help cover your tracks. Gao Yang, remember this, previous undercover work wasn't overly dangerous. But this time, we're dealing with organized crime, fraud, and criminals who've killed and seen blood. You absolutely cannot be careless. Our plan is to fabricate a cover story. You'll pose as a businessman returning home for a matchmaking event. This will help lure the Deng family into the dowry scam while giving us room to maneuver and act on opportunities. As Hua Yuqian spoke these words, Gao Yang, currently in the hotel, had already mentally transported himself to the Deng residence. He knew this undercover mission would be far more difficult. On one hand, he would likely need to avoid direct encounters with the Deng siblings throughout the operation to prevent being recognized. On the other, unlike the previous 3 cases, he wouldn't be dealing with fools this time, meaning the mission would be far more protracted. The Deng family had plenty of ruthless individuals. They had no fools. To crack this case and not just target the Dengs, but gather as much evidence as possible, potentially even taking down a foreign fraud syndicate. That would demand even greater patience. Deputy Captain Hua, rest assured I've mentally prepared for this. But merely concealing my identity and forging credentials won't suffice. In my view, it would be best to leverage my previous identity as that master thief and counterfeiter to accomplish something. And for that, I need your permission to release an old friend of mine. At this point, Gao Yang set aside any personal feelings toward Hua Yuqian and directly named his request. He wanted Bald Brother released. This request posed no difficulty for Hua Yuqian. Moreover, after hearing Gao Yang's reasoning, Hua Yuqian realized their Criminal Investigation Division's case plan had some gaps. An extra layer of identity. One more layer of protection. And one more reason for the Deng family to trust Gao Yang and even cooperate with him. Why not? Bald Brother? Hua Yuqian froze, puzzled. If Gao Yang had decided to find someone who could verify his identity as a crime boss, why choose the dim-witted former leader of a pickpocket gang? She had been about to argue a bit. But then she suddenly recalled Gong Nan's earlier advice: trust Gao Yang's instincts and believe in his abilities. With that in mind, she agreed decisively. No problem. Before noon tomorrow, we'll find a quiet spot and have a proper talk. Hearing Hua Yuqian's reasonable response, Gao Yang felt his mood lighten. Thus, the unlikely crime-solving duo was formed. But whether they could replicate the 100% success rate of their previous 3 cases? That was something neither of them could be certain about just yet. Meanwhile, at the new district detention center, the former leader of the pickpocket gang, Bald Brother, now serving his 3rd stint behind bars, found his treatment even harsher than the second time. At least last time it was at the Station Road police station, his own turf, but this time he was transferred to the district detention center. Consequently, his frustration was now even more palpable. Why does bad luck always strike right after I step out? What exactly is going wrong? Surely it can't be true what they said last time that Gao Yang actually. That guy, the bald one, you, come out. Someone posted bail for you. You're incredibly lucky. In the past, someone involved in theft and counterfeit currency cases wouldn't be released so easily. This time, thanks to a Mr. Gao pulling strings, you got out. Just as Bald Brother was about to doubt whether Gao Yang was an undercover cop or a snitch before his subordinate could remind him, the detention center warden suddenly congratulated him on the matter. Hearing this, Bald Guy's face fell in shock. He couldn't believe his ears. Just moments ago, he'd suspected Gao Yang of setting him up, yet now he'd been rescued. He was instantly overcome with shame. His gratitude surged even more. Guys, you stay put for now. Boss Gao is a true man, he really came to rescue me. Something big must be happening. Once we handle our business, I'll help you escape. Damn it, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have doubted Brother Gao, not even for a second. This time, I'll follow his every word 100%. With this utterly hilarious thought in mind, the bald guy stepped out of the detention center. When he saw Gao Yang waiting for him again, he burst into tears. In that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. Father and mother can't compare to Big Brother Gao. Heaven's love, earth's care, nothing compares to being Gao Lang's little troublemaker. And so, next, no explanation was needed from Gao Yang about how he escaped his predicament, nor why he could save others. This bald-headed guy filled in the blanks himself, assuming Gao Yang had powerful connections and exceptional skills. He lunged straight at him, wailing loudly. Wow, Boss Gao, you finally made it. I've missed you so much. Wow, Boss Gao, you almost had us misunderstanding again. Just say the word, I'll risk my life for you anytime. Hey, Boss Gao, don't hold it against me. The only brilliant decision I've ever made in my life was to follow you. If you say go east, I'd never go west. Seeing Bald Brother's tear-streaked face, soaked like a pear blossom in rain, Gao Yang felt an indescribable emotion. He chose him because when he was obedient, he was dumb enough; when he got things done, he was smart enough. But now it seemed. Well, of the 3 gangs, Mayu was the only one who knew my true identity, so he was out of the question. The counterfeit money gang was too unruly to manage. It seemed Bald Guy would have to make the trip. With that thought settled, Gao Yang cut to the chase. He took Bald Brother back to the hotel and crafted the most convincing cover story. He would claim that the 3 incidents weren't caused by Bald Brother or anyone else, but by his sworn enemy, the Deng family. Wanchue County? The Deng family? Fated mortal enemy? Got it. Just for that statement, Boss Gao, the Deng family is absolutely doomed. Inside the small hotel room, Bald Brother growled like a resentful little wife, ready to pounce on the Deng family at any moment. Outside the cramped room, Gao Yang suppressed his amusement at this guy's antics, using an excuse to head downstairs. After winding through the corridors, he arrived at the private internet cafe booth he'd arranged with Hua Yuqian. The moment he entered, sure enough, besides Hua Yuqian, there were several experts specializing in disguising him, along with a pile of new identity cards and documents. What's more, since this operation had the backing of the new District Criminal Police Brigade, these identity materials were even registered on the internal network. As expected of Deputy Captain Hua, her professionalism was unmatched. From this moment on, I possessed 3 identities. The innermost identity was that of an undercover rookie cop. The middle layer was the man tasked with exacting revenge against the Deng family for betraying us 3 times. The outermost layer? The Diamond Bachelor, you forged, the one who travels for business and returns home for matchmaking. With this setup, the Deng family is as good as finished. Chapter 35, Criminal Techniques. What triple identity? Did you really take down that bald guy so easily? Gao Yang, I have to hand it to you. With your talent for brainwashing people into fighting to the death, anyone unaware would mistake you for a top-tier crime boss with exceptional skills. Thank goodness you're on our side. Otherwise, if you were sent to commit crimes, it would be absolutely flawless. No one could find any loopholes. Hua Yuqian and the others were stunned by Gao Yang's words. They stared at him with looks of both horror and admiration. If Gao Yang hadn't been a recipient of the First-Class Merit Award, they might have genuinely misunderstood him. These days, outside of movies like Mission Impossible or The Bourne Identity, it's almost impossible to encounter criminals like Gao Yang in real life, someone with such high intelligence, emotional intelligence, and technical skills. Fortunately, Gao Yang had always been on their side. Otherwise, not only might multiple flawless crimes have occurred, but even a formidable, aloof, and arrogant powerhouse like Hua Yuqian might not have been able to crack the case. As the saying goes, you can't catch a tiger without entering its lair. How can you solve a crime without playing the criminal? Anyway, I'm almost ready on my end. Now it's up to you to execute the plan. Seeing Hua Yuqian and the others won over by his clever triple identity theory, Gao Yang couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration, however briefly. Next, Gao Yang spent an entire night mastering various makeup and disguise techniques. He couldn't guarantee the Deng siblings wouldn't recognize him or connect him to the rookie cop who stood up for Zhang Jian before. But at the very least, unless they stared directly at him, it would be nearly impossible to detect. And even if they did recognize him as the rookie cop, he wasn't worried about his outer identity being exposed. After all, there was still the second layer. Dawn broke. Gao Yang returned to his small hotel room, his body exhausted from his revenge against the Deng family. As expected, Bald Brother treated him like a slave. Once again, he fussed over him, buying breakfast. He washed his clothes, boiled water, and offered concerned care. Throughout the entire process, Gao Yang wore a blank expression, inwardly torn between laughter and tears. It wasn't that I was so formidable, it was that Bald Guy was just too ridiculous. I only intended to use you for the investigation, yet you insist on acting like a servant. What kind of situation is this? While Gao Yang and Bald Guy waited separately, Hua Yuqian leveraged her position as deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division to arrange a non-existent exclusive interview with the new district TV station. The subject of this exclusive? It was, without a doubt, about Gao Yang's most public persona. Our emotional channel reports that a self-made entrepreneur from our district will soon return to his hometown of Wanshui County. On one hand, he plans to increase investments to enrich his fellow villagers. On the other, he intends to seek a match to help this eligible bachelor find love. With Mr. Gao's authorization, our station will broadcast his matchmaking notice continuously for 1 year. Mr. Gao is handsome and successful in his career. He does not seek beauty or physique, but rather a woman of reliable character. Any woman between the ages of 20 and 21 with a good personality, proper upbringing, and ideally capable of supporting his career development is welcome to apply. Application phone number. Application email. Mobile registration number. Registration WeChat ID. Other contact methods. As these matchmaking messages were broadcast, countless eligible young women in the new district were suddenly swept up in a whirlwind of emotions. It seemed as though their chance to transcend their social class had finally arrived. Yet few realized this was all a trap deliberately set by Hua Yuqian and others for the Deng siblings. While many individuals might meet any single requirement listed above, only Deng Rongrong herself fulfilled every single one. Conversely, Gao Yang's marriage criteria held immense appeal for Deng Rongrong. Wealthy, inexperienced in romance, a traditional good man, rich and ready to be deceived. These 4 keywords seemed tailor-made for Deng Rongrong. Even if other girls occasionally fit the profile, Hua Yuqian was confident that the greedy Deng siblings would swoop in first and push others aside. This way, Gao Yang would avoid encountering any genuinely good people. Criminal Investigation Division. Inside the Deputy Chief's office. Hua Yuqian studied the matchmaking notices for Gao Yang, this eligible bachelor, spanning television, online platforms, and text notifications. The more she examined them, the more confident she grew, convinced the mission was at least half accomplished. Gao Yang, you'd better do a good job undercover. We've done everything we can on our end. From here on out, whether you can successfully approach the Deng siblings and pull off the undercover operation depends entirely on you. While Gao Yang handled the covert infiltration and Hua Yuqian managed the overt publicity, the net they cast truly ensnared several target girls. However, just as they had surmised, before any other eligible girls could set out, the Deng family resorted to threats or inducements. While other rivals were swiftly dealt with, Deng Rongrong and her elder brother Deng Fugue, completely unsuspecting, took the bait. Wanshui County. Within a certain luxury villa complex. Upon hearing his subordinate report that the other rivals had either been intimidated into retreat or bribed into submission, Deng Fugue's face instantly lit up with smug satisfaction. Second sister, it's your turn now. Use your charms to make that wealthy bachelor surnamed Gao fall for our scam just like Zhang Jian and the others before him. Though his appearance was somewhat abrupt, and all the circumstances seemed meticulously arranged for you, this opportunity won't come again. Big brother, rest assured. If he were from somewhere else, it might be tricky, but he happens to be a fellow villager from Wanshui County. We've got plenty of experience dealing with people like him. Haven't we succeeded effortlessly every single time? Even if his background is shady, what can he do to us? If he plays ball, he pays up. If not, we take care of him. Don't forget dowry scams are just our side gig. Organ trafficking is our main business. Standing before the television, Deng Rongrong, whose heart grew heavier with every moment of Gao Yang's interview, exchanged glances with her brother Deng Fugue without turning her head. The siblings were as ruthless as wolves and as venomous as scorpions. Truly living up to the saying, birds of a feather flock together. 10 minutes later. Subordinates reported that Gao Yang was staying at Paradise Hotel, the most luxurious 5-star establishment in Wanshui County. The Deng siblings swarmed out. At that very moment, inside a luxury private room at the Paradise Hotel. Before the Deng siblings took the bait, Gao Yang re-explained his plan. First, to ensure bald brother handled the matter properly without turning hostile upon meeting. Second, to give the impression that one would stoop to a blind date for the sake of revenge. Bald brother jumped into the trap without a moment's hesitation. And so, when the Deng siblings arrived in a convoy of 12 luxury vehicles, specifically to pursue him, neither of them felt the slightest surprise. Mr. Gao, I'm ready. You're ready. I'm almost there too. As Gao Yang responded to Bald Guy, he pierced through the heavy makeup of Deng Rongrong from 100 meters away, all thanks to his C-class crime skill. Third Eye Truth. Chapter 36, Blind Date Gone Wrong? There's more to it. Host activates C-level criminal skill. Third Eye Truth. With a single glance, he sees through Deng Rongrong's seemingly sincere affections, revealing her hypocritical deception, and pierces the mask of her heavy makeup to find a face as wrinkled as tree roots. Hearing the system's timely warning, Gao Yang's expression remained as calm as still water. He let Deng Rongrong, Deng Fugue, and the others display their sincerity, tempting him to fall for their trap, while his mind was occupied with entirely different thoughts. My skills for perfect crime are truly growing stronger. Not only could the Deng siblings not tell truth from falsehood, but even I myself found it difficult to discern. Still, I can't afford to be careless. Makeup disguises and identity forgeries are merely bait to lure them, and they offer no guarantee of absolute safety. With this realization, Gao Yang faced the Deng siblings with even greater composure and poise. At that moment, 12 luxury cars pulled up across the street. Out stepped a group of Deng family enforcers in sharp suits and sunglasses, accompanied by 2 heavyweight con artists from the Deng family. Deng Fugue. Deng Rongrong. May we ask if you are the esteemed Mr. Gao from the matchmaking event? I am Deng Fugue, head of the Deng family, deputy director of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and honorary vice president of the Wanshui County Investment Chamber of Commerce. I sincerely welcome Mr. Gao to return and invest here, and I especially hope we can become good relatives. Oh, and the lovely lady beside me is my sister, Deng Rongrong, the girl who best fits your matchmaking criteria, bar none. I'm not just bragging. If you would grace our Deng family with your presence, I'm confident that within a single evening, you'll be charmed by my sister and deeply interested in our potential partnership. The first to speak was Deng Fugue. Dressed in a tailored Zhongshan suit, he spoke fluently with sincere eyes, seeming like a dependable brother-in-law, but his entire presence was tailored for that exclusive interview. All of this had been anticipated long ago by Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian. As a dowry fraudster, he naturally possessed such skills. But this wouldn't ensnare Gao Yang. On the contrary, it merely signified that the Deng siblings had been hooked by Gao Yang and his team. Deputy Captain Hua really knew how to get things done. Since this Deng Fugue took the bait so easily, it seemed that his silly but rich general manager Gao should make his move. The thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind, and he immediately turned his gaze away from Deng Fugue, deliberately shifting his expression from calm to lecherous. His gaze fixed intently on Deng Rongrong beside Deng Fugue. His expression conveyed a silent signal that any con artist would instantly recognize as a sign of success, the telltale look of someone who'd fallen for the trap. Several seconds passed. The bald guy behind him cleared his throat. Only then did Gao Yang snap back to his senses, regaining the composure befitting a diamond bachelor. Ah, the renowned Deng siblings of Wanshui County. Pleased to meet you both. What a coincidence, I've just returned to my hometown and already run into you too. What? Pardon me? You mentioned wanting to collaborate with me and recommended your sister? Aha, truth be told, I'm not overly particular about physical appearance. But since your sister is indeed sweet and lovely, with a figure ahem and a voice that's so pleasant and gentle, I suppose I'll get to know her. Whether it works out or not is secondary. What matters most is that I'm drawn to Miss Deng's aura. She reminds me of my late grandmother and my mother who passed from illness. Ah, if I, Wang, could truly marry a woman like you, a flower-like beauty and a devoted wife and mother, I'd give up all my assets and it would be worth it. As he spoke, Gao Yang deliberately adopted a lecherous expression, already utterly captivated, allowing the Deng siblings to usher him into their luxury car. They soon arrived at the Deng residence. Throughout the journey, Deng Fugue grew increasingly convinced that Gao Yang was a prime target. It wasn't just because the high-end suits, luxury watches, confidential documents, and tax certificates prepared for Gao Yang by Hua Yuqian were all genuine. It was also because the projects Gao Yang casually mentioned involved millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Of course, these were scripted by the Criminal Investigation Brigade for him to recite, but Deng Fugue took every word as gospel. Deng Rongrong, however, was a bit more perceptive than her older brother. Although she had met Gao Yang earlier and found him quite appealing as a wealthy bachelor, she didn't doubt his identity. Yet, driven by a woman's intuition, she still sensed something was off about Gao Yang. What exactly was off? Deng Rongrong had only her intuition, no concrete evidence. Seeing Deng Fugue and Gao Yang's conversation swiftly steer towards signing contracts and engagement banquets, her faint reservations vanished instantly. Instead, she turned to the same tactics she'd used to lure her previous boyfriends, including Wang Jian, and applied them to Gao Yang, this rich, gullible bachelor. "Oh dear, excuse me, Mr. Gao, could you help me get a wet wipe? I got a bit too excited earlier and my makeup's a bit smudged." "Ooh, Mr. Gao, you're so strong and your hands are so warm. Could you warm my hands, my legs, and while you're at it, warm this heart that's been lonely and cold for 20 years? Bro, the back seat is already cramped. Why don't you take the front passenger seat? Mr. Gao and I are hitting it off wonderfully. I'd love to discuss the length of life, the depth of ideals, and then, As Deng Rongrong unleashed her familiar seduction routine, Gao Yang, who was deliberately undercover, naturally appeared even more vulnerable. It wasn't lust. It was simply his mind wandering. In short, Gao Yang was half feigning weakness to be seduced, half genuinely drawn in, which only made the Deng siblings more confident in their scam. However, just minutes before the luxury car arrived at the Deng residence, Deng Rongrong suddenly sensed something else amiss. After personally reaching out to test him, she discovered that the so-called diamond bachelor Gao Yang was even more inexperienced than a novice. Though Gao Yang tried desperately to conceal it, this cunning woman, who had deceived countless men, still sensed something was terribly wrong. "Mr. Gao, we've arrived. Apologies for any earlier inconvenience, hope you won't mind. The butler will escort you to the living room to wait." True to her seasoned nature, Deng Rongrong made no scene and didn't call him out. Instead, she had the butler settle Gao Yang and bald brother while she exchanged a knowing glance with Deng Fugue. The siblings made their way to the study on the second floor. The moment they entered, Deng Rongrong's expression darkened. "Big brother, there's something off about this Mr. Gao. He's not some investor returning to his hometown, nor is he a matchmaking executive. I finally remember who he is now. Remember that guy who spoke up for Wang Jian last time? This guy is definitely a cop's mole." Downstairs in the living room, though Deng Rongrong appeared perfectly composed, instructing the butler to attend to Gao Yang and bald brother, Gao Yang sensed something was off. He immediately activated his C-level criminal skill, Third Eye Truth, targeting Deng Rongrong's back. The result? Shocking. This woman was no ordinary person. Since she'd spotted the flaw, it seemed the blind date bait was no longer usable. Fortunately, I still have another layer. Chapter 37, Cop? Undercover Agent? With that thought, Gao Yang reacted swiftly. Before the Deng siblings in the second floor study could devise a plan to deal with him, he secretly consulted with bald brother. "Mr. Gao, Boss Gao, are you saying our cover's blown?" "MHM. Anyway, don't ask about the details. The bottom line is this, looks like we're about to get into a fight. If you're scared of dying, you can bail now." In front of bald brother, his utterly loyal subordinate Gao Yang shed the facade of a blind date and revealed his true identity. His identity for revenge. Of course, he was speaking in reverse. As expected, upon hearing their boss was prepared to risk everything for revenge, the already dim-witted bald brother grew even more bloodthirsty and wildly excited. Not only would he never abandon Gao Yang to flee alone. Instead, he stood ready to follow Gao Yang's orders at a moment's notice. Upstairs in the study. After hearing Deng Rongrong's personal analysis, Deng Fugue dared not jump to conclusions so rashly. He asked her to calm down for now while he dispatched someone to investigate. He reviewed the interview on the new district TD station's relationship channel. He recalled the general features of Gao Yang, who had spoken up for Zhang Jin last time. He then made an internal call, requesting someone to verify whether this general manager Gao and Gao Yang were indeed the same person. After half an hour of such hustle and bustle, ultimately, the results proved rather complicated. On one hand, both Deng Fugue and Deng Rongrong recognized that this Gao Zong before them, despite the shift in demeanor, the altered voice, and the different makeup and attire, still bore a strong resemblance to the Gao Yang they had encountered before. Thus, he grew ruthless, intending to wait until later to go downstairs and eliminate him directly. To eliminate the threat. Yet on the other hand, Deng Fugue's extensive investigations yielded entirely contradictory results. According to internal sources, this Mr. Gao's credentials were entirely genuine, no falsification whatsoever, and no possibility of impersonation. If that were truly the case, then if the siblings acted rashly, they might eliminate a suspected undercover cop, but they would also miss out on a lucrative opportunity. Faced with this dilemma, not only was Deng Fugue conflicted, but Deng Rongrong, after hearing this, also felt at a loss. Both found themselves in a dilemma. "Brother, maybe we should just let it go. Whether he's a cop or the real Mr. Wang, we can still trick him. As long as we have proof he took the bait, he won't be able to escape." Deng Rongrong wasn't lacking in emotional intelligence, but her IQ was another story. She was actually thinking about swindling him out of money. Hearing this, Deng Fugue nearly agreed. But then he thought better of it. They never took risks without certainty. Better safe than sorry. If this Mr. Gao really was that Gao Yang from the new district police station, then no matter how capable they were, they'd inevitably get skinned alive. That would be a serious obstacle to their grand scheme of getting rich. Deng Fugue's expression darkened decisively. Before Deng Rongrong could descend the stairs herself, he pulled a handgun from a drawer in his study. Our Deng family's business was hard won. We couldn't afford to take any risks, big or small. So, Rongrong, go tempt him again. If he's suspicious, just let me shoot him dead. Encountering this unknown entity was our oversight. Never again. With Deng Fugui's words, Deng Rongrong, who had been somewhat reluctant to abandon Gao Yang's allure and physique, had no choice but to reluctantly carry out the plan. The next second, the siblings descended the stairs, feigning nonchalance. Deng Fugui deliberately sat on the farthest sofa, feigning a smile while his right hand concealed a pistol tightly gripped within his pocket, ready for action at any moment. Meanwhile, Deng Rongrong threw herself at Gao Yang once more. At times she exhaled fragrant breaths, at times she teased his emotions, at times she lamented her loneliness, at times she probed for information about Gao Yang. The siblings believed they had the perfect plan: one would probe, the other would finish the job. Little did they know. Long before they even reached the upstairs, Gao Yang had used his C-class crime skill, Third Eye Truth, to see through Deng Rongrong's thoughts and realize he'd been exposed. Even now, the siblings still held something back from him. But Gao Yang could no longer conceal the truth. System, activate the C-rank criminal skill Third Eye Truth once more. Determine whether the sibling pair genuinely cannot discern my situation, or... While Gao Yang and Deng Rongrong continued their feigned flirtation, he had already put the system to work. Host activates C-level criminal skill Third Eye Truth, instantly piercing through the Deng sibling schemes. Deng Fugui's right hand, concealed in his pocket, grips a pistol ready to strike. Host must remain vigilant. Beneath Deng Rongrong's affectionate demeanor lies the most venomous heart. She repeatedly probes Gao Yang for this keyword a few more times, and she will surely turn hostile. Hearing the system's warning, Gao Yang hesitated no longer and acted decisively. Just as Deng Rongrong asked for the final time whether Gao Yang knew Gao Yang, Gao Yang suddenly unleashed his power. Seems I, Gao Yang, am just too well known. How quickly you siblings recognized me. Fine. With things having come to this, what else is there to say? I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am indeed Gao Yang. But I'm no cop, no undercover agent. The reason is simple. I'm ING here for revenge. With a sudden jerk of his left hand, Gao Yang instantly clamped his grip around Deng Rongrong's neck, using her as a human shield to block Deng Fugui's belated gunshot. His right hand, however, formed a gesture, the standard pickpocket sign and the counterfeiter's signal. The next second, while Deng Rongrong was completely stunned and Deng Fugui across from them was startled, not knowing how his reaction had slowed, Bald Brother, the crucial lieutenant, spoke for Gao Yang. Listen up, Deng family boss, Deng family scum, and every last member of the Deng clan. Standing before you is the master thief of our new city train station, the most skilled counterfeiter in the business, and the very boss Maoyu who's even risen to lead a human trafficking ring holds in awe, Boss Gao. Whatever your motives, the fact remains, all three incidents involving our three gangs are connected to your Deng family. This time, you either pay up, apologize, and find a way to rescue every brother from our three gangs, or else, Gao and I will drag you down with us, even if it means dying. Boom! Bald Brother delivered his speech with righteous indignation, but to the Deng siblings and their henchmen lying in wait outside, led by the butler, his words left them all staring in stunned silence, utterly baffled. What the hell is going on here? Both Gao Yangs were the same person, so why was there suddenly this whole crime boss seeking revenge drama? This situation was getting harder and harder to figure out. Hey, is that Brother Fugui? It's me, one of your own from the Deng family. Forgot to mention earlier, the last guy in that trio of criminal gangs was also named Gao Yang. That guy saved the leader of a pickpocket gang a few days ago, Bald Brother. That guy's a lunatic. Be careful if you run into him. Whatever you do, don't. Deng Fugui nearly snapped his back from the shock of this sudden call. Chapter 38, Flipping faces faster than turning pages, middle tier identity activated. So Gao Yang wasn't a cop or an undercover agent? He's actually the notorious crime boss of three gangs that made headlines recently? But how did he come to regard our Deng family as enemies? Damn it, one surprise after another, this is driving me crazy. In that split second, countless thoughts raced through Deng Fugui's mind. His perception of Gao Yang shifted from suspecting him of fraud, to planning an ambush, to now hesitating for fear of backfiring. Should he continue confronting Gao Yang? But the man was the boss of three criminal gangs, no ordinary opponent. Or should he cut his losses, placate Gao Yang, and turn hostility into friendship? This dilemma was indeed a tough choice. Choosing the former was the safest path for the Deng family. The advantage was avoiding any future entanglement with Gao Yang. Whether he came to seek revenge, was a fake undercover agent, or had other motives, killing him would silence him once and for all. But the downside is that Gao Yang is said to have subjugated three criminal gangs, demonstrating his formidable capabilities. If handled poorly, it could completely alienate him. The Deng family is merely a local bully in Wanchue County. To truly challenge a new district crime boss like Gao Yang, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Choosing the latter path meant urgently clarifying that the Deng family had no connection to the incidents involving the 3 criminal syndicates. The upside was that Gao Yang was currently only threatening and coercing, not actually taking action. There was still room for negotiation. Regardless of who the real culprits were, or which bastard dared slander the Deng family, as long as Gao Yang retained a shred of reason, persuasion might work. The downside, however, was that given Gao Yang's typical mobster habits, once he stopped seeking revenge against the Deng family, he would inevitably demand they prove their innocence and cede their interests. This outcome was naturally hard for Deng Fuguwei, who was used to bullying others, to accept. Yet, upon second thought, paying to avoid disaster was far preferable to enduring Gao Yang's gang's relentless, nightly vengeance. Big Boss Gao, let's talk this out calmly, okay? First, I, Deng Fuguwei, representing the Deng family, wish to clarify that your 3 major gang's troubles have absolutely nothing to do with us. Secondly, we did harbor a slight ulterior motive during this arranged meeting, but it stemmed more from mistakenly believing you were Gao Yang. Therefore, finally, on behalf of the Deng family, I'm willing to negotiate with you in good faith. We'll start by offering sincere apologies and compensating for the damages, then gradually prove our innocence and gather evidence. In short, both our families are victims here. If we turn on each other, it'll only make the cops in the white world grin from ear to ear. It must be said that Gao Yang's undercover performance has reached a new level. Combined with the 3-tier persona he meticulously crafted with Hua Yuqian, it truly paid off. Now, as Gao Yang's outer persona crumbled, he immediately leveraged his middle persona to play the victim first. Not only did the Deng siblings have no reason to confront him, they genuinely believed his story. At this moment, Deng Fuguwei dared not suspect this Gao Yan was the same Gao Yang who was Zhang Jian's old classmate. Instead, he treated him with extreme caution and went out of his way to appease him. This scene was incredibly satisfying. The Deng siblings had flipped their stance faster than turning a page, all because the middle persona had taken effect. This scene inevitably reminded Gao Yang of Mao Yu, the former gang leader who had risen to become the head of a human trafficking ring. Though seemingly ruthless, he too had his vulnerabilities. This scene further solidified Gao Yang's most crucial insight from his 4 undercover missions, the key to confronting criminal syndicates and criminals. There were only 2. Just 2 principles. First, you must be more ruthless than the criminal gangs and criminals themselves. Only then can you intimidate them, leaving them no time to doubt this or question that. Second, meticulously prepare your cover story beforehand. If one layer crumbles, another remains. As long as you target their greatest weakness and deepest fear, success is assured. Yes, Mr. Gao, my brother speaks the truth. We're all friends in the underworld, why let the law enforcement divide us? As the one who set up this blind date, I also apologize to you. I promise never to deceive you again, not even a little. Seeing Gao Yang's expression soften slightly, seemingly persuaded by his elder brother Deng Fuguwei, Deng Rongrong dared not tempt him or deceive him any longer. Instead, she kept smiling apologetically. If you agree to peaceful coexistence between our sides and give us time to investigate who truly harmed you, we can become more than friends, we can be partners. Hearing the Deng siblings' words, Gao Yang's heart swelled with delight, knowing his undercover mission had succeeded once more. However, he couldn't afford to let his guard down publicly, nor reveal his true intentions. Instead, he continued to feign frowns and indifference. Only when Deng Fuguwei gave him a knowing glance, instructing the steward to brew fine tea and discreetly signaling Deng Rongrong to call their father, Deng Xing, back to take charge of the situation. Only then did Gao Yang show a hint of willingness to negotiate. Your attitudes are commendable, brother and sister. But you dared to compare me to others and nearly scammed me with a blind date that really rubbed me the wrong way. So, if we're going to negotiate, it's best to bring in someone with real clout. You two are still too green. I'm quite curious to see if your father is equally lacking in manners. Gao Yang adhered to the first principle of his undercover experience. The more arrogant he appeared, the less the Deng siblings would dare to underestimate him. Though his words were harsh, they had a powerful, intimidating effect. Frankly, the Deng family trio only held some sway in Wanshui County. Their annual net profit barely scraped by a few million at best. But who was Gao Yang? He was a true top-tier crime boss, one whose word commanded obedience from petty train station pickpocket gangs, counterfeit currency syndicates, and even large-scale human trafficking alliances spanning multiple cities. Compared to Gao Yang, the Deng family was like a minor sorcerer facing a grand wizard, or a stray cat meeting a wild wolf. To earn the understanding of a top-tier crime boss like Gao Yang was already quite an achievement. Though his words were harsh, the Deng siblings dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction, instead greeting him with excessive warmth. Here, Mr. Gao, and you too, bald brother. This tea is the finest, freshly picked from the mountains this year. Please, help yourselves. No need for further words. In short, we siblings will treat ourselves as your juniors and keep you company. Within half an hour, our father will return personally and have a proper discussion with you. Deng Fuguwei led the way, Deng Rongrong followed, and with the house steward and others' attentive demeanor, Gao Yang finally felt assured they wouldn't pull any tricks. Thus, the two parties proceeded to interact temporarily as underworld associates. Exactly 25 minutes later, a voice called out "Master" from the Deng family's main gate. Deng Xing, the true old fox of the Deng family, finally made his appearance. Chapter 39, The Old Fox of the Deng Family. There's always someone more cunning. Mr. Gao, managing 3 underworld factions single-handedly is truly impressive. My deepest respect, I'm genuinely in awe. When you have time, you must impart some of your wisdom to me. Deng Fugui offered a cigar, eagerly lighting it for Gao Yang with obsequious deference, bowing and scraping as he attended to him. Though mostly polite flattery, there was genuine admiration laced within a peer managing 3 major gangs. Hearing this, Gao Yang sneered inwardly, knowing Deng Fugui was completely fooled by his own cunning. Of course, he offered a few polite words in return. All good. As long as you can prove the Deng family wasn't behind the plot to kill me, I won't just share some experience, I'd even consider becoming sworn brothers with you. What? Sworn brothers? That won't do. You're standing in the underworld rivals my father's. If we're forming a sworn brotherhood, it must be with him. At most, I can be your nephew. Deng Fugui genuinely believed Gao Yang intended to honor him, so he immediately positioned himself as the junior party. This nearly made Gao Yang laugh out loud. He hadn't expected the fiercely intimidating head of the Deng family to be so obsequious behind closed doors, groveling before his fabricated persona. It seemed the rigid hierarchy within the underworld was even more pronounced than in society at large. At the same time, it proved Gao Yang's undercover mission had been a resounding success. Young master, the patriarch has returned. He is aware of the family affairs and requests that you and the second young miss step aside for now. He wishes to speak with Mr. Gao in the study. Just as Gao Yang and Deng Fugui continued their insincere banter, each praising the other, the former complimenting the latter's skill in dowry scams, the latter extolling the former's youthful achievements. The Deng family butler entered and delivered the latest news. At that very moment, a Lincoln sedan from the last century slowly rolled through the Deng family gates. Deng Xing, the true old fox of the Deng family whom Gao Yang had long anticipated, made his grand entrance. Mr. Gao, this is our father, the true helmsman of the Deng family and one of the most prominent coal magnates in Wanchue County. He has long held you in high esteem. Watching Deng Xing enter, Deng Fugui motioned for Deng Rongrong to follow the butler out while personally introducing Gao Yang and Deng Xing. Father, this is Mr. Gao Yang, a prominent figure in the rapidly expanding underworld of New City, the upscale district of Wanchue County. A minor misunderstanding brought us together, and now we've become acquainted through conflict. You two should continue your conversation at your leisure. As a junior, I truly have no place in this discussion. I'll step aside to attend to some minor matters. With that, Deng Fugui respectfully withdrew. In the living room, only Gao Yang and Deng Xing remained. Both wore smiles as they shook hands, yet a palpable edge of hostility lingered between them. Now this was a true clash of seasoned veterans. Mr. Gao, is it? A pleasure to meet you. I never imagined my son would stumble upon the good fortune of meeting such a promising young man as yourself. However, this living room is too crowded and noisy for a proper conversation. Why don't we move to my study? Across from him, Deng Xing's outward warmth concealed a mind as cunning as an old fox. Not only did Gao Yang see no flaws on the surface, even his C-class criminal skill, Third Eye Truth, failed to see through him for the first time. Host activates C-rank criminal skill, Third Eye. One glance should reveal all, yet Deng Xing proves a more seasoned fox than the Deng siblings, rendering the skill ineffective for the first time. Hearing the system prompt, Gao Yang felt a flicker of surprise, yet outwardly showed no sign of it. Instead, he accepted Deng Xing's invitation and followed him to his study. Throughout their journey, as their conversation deepened, Gao Yang grew increasingly convinced that Deng Xing far surpassed Deng Fugui and Deng Rongrong in cunning. Truly, there's always someone better out there, and that couldn't be more true. The Deng family's backyard. Watching Deng Xing lead Gao Yang to the study for a private conversation, the Deng siblings who had arrived at this area found themselves not only more impressed by Gao Yang's abilities but also gradually relaxing. After all, while they couldn't match Gao Yang's precocious maturity and sharp wit, their own father should be able to handle the situation just fine. Outsiders only knew Deng Xing as one of Wanchue County's most formidable coal barons, wielding influence across both legitimate and underworld circles. But they knew far better that beyond his overt influence, their father was revered as the godfather of Wanchue County's underworld. Big brother, do you really think this Mr. Gao will be persuaded by father? That he won't pursue our responsibility, but instead negotiate properly and cooperate with us? Deng Rongrong was no longer as guarded as before. Beyond being captivated by Gao Yang's status and position, she was more consumed by a stirring of romantic longing, determined to marry someone for real this time. Yet she knew Gao Yang came from powerful circles and wouldn't be easily swayed. Deng Xing was also a tough nut to crack. If negotiations fell through, her dreams would shatter. Deng Rongrong's little thoughts naturally didn't escape Deng Fugui's notice. Deng Fugui first laughed heartily, teasing his sister about developing genuine feelings for Gao Yang, but then sighed with a few words of regret. Rongrong, I too would love to see our families grow closer through marriage after our business partnership. But it seems Gao Yang is on the same level as our father, he might not be so easily swayed. But don't be too disappointed. True love conquers all, you know? All those boyfriends and fiancés you had before were just necessary for the scam business, they were fake. But this Gao Yang? I think he's worth pursuing. It's the 21st century now. Don't hold back. Young men like Gao Yang, wealthy, ambitious, and accomplished, are rare. Winning his heart would be the greatest blessing of your life. Hearing Deng Fugui's words, Deng Rongrong, who'd been feeling a bit uneasy, suddenly flushed with coyness. She didn't want to admit she'd fallen for Gao Yang, yet she couldn't help stealing several glances his way. Who would have thought that she, who usually scammed people with fake dowries, would fall into Gao Yang's love trap this time? But Gao Yang had no time to spare for this deceitful little admirer. For one thing, the atmosphere in the study was rather oppressive. The old fox Deng Xing across from him was putting considerable pressure on him. Secondly, Deng Xing wasn't as easily fooled as the Deng siblings. Even with the black-clad elder's persona as a buffer, he was getting worn down by the relentless barrage of questions. He nearly blew his cover. This Deng Xing really is a sly fox. If it were Deng Fugui or Deng Rongrong, they'd be fooled in minutes. But if he keeps firing off these underworld questions, I'm bound to slip up. Better to strike first. Watching Deng Xing fire more questions across the table, trying to expose his true identity, Gao Yang couldn't resort to force just yet. He couldn't call Hua Yuqian at this moment either. His only option was a surprise attack. Oh, right, Mr. Deng. I just remembered something. You probably haven't revealed your other identity to your esteemed nephew Fugui or your niece Rongrong, have you? At those words, the confident Deng Xing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chapter 40, What kind of boxing champion? What kind of ruthlessness? Gao Yang defeated them all in seconds. Not for any other reason. It was simply because Deng Xing truly held other, far more significant identities beyond being a coal magnate. He had believed no outsiders knew beyond the big boss behind the scenes, not even his eldest son, Deng Fugui, or his second daughter, Deng Rongrong. But, unexpectedly, how did this Gao Yang find out? What does he intend to do? Should I silence him? Mr. Gao, you really have a sense of humor. What could an old man like me, uneducated and uncultured, possibly do besides running with the underworld or relying on the coal mine for survival? Develop real estate? Or dabble in stocks and financing? Though he desperately wanted to eliminate Gao Yang immediately to avoid complications, Deng Xing, as the head of the Deng family and the godfather of Wanshui County's underworld, possessed at least a modicum of self-control. Moreover, though he suppressed Gao Yang at every turn, he didn't feel he held the upper hand. After all, Gao Yang commanded 3 major criminal factions at such a young age. While most ended up sewing on machines, his ability to recruit a figure like Bald Brother showed he possessed considerable skill. Unless absolutely necessary. Don't start a fight lightly. Real estate? That business may turn a quick buck, but the actual profits aren't that substantial. It certainly wouldn't meet your expectations, Mr. Deng. Finance? It brings in money fast with high profits, but the risks are too great, hardly your cup of tea, Mr. Deng. So, let's steer the conversation back on track. Seeing the fleeting glint of murderous intent in Deng Xing's eyes, Gao Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He knew his performance had been passable, otherwise, he might truly have been ruthlessly eliminated. His mind raced with analysis. But outwardly, he seized upon the most critical weakness of Deng Xing's identity, one he dared not reveal, along with the partial records of the Deng family that Hua Yuqian and the others had previously uncovered. He pressed his advantage decisively. Your distrust is understandable. After all, from what I understand, you're not merely a coal magnate or the godfather of Wanshui County's underworld. In 1984, someone won the Hong Kong Free Fighting Championship. In 1990, they defeated Southeast Asia's top heavyweight boxer, earning hundreds of millions for their backstage boss. Later, that someone was ordered back to China, infiltrating Wanshui County as a coal magnate. On the surface, he ran coal mining operations, operating across both legitimate and illicit spheres. He also had his children engage in high-priced dowry scams and infiltrate the system. Everything was going smoothly. But unfortunately, he overlooked one crucial thing. Since I, Gao Yang, could command 3 major underworld factions in my early 20s, I naturally had some connections. A little digging would reveal whether it was better to cooperate with him or vent my fury on him. Oh dear, my apologies, Mr. Deng. I certainly wasn't implying that person was you. Why the sudden cold sweat? Gao Yang's performance, blending truth and deception, was truly masterful. He skillfully leveraged the genuine information provided by Hua Yuqian, making bold yet plausible inferences. He argued that Deng Xing's refusal to heed Deng Fugui and Deng Rongrong's advice, choosing instead to test himself, must stem from a greater ambition. He also leveraged Deng Xing's past fact that he had indeed commanded 3 major underworld factions to strike at the most hidden secret of this godfather of Wanshui County's criminal underworld. Sure enough. The next second, Deng Xing couldn't hide his fox-like nature. Cold sweat unconsciously trickled down his forehead, finally shattering his imposing aura. Mr. Gao, you know too much. Sometimes, that's not a good thing, especially when the someone you mentioned is me. Suddenly, Deng Xing let out a cold laugh and surged forward with unexpected force. The information in Hua Yuqian's dossier suggesting Deng Xing might be the former boxing champion of Hong Kong in the previous world instantly became reality. A tremendous force surged toward Gao Yang. This time was different from when Mao Yu fired his gun last time. Back then, Mao Yu's aim was poor, and he missed. Moreover, firing in fear caused even greater inaccuracy, allowing Gao Yang to turn the tables. But now, a genuine head-on collision. Thud. Caught off guard, Gao Yang took several solid punches from that old fox Deng Xing. The blows sent him reeling backward, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Damn! Before coming here, I thought Deputy Captain Hua's file was just movie-style drama impossible in reality. But it turns out, this old fox's boxing style is brutally effective. Thankfully, my body's been reinforced twice, just a minor setback, nothing serious. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary undercover officer, they'd probably be taken out instantly. In that critical moment, Gao Yang didn't panic at all. Instead, he grew even calmer. He channeled his inner strength to block Deng Xing's torrent of punches while constantly scanning for openings. At the same time, he was enraged by this old fox's habit of striking without warning. He was an undercover officer, true, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight back. He wouldn't fight back using his undercover cop identity. Instead, he fought back using the identity of the crime lord commanding one of the three major underworld factions, a role inherently associated with brute force. Might as well just beat the crap out of him. Was Mr. Deng lashing out in anger and shame? Excellent technique, excellent power, excellent offense, truly formidable. But pity, this new district isn't home to only you, the Hong Kong boxing champion. Gao Yang have also been meticulously trained by someone for years. It's the perfect opportunity to spar with you. While his words were meant to provoke and goad, Gao Yang wasn't just all talk. He suddenly unleashed a powerful force, shaking off the relentless Deng Xing. The next second, he counterattacked decisively. Straight punch, hook, elbow strike, back fist, combination strike. Gao Yang truly lived up to his reputation as a formidable fighter, having undergone 2 rounds of system enhancement. Though usually refined and courteous, he unleashed a frenzied barrage in combat. As he intensified his frenzied counterattack, the previously one-sided dominance Deng Xing had held was instantly overturned. Deng Xing's advantage lasted barely a minute. But in the next 2 minutes, the tables completely turned. Gao Yang counterattacked and crushed Deng Xing. Deng Xing was forced back once, twice, 3 times, more times. With each strike, he felt Gao Yang's increasingly vicious techniques and overwhelming force growing harder to withstand. Even the former Hong Kong boxing champion found himself in a state of helplessness, his will strong but his strength failing. His heart raced with alarm. His hands grew weak. Meanwhile, Gao Yang showed no sign of stopping after the first round of brutal punishment. Instead, he immediately launched into the second, third, and countless more rounds of relentless assault. 1 attack. Twice. 3 times. More times. Finally, nearly 3 minutes after their peaceful conversation abruptly turned hostile, Gao Yang unleashed his most ferocious strike upon Deng Xing, who was now barely able to defend himself. Thud. A series of thunderous sounds erupted, reminiscent of Donnie Yen's brutal assault on Sammo Hung in Hong Kong films. Deng Xing spat blood 3 times in succession before being sent flying backward. He crashed into the Manhwa desk behind him and slammed into the wall. He was utterly disheveled. Fear etched across his face. What kind of power is this? How could I, the undisputed Hong Kong boxing champion, be defeated by a kid like you? How the hell did you take me down so fast? Chapter 41, well. A big surprise after all. At that moment, though Deng Xing refused to bow his head in defeat, his words clearly revealed his inner dread and utter terror. Boxing champion? What's so fierce? He was instantly defeated by a mere junior like Gao Yang. As for Gao Yang, aside from a few minor scrapes at the start, he was perfectly fine. He didn't want to answer Deng Xing's question. He couldn't answer it anyway. The next second, Deng Fugui and Deng Rongrong, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, both froze in shock. Just as they debated whether to assist or call for medical help, Gao Yang lit a cigarette. Without turning his head, he pointed at Deng Xing, the man who had fallen from being a crime lord to a pathetic weakling, in their eyes his own biological father. In the laziest yet most domineering tone, he uttered 3 sentences. Help your father. Save your father's life. Me? Disappointed? Got it? So this is the so-called godfather of Wanchue County? This is the sincerity of your supposed cooperation? I'm starting to believe you didn't screw me over before, because a family of useless trash like yours wouldn't even have the connections to pull it off. With that, Gao Yang executed a walking posture that said it all, no apology after the fight, but a deliberate, soul-crushing departure from the Deng residence. That posture was undeniably cool. That posture left the three Deng family members simultaneously stunned and speechless. Dad, how could you attack Mr. Gao? Hitting him is one thing, but to actually lose? Heaven knows how a filial son like Deng Fugue could be so blindly devoted to Gao Yang. The words nearly choked Deng Xing to death. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have hit him. Enough. I underestimated him. I shouldn't have tried to suppress him. Quick, why are you calling 120? We're in the underworld. Have you ever seen underworld figures call 120? Hurry up and beg him to stay. Compared to Deng Fugue's backstabbing as a so-called filial son, Deng Xing at least retained some rationality. He temporarily suppressed his internal injuries. He urgently urged Deng Fugue to persuade Gao Yang, the man who de-injured him yet earned his deeper respect, to stay. Dad, big brother, stop arguing. Mr. Gao was first scammed by us, then nearly ambushed, and now you've... Anyway, I don't want to say more. If you truly can't keep him here, then I don't want to stay either. In my 20+ years, I've never admired a man this much before. Gao Yang, he's my idol. Wasn't the Deng family already blessed with Deng Fugue and Deng Xing, a father and son who exemplified filial piety and parental devotion? Now, Deng Rongrong had dashed out with a starstruck expression, determined to chase after Gao Yang and win him back. She even leapt from the second-floor balcony, breaking her right leg in the process, yet she endured the pain to pursue him. This scene left not only the Deng family steward and others utterly dumbfounded, but also Deng Xing and Deng Fugue upstairs completely speechless. What a family tragedy! Yet it was also a great blessing. Watching his eldest son rage against him while his second daughter recklessly pursued her love, Deng Xing felt an indescribable bitterness like a mute swallowing bitter gall. Beyond the deep regret of having provoked Gao Yang, a crime boss of even higher standing than himself. What struck him even more profoundly was Gao Yang's skill and bearing, which had utterly won him over. And so, in the next instant, Deng Xing no longer cared how Gao Yang had exposed his past or what ulterior motives he might harbor. For the sake of his family, his children, and the Deng household itself, he had no choice but to accelerate his pursuit. A few minutes later, just as Gao Yang was about to leave the Deng residence, the formidable godfather of Wanchue County's underworld, the formidable coal magnate ranked among the county's elite, the formidable patriarch of the Deng family who wielded influence across both worlds, Deng Xing, suddenly dashed before Gao Yang and knelt down before him with a thud. Mr. Gao, please hear me out. Misunderstandings can be resolved, but relationships are hard to rebuild. If you won't spare this old man's face, at least show some consideration for my son and daughter. My son holds you in the highest regard and wishes to acknowledge you as his godfather. My daughter is truly infatuated with you. If you don't believe me, just look back. To prevent you from leaving in anger, she painfully jumped from the second floor, breaking her leg just to catch up with you. I know the Deng family has wronged you this time. I only hope you'll stay. Work, living arrangements, marriage alliances, or business partnerships, everything is negotiable. Deng Xing's sudden reversal stunned the security guard at the Deng family villa entrance, while Gao Yang inwardly gloated, knowing his undercover mission had taken another step forward. Then, to truly win Gao Yang's friendship and affection, the three members of the Deng family humbled themselves, groveling like lapdogs, begging him to return. Earlier, the living room had been unsuitable for discussing secrets. The study had been destroyed during their earlier fight. So now, the four of them headed straight for Deng Xing's private underground chamber, a place he absolutely forbade his children from entering. Butler, station your men outside. Without my permission, no one is to disturb us. Mr. Gao, please come in. Fugue, Rongrong, you two are allowed in this time thanks to Mr. Gao's favor. But remember, there's a generation gap between you and him. Don't say what shouldn't be said, and don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Before entering, Deng Xing first instructed the butler and others to guard the door, then showed utmost respect to Gao Yang, and finally issued repeated warnings to Deng Fugue and Deng Rongrong. Then, the four finally stepped into the secret chamber. Inside, besides the Deng family's years of coal mine ledgers, fraud records, bribery accounts, and more, something far more crucial was stored. A telegraph machine that absolutely must never be shown to outsiders. Dad, so you really were connected to some foreign fraud ring? Does that mean our family was also a lower-level affiliate of the Myanmar group? Deng Fugue couldn't help but blurt out. But Deng Xing shot him a fierce glare. But Deng Xing's authority had waned considerably. He could at most silence Deng Fugue, but he couldn't stop Deng Rongrong, who was beside him, from blurting out her thoughts. Dad, I understand this device. No wonder you made me learn how to send telegrams earlier. I even wondered why anyone would learn that in the 21st century 5G era. So you were planning to have me take over the business? You really are a visionary. Ha! There's a contact list here. Besides some indecipherable Burmese script, it even has the direct line to our family's branch in the new district. At this, not only Deng Xing grew anxious, urgently signaling Deng Rongrong to shut up and stop spilling secrets. Even Gao Yang felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. He'd only intended to crack a dowry scam case, but now it had escalated into an international fraud scheme. And now, even more shockingly, it involved a mole within the branch bureau? This surprise was downright terrifying. No wonder the Criminal Investigation Division had been investigating this case for years with dwindling hope of solving it. Could it be an insider sabotaging the investigation? Deputy Captain Hua made the perfect choice recruiting me, the gold medal undercover cop, the perfect crime officer for this job. Though Gao Yang thought this, his expression remained indifferent as he pretended not to care. He ignored Deng Fugue and Deng Rongrong. Meanwhile, he seized the opportunity to exploit Deng Xing's injury and unsettled state of mind, using his skill once more to probe him. This time, finally yielded some results. Chapter 42, Feint East, Strike West. Gao Yang pulls another trick. Host activates C-level criminal skill, Third Eye Insight, finally piercing through Deng Xing's defenses bit by bit. Deng Xing appears as the godfather of Wanshui County's underworld and a coal magnate, but in reality, he serves as the deep cover operative for a foreign fraud syndicate operating through a Hong Kong-based agent. If the host intends to fully unravel the Deng family case, it's best not to alert the snake by stirring the grass. Instead, employ a diversionary tactic and proceed step by step. Hearing this, Gao Yang understood the situation. Before Deng Xing could propose cooperation, Gao Yang took the initiative to speak first. Old Master Deng, whatever you plan to do, if there's anything I can do to help, just give the word anytime. But in my opinion, your petty schemes are utterly pointless. If you insist on running this large-scale dowry scam as a side business while expanding your main operation in organ trafficking, you can't limit yourselves to such a narrow supply chain. To extract more crucial leads from Deng Xing, Gao Yang now unleashed his Oscar-worthy acting skills without hesitation. It must be said, he was truly cut out for undercover work. That tone 3 parts respect, 7 parts arrogance wouldn't faze most people, but it hit the spot for a seasoned fox like Deng Xing. Deng Xing didn't care for much else. He relished guidance and insights from those stronger than himself. Sure enough, as soon as Gao Yang spoke, Deng Xing, who had been poised to boast right in front of him about how he used this telegraph machine to communicate with the outside world without ever leaking a single secret. A sudden gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Beyond reverence. There was reverence. Mr. Gao certainly seems to have some profound insights. I just wonder, given how strict domestic regulations are, what methods you actually have to scale up both businesses without being detected or reported. It's not that I don't trust you, Deng, but over the years, I've tried numerous times and failed more often than not. So right now, making tens of millions annually is already pretty good. How could I dare hope for more? Deng Xing's words clearly rang hollow. As the black glove, over 75% of the profits had to be handed over to an agent in Hong Kong, who would then funnel them to an overseas fraud syndicate. 1 year of this was bearable. 10 years of this could be endured. But decades of relentless, life-risking ventures, with the lion's share of the gains going to higher-ups? That would grate on anyone's nerves. How could mere tens of millions in profits ever satisfy him? This old fox clearly preferred to draw me out before revealing the truth. Fine. I'll give you something truly shocking. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without baiting the trap, especially an old wolf like you. Gao Yang shot Deng Xing a sidelong glance. He knew full well the man was deliberately feigning weakness to lure him into helping, yet he chose not to call him out or expose the ruse. After a moment's thought, he presented a new proposal that made Deng Xing and his entire family's hearts race. Mr. Deng, you're being too modest. A mere 10 million in profits wouldn't even cover your family's expenses. In my opinion, we should either not do it at all, or simply multiply that figure by 10. As for the side ventures, relying solely on the second miss or other beauties under the Deng family's control to scam people one by one is far too inefficient. Why not let me leverage my network to organize several matchmaking events for tens of thousands of people? Regarding the main business, as far as I know, the Deng family excels at backdoor deals with hospitals, funeral homes, and certain underdeveloped mountain villages, but that's not very efficient. Why not shift our approach? Let's appeal to families to donate bodies for public welfare under the banner of charity. Wouldn't that be better? This isn't me, Gao, boasting about my own abilities. The former scheme could defraud at least 100 middle-class men, rich second-generation heirs, or eligible bachelors in a single day. The latter, however, would yield free corpses at zero cost. Then we could pull a bait and switch, distracting the authorities with a diversion tactic to divert their attention. This is a win-win deal. Wouldn't that be far superior to the three of you splitting up and toiling away day after day? Boom! As Gao Yang shared this ruthlessly clever scheme, Deng Xing, Deng Fugue, and Deng Rongrong instantly felt a deep respect for him, their hearts trembling even more intensely. They never imagined that doing evil could reach such heights. On one hand, the public matchmaking events seemingly random, yet with prior access to the men's financial records allowed for targeted strikes. Wasn't that far superior to blindly hunting for victims? Then there was the charity donation scheme. What a masterstroke! Not only did it earn the reputation of a philanthropist, but it also lured families to come knocking on their own door. Later, they could sell the organs of those very family members without anyone noticing and even be thanked for it. It must be said that Gao Yang, whom they'd stumbled upon by accident, was indeed more cunning than all three of them combined. And far more terrifying. If the Deng family were all villains, then Gao Yang across the table was a supervillain more vicious than any ordinary villain. Mr. Gao is formidable. These two schemes were beyond anything I could have ever conceived. This has truly opened my eyes. You are indeed the crime lord commanding 3 criminal syndicates. Your abilities are truly formidable. Given that, I won't beat around the bush. Starting today, our two families will collaborate. We handle the operations, while you provide strategic advice and insider information. Afterward, I'll personally negotiate with the higher-ups. You take 30% of the profits, I take 20%, and the top brass gets 50%. That should be acceptable. Seeing Gao Yang increasingly align with his preferences, Deng Xing finally stopped holding back and decisively proposed the profit-sharing ratio. At the same time, this fellow harbored no small amount of self-interest. Previously, he had received 25% of the profits, but the overall profit pool was too small, so his share was minimal. But now, with Gao Yang, the crime boss, joining the operation, overall profits had increased tenfold. He immediately leveraged Gao Yang's influence to negotiate with the higher-ups. On the surface, it seemed he was securing greater benefits for Gao Yang. But in reality, he was also looking out for his own interests. Seeing this, Deng Fugui and Deng Rongrong froze in surprise. They hadn't expected their father to be so generous. Then it dawned on them. They joined the camp urging Gao Yang to give them a chance. Mr. Gao, no, Uncle Gao, trust us completely. We absolutely won't take advantage of you. Whether you want a contract or other collateral, we'll provide it. Deng Fugui was truly reckless in his pursuit of wealth. Yes, brother Gao Yang, the Deng family values credibility above all else. We also hold considerable influence in high places and can certainly persuade them to agree. In fact, if you're willing to cooperate, I, Deng Rongrong, will personally attend to you alone as long as you don't mind. Meanwhile, Deng Rongrong was once again acting like a lovesick fool, her words dripping with sweetness. In that moment, both sides truly came together. But Gao Yang wouldn't stop at just this. Seeing the timing was right, he decisively moved to the next step. Chapter 43, The Super Villain Strikes. With old Master Deng's approval, the cooperation of his wealthy and virtuous nephew, and the presence of the flower like Rongrong, Gao Yang played his role as the sinister old man so convincingly he could have won 3 awards. Especially now, to emphasize his sincerity and cooperation, he deliberately gave Deng Rongrong a lecherous look. Private arrangements were certainly appealing, but none of this could interfere with their grand scheme of making big money. Therefore, before proceeding, there were 3 minor matters requiring old Master Deng's assistance. Once these are settled, we can commence our partnership immediately. But if it doesn't work out, it won't fail. While I can't speak for other areas, within Wanshui County's underworld, Deng's word carries absolute weight. Seeing Gao Yang on the verge of agreeing to the partnership, Deng Xing's face lit up with greed, his guard completely down as he shook hands with Gao Yang in a show of reconciliation. Whatever you dare to say, we dare to do. Seriously? Gao Yang feigned hesitation, deliberately luring Deng Xing and his men deeper into the trap. Deng Xing took the bait, flushing crimson with urgency like Mayu, that criminal syndicate boss who'd been promoted last time. It must be true. What could possibly trouble you so, Mr. Gao? Why not tell us? Meanwhile, beside them, Deng Fugui and Deng Rongrong also showed signs of anxiety, fearing they might have done something to dissatisfy Gao Yang and jeopardize the partnership. Seeing this, Gao Yang's thoughts shifted. Yet his words deliberately floated a suggestion that would send the 3 Dengs into a panic. It wasn't about anything else. It was precisely about feigning one thing while attacking another. The first minor issue, although the network was mine, Gao Yang, necessary kickbacks still had to be paid. Moreover, with matchmaking profiles involving tens of thousands of people, the sums involved were no small matter. If old Master Deng could advance a portion of the funds up front. Gao Yang deliberately spoke slowly and deliberately, carefully reading their reactions as he spoke, determined not to arouse the slightest suspicion from Deng Xing and the others, thereby forcing them to back down. But at this moment, his promises were simply too tempting, too irresistible. Deng Xing and the others nodded in agreement without hesitation. That's no problem at all. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions, our Deng family can certainly cover it. After all, long-term cooperation is what matters most. Oh? Is that so? Since old Master Deng is so generous, Gao no longer worries about this minor matter. Now, the second minor matter, the charitable donation. This will likely require navigating an even more specialized network of connections to secure approval from the relevant departments in the new district. So, regarding the expenses. How about this? Deng will simply give you a blank check. Whatever expenses you incur, Mr. Gao, we will cover in full without question. As Deng Xing personally produced a blank check and handed it to Gao Yang, the latter felt an even greater surge of delight, knowing his skill at fishing for information was growing stronger. Previously, dealing with those 3 criminal gangs had required some investment. Now, however, the Deng family was covering the costs themselves, seemingly believing this was essential bait to lure him in. The third minor matter might prove the most challenging. As Gao had just stated, for our collaboration to succeed without outsiders disrupting either supply chain, the best approach was to feign one action while executing another. As the name implies, this meant getting the Deng family to provide information on other dowry fraud gangs in Wanshui County and even the new urban district, as well as other organ trafficking gangs. I know this is tricky, it inevitably involves our peers. But as the saying goes, better a monk die than a fellow monk. So, old Deng, what do you think? Sacrifice them for our safety, or wait together until someone triggers an investigation and we all get caught? Gao Yang hadn't realized that the deeper he went undercover, the more he followed the perfect crime system's protocols, the more he grew accustomed to thinking like a criminal. His suggestions grew increasingly ruthless with each proposal. Fortunately, his original intentions remained unchanged. Otherwise, if someone else had come up with such ideas, they'd likely be on the brink of ruin. Sure enough, Deng Xing and his two accomplices across the table were thoroughly shaken by this suggestion. Though they were cunning and ruthless, they never imagined that the so-called deception tactic could be so vicious, preemptively framing fellow criminals to make authorities believe this district was free of dowry scams and organ trafficking rings. One had to admit, Gao Yang was one step ahead of them. But this method was truly too. Dad, what are you hesitating about? This is our only chance. We're not exactly close with the others anyway. If we betray them, so be it. Once they're locked up, they can't get out and turn on us, right? Seeing his father Deng Xing reluctant to take such drastic measures, Deng Fugui immediately exaggerated the situation, urging him relentlessly. Yeah, Dad, big brother's right. If we want to get rich, we gotta screw people over. And brother Gao Yang's even more right, competitors are enemies. If we don't take them down and use them to block the authorities' suspicions, why expand our business without any gains, only to risk getting dragged down by one of them if they screw up? Meanwhile, compared to Deng Fugui, Deng Rongrong was 3 parts eager for big money and 7 parts eager to curry favor with Yang. Yet when it came to the ugly business of one villain betraying another, she spoke with a certain sense of righteousness. The siblings' actions even earned Gao Yang a measure of respect. You never know until you get involved. It turned out that some criminals were even more eager than this undercover agent to eliminate their fellow inmates. Meanwhile, Deng Xing found Gao Yang's reasoning compelling. It was something that simply had to be done. Coupled with the intense persuasion from his eldest son, Deng Fugui, and the earnest pleas from his second daughter, Deng Rongrong, even a seasoned veteran like him had to reconsider. It truly was a case of better the devil you know than the devil you don't. In the end, while Gao Yang waited leisurely, and Deng Fugui and Deng Rongrong grew increasingly anxious, Deng Xing, the head of the Deng family and the mastermind behind their criminal enterprise, finally relented. Fugui, Rongrong, you two go handle other matters. This diversionary tactic requires detailed discussion between Mr. Gao and me. When it comes to Wanshui County and the other players in the new district, no one knows them better than Deng. Since we're using them to draw the attention of the relevant authorities, buying us time and space for our cooperation, we must go all out. As he spoke, a sudden, chilling glint flashed in Deng Xing's already shrewd eyes, a man truly prepared to sacrifice his peers to the flames for his own gain. Gao Yang immediately followed him back to another study for confidential talks. Half an hour later, Deng Xing produced a list of competitors and supporting evidence while formally signing a mutually beneficial cooperation agreement with Gao Yang. Beyond outlining their joint venture to host a mass matchmaking event, the agreement's most crucial clause concerned the Charitable Donation Association. Mr. Gao, let's progress together and prosper together. Mr. Deng, thank you for your trust. Let's progress together and prosper together. Mr. Gao, take your time. I've submitted the whistleblower materials to the relevant authorities these past few days. Once they take action, our collaboration will proceed flawlessly. Chapter 44, Letting Criminals Hunt Criminals? Little Gao, you're such a tease. The moment the two sealed their partnership, Gao Yang received an immediate notification from the system. System task, host detected with perfect crime conditions. Proceed promptly. Time limit, 3 months. System reward, initial sin points bonus of 1350. Rewards vary based on crime severity. Achieving a perfect crime grants a rating and additional bonuses. Hearing this, Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, but his heart rejoiced. Ever since embarking on the path of undercover investigations, the sin points rewards had grown increasingly generous with each mission. While cause for celebration, it also signaled that the criminals he faced grew increasingly formidable with each case. The first pickpocket gang had been the simplest. The second counterfeit money ring was more covert, but overall not particularly difficult. The third time, the human trafficking syndicate alliance, did consume considerable time. But once I lured them in with threats and bribes, failure became unlikely. This fourth one, however, demands utmost caution. The system's initial reward for crime points was a staggering 1350. Add to that Deng Xing's willingness to betray his own kind to secure cooperation. Clearly, this operation will be considerably tougher. First, I must guard against the Deng family turning on me at any moment, kicking me out and erasing evidence, leaving Deputy Captain Hua and his team with nothing to show for their efforts. Second, I must remain vigilant against the Deng family's agent in Hong Kong and the international fraud syndicate above them. Though these thoughts swirled in Gao Yang's mind, his words remained effusive praise for Deng Xing. After mutual flattery, he made his temporary exit from the Deng residence. He left Deng Xing with the image of an enigmatic figure poised to become a prized son-in-law. Unexpectedly, shortly after Gao Yang and Bald Brother departed, on their way back to the Paradise Hotel, the moment he sent Bald Brother downstairs to buy cigarettes, he immediately contacted Hua Yuqian. Deputy Captain Hua? It's me, Gao Yang, little Gao. Congratulations. The Deng family will soon make new moves. I've provided them with 2 seemingly promising opportunities, but they're actually cover for our people to infiltrate. Beyond that, Deng Xing won't hesitate to betray his own kind. In the coming days, keep an eye out for relevant evidence on your end. Lastly, as I've said before, to crack this complex, multifaceted fake goddess dowry criminal case, your side must keep pace. Only we know the truth behind the facade, but to the outside world and especially to the Deng family it must be utterly convincing. Meanwhile, New District, Criminal Investigation Brigade, Deputy Captain's Office. Hua Yuqian, who had been occupied with other matters, suddenly heard Gao Yang's explanation on the other end of the phone. Beyond sheer delight, she also felt a surge of admiration and respect for him. It must be said. Besides Gao Yang, she couldn't imagine anyone else capable of such flawless acting. Undercover in the Deng family, not only had he avoided detection, but he was actually leading the criminals by the nose. If that wasn't legendary undercover work, what else could it be? Getting criminals to turn on each other? You're quite the rascal, little Gao. Getting criminals to turn in other criminals? That idea is truly brilliant. Very well. We'll fully support you in cracking down on those dowry fraud rings and organ trafficking gangs, no mercy. This serves both as your explanation to Deng Xing and our way of ridding society of these evils. But one final reminder, Deng Xing might be fooled for now, but the people behind him are no pushovers. Don't let your guard down until the very end. After delivering these words of caution, Hua Yuqian wasted no time turning to report to Gong Nan. Both were utterly impressed by Gao Yang's masterful maneuver. Beyond cooperating with him, they couldn't think of anything else to say. 3 days later, the Criminal Investigation Division suddenly received reports about 2 dowry fraud gangs in Wanchue County and an organ trafficking ring in the New District. Initially, the dispatcher paid little attention. After all, in recent years, they had struggled to dismantle either type of criminal organization. They dismissed it as a prank. However, when the second wave of evidence arrived 5 days later, the operator dared not dismiss it and immediately reported it to Gong Nan and Hua Yuqian. Upon hearing this, Gong Nan and Hua Yuqian immediately opened the tip-off letter. After reviewing all the evidence, they were overjoyed and accelerated their investigation. Captain Gong, it seems your recommendation of Gao Yang was spot on. This is a golden opportunity, criminals investigating criminals, leaving us to reap the rewards. It's finally here. For this alone, when he returns, I'll be the first to toast him. In fact, I'm even considering transferring him from the Station Road Police Station to our unit. Hua Yuqian, who had previously harbored various misunderstandings about Gao Yang, was now praising him even more enthusiastically than Gong Nan. Seeing this, Gong Nan felt immense satisfaction, yet also sensed that if things continued this way, he might just witness a golden couple forming. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yuqian, it's not too late to say that now. After all, I've always said it that Kid Gao Yang is no ordinary sly fox. But the more cunning he is, the better he is at solving cases. See? You didn't even need me to elaborate, you figured it out yourself. In short, we need to quickly put on a show of being misled. Later, we'll coordinate with the relevant authorities to ease their scrutiny of the Deng family, creating a false impression for them. Only when the rat believes the cat is chasing other rats will it reveal more weaknesses. But they'll never suspect we've already planted a black cat deep inside their ranks. Their every move is laid bare before us. We just wait for the moment to strike and take them all down. With Gong Nan's words, a contingent led by Hua Yuqian from the Criminal Investigation Brigade immediately converged on a county-level public security bureau in the new urban district, joined by officers from several police stations. They moved openly, swift and decisive. Internally, of course, both men understood it was half performance, half reality. Outwardly, however, the news spread rapidly. Within days, it reached Deng Xing's ears, causing this old fox to believe it for the first time. Wanchue County. Deng family residence. Just as Gong Nan and Hua Yuqian accelerated their operations, genuinely misled into targeting other dowry fraud gangs and organ trafficking rings. This news reached Deng Xing, instantly lighting up the old fox's face with delight and smug satisfaction. I'll whip you to death with my steel whip, you righteous bastards. If those white-collar folks in the new district are truly that foolish, then it seems my partnership with that Gao kid can finally begin in earnest. Dowry business? I want it. Organ trafficking? I want that too.
And Gao Yang, this son-in-law worthy of a dragon? He's absolutely mine.
From now on, with resources from both families at my disposal, I'll have the wind and rain at my command. Not only will no one in Wanshui County dare cross me, but even those higher up will have to treat me with respect.
Chapter 45, The Deng Family of Wanshui County, the Iron Drum Bay Crows. In his moment of triumph, Deng Xing, once hailed as the godfather of Wanshui County's underworld, didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately took 3 decisive actions. First, he immediately notified Gao Yang to send over the materials for the mass matchmaking event. He expedited the necessary approvals through the relevant channels to get their charitable donation association up and running. Only then could their partnership truly take its first meaningful step. From then on, not only would the money flow in steadily, but they could also exploit the stupidity of the Criminal Investigation Division and others to profit without a hitch. This criminal syndicate stood as the most formidable in Wanshui County's history without a doubt. Second, he called Deng Rongrong, who was having her wedding dress custom made at a mall in the new district. On one hand, he insisted she must look absolutely stunning so Gao Yang wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the slightest.
On the other hand, he also warned her to rein in her impulsiveness even after marriage and never offend Gao Yang. After all, Gao Yang was the cornerstone of Deng Xing's fortune. Not just Deng Rongrong, even he, as the father-in-law, had to tread carefully around him. This wasn't just about this wedding. It would be the same from now on. Third was Deng Xing's own crucial matter. After handling the first 2 tasks, he immediately went to the underground secret room and used the telegraph machine to contact his superior. An agent in Hong Kong. Nicknamed Crow. In reality, he was a notorious criminal broker in the area. Brother Crow, it's me, Deng Xing. New developments here in Wanshui County. First, Gao Yang has finally agreed to cooperate. After thorough verification, he is trustworthy. Second, the scheme he proposed has kept the new district criminal investigation brigade swamped these past few days. They never suspected we were building a public road while secretly crossing the river. Lastly, regarding the profit split, I wouldn't dare make empty promises. But Gao Yang controls 3 criminal gangs. He's powerful and sharp. If we don't partner with him, he could easily go solo with his own resources. Then, Deng Xing truly is a sly fox. Even though he was clearly fighting for his own share, he still used Gao Yang's name, thinking this clever maneuver would fool his superiors. Little did he know, shortly after making that call, in a private room at a KTV in Hong Kong's Tsim Sha Tsui, the brutish-looking Crow brother couldn't care less about it. Hong Kong. Undisputedly the most bustling city in the southern reaches of the Dragon Nation. In earlier years, due to various reasons, both legitimate and criminal forces intermingled here, with foreign powers also involved, creating a murky mess beyond description. Some engaged in financial fraud, earning hundreds of millions annually. Others extorted money through criminal means, raking in tens of millions annually. Others played it safe, steering clear of finance and crime. Instead, they ventured into real estate, riding the local wave to amass staggering fortunes before swiftly pivoting to other industries. Not only do their shady dealings remain unknown, but they even launder their reputation to become justices of the peace. Others are even bolder. Disdaining the mental strain of finance and the violence of organized crime, they specialize in intermediary services, acting as go-betweens for foreign interests and connecting domestic black market and white-collar operations. These individuals excel at money laundering, smuggling, arms dealing, organ trafficking, and other heinous illegal activities. Yet, thanks to powerful protection and their own extreme vigilance, they have never been caught. Among this group, the fourth type is the hardest to catch with evidence. That's why Crow Brother, one of the most notorious middlemen in Tsim Sha Tsui, he has sustained his livelihood through such shady dealings for years. Though not a billionaire, he remains a notorious and highly valued black market broker in the area. On this particular day, after finalizing a 30 million yuan smuggling deal in a KTV private room, Brother Crow intended to order a few beauties for a massage to relax and unwind. Suddenly, he received a call from Deng Xing, his contact in Wanshui County. At first, he listened with keen interest. As long as the other party could make him money and give him a cut, he couldn't care less about the risks or obstacles involved. However, when he learned Deng Xing had taken it upon himself to preemptively cozy up to some Gao Yang crime boss, planned to expand operations, and even proactively set traps to deceive local authorities. Though Brother Crow admired Deng Xing's audacity, he keenly sensed this wasn't straightforward. He agreed readily on the surface. But the moment the call ended, he immediately left the private room and made his way to the emergency exit at the far end of the corridor. Taking advantage of the empty corridor, he dialed a special number. That number was none other than. It was the number of the lackey he and other black market brokers frequently used, someone who had to stay in the country to gather intelligence. Xiaolong, it's me, Crow. Ha? Brother Crow? What brings you to Tiansha City? Why didn't you let me throw you a welcome dinner? I don't have time for Tiansha City. There's a matter and a person you need to look into immediately. A kid named Gao Yang from the new district next to your Tiansha City. Gao Yang?
You mean that Gao Yang, the crime boss who's committed 3 crimes and somehow escaped each time? You know about this? Good. Get me the facts within an hour. Is he a real crime boss or a police mole? Don't take this lightly.
Upon hearing Crow's words, Xiaolong, who'd been hitting on girls at a Tiansha underground market, didn't dare delay. He immediately began investigating.
1 hour later, Xiaolong reported decisively, confirming that Gao Yang was indeed the crime boss. Gao Yang, the leader of 3 criminal gangs and absolutely not a police undercover agent.
Hearing this, Crow finally relaxed a little. He immediately called the foreign fraud syndicate he was liaising with, the very group that had originally backed Deng Xing and the Deng family years ago. Moshi Moshi, Sawadee Ka, it's me, Crow brother from Taoyuan. Tell your boss that the Deng family in Wanchue County has found a reliable new partner. They promised to increase profits tenfold, but the profit-sharing ratio. While Crow brother had his lackey Xiaolong verify Gao Yang's background and simultaneously reported to the overseas fraud syndicate backing him. Meanwhile, in Wanchue County, that evening, the Deng and Gao families formally sealed their alliance through marriage. Though the Deng family and Deng Rongrong both yearned for a grand celebration, Gao Yang's repeated warnings about their collaboration arousing suspicion among rivals coupled with his fugitive status. Therefore, the Deng family could only host a small-scale gathering.
At the wedding banquet,
Deng Xing, Deng Fugue, Deng Rongrong, the Deng family steward, and the Deng family's group of enforcers were naturally present. On the groom's side, Gao Yang brought along bald brother. As for guests, to be safe, no one else was invited. Thus, ultimately, Gao Yang was quite satisfied he could continue his undercover operation. Immediately after 3 cups of wine, Gao Yang, flushed but forcing himself to stay calm, carried the blushing bride Deng Rongrong to the bridal chamber.
He began to feel a bit annoyed,
because the bed scene was proving difficult.
Chapter 46, Fake Act? Real deal? Real bed? Fake on? This was proving rather tricky. Is it a fake act? Or the real thing? Is it real sharing the bed? Or just pretending to do it? This was Gao Yang's 4th undercover mission.
The troubles he'd encountered before were no small matter, all sorts of them, but this time was particularly infuriating.
Not for any other reason.
It was because Deng Fugue and the others were eavesdropping outside the door.
And this scene on the bed?
It's not going to pass muster.
So, with no other choice, Gao Yang pulled out his phone and urgently consulted his superior. Hua Yuqian. Deputy Captain Hua, I'm in a bind.
I just married Deng Rongrong, and the Deng family father and son are waiting for us to consummate the marriage. Not doing it is impossible, but doing it is even worse.
You're my superior, surely you can give me some. Gao Yang. If this is true, you're on your own. I may be your superior, but I can't control this kind of. Never mind. You're shameless.
On the other end of the line, Hua Yuqian, who'd been working overtime nonstop, never imagined receiving news like this from Gao Yang.
Her face flushed instantly.
Even as the capable female deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, she couldn't handle it. Instinctively, she blurted out a few angry curses. After switching her phone to airplane mode, for some reason, unspeakable images began to flash through her mind.
At times, it was Gao Yang, forced to become a real husband to Deng Rongrong for the sake of his undercover mission. It stirred a vague unease within her. Then there was the scene where Gao Yang, to clear his name, had no choice but to refuse sharing a bed with her, only to have his undercover identity discovered by the Deng family and ultimately beaten to death. This thought sent a chill down her spine, leaving her restless and uneasy. Finally, Hua Yuqian, who had thought she could ignore this minor incident, suddenly rose and went to a shooting range in the backyard of the Criminal Investigation Division to practice her marksmanship. Bang! A series of bullets struck the targets in the shooting range, seemingly easing Hua Yuqian's conflicted state, a dilemma where neither agreeing nor disagreeing felt right. Meanwhile, compared to Hua Yuqian, who had an outlet for her anger, Gao Yang found himself in a truly precarious situation, one where continuing was difficult, but stopping was even harder. But thankfully, just as he was about to be forced onto the horse, Deng Rongrong on the bed, overcome by sheer joy and excitement, had actually drunk herself into a stupor, unconscious. In other words, Gao Yang could now fake his way through this situation. Come on, Rongrong. It wasn't easy for us to go from fighting to becoming one family. Tonight, we'll share this spring night together, don't waste it. You'd better take it easy. Don't assume just because I'm Gao Yang, some big-time gangster, that I'm in perfect shape. Truth is, I might not have as much experience as you. Too much intensity, and I might not be able to handle it. Ah, slow down. Don't be so impatient. Who knew your skills were top-notch, Rongrong? Inside the bridal chamber, Gao Yang cradled the unconscious Deng Rongrong in his left arm while his right hand busied itself with various pretense. His mouth mimicked the suggestive lines from TV dramas. These lines wouldn't easily fool the Deng family members. But as luck would have it, Deng Rongrong, the leading lady, was unresponsive, unable to expose the truth. Meanwhile, Deng Xing, Deng Fugue, and the others outside the door could only hear the sounds, not see what was happening. They couldn't just barge in. Thus, everything ultimately hinged on Gao Yang's acting skills convincing them that the union had succeeded, to everyone's delight. Who knew Rongrong's skills were so formidable? Even more surprising was Gao Yang. He looked capable, but his body was actually empty. Still, that worked out well. Now that Rongrong had subdued him, it would be easier to handle things later. Now that they've succeeded, there's no need for us to eavesdrop anymore. From this day forward, the two families are one. No more talk of two separate households. After witnessing Gao Yang's spectacular, though entirely fabricated, performance, Deng Xing, Deng Fugue, and the others were finally satisfied and dispersed. That night, many in the Deng family were so elated they couldn't sleep, as if they'd already begun dreaming of accelerated wealth and tenfold profits. That night, inside the bridal chamber, Gao Yang only managed to fall asleep after confirming no one was lurking outside to spy on him. When he woke the next morning, he was wide awake and ready to dive into the next phase. The next morning, in another study of the Deng household, 5 key members gathered: Deng Xing, the head of the Deng family; Deng Fugue, the eldest son; Gao Yang, the new son-in-law; Deng Rongrong, the second daughter; and Deng Chang, the family steward. The subject of their discussion was clear. With the relevant departments of the new district mobilized in haste these past few days, and their attention diverted by other matters, it was time to formally commence their operation. Father-in-law, brother Fugue, Rongrong, and Uncle Chang, now that we're all family, I'll cut to the chase. Although the first step is in place, the funding for the matchmaking event materials and the related funds for the Charity Donation Association still need to be secured quickly. I'd previously tried to connect with them, but unfortunately, they now refuse checks and transfers. Only cash is accepted. So, seeing everyone gathered, Gao Yang felt a surge of secret delight. He knew that now, just like when he became the new boss of the human trafficking ring last time, it was time to slowly begin closing the net. So, he pulled out the blank check Deng Xing had given him earlier and said with a wry smile that some people these days, fearing investigation, only accepted cash. This was both factual and an impromptu fabrication, but regardless, the Deng family members present dared not entertain a shred of doubt. They were genuinely taken in. At the same time, he deliberately glanced at Deng Xing, the head of the family. Though their current positions made it awkward to ask for money directly. But the meaning behind Gao Yang's glance was clear to anyone. Seeing this, Deng Xing no longer hesitated. He generously invited Gao Yang to name his price. Would $1 million be enough? If $1 million wasn't enough, then $2 million? Or even $3 or $5 million? Our Deng family can certainly come up with that. As long as we can establish connections with those two places, Deng Xing declared with brimming confidence, convinced that coughing up several million shouldn't be too much trouble. But little did he know. Gao Yang nearly laughed himself silly upon hearing this. Back when he was undercover and infiltrated the human trafficking ring, he'd tricked them into coughing up 30 million yuan, trapping them deeper so he could round them all up in one fell swoop. Yet here he was, dealing with Deng Xing, the godfather of Wanchue County's underworld, and suddenly he was being so stingy? Father-in-law. What's the matter? Gao Yang, isn't 5 million in kickbacks enough? Surely those guys aren't demanding tens of millions? Father-in-law, you can't talk like that. Both deals we're doing involve major crimes. One's a collective dowry scam, and the other's organ trafficking, which carries the death penalty. Seeing how stingy Deng Xing and his crew were being, Gao Yang had to up the ante. On one hand, the more money they put up, the harder it would be for them to back out. On the other hand, it would also make it easier for Hua Yuqian to monitor and track the Deng family's financial movements. Chapter 47, Being PUA'd? Remember, this case isn't just about arresting the Deng family members. At the very least, we need to follow the trail to uncover a Hong Kong-based agent, or even trace it back to an overseas fraud syndicate. That was precisely why Gao Yang didn't continue feigning reluctance. He was manipulating the Deng family because this was an undercover mission, a righteous cause, and he felt no moral burden. Besides, even if each of those two networks only demanded a few million, their subordinates and everyone else in the entire collaborative chain needed to eat too. Of course, if the Deng family genuinely couldn't come up with that much cash or simply wasn't willing to part with it, then so be it. At worst, I just have to spend a few more months or even years chatting with them. Maybe after a few years, we'd build up a rapport, and they'd give us a discount on the fee. But what if, years later, competitors find ways to retaliate against us while courting lenders? If they beat us to the punch, we'll be left with nothing but crumbs. Gao Yang's sales pitch grew increasingly polished, and his ability to sway people only deepened. Hearing this, Deng Xing and the others who were already reluctant to abandon these two business expansion opportunities were suddenly thrown into panic. Forgetting everything else, they urgently pleaded with Gao Yang for a specific figure. They were willing to put up all the Deng family's cash, take out loans, or even seek help from an agent in Hong Kong, anything to seize this chance. Gao Yang, we're family. Let's cut to the chase. How much is needed in total? Our entire family will pool the funds. Besides our Deng family, our agent in Hong Kong knows about this too and agrees to cooperate, ready to support us anytime. I'm not bragging, but if you can help us secure these two networks and truly make this partnership happen, it won't be a problem, not just tens of millions, but even hundreds of millions. Alright, Fugue, go get the 8 million in cash from home first. Gao Yang isn't just your brother-in-law, he's a great benefactor to our Deng family. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we absolutely cannot let slip away. Deng Xing's greed knows no bounds. He's surpassed not only Deng Fugue, Deng Rongrong, and Deng Chang, but even that Mayu Gao Yang knew before he's more obsessed with money than anyone. Perhaps it was because he'd received too little share of the profits for all those years working for the big boss. Or perhaps he'd long resented not being given opportunities for independent development. Or perhaps he was genuinely lured by the rosy future Gao Yang painted. Perhaps. In any case, seeing Gao Yang's rare look of contempt and coldness stung Deng Xing's pride. But lacking the cunning of an old fox, he instead fell into the trap of being manipulated. Watching this unfold, Gao Yang nearly chuckled to himself. He knew his undercover skills were growing increasingly sophisticated. Yet he never imagined this mission would yield such unexpected success. He'd anticipated a drawn-out battle lasting several more days, only for Deng Xing, that seasoned fox, to voluntarily take the bait? Was it truly my charm growing stronger? Or was it the perfect crime system's assistance making me increasingly adept at manipulating these criminals? Regardless, luring the Deng family's most cunning fox into the trap was a rare achievement. And he felt no qualms whatsoever. After all, their money was the blood and sweat of victims. With this thought, Gao Yang shook off the guilt he almost felt toward the Deng family members and waited with a clear conscience for them to deliver the cash. Meanwhile, his mind continued to sketch out various plans for the next move. For now, it seemed the Deng family had handed over all their cash. While there was no more to squeeze out for the time being, it would be enough to keep them pinned down for months. So the next steps were straightforward. First, extract funds from their Hong Kong agent and expose the flow of their money. Second, extract funds from the overseas fraud syndicate backing that Hong Kong agent and expose their financial movements. This task was far more difficult. Success isn't guaranteed. But for Gao Yang, every bit of success counts. It's better than nothing. Dad, here's the 8 million in cash from your vault. On top of that, there's my 3 million in cash, plus the 1 million Rongrong voluntarily contributed. Gao Yang, my dear brother-in-law, this 12 million yuan in cash represents every effort the entire Deng family could muster. There truly is no more. Use this to smooth things over first. See how far you can get with it. As for the next steps, my father, your father-in-law, has already mentioned it. He'll ask the higher-ups for more, and Rongrong and I will also try our best to gather what we can from relatives and friends. Just as Gao Yang had made up his mind, Deng Fugue arrived with several of the Deng family's enforcers, carrying the combined 12 million yuan in cash from the three of them. The stacks of bills were heartbreaking to see, yet they had no choice but to part with them. Those bags of cash only reinforced Gao Yang's conviction that he had made the right choice. At this point, the Deng family had completely run out of spare funds. We should also try to squeeze money out of their superiors, and their superiors' superiors, to make this undercover mission even more perfect. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Fugue. While 12 million yuan still falls short, since father-in-law, Brother Fugue, and Rongrong have all been so generous and proactive, how could I, as the Deng family's son-in-law, stand idly by? But as you know, all three of my gangs were betrayed by someone earlier, and most of the funds were confiscated by that side. So, I might need a month or two to recoup my counterfeit money operation. Without promising more, I'll triple these figures for you. How does that sound? Heaven knows how Gao Yang, that rookie cop fresh out of training, could just blurt out that the Deng family would put up 12 million, and then he'd dare to offer triple that 36 million and actually have the Deng family believe him hook, line, and sinker. One could only say his acting skills were getting more and more impressive. It also proved that Gao Yang truly held the Deng family's lifeline and their greatest vulnerability in his hands. Sure enough. The next moment. Hearing that although their family was offering a large sum, leaving them with almost no cash reserves, Gao Yang across the table was even more generous, promising triple the amount, the Deng family members were all deeply moved, tears welling up in their eyes. Even without actually seeing Gao Yang's inflated 36 million yuan, Deng Xing, Deng Fugue, Deng Rongrong, and Deng Chang were all deeply moved and swayed. Gao Yang, you truly have such boldness and power. You're indeed a worthy son-in-law to Deng. Enough said. If you're willing to put up 36 million, this father-in-law will push hard to secure funding from higher-ups. We'll scrape together 50 or 60 million, even 100 million. I refuse to believe that with this much money, we can't buy off others, especially when we've already managed to bribe the district chief of the new city. Deng Xing was the first to pound his chest, instantly pledging another 50 million in funding. Though none of this money had actually materialized yet. But Gao Yang could tell that with Deng Xing, the head of the Deng family, leading the charge, the others would inevitably follow. Chapter 48. Before the net closes, even the regulators were shocked. Father, you're absolutely right. Gao Yang truly is a benefactor to our Deng family. I can also help secure some funds. Tens of millions might be a stretch, but hundreds of thousands or even a million shouldn't be a problem. On the other side, Deng Fugui immediately made his own pledge. And me selling my sports cars, luxury watches, and such could bring in over $1 million. For the sake of long-term business, sacrificing a bit is worth it. Finally, even Deng Rongrong joined in. The entire Deng family had been charmed by Gao Yang. And that wasn't all. To demonstrate the Deng family's sincerity, Deng Xing even had Deng Chang, the steward, contribute his entire assets, roughly 800,000 yuan. Deng Chang's approach was even more ruthless. He actually rounded up the family's dozens of enforcers, claiming the master needed funds for a major deal, and collected over 1 million yuan from them all. In short, to avoid being outdone by Gao Yang, a mere outsider, every member of the Deng family, from top to bottom, spared no effort and made countless sacrifices. Ultimately, they pooled together approximately 14 million yuan in cash assets. They handed it all over to Gao Yang in one go. After breakfast, Gao Yang and bald brother borrowed a truck from the Deng family. Loaded with the 14 million yuan, they set off toward the two dubious networks. Before departure, the Deng family members didn't feel the slightest bit deceived or swindled by Gao Yang. Instead, they felt even more strongly that this man was a capable son-in-law, a reliable brother-in-law, and a dependable husband who got things done and accomplished great things. Truly impressive. Gao Yang, have a safe journey. Gao Yang, drive safely. Don't worry if the kickbacks we gave you weren't enough, just bribe as many as you can now, and we'll sort the rest later. Yes, honey, you were amazing last night. Today will surely be even better. Listening to the Deng family members' flattery clearly deceived villains who remained oblivious. Gao Yang found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet he sensed this operation could be wrapped up faster than expected. He thanked them for their well wishes. He instructed bald brother to drive them away from the Deng residence. Just as it seemed the two were genuinely heading out to buy influence through their network, Gao Yang, seated in the back seat, pulled out his phone and immediately sent a text to Hua Yuqian. It wasn't about anything else. It was to notify them to prepare to receive the 14 million yuan in illicit funds. At the same time, it was also time to keep a close eye on the Deng family's financial movements over the next few months. Preparing for the final net to be drawn. To gather solid evidence for the final, decisive takedown. Deputy Captain Hua, today's extortion, oh no, fraud, oh, damn it. I'm a righteous little cop, how did I end up using that criminal slang? In short, you find a way to collect the 14 million in stolen funds from my car. Then, notify the regulatory authorities to monitor the financial movements of everyone in the Deng family. They promised today that besides this sum, they plan to scrape together tens of millions more. This case could involve as much as 100 million yuan. Anyway, I still need to make a show of buying off non-existent connections, so I can't monitor them for now. You handle everything before the net closes. After swiftly sending these 3 text messages, Gao Yang deleted them the instant they were delivered to avoid raising suspicions within the Deng family. This too was part of the standard procedure every undercover agent should follow. Not long after, the 3 texts landed on the phone of Hua Yuqian, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, who was in the middle of a meeting. She had assumed Gao Yang was contacting her again about a case or some other matter, and was already blushing slightly. When the content of the messages startled her, Gao Yang had already resorted to fraud, no, blackmail, no, damn it. He was the hardest working undercover agent, how could she speak of him like that? This kid, his efficiency is off the charts. In previous years, undercover cases like this would take at least a year or two, sometimes even several years, to achieve this level of progress. It seemed Captain Gong had been right to recommend him. Overjoyed, Hua Yuqian dismissed any other thoughts and immediately adjourned the meeting. She personally took the 3 text messages to Gong Nan, who would make the final decision. Criminal Investigation Division. Chief's Office. Captain Gong Nan, who was leisurely taking a short break, suddenly heard Hua Yuqian knocking at the door. He knew without a doubt that it was that kid Gao Yang making his move again. Good heavens! Did old Zhao recommend this Gao Yang to me? Isn't his case-solving speed a bit too fast? He's catching up to Sherlock Holmes, Conan, and D. Renjie combined. Laughing heartily, Gong Nan motioned Hua Yuqian to enter. He took her phone and glanced at the 3 text messages only to be instantly stunned. Though he'd already witnessed Gao Yang's abilities in the previous 3 cases, he was stunned all over again. Could this kid really be the reincarnation of D. Renjie or Bao Zhen? Yuqian, with Gao Yang moving this fast, we can't afford to slack off. Have your people immediately continue acting like we're tied up by other dowry fraud gangs and organ trafficking rings. Keep lulling those Deng family scoundrels into complacency. I'll report this to Director Lin immediately. This operation is beyond the scope of our Criminal Investigation Division alone. We must go through Director Lin to engage the financial regulatory authorities in the new district for specialized surveillance. With Gong Nan's words, Hua Yuqian wasted no time. She immediately led her team to keep the Deng family off guard. Gong Nan herself promptly went to the branch bureau to find Director Lin. After less than 5 minutes of discussion, the two of them grabbed the 3 text messages and rushed off to the new city district committee. Beyond reporting to the district committee leadership responsible for such matters, they hoped to coordinate through them to immediately enlist the new city district financial regulatory department's personnel. After completing the necessary procedures, by noon, the head of the new city district financial regulatory department had approved the matter and personally ordered surveillance. They had assumed that such a major matter would require the Deng family a month or two to arrange. But, unexpectedly, while the key figures were meeting, staff had already discovered that the Deng family's funds were not only circulating within Wanchue County and the new city district, but had also begun moving toward Shangjiang. Director Lin, Captain Gong, what kind of ruthless individual have you recruited? In my 10 years on this job, I've never seen a criminal so eager to cooperate even at the risk of exposing themselves. Holy moly! Take a look for yourselves. In just one morning, significant transactions occurred across the bank accounts, stocks, bond holdings, and funds of Deng Xing, Deng Fugue, Deng Rongrong, Deng Chang, and others. We even detected transactions with Hong Kong. Ha! Hong Kong? Hold on, Xiao Lu, check if this account is the one flagged for irregularities 5 years ago but never fully investigated? Just as the head of the new district financial regulatory department was stunned by this revelation, somewhere in Hong Kong, Brother Crow had just transferred funds to Deng Xing when he suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. Chapter 49, Not All Caught in the Net. Just as Lin Bureau, Gong Nan, and the head of the financial regulatory department in New City all gasped in shock, preparing to verify Crow Brothers' identity. Somewhere in Shangjiang. After hanging up with Deng Xing, Brother Crow pressed the enter key on his right hand. Following a complex series of transfer procedures on his end, he sent 30 million yuan to Deng Xing's account. Suddenly, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. Something felt off. Gao Yang's credentials were solid, but was bribing a few county-level officials really worth it? This wasn't about district, city, or provincial-level corruption. And wasn't the Deng family's 14 million enough? Or was there really something fishy going on here? Brother Crow had served as an intermediary for a foreign fraud syndicate for years, no small feat though lacking concrete proof he'd been duped. His reflexes were razor-sharp. On one side, he cursed, "Damn you." He swiftly yanked out the USB drive used for the transfer and immediately erased all traces of his presence in the internet cafe. Before the Hong Kong police could receive orders to assist in the arrest, the bastard vanished in a flash. He sprinted several city blocks away. Only after confirming no suspicious figures were in sight did Crow Brother swap out 2 prepaid SIM cards, inserting them into 2 standby prepaid phones. He dialed 2 numbers simultaneously. Hello? Deng Xing? It's Crow. I think the cops are onto me. You better be careful, damn it. Hurry up and double check if that Gao Yang is really working for you. If he's legit, forget it, I was just being paranoid. But if he's a fake, you better remember this, not only do you cut ties with him immediately and prevent any traceback to your people, but you're also bringing me 30 million yuan. The furious tirade left Deng Xing thousands of miles away, reeling in confusion, utterly clueless about what was happening. Crow had no time for explanations. He hung up immediately. Then he contacted the high-level operative of that overseas fraud ring again. Hello. It's me, Crow. Hurry up and get your boss on the line. I have a feeling the Hong Kong police are onto me. Arrange a fishing boat immediately to come pick me up. Whether the Deng family deal is a real windfall or a scam, I don't want to go down with them. Hearing this, the overseas fraud ring was taken aback. They dispatched personnel to verify the situation through secret channels while simultaneously sending a rescue team. For a moment, even Gao Yang and his crew couldn't have imagined that their foolproof undercover operation, which had been proceeding smoothly, would be undone by Deng Xing's impatience and greed, his excessive demands for money inadvertently triggering Crow's suspicions. New City District. Inside the lobby of the Financial Regulatory Authority's office. Before Lu could verify Crow Brothers' identity, Director Lin, Gong Nan, and the department head suddenly received another explosive piece of news. It wasn't about anything else. A staff member had just discovered in horror that the account belonging to the suspected superior of the Deng family, the Hong Kong agent who had been communicating with Deng Xing over the phone about fund transfers, had suddenly been frozen. Not only had all the funds vanished. Moreover, due to the vast distance involved in the use of multiple channels, the transaction had eluded detection by even their most advanced financial network system. This is bad. It seems that bastard from 5 years ago was back at it. That son of a pulled off similar illegal transactions back then, but he was always too cunning to leave much evidence. We thought. Sorry about that, Director Lin, Captain Gong. Our people worked extremely hard. After all, our golden net system isn't fully interconnected with Hong Kong's. That suspected agent shouldn't surface again for now. You guys need to step up the pace over there. Typically, once someone like this realizes they're being targeted, they'll immediately order their subordinates to retreat. And the safety of your undercover agent. With the boss offering such a sincere apology, Director Lin and Gong Nan, who had been planning to wait a few more months to gather more clues, immediately paled. They understood the gravity of the situation. Though they couldn't pinpoint where the breach occurred, they dared not delay. They immediately exited the Financial Regulatory Building and mobilized their teams. This is Lin, Director of New City District. Immediately notify the Wanshui County Public Security Bureau to seal off all major transportation routes. Not a single member of the Deng family is to escape. Also, alert all police officers at nearby precincts in Wanshui County. This is an emergency operation, no room for carelessness. If you encounter a vehicle carrying tens of millions in cash, do not use force. Remember, apprehend the suspects and hand them over to us. Director Lin, as head of the new city precinct, acted with characteristic efficiency. He immediately relayed the orders and, to ensure Gao Yang's safety, personally took command, leading his team toward Wanshui County. This is Gong Nan. All detectives from the Criminal Investigation Division, mobilize immediately. Seal off Wanshui County and the Deng family compound. Also, notify Deputy Captain Hua the cover-up has been compromised. Drop the charade. They're closest to Gao Yang. Rush over immediately to protect him. Under no circumstances let the Deng family, cornered like dogs, harm Gao Yang. Damn it! Just when things were going so smoothly, why did this have to happen? These criminals are far too cunning. Meanwhile, Gong Nan issued identical orders to all Criminal Investigation Division personnel and immediately boarded a vehicle with Chief Lin, heading straight for Wanshui County. At the same time, in Wanshui County, Gao Yang, who had planned to drive around pretending to circle the area while waiting for Hua Yuchen and the others to pick him up, received a call from Hua Yuchen at that moment and learned the general situation. He was startled at first. His survival instinct nearly drove him to knock out the bald guy himself, then drive to meet up with Hua Yuchen and the others. But the next second, the thought that merely apprehending the Deng family had allowed their superior, that Hong Kong agent, to escape, while also severing a lead on a foreign fraud syndicate, left him seething with frustration. Besides, his undercover mission couldn't possibly end after just 4 assignments. If he exposed his identity to save himself, he'd never go undercover again. He'd be stuck fighting crime as a regular beat cop, completing his duties. That would be such a waste. Deputy Captain Hua, listen to me, cut the chatter and just follow my lead. Before Hua Yuchen could urgently urge Gao Yang to escape his current predicament and join them, Gao Yang had already devised a solution at lightning speed. Not something else. It was to turn the tables on them. Deputy Captain Hua, listen carefully. I won't reveal my identity just yet. Instead, I plan to return to the Deng residence, deliberately letting one of them escape. This will make them believe I voluntarily stayed behind to cover your retreat, only to be ambushed by you. This way, I can ensure my safety and prevent this undercover mission from being cut short. I know what you're going to say, but there's no time for explanations now. At the very least, the Deng family hasn't suspected me yet, and I must continue my undercover work. After sending several text messages and promptly deleting them, Gao Yang kicked bald brother down the stairs as one of his follow-up measures. Simultaneously, he raced back to the Deng residence. He started acting the part from a distance. Father-in-law, you two should leave first. We've been betrayed again. I'll cover your retreat. Chapter 50, a good son-in-law takes care of his father-in-law. Hearing Gao Yang's words, the Deng family members were startled at first, but then they realized something. Deng Fuguei and Deng Rongrong reacted fastest, instinctively trying to flee. But Deng Xing, that old fox, was more level-headed. His first move wasn't to flee, but to grab Gao Yang by the collar. Remembering Brother Crow's warning, his rage turned murderous. Hey, Gao! Are you a cop? Are you a cop's undercover agent? How come the moment my 30 million hit the account, you show up saying, "Father-in-law, do you really think I'm a cop or a cop's mole? Why would I come here to cover your backs instead of joining them to bust you? Damn it, which bastard betrayed our group before, and now is betraying both our families? How did you end up thinking I'm a cop or a cop's mole? If you don't trust me, fine. Here's my knife. I won't move a muscle. Go ahead and stab me to death." Gao Yang's acting skills had long been honed to perfection. He could deceive criminals, and even fool himself. So when he said this, Deng Xing found himself in a bit of a bind. For one thing, though Crow Brother had warned him to be wary of Gao Yang, he hadn't provided absolute proof that Gao Yang was the mole. So Deng Xing was still reluctant to turn on his own son-in-law. Second, Gao Yang's reasoning made perfect sense. What cop or undercover agent would give them a chance to escape instead of surrounding them with reinforcements? Thinking it over, it seemed he really had misjudged Gao Yang. Right now, the top priority was protecting his family's lives. He could investigate the mole later. Who the hell said my son-in-law is a cop or a cop's mole? Enough. I won't say another word. You three, go with Deng Chang. I'm too old to run, and besides, if I stay behind, the cops won't dare touch me. This time, Deng failed to keep his house in order. How could a mole have infiltrated our ranks? Once you reach Hong Kong, seek out that Crow Brother immediately. With him on our side, our family still has a chance to turn things around. As for the police, they might seize the Deng family's assets. We've prepared for that. They won't trace the trail to higher-ups. Hearing Deng Xing's words, Gao Yang was deeply shocked. He'd only pretended to help them cover their tracks, hoping to continue his undercover work after this incident to uncover more powerful figures. But unexpectedly, he'd actually uncovered it the Deng family, Crow brother, and that foreign fraud syndicate truly had some kind of severed self-preservation mechanism. That old fox was truly cunning. No wonder Deputy Captain Hua and his team had made little progress after years of investigation. It wasn't just the Deng family's cunning, but also their independent defensive measures. Fortunately, I managed to deceive them with my disguise and probe a little. Otherwise, who knows how much manpower, resources, and effort would have been wasted in the future. After hearing Deng Xing's explanation, Gao Yang said nothing outwardly and let them leave first. But inwardly, he seized the opportunity to record all the various instructions given by Deng Xing to Deng Fugue, Deng Rongrong, and to Gao Yang himself. The earlier signal blocking measure was merely one of them. It was also relatively basic. Beyond that, several crucial measures remained. First, seize all crucial ledgers hidden in the Deng family's secret warehouse near the coal mine, including, but not limited to, records of bribes paid to officials at all levels in Wanchue County. He intended to use these records later to secure Deng Xing's release. Second, Gao Yang and the others were to leave the Deng family villa immediately and relocate to the Deng family's ancestral home, a rural village in Wanchue County. From beneath the floorboards of the ancestral home, they would retrieve some antique calligraphy and paintings to serve as capital for establishing a new foothold in Hong Kong. Third, Deng Xing himself, with a look of righteous indignation on his face, actually planned to lead a group of thugs to the main gate to block the cops. This would buy Gao Yang and the others more time to escape. What a son-in-law! What a man! What a Gao Yang! Besides me, you're the only one in the Deng family with any real capability. Right now, I can only count on you to protect Fugue and Rongrong. Hurry up and leave. This time, it's my fault for misjudging people. Probably some shareholder in the coal mine resented me taking too much of the profits and reported me. Anyway, as long as you're safe and sound. At this point, I have nothing to fear from laying everything out for you. Those cops think they're so clever, believing taking down the Deng family will solve the dowry scams and organ trafficking. Little do they know, we're just one of Crow Brothers' many underlings. Taking us down will only scare the others into hiding deeper, it won't solve anything. As he spoke, Deng Xing wore an air of smug self-importance, as if his collaboration with Crow Brother and others wasn't merely about making money, but carried some kind of inexplicable sense of sacred mission. It was then that Gao Yang pried the most crucial lead from Deng Xing's mouth. Though he couldn't grasp the full meaning of what Deng Xing said, Gao Yang sensed a deeper vortex lurking beneath the surface of this case. Solving the case for now. It didn't mean the entire criminal syndicate had been apprehended. Master, run. The cops are here. Damn it, they're everywhere. I heard even the new district precinct is involved this time. They're not just surrounding our villa, the coal mine's gone too. Even our Deng family's relatives and friends are under close surveillance. This time, it might be for real. Just as Deng Xing and Gao Yang stood there, one trusting the other completely and blurting out the most crucial matter, while the other remained outwardly calm yet inwardly shaken. Butler Deng Chang rushed frantically from the main gate, delivering even more explosive news. Hearing this, Deng Xing knew the Deng family truly had no escape. His eyes dimmed, yet he pinned his last hope on Gao Yang. He immediately instructed Deng Fugue, Deng Rongrong, Deng Chang, and others. Under no circumstances were they to betray Gao Yang, nor could they give anything away during interrogation by the cops. He was about to lead Gao Yang to the Deng family's sole secret escape passage, entrusting him with their last hope. But, unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Deng Fugue kicked Deng Xing aside. Not only did he flee into the secret escape passage to save his own skin, but he also seized the opportunity to lock the small door behind him. The entire group was stunned into silence. Deng Fugue, you moron. You're useless even if you run off to Hong Kong. You might as well have let Gao Yang's old man die of anger. Deng Xing stomped his foot in rage, never imagining his final plan would be ruined by his eldest son, Deng Fugue. Father-in-law, please stop. Let brother Fugue go to Hong Kong. Though I'm slightly more capable than him, I'd rather serve time with you all. After all, there's Rongrong, she can't be left without care. Compared to Deng Fugue's extreme selfishness, Gao Yang's words at this moment were truly touching. They not only brought tears to Deng Rongrong's eyes but also made Deng Xing feel he had made the right choice in him. Chapter 51, with Big Brother Gao inside, who dares speak against him? Good son-in-law, you truly haven't disappointed me. No need to say more. Once we're inside, we'll find a chance I'll tell you everything about Brother Crow. That bastard Deng Fugue is utterly useless. Even if he went to Hong Kong, Crow Brother wouldn't trust him. But you, this time I'll find a way to get you out. What happens next is up to you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Deng Xing even uttered words that sounded like a dying man's last wishes. Hearing this, Gao Yang put on a show of emotion, but his mind was elsewhere. Though this operation was still somewhat rushed, potentially alerting Brother Crow as other operatives, they managed to fool Deng Xing with their acting. By extracting information about Brother Crow from him, they might just be able to wipe out the entire operation for real. Of course, he couldn't voice these thoughts, nor could he show the slightest hint of them. He kept thanking his wonderful father-in-law. Enough said, father-in-law. When our family commits crimes, we do it together. When we go to jail, we'll do that together too. Don't let the cops look down on us. I can't promise I'll do better than you've done these past years. But if I get out, once I find Crow Brother, I'll do everything in my power to rescue you all. And if by some chance I run into Brother Fugue after all, we're family, I'll help him too if I can. With that said, Deng Xing felt no doubt about Gao Yang's loyalty and kindness. Instead, she embraced this son-in-law who was better than her own son. Meanwhile, Deng Rongrong, who had been terrified of going to prison, found herself calming down somewhat seeing Deng Xing and Gao Yang by her side. She stopped trembling so violently. A few minutes later, Bureau Chief Lin, Gong Nan, Zhao Anqing, Hua Yuqin, and others truly stormed in, taking control of the situation. Every member of the Deng family except Deng Fugue was apprehended, bringing the case to a temporary close. The subsequent procedures followed the standard protocol. Deng Xing, the patriarch of the Deng family and the mastermind behind the case, was taken separately to the Criminal Investigation Division for strict surveillance and round-the-clock interrogation. Deng Rongrong, the third in command of the Deng family, though a woman, was also implicated in the dowry fraud scheme. Naturally, she couldn't escape being personally interrogated by Deputy Captain Hua Yuqin of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. As for Gao Yang, the fourth in command and the Deng family's favored son-in-law, his involvement in the Deng family's crimes was relatively recent. Moreover, he was known to Chief Lin and his team as an undercover agent. Naturally, they seized this opportunity to publicly announce that he was being taken to the detention center for separate handling. The other members of the Deng family received similar treatment. Seeing this, Deng Xing and Deng Rongrong, about to be led away, didn't feel Gao Yang was receiving special treatment. Instead, tears welling up, they felt even more certain that choosing Gao Yang as the Deng family's last hope had been absolutely the right decision. Good son-in-law, stay calm. You just married Rongrong and haven't committed too many crimes. These cops won't dare to be too harsh on you. Someone will get you out in a few days at most. But whatever you do, don't plead guilty to rescue me and Rongrong. While it would move us deeply, it would ruin you. Right now, you are the Deng family's last hope. Once you're out, remember what I told you earlier. Right in front of everyone, Deng Xing and Deng Rongrong were still desperately pleading with Gao Yang. This scene wasn't the rage and shame of criminals betrayed by an undercover agent, it was criminals trying to exonerate the undercover agent. It truly lived up to the saying, betrayed, yet still saying thank you. Witnessing this, Director Lin, Gong Nan, Zhao Anqing, Hua Yuqin, and the others were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't decide whether to call the Deng family members brainless, or whether to praise Gao Yang's undercover acting as nothing short of masterful. After every member of the Deng family was taken away, Director Lin, Gong Nan, Zhao Anqing, Hua Yuqin, and the others couldn't help but tease Gao Yang, who was now glaring at them with righteous indignation. Hey, little Gao, cut the act. They called cut, already. Still pretending to be the Deng family's model son-in-law? Your acting skills would be a waste if you didn't go to Hollywood for awards. As the chief of the new district precinct, I've handled cases for years and seen every kind of criminal but never one who actually thanked their undercover agent. No sooner had Chief Lin finished his praise than Gong Nan and Zhao Anqing also couldn't resist teasing Gao Yang. Chief Lin's absolutely right. Back then, we never imagined that choosing you as an undercover agent wouldn't just avoid exposure due to inexperience, it actually made one criminal gang after another worship you and express endless gratitude. Now you've even fooled that old fox Deng Xing. Honestly, Gao Yang, we can't find words beyond admiration. Hearing the three leaders' words, Gao Yang finally stepped out of character. He gave a sheepish chuckle before immediately adopting a serious expression. He expressed gratitude for their active cooperation, which had finally brought this case to a temporary conclusion. At the same time, taking advantage of the absence of anyone from the Deng family, he relayed the words Deng Xing had spoken earlier to the others. As expected. Upon learning that the Deng family still had numerous unresolved issues, the group's expressions darkened. Clearly, they weren't about to celebrate merely because Deng Xing and his associates had been apprehended. Instead, they realized this wasn't just a major case, it was a serial case demanding long-term attention. So, Gao Yang, what's your next move? Leaders, this situation is somewhat different. Therefore, I believe I should be detained for a few days. First, it would serve as a demonstration to the members of the three criminal gangs, solidifying my persona as the Black Lord and paving the way for future undercover operations. Second, only then might certain individuals outside the organization who are connected to Deng Xing attempt to secure my release, thereby preserving the image I hold in their eyes. Third, I have a hunch that the more actively I protect the Deng family now, the more likely that Hong Kong operative, Brother Crow, might actually approach me someday. That would make our next investigation run much smoother. Upon hearing Gao Yang's voluntary request for detention, everyone present not only admired his dedication and professionalism as an undercover agent but also wholeheartedly agreed. And so, next, Director Lin handed the matter over to Zhao Anqing. Citing Gao Yang's suspected involvement in the Deng family case, along with his prior suspected involvement in controlling the 3 criminal gangs, he was thus brought to justice. From interrogation to documentation, from documentation to transfer to the detention center, every step was executed with meticulous precision. This ensured the Deng family would detect no inconsistencies. It also allowed certain potential informants, possibly bought off by Crow Brothers' side, to report Gao Yang's true status, confirming his potential for future undercover work. A day and a night later, Gao Yang was transferred to the detention center. Coincidentally, he ended up in the same cell block as the original pickpocket gang, where he once again encountered Bald Brother and the others. Big Brother Gao? How come you're here too? Damn it, just moments ago someone was accusing you of being an undercover agent. Who the hell would dare say that now? Chapter 52, 3 days in detention, a criminal takes the fall to save Gao Yang. Hearing this, Gao Yang looked up. The man across from him was none other than Bald Brother, the very one he deliberately kicked down earlier as part of his follow-up plan. He had also solved 4 consecutive cases, proving his unwavering loyalty to the comical pickpocket boss. Gao Yang's heart leapt with delight, knowing the upcoming charade would be easier now. Without further ado, he adopted a forgiving demeanor to placate the other members while simultaneously using this chance to reinforce his persona. Brothers, this should finally prove I'm not an undercover cop or a snitch, right? Of course. Absolutely. Boss Gao, we were all wrong about you before. How could the cops plant one of their own among us? Good. Now I need your help with something. Though my father-in-law Deng Xing plans to send someone to rescue me, I think we can handle it ourselves. We control 3 criminal gangs. I need you all to figure out a way. Even at this moment, Gao Yang still didn't fully trust these thugs as his own men, nor did he genuinely believe they could rescue him. His words were merely to keep them trusting him, to keep him in his position as the crime boss. It would make things easier later on. But, unexpectedly, just as Gao Yang finished speaking and was about to rest, these underlings suddenly hit upon an idea, a way to secure his release faster than relying on the Deng family's connections. Nothing else. They would collectively take the fall. Boss Gao, wake up. We've decided to get you out sooner. We'll voluntarily take the fall. We'll admit to the pickpocketing case. Also, we'll find a way to contact the counterfeit money gang and that human trafficking ring from before. If their people are also willing to sacrifice themselves for your sake, we think even the cops won't have a reason to keep you locked up. Hearing this, Gao Yang, who'd been about to doze off, jolted awake. He never imagined that as an undercover agent, he himself lacked the confidence to make these people take the fall and pay such a heavy price. Yet these criminals were volunteering to do it themselves? This was too incredible. This scene made Gao Yang almost believe he wasn't an undercover agent at all, but a genuine, flawless criminal mastermind. Fortunately, he retained a shred of self-awareness. He didn't actually fall for it. Instead, he feigned gratitude while repeatedly refusing their offers. When his refusals proved futile, he simply let Bald Brother and the others go off to recruit more people and build connections. The specifics needn't be elaborated. In short, 3 days later, Director Lin received word that 3 criminal gangs had collectively taken the fall to clear Gao Yang's name. Shocked, he couldn't help but laugh again. Gao Yang, how did you pull this off? We've seen undercover agents before, but never one who ended up being rescued by criminals. I'm truly impressed. Someone, go notify them. Use this opportunity to release Gao Yang early. Let this chance also make that old fox Deng Xing even more impressed by his talented son-in-law, making it easier to extract more crucial leads. With a sweeping gesture from Director Lin, Gao Yang, who might have faced a lengthy prison sentence, was released earlier than anyone anticipated. This time, as the detention center gates swung open, Gao Yang felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration watching the 3 criminal gangs he'd once commanded escort him out from a distance. Take care, Boss Gao. Big Boss Gao, we'll take the fall for you. Once you're out, remember to be extra careful. Big Boss Gao, don't come visit us anymore. Those damn cops are sharp. We don't want you to get back on your feet only to be suspected because of us. Behind him, the pickpocket gang led by Bald Brother, the counterfeit money crew, and the human trafficking syndicate members, all except Mao Yu, who remained in solitary confinement. They actually gave Gao Yang such a grand send-off. This scene left the detention center guards speechless, and even Gao Yang, a lowly rookie cop, was at a loss for words. Throughout history, countless undercover agents had cracked cases, but to infiltrate a criminal organization, dismantle it entirely, and become the very person they longed for. He was probably the only one. Sigh, why is the difference in undercover work so vast? I was the one deceiving you, yet instead of resentment, you express gratitude. How am I supposed to handle this? Well, who should be waiting for me up ahead but Deputy Captain Hua? Looks like this job isn't over yet. With these musings, Gao Yang stepped out of the detention center with the air of the most joyful undercover agent in history, effortlessly climbing into Hua Yuqian's car. After getting in, Hua Yuqian promptly delivered a mix of good and bad news. Deputy Director Gao, would you prefer to hear the good news first, or the bad? Ha? Deputy Director? Interesting. Has Director Lin decided to promote me? Then let's start with the good news. This undercover work keeps me on edge day and night. Better to hear some positive updates. MHM. The good news is, your dear father-in-law Deng Xing and your dear wife Deng Rongrong have been deeply concerned about you these past few days. They refuse to reveal any case details, but they've been inquiring about your well-being. In fact, just before you came out, a lawyer from the Deng family came to arrange bail. They pulled quite a few strings. It seems Deng Xing truly treats you like his own son. The bad news is, your undercover work was quite successful. We seized tens of millions in cash from the Deng family, along with coal mines and other assets. While we cracked the Deng family case, it also severed contact with that Raven brother. For now, we can't pursue the investigation further. We'll have to wait for Crow brother to contact you. In the coming days, you won't be able to join the celebrations or officially return to duty. We're sorry for the inconvenience. Hearing Hua Yuqian's explanation, Gao Yang didn't feel overly burdened. After all, Director Lin and the others had shown him considerable consideration. Even if his true identity couldn't be revealed publicly, they wouldn't let his parents or others worry. Under these circumstances, Gao Yang was actually quite content to enjoy a few days of leisure. He took the Deng family's lawyer's materials, familiarizing himself with them in advance, and prepared to temporarily lie low somewhere according to their arrangements. He also promised Hua Yuqian that he would track down Deng Xing soon to extract the few remaining clues he held, ensuring this case was brought to a perfect conclusion. Next, Hua Yuqian drove Gao Yang to Director Lin's office to report the situation. Throughout the journey, Gao Yang's greatest excitement wasn't the further solidification of his Black Lord persona, nor the young officer's promotion to deputy station chief, nor even the company of the beautiful deputy captain. It was the message from the system. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Detection confirms you not only brought the Deng family case to a substantial conclusion but also earned Deng Xing's complete trust and confidence. Furthermore, you orchestrated 3 criminal gangs to voluntarily take the fall and rescue you, a textbook case in undercover operations. This mission achieved perfect crime level. Rating. Chapter 53, The Deng Family Saga continues. Gao Yang gets new assignments. With such a powerful outcome, the score should be even higher. Wonder how much sin points I'll get. The thought had barely formed in Gao Yang's mind. The system immediately announced. This operation achieved perfect crime level, rating A. Host has earned 19,440 sin points. Host's current total sin points, 21,000. Requirements for 910 pulls fulfilled. Ready for 20 pulls anytime. Hearing this, Gao Yang finally felt a sense of relief. All his hard work had paid off with the most rewarding payoff. He opened the blue virtual screen. He fantasized about pulling several C-rank crime skills like 3i Truth this time, then he could upgrade that one to S-rank too. Draw, draw, draw. 9-10 pulls at once, let's do this. Gao Yang gave the command. The lottery will spun rapidly, spinning longer than ever before due to the increased number of pulls. A full 10 minutes passed before it finally began to slow down. Finally, the pointer settled on a specific sector, revealing the words. Congratulations! Host has obtained C-rank criminal skill, True Third Eye. 1 use. Upgradable. Congratulations! Host has obtained the C-rank criminal skill 3i Truth, twice, upgradable. Congratulations! Host has obtained C-rank criminal skill 3i Truth, 3 times, upgradable. Congratulations! Host has acquired C-rank criminal skill 3i Truth Seeker, 7 times. Upgradable. Current sin value, 300. Given that the host now possesses 8 C-rank crime skills, 3i Truth, we hereby remind you that these can be progressively upgraded to the S-rank crime skill, Divine Eye Insight. Additionally, the host will receive an unexpected bonus. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Gao Yang's anticipated goal finally seemed within reach. Without hesitation, he immediately began upgrading his skills. Congratulations, host, on completing your first skill upgrade. 8 C-rank criminal skills, 3i Truth have been upgraded to 4B rank criminal skills, 2i Surveillance. Congratulations, host, on completing your second skill upgrade. The 4B rank crime skills, 2i Investigation, have been upgraded into 2a rank crime skills, 1i Insight. Congratulations, host, on completing your third skill upgrade. 2a rank criminal skills, Insightful Gaze, have been upgraded into 1s rank criminal skill, Heavenly Eye Insight. Divine Eye Insight, the pinnacle of vision-based criminal skills. Activates automatically anytime, anywhere to discern truth from lies, read psychological states, uncover dissimulation, and detect disguise, all without the subject noticing. This skill is especially suited for perfect crimes or flawless undercover work. How you choose to utilize it is entirely up to you, host. Interesting. This upgraded S-class criminal skill, Divine Eye Insight, is practically X-ray vision. While lacking the lethality of actual X-rays, it leaves no disguise undetected. TSK, all that hard work finally paid off. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Just as the system had stated, whether it was perfect crime or perfect undercover work, this S-class skill, one that could see through others' disguises while making one's own nearly undetectable, was indispensable. From now on, not only for serious matters, but even in daily life, shopping for groceries or buying things, he'd have built-in anti-counterfeiting capabilities. How delightful. Congratulations, host. Skill upgrade successful. Beyond skill enhancement, your physique has been fortified, speed and strength elevated to the next tier. The words had barely left the system's mouth. Gao Yang indeed felt a warm golden current surge through his limbs and meridians once more, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Moreover, this time, even more black impurities seeped from his skin, originating from deeper within his internal organs, blood vessels, and muscles. This purifying effect was even more potent. Though confined to the vehicle made it difficult to fully utilize, Gao Yang nonetheless felt an extraordinary lightness and vitality, as if he'd become one of those ancient martial arts masters from online novels. Even more astonishingly, while stuck in traffic, he took advantage of Hua Yuqian's momentary distraction. With a sudden burst of strength, he discovered to his astonishment that he could now slightly lift the several-ton vehicle. He couldn't toss it around casually like the American team captain. It undeniably proved that after this enhancement, his overall physical strength had reached levels comparable to Special Forces soldiers. Congratulations, host, on achieving your third physical enhancement. Your speed and strength have advanced to the next tier. Additionally, the previously announced extra attribute Intuitive Perception will now activate formally, as the host has acquired 3 S-rank criminal skills. Intuitive Perception, the conditions for full activation are quite demanding. Beyond possessing 3 S-rank criminal skills, the host must master these skills to the point of achieving a unified synergy. Gao Yang was taken aback by the system's announcement. He had previously assumed Intuitive Perception was equivalent to an S-rank crime skill, so possessing 3 such skills should have been sufficient for activation. Little did he know there were additional requirements. This news left him somewhat frustrated. But the thought that this so-called intuitive perception might be even more powerful and formidable than S-rank criminal skills quickly dispelled his misgivings. He accepted it with peace of mind. Next, Gao Yang accompanied Hua Yuqian to meet Director Lin. After discussing the events of the past few days, they also reaffirmed the arrangement for him to reside with the Deng family's lawyer going forward. Xiao Gao, congratulations. Starting today, you're the deputy chief of the Station Road Police Station. But as you know, due to certain confidentiality reasons, this hasn't been officially announced yet. Once the Deng family matter is completely settled, we'll throw you a celebratory banquet. But this glass of wine, I can fill it for you right now. As he spoke, Director Lin, a division chief level leader and the head of the new district branch, made an exception by personally pouring wine for Gao Yang and offering a toast. Seeing this, Gao Yang immediately understood the weight of the gesture. He gratefully accepted the cup and downed it in one gulp. Afterward, Director Lin only reminded him to maintain secrecy about his identity and ensure his safety, without assigning him any further tasks. Hua Yuqian personally escorted Gao Yang out. As they parted ways, Hua Yuqian suddenly gave Gao Yang a lingering look. She couldn't explain why. In less than an hour, Hua Yuqian felt Gao Yang had undergone a complete transformation. He now possessed a radiant, handsome charm that drew the eye, an otherworldly aura. Of course, she had no idea this transformation stemmed from Gao Yang's third physical enhancement, which had purged even more impurities from his body. As for Gao Yang himself, seeing that neither Director Lin, Gong Nan, Hua Yuqian, nor Zhao Wanqing had any immediate need for him, for the first time, he found himself with a bit of idle boredom. As he strolled near the train station, debating whether to head home to check on his parents and visit his old classmate Zhang Jian, or what to do next. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze like lightning from behind, accompanied by the voice of a professional lawyer. Chapter 54, My black father-in-law wants me to take over. This is serious. Is this Mr. Gao Yang? I'm Shen Tianfang from Wanshui Law Firm, handling matters for old Master Deng Xing. Mr. Gao, you're quite the strategist to show up early. Why didn't you give me a heads up? But since you're already here, no need to quibble over details. Prepare to take over. This is a personal order from old Master Deng Xing. Hearing this, Gao Yang turned to look. Sure enough, 2 men of considerable stature were sizing him up. The younger one must be the so-called lawyer, Shen Tianfang. He looked every inch the gentleman, wearing a pair of expensive gold-rimmed glasses. Beneath that seemingly refined exterior, however, lurked eyes as shifty as a rat's. He immediately gave off an unscrupulous vibe, the kind who specialized in defending crooks. The older man, who emitted a piercing gaze like lightning, appeared to be Shen Tianfang's bodyguard or similar. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was solidly built, weighing at least 200 pounds. His very presence sent an inexplicable chill down one's spine. Where did they find such a man? And how much did they pay him? Well, just out of detention, and now this shady father-in-law wants me to take over. What a punishment! Though inwardly exasperated, Gao Yang wouldn't miss this chance to further ingratiate himself with the Deng family. He immediately feigned concern for his dark-skinned father-in-law, Deng Xing, while also expressing eagerness to take over the role. My father-in-law is truly too kind to me. But how exactly am I supposed to take over? Didn't they say the cops had frozen the Deng family's assets? The coal mines, other businesses, even relatives and friends are under investigation? Mr. Shin, right? Pleased to meet you. My father-in-law mentioned you earlier. You're the Deng family's lead attorney for all legal matters. We couldn't manage without you. And what might this handsome gentleman here be called? My apologies, Mr. Gao, you seem to have misunderstood. While I do work for the venerable Mr. Deng Xing, I'm not actually the Deng family's exclusive lawyer. As for this handsome gentleman? Easy enough. He is the eldest son of your father-in-law, old Master Deng Xing Deng Badayo. As for the man who fled earlier in front of you and the cops? He was merely old Master Deng Xing's adopted son, a stand-in for this very young master, Deng Badayo. Shen Tianfan's story was getting more and more outlandish by the moment. In an instant, Gao Yang found himself momentarily stunned, unsure whether to believe a word of it. But regardless, if Deng Xing had such a plan in place, it was worth continuing his undercover work to uncover the truth. And so, as Shen Tianfan wore an inscrutable expression and the so-called true young master of the Deng family, Deng Badayo, shot Gao Yang a look of utter contempt, Gao Yang pretended not to notice and followed the two men into the car. Next, the trio departed the train station, weaving through the streets of the new district. Whether they were avoiding outsiders or trying to impress Gao Yang with their professionalism remained unclear. In any case, an hour later, the car finally came to a halt at a location in the northern part of the new district, Wanshui Law Firm. Mr. Shen's office space is quite impressive. This area has the highest rents in the northern part of the city. Should we proceed with some formalities next? But honestly, I care less about taking over the firm than about when you'll introduce me to your father. With the Deng family in crisis, my father-in-law was counting on me to handle things. Throughout the journey, Gao Yang had sensed the peculiar attitudes of Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo toward him. While they were supposed to be facilitating his succession, their expressions betrayed displeasure. The exact reason remained unclear. He could only speculate that their identities were likely fabricated, though it probably just meant Deng Xing had secretly prepared a backup plan without his family's knowledge. Originally, they were meant to be the successors. But now, because Gao Yang had earned Deng Xing's deep trust during this period, even if he was blocking their path to wealth, that was what made the two of them unhappy. Gao Yang paid no mind to such matters. He maintained a cheerful smile on the surface while his mind raced with speculation. At the same time, his S-class criminal skill, Heavenly Eye Insight, activated automatically and actually detected that the two were approaching exactly as Gao Yang had suspected. Among them, Shen Tianfan thought to himself, this old man Deng Xing is really something. Suddenly marrying off his daughter, suddenly gaining a son-in-law, suddenly making her take over the reins. All the power and benefits promised to me vanished. For now, I'll toy with this Gao fellow. Later, I'll slowly coax him into signing the asset transfer agreement. The Deng family is finished anyway. If they won't give me all those secret assets, why should they go to him? His inner monologue was truly beyond compare. Mr. Deng Xing's most trusted lawyer was Shen Tianfang. But in the end, after all that effort, Shen Tianfang was nothing more than a tool. As for that domineering Deng, he had quite the different perspective. My adoptive father really stumbled upon a thankless bastard. He could have simply had me and attorney Shen handle matters for him, yet he insisted on involving some newly acquainted son-in-law. This Gao fellow's background is shady. Doesn't he fear the man might embezzle? Fortunately, attorney Shen was wise enough to tip me off beforehand. He suggested I pose as the Deng family's true eldest son to see if I could trick this young upstart into compliance. Turns out, after all the commotion, this so-called Deng Badayo is actually Deng Xing's adopted son. The scoundrel would betray Deng Xing for profit without a second thought. But their tricks were just too weak. Not only did they fail to deceive Gao Yang, but he effortlessly saw through their true intentions. It was unclear whether to praise their stupidity or commend Deng Xing's unwavering trust in Gao Yang, ensuring he wouldn't fall for such tricks. A few minutes later, the three arrived at Shen Tianfan's office. Before Gao Yang could even ask, Shen Tianfan boldly produced a pile of disorganized documents, urging him to review them himself. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity of Gao Yang's potential legal ignorance to begin his manipulation. Mr. Gao, these documents were specifically entrusted to me by old Master Deng Xing to deliver to you. It's indeed quite complicated. Mr. Bao Dao and I were part of a secret arrangement he made 10 years ago. Therefore, no one in the Deng family knows about this besides old Master Deng Xing himself. Simply put, beyond the dowry business and organ trade, the Deng family also holds interests in real estate, catering, express delivery, training industries, and more, all covered in these documents. In short, if you find it too complicated, how about this: transfer these significantly devalued assets to me. I'll liquidate them and ensure you don't lose out. At this point, Shen Tianfang genuinely wore an expression that screamed, I'm doing this for your own good. I'd never rip you off if I did. You two Dengs would team up to get me back. He believed his performance was convincing enough to fool Gao Yang. Little did he know, Gao Yang had long seen through their scheme. Not only did he refuse to fall for these tricks, but he coldly laughed and struck like lightning. As he landed a slap on Shen Tianfang's face, he also kicked Deng Badayo flat on his back. Then, Gao Yang fired off a few harsh words, instantly terrifying the pair so badly they wet themselves and scrambled to apologize. Chapter 55, Undercover? Undercover? Trying to outsmart me, Gao Yang? Have you forgotten that besides being Deng's son-in-law, I'm also the boss of 3 criminal gangs? Looking to die? If you don't want to die, put away your petty schemes. Didn't you even bother to find out? The day after I married Deng Rongrong, my father-in-law told me everything. So what, now it's your turn to cash in. Gao Yang's furious roar and deliberate intimidation instantly intimidated Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo, jolting them back to their senses. Turns out this Gao kid had known about their little schemes all along. He'd been playing dumb, toying with them like a cat chasing a mouse? But how could that be possible? The fact that the Deng family had hired a lawyer and adopted a son was known only to old master Deng Xing himself. Even Deng Fuguei and Deng Rongrong were unaware. There was no reason Gao Yang could have. Wait a minute. Could it be that old master Deng Xing truly trusted Gao Yang so deeply that he even confided this top secret matter to him? We really were blind, weren't we? We actually thought Gao Yang didn't know about this, and even believed that the so-called black boss identity of the man surnamed Gao was fake. But now, seeing the power behind that punch, the sheer force of it, we've met a real tough guy this time. We dare not fool him anymore. Better apologize quickly. In that instant, Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo, who had just moments ago been so smug in their self-importance, stared at Gao Yang with expressions of utter terror, as if they'd just laid eyes on a demon from another world. The next second, the two of them, they dared not utter another word of nonsense. They apologized profusely and even voluntarily admitted their petty schemes. They swore never to do it again. In fact, if Gao Yang spared them this time and gave them a chance to live, not only would they never interfere with his affairs again, but they'd even work for him for free. Mr. Gao, as the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Please forgive us. We were merely overcome by greed in the moment, never did we mean to target you. If you agree to settle this, I promise, from now on, I, Shen Tianfang, will serve as your lawyer and strategist. Deng Badayo will become your bodyguard. Though his skills don't match yours, he is, after all, a former boxer. For minor matters, you won't need to lift a finger, just let him handle them. Watching Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo shed their arrogant, self-assured demeanor from the journey and now bow and scrape before him, utterly convinced and even pledging never to rebel again. Now Gao Yang found himself in a bit of a bind. The reason was simple. He wasn't a real crime boss. He was an undercover agent. According to undercover principles, the fewer people around him, the better. That way, he wouldn't be hindered in gathering crucial leads on various criminal gangs, setting traps to bring them down. That's how his previous 4 undercover missions had gone. Except for occasionally bringing along Bald Guy, his dim-witted sidekick, he never took a single outsider, all for the sake of secrecy and safety. But now, it seemed Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo had deep connections with Deng Xing. A direct refusal might arouse Deng Xing's suspicion, but accepting them now would require constant vigilance. This was both to prevent them from deceiving him, the Deng family's son-in-law, again. It was also to prevent any future mishaps from backfiring. Who would have thought this 5th undercover mission would be so complicated and convoluted? I'm tempted to ask Chief Xiao and the others to pull me out and send someone else in. Why must it always be me? This undercover work is making me uneasy. What if one day I really become a crime boss? Despite inwardly grumbling like this, Gao Yang didn't forget his identity as a junior officer on the surface. He deliberately put on a slightly troubled expression. After several minutes passed, only then did he show a look of temporary acceptance toward Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo, instructing them to immediately divide tasks. Deng Badayo would stand guard outside, while Shen Tianfang would provide him with a detailed explanation of the materials right away. Got it. Mr. Gao, you truly speak your mind and show great magnanimity. For that alone, I, Shen, pledge 100% loyalty and will work tirelessly to serve you. But these files were personally sealed by old master Deng Xing. I haven't opened them in 10 years, so I'll have to go through them from start to finish? Ha? Oh. That can't be. How could that be? Seeing Gao Yang had spared him, Shen Tianfang immediately drew upon his professional lawyer skills, reviewing the documents while preparing to explain. But the very next second, Shen Tianfang himself was rendered speechless by the shocking revelations of various sordid affairs detailed within the documents. Seeing his expression wasn't feigned but genuinely horrified by some bizarre revelation, Gao Yang tossed a paper ball across the room, snapping him back to reality. Then, in a soothing tone, he comforted the man. Mr. Shen, what on earth could possibly unsettle a lawyer of your caliber? With me here, you've got nothing to fear, not even if the sky falls or an earthquake strikes. It's not that. Sigh, Mr. Gao, I swear I'm not lying or pulling your leg this time. See for yourself if you don't believe me. Who would have thought that all these documents left by old man Deng Xing, though they're supposedly about assets, are just a tangled mess of messy affairs? At that moment, Shen Tianfang felt utterly helpless. There was absolutely no intention to deceive. Seeing this, Gao Yang couldn't help but grow curious. He walked over himself and began flipping through the documents one by one. After just a few minutes, Gao Yang was the one left stunned. Not for any other reason. Simply because, as Shen Tianfang had said, these so-called assets of Deng Xing were indeed assets, but they were nothing but a bunch of worthless junk. What was this about some game-boosting company owing him 1 million yuan 10 years ago and never paying up? Or that 9 years ago, some fake order scam company swindled him out of 2 million yuan and never compensated him? Or that 8 years ago, some live stream sales company took 5 million yuan from him and never delivered? 12 entire files, most of which detailed petty squabbles like these. They could be considered assets, since each document involved millions, but they weren't really assets either. For a wealthy family like the Dens, these were truly trivial matters. Yet as Gao Yang sat dumbfounded by these documents, he noticed 3 major events beyond the minor ones. These 3 major incidents were documented in the last 3 envelopes, each containing the most files. The first involved a 5-year-old incident where the Deng family invested in a film or TV production within the entertainment industry, only to be defrauded. The amount involved was a staggering 10 million yuan. Second, 4 years ago, the Deng family ventured into the entertainment industry, heavily promoting a female star, only to lose both the talent and the investment. The funds involved reached a staggering 20 million. Third, 3 years ago, the Deng family partnered with a biotech company to invest in health supplements. The products never materialized, and the partner fled overnight. The amount involved was a staggering 30 million. TSK, I really misjudged this before. I thought Deng Xing was grooming me to take over managing the big money. Now it seems this old fox is actually sending me out to collect debts. Chapter 56, Undercover Agent Turned Laborer. This Deng Xing doesn't treat me like a son-in-law at all, he clearly sees me as a laborer. At the same time, this also seemed to confirm that after that so-called Crow brother cut off contact last time, he must have threatened and intimidated Deng Xing. To save his own skin, the bastard had no choice but to come crawling to me. After reviewing all 12 files, Gao Yang felt more than just a mix of laughter and tears. His primary thought was that while this would consume a great deal of time, it was something he simply had to handle. For 2 reasons. First, as a junior officer, when you witness illegal activities, you must take action. This time, Deng Xing had proactively granted him greater authority. Now that he's a crime boss, getting things done is easier than ever. Using his underworld methods to accomplish legitimate deeds, this too serves the people's interests. The higher-ups would surely praise him. He himself felt immensely honored. Second, during the previous arrest of Deng Xing and his associates, Gao Yang had keenly observed that the Deng family was merely a small cog in the larger criminal operation. While the Deng's capture seemed cause for celebration, it had actually alerted the target Crow brother and his other subordinates to the operation. This was a misstep in Gao Yang's undercover work. To continue the investigation, expand the gains, and catch them all in one net, it was absolutely essential to get Deng Xing to talk. At present, there was only one way to achieve this. That was to temporarily fulfill the duties of this good father-in-law under the guise of both the Black Elder and the Deng family son-in-law. Once his life was secured, the truth would surely come out. 9 minor cases, 3 major ones. My undercover work had spiraled into absurdity. Starting with catching thieves, busting counterfeiters, and arresting human traffickers, now I was actually working for the real crime boss for free. I trust Director Lin, Captain Gong, Captain Hua, and Chief Xiao will believe my explanation. Though I'm starting to doubt it myself. This whole thing is downright bizarre. But regardless, if this angle can make Deng Xing talk helping us catch Hong Kong's Raven brother or even crack a foreign fraud ring, then even doing some unpaid volunteer work is worth it. With that thought, Gao Yang's gloomy mood lifted. He stopped dwelling on whether he was genuinely undercover or merely Deng Xing's free labor. Next, he instructed Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo to keep the 12 files absolutely confidential, no matter how bizarre they seemed. As for when to begin the operation, that would be decided after he met his father-in-law, Deng Xing. At the same time, he wanted to ensure these two, one scholarly, one martial, would carry out their tasks diligently, preventing any unexpected complications from sudden changes. He immediately resorted to threats and intimidation. He deliberately mentioned that if they disobeyed, he would either throw them to the new District Criminal Investigation Brigade as scapegoats or hand them directly over to Hong Kong's Crow brother. Either way, they'd face certain death. True to form. With Gao Yang's words, Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo, already cowed by his earlier display of force, immediately abandoned any lingering doubts. They swore allegiance in every conceivable way, pledging their loyalty. As for Gao Yang himself, before departing, he repeatedly asked Shen Tianfang if there were any other backup materials. Learning that the other party had none and dared not keep any. Only then did he feel somewhat reassured. I'm outta here. Leave this to you lot. Tomorrow I'll visit old Master Deng Xing. Once he confirms these are genuine and your claims are true, I'll begin handling matters. I hope there's no falsehood in what you've said. Otherwise, when I return, whether you're still here or have fled overnight, you won't escape the grasp of this crime boss." After several threats, Shen Tianfang and Deng Badaya were visibly terrified, too frightened to disobey. Moreover, the feedback from Shen Gao's S-class criminal skill, Divine Eye Insight, confirmed they weren't lying. Gao Yang promptly grabbed a large bag, stuffed the 12 documents inside, and departed Wanshui law firm with a carefree stride. On the surface, he was heading to meet Deng Xing, who was still at the Criminal Investigation Brigade. But secretly, he hailed a cab and circled around several times. Only after confirming no suspicious figures followed did he speed back toward the Station Road police station. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted Station Chief Zhao Wanqing and Deputy Chief Lu Guozhang from afar, both wearing expressions of utter bewilderment. "Gao Yang? You're not supposed to be here. What on earth could be so infuriating that you had to come looking for us?" Clearly, Gao Yang's undercover identity remained unknown to everyone except Director Lin, Gong Nan, Hua Yuqin, and now Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang. That's why Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang looked so flustered right now. They were terrified Gao Yang might accidentally expose himself. Fortunately, it was nearly quitting time. Most officers had either gone home or were busy with their shifts, leaving no one to intervene. Thus, Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang quickly grabbed Gao Yang and shoved him into a car. Without further ado, they drove to a secluded spot to talk things through. "Gao Yang," they said, "Director Lin mentioned you were supposed to continue undercover with the Deng family. Why did you return so soon? Don't be so reckless next time. If outsiders discover you, it's bad enough, but if an insider finds out, it's even worse." "Yeah, Gao Yang, it's not that we didn't want you back. But after the incident at the Deng residence, the precinct is under suspicion of having an insider. If that mole recognized you..." "Hey, what's that in your hands? All this material, could it be on Deng Xing and that Raven brother from Hong Kong? You're something else, kid. Cracked the case this fast?" Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang were clearly overjoyed they'd mistaken Gao Yang's urgent return for another case solved. Seeing this, Gao Yang felt like crying. He wanted to explain, but couldn't find the right words. He could only let them open the 12 files. By the time they'd pored over them until they were ready to puke, he finally explained with a wry smile. "Chief Zhao, Deputy Chief Lu, you two really overestimated my abilities. This time, I didn't crack the case so quickly. Instead, I discovered this. Anyway, you've seen it yourselves. What do you suggest we do? I may be an undercover agent, and I've been pretty efficient solving cases lately, but 12 cases? If you don't add a few more undercover agents to my team, I'm afraid it's going to be tough." Hearing Gao Yang's words, Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang finally understood why the kid had come back. Both men looked utterly speechless. Truthfully, they understood Gao Yang's predicament. If this were a routine undercover operation, it would be one thing. With Gao Yang's skills, he'd solved the previous 4 cases. There was no reason he should fear solving more. But this time, it involved 12 separate cases spanning different fields and targeting different individuals. No matter how capable Gao Yang was, he couldn't split himself into 12 places to handle them all simultaneously. This situation was truly exceptional. "You're in a bind? We're in a bind too. We're just a small station chief, what can we do? How about this? Let's go see Director Lin. He's bound to have a solution." Chapter 57, The Black Duo. At Zhao Wanqing's suggestion, Gao Yang, who'd been growing increasingly irritated, suddenly perked up. He promptly followed the 2 men to the branch bureau. However, due to Gao Yang's sensitive status and previous suspicions of an informant within the branch, only Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang entered. Gao Yang was left alone in the car. Meanwhile, inside the office of the new district precinct chief, while discussing how to interrogate Deng Xing next with Criminal Investigation Division Chief Gong Nan and Deputy Chief Hua Yuqin, Chief Lin suddenly heard his secretary report that Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang from Station Road Police Station had come to visit. "Have them wait a moment. Can't they see I'm in discussion with the Criminal Investigation Brigade? But Director Lin, they said it's urgent and they absolutely must see you. Even if it were higher-ups, we'd have to let them in, let alone the Criminal Investigation Division." "Ha? What nonsense is this? When did those two, Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang, grow such audacity to act this way?" Hearing this, it wasn't just Director Lin who was shocked. Even Gong Nan and Hua Yuqin found it odd. In their understanding, the Station Road Police Station was one level below the District Bureau. Typically, they wouldn't bypass their superiors to request a meeting. Could something truly major have happened? "Captain Gong, Deputy Captain Hua, please wait here for a moment. I'll be out shortly." Director Lin had no choice but to leave Gong Nan and Hua Yuqin in his office while he went to the conference room to meet with Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang. He was already feeling irritated. But then he saw Zhao Wanqing and Lu Guozhang walk in, both with furrowed brows. Before Director Lin could explode, they immediately lowered their voices and briefly explained the situation with Gao Yang. Unsurprisingly, the next second, it was Director Lin's turn to explode. What was going on? Gao Yang actually. Wait, are you saying he encountered a thorny problem and had to seek help, even planning to recruit someone to go undercover with him? Was this kid joking? Not only would such a person be hard to find, but even if they were, wouldn't they risk being exposed by the mole? Director Lin was seething, but Zhao Anqing and Lu Guoqing weren't fazed. Instead, they brazenly handed over the 12 dossiers Gao Yang had brought. Sure enough, faced with this hard evidence of trouble, even Director Lin was startled. He instantly realized Gao Yang wasn't acting out of arrogance, but for the greater good. After his expression softened slightly, he had no choice but to agree to Gao Yang's request. Sigh. How could such a minor case involving the Deng family cause so much trouble? He had once thought young Gao was a capable man. Turns out, this kid is quite skilled at solving cases, but his talent for stirring up trouble is even more remarkable. Enough. The mole remains undiscovered. He absolutely must not be exposed. Now, you two go find Gong Nan and Hua Yuqian. Join me in confronting that little bastard Gao Yang. I just don't believe it. With so many leaders present, how could his request not be met? Director Lin may have grumbled under his breath, but he was genuinely kind-hearted. Besides, Gao Yang wasn't approaching them for personal gain. Deng Xing was simply too cunning. This sudden incident meant that even if they handled it well, he might not be convinced, but if they botched it, it would inevitably affect future dealings. Thus, even a powerful bureau chief like Lin could only grumble a few times before promptly handling the matter with solemn seriousness. Director Lin stepped out of the bureau's front gate first. From a distance, he spotted Gao Yang in a car across the street. He really didn't know whether to curse him or praise him. Then, Zhao Anqing and Lu Guozhang, accompanied by Gong Nan and Hua Yuqian who had just learned of the situation, followed out. To avoid arousing suspicion from the mole, all five pretended they were heading out for a meal. Gao Yang, snap out of it. Drive straight to that secluded alley 3 blocks away for the rendezvous. This time, for the sake of your undercover mission, Director Lin himself got involved. Plus, we've involved Captain Gong and Deputy Captain Hua from the Criminal Investigation Division. Let's be clear, we've given you all the face and authority you asked for. Now you need to carefully choose who becomes the second undercover agent and ensure their safety. Otherwise, no matter how many cases you solve, your transgressions will outweigh your achievements. On Gao Yang's end, the moment he received Zhao Anqing's call, he never imagined that his simple venting of frustrations would lead to someone else being dragged into the mess. Yet now, from Bureau Chief Lin to Gong Nan, Hua Yuqian, Zhao Anqing, and Lu Guozhang, everyone had voluntarily offered to be named by him to go undercover together. He couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. During his previous 4 undercover missions, he'd always tackled every problem alone. He'd never imagined there could be a way to play the game like this. Director Lin truly understood him. Very well, let's make a choice. Should it be the brilliant and formidable Director Lin, the bold and capable Captain Gong, or the familiar faces of Chief Zhao and Deputy Chief Lu? Or better yet, deliver an even harsher blow to the Deng family, shock them by dragging down the Criminal Investigation Brigade's deputy captain and their star officer, Hua Yuqian? After pondering this, Gao Yang, who hadn't truly intended to recruit any of them for his undercover team, suddenly found himself entertaining some peculiar notions. First, he drove to the designated secluded alley. Then, taking advantage of the empty surroundings with only his own people present, Gao Yang casually got out of the car. Without further ado, he zeroed in on Hua Yuqian. Deputy Captain Hua, I need your help. Starting today, you'll go undercover with me in the Deng family. I've already planned out the whole defection narrative. We'll say that Gao Yang, that notorious crime boss who controlled 3 gangs and colluded with the Dengs, actually seduced you, a deputy captain of such stature, causing you to develop Stockholm Syndrome. Though this sounds absurd, once the Deng family confirms you've been expelled and are now a wanted fugitive, they'll trust you just as they trusted me before. Moreover, I have a hunch that the more chaotic we make things appear, the more we'll throw off the predictions of the mole within the precinct, leading them to mistakenly believe this is the reality. Of course, your safety is guaranteed. We'll team up as a pair of black sheep working for Deng Xing while secretly investigating the case. No doubt we'll rake in major credit later. Gao Yang's words were truly terrifying and far beyond anyone's expectations. In an instant, Bureau Chief Lin and the other 4 were collectively dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that Gao Yang, standing before them, was not only a master undercover agent and a genius at solving cases, with bizarre methods and unconventional approaches, but also had the audacity to say such things? But regardless, once Lin and the other 4 regained their composure and reflected on it, they couldn't help but admire Gao Yang's idea, both ruthlessly cunning and deviously clever. And so, before Hua Yuqian could erupt in fury, Director Lin and the other 4 exchanged glances. Surprisingly, they seemed genuinely inclined to agree to this unprecedented, astonishing plan. Seeing this, Gao Yang cheerfully and effortlessly pulled the flushed, furious, and speechless Hua Yuqian close to him. Chapter 58. This is how an undercover agent operates. Welcome Deputy Captain 1 Branchflower to the male-female dual undercover team. Don't be shy, undercover work is one of our sacred missions, just one done openly and one done covertly. This is how we undercover agents operate, just go all out being shady. The shadier, the better, the shadier, the safer. The higher-ups have plenty more to worry about. Seeing Hua Yuqian still look a bit uneasy, though she agreed with the idea, she wasn't thrilled about going undercover so quickly. Gao Yang couldn't resist teasing her. Just those few words instantly made everyone burst into laughter, leaving them speechless. Who would have thought this kid Gao Yang wasn't just skilled at undercover work, but could also get the esteemed deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, Hua Yuqian, to follow suit? The more they watched the pair, the more they sensed an inexplicable chemistry between them. This made the four who had initially been skeptical, Chief Lin, Gong Nan, Zhao Anqing, and Lu Guozheng, double down on their approval. However, beyond having Hua Yuqian go undercover with Gao Yang pretending to be both the crime boss and his wife, there were other crucial preparations to make. For instance, how to fabricate a story about Hua Yuqian betraying the Criminal Investigation Division that would earn the trust of those lawbreakers and criminals. This story couldn't be too far-fetched, nor could it be completely implausible. Otherwise, not only would it fail to convince Deng Xing and the others, but it might even backfire, undermining the undercover operation and causing them to suspect Gao Yang himself as an informant. That would be a complete disaster. Another challenge was arranging a suitable identity for Hua Yuqian, one that would allow her to accompany Gao Yang openly without any criminals daring to object. This identity mustn't be too high profile, nor can it be too low-key. Otherwise, if their relationship isn't close enough, it won't convince Deng Xing and the others that Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian are naturally meant to be together. But if their relationship is too close, it might trigger jealousy from Deng Rongrong and others. That would be less than ideal. Here's what I propose: Captain Gong should handle Deputy Captain Hua's backstory. Since this is currently limited to the Deng family case, we don't need a public arrest warrant. We just need to convince the Deng family that Deputy Captain Hua has defected to us. As for her identity, I can't think of anything more fitting for Gao Yang than the special status of an ex-girlfriend. The ex-girlfriend angle ensures she's constantly with Gao Yang without raising suspicion or objections. It also makes the arrangement more palatable to Deng Rongrong. Plus, we can use the pretext of rescuing the Deng family together to lure even a seasoned fox like Deng Xing into the trap. While everyone was mulling over various ideas, Director Lin, with his wealth of experience, was the quickest to come up with a relevant story and specific identity for Hua Yuqian. Once this was said, aside from Hua Yuqian feeling a bit bashful, Gao Yang, Gong Nan, Zhao Anqing, Lu Guozheng, and the others all found it deeply convincing. After all, this narrative and identity were the most effective way to fulfill Hua Yuqian's undercover requirements while minimizing potential future complications for her. Yuqian, let's proceed with this arrangement. We appreciate you and Gao working undercover together. Rest assured, we're all aware of your doctoral boyfriend studying abroad. Defining this relationship this way is precisely to avoid any future discomfort for you both. Seeing the matter largely settled, Gong Nan, Hua Yuqian's former superior, immediately stepped in to smooth things over, easing everyone's lingering concerns. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuqian readily accepted the arrangement and began sharing intelligence with Gao Yang. As for Gao Yang, for some reason, he'd initially been thrilled when Hua Yuqian was assigned to work with him. But now, hearing she had a boyfriend, a strange feeling flashed through his mind. He didn't dwell on it too much. He simply dismissed it as the typical reluctance any man might feel toward letting go of a beautiful woman. Next, Director Lin, Gong Nan, Zhao Anqing, and Lu Guozheng ensured that news of this matter would only reach Deng Xing and Deng Rongrong, without spreading further. Simultaneously, they repeatedly emphasized to Gao Yang that he must ensure Hua Yuqian's safety at all costs. Only then did they depart. After they departed, only Gao Yang, the undercover pioneer, and Hua Yuqian, the newly recruited operative, remained. The two exchanged glances, initially feeling somewhat awkward. However, after they moved together to a safer, more secluded hotel, they quickly became familiar with each other. Deputy Captain Hua, congratulations on joining my undercover team. From this moment on, we're ex-girlfriend and current crime boss. Follow me and act according to my cues. Not to toot my own horn, but even if that old fox Deng Xing has any suspicions, he'll give me face and won't dare investigate you. Of course, I have no doubts about your abilities. As long as you play your undercover role well, we should be able to crack these big and small cases quickly. With no outsiders present, Gao Yang toned down his playful banter. Instead, he retrieved the 12 files from earlier and handed them to Hua Yuqian. Hua Yuqian glanced through them and immediately recognized the necessity of Gao Yang's request for her cooperation. Having witnessed his consecutive solving of 4 cases, she held his abilities in high regard. She offered a faint smile and assured him she would follow his lead. Rest assured, Chief Gao. I know my own limitations and won't cause you trouble. Just tell me what you need me to do. From this moment on, I'll set aside my identity as Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Division and follow your lead entirely. But you need to be careful too. I do have a boyfriend. I can do necessary bad things with you, but I can't get too close. When that kind of situation comes up, you know what to do, right? As our discussions deepened, we covered everything from daily habits and slang to how to play the ex-girlfriend of a crime boss. Later, we agreed on small misdeeds were acceptable, major crimes were off limits, and intimate moments must be staged as real feeling fakes. Everything was thoroughly discussed. Seeing this, Gao Yang didn't harbor many thoughts of taking advantage. He agreed to all of Hua Yuqian's intimate requests in one breath. Only when both felt this arrangement could preserve their purity without arousing suspicion from the Deng family did they finally stop discussing it. The next moment, the two lay on separate beds in the double room, each getting a good night's rest. No one could fathom how Gao Yang, that young, impassioned youth, managed to endure the night alongside Hua Yuqian, the vibrantly youthful deputy captain next door. In short, early the next morning, a call from Gong Nan informed them that the three detained Deng family executives Deng Xing, Deng Rongrong, and Deng Chang had all learned of their story and identities. Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian no longer kept a low profile, instead decisively hailing a taxi together. Using the fake IDs they had prepared long ago, they went to visit the prison. Today also marked the moment when this pair of black-hearted partners would face the test set by the cunning old fox, Deng Xing. Chapter 59, Rescuing Bald Brother Again. Gao Yang, I've been thinking. Just showing up to meet the Deng family like this isn't entirely safe. How about this hand me a task, and I'll handle it? Since we're going to be the black duo and you're my ex-girlfriend, the boss of the underworld, we need to show some results. Like taking care of certain enemies of the Deng family. Just before the two hailed a cab to the Criminal Investigation Division's separate detention center, Hua Yuqian, true to her deputy captain status, pondered briefly before proposing this suggestion. The proposal perfectly suited Gao Yang's tastes. Without further discussion, he agreed immediately. He handed her a task of considerable weight, none other than rescuing Bald Brother once more. By leveraging Bald Brother's identity, she could prove herself. I saved Bald Brother last time, this time, it's your turn. And if I'm not mistaken, now that Deng Xing knows our connection, he's definitely had Shin Tianfang and Deng Badai tail you. Therefore, you absolutely must not display any airs of being a deputy captain. Instead, you must employ methods similar to mine. If necessary, even stage a prison break. Before departure, Gao Yang offered Hua Yuqian a bold suggestion. At first, she was stunned, never imagining an undercover mission would demand such desperation. But upon reflection, she realized that without such a brutal approach, how could she demonstrate her defection as the former deputy captain? Only such crude, forceful tactics deeply offending the cops in the bad guys' eyes could win their trust and facilitate future operations. I'm off. You be careful too. That old fox Deng Xing might have other tricks up his sleeve. After saying this, Hua Yuqian applied some eyebrow pencil, giving herself a slightly rebellious schoolgirl look. Only then did she stride off toward the suburban detention center in her newly changed high heels. Gao Yang no longer worried she might fail at this simple task. He arrived at the Criminal Investigation Division's isolation facility, easily gaining access using his forged identity. Soon, he was face to face with Deng Xing. Deng Xing, you have a visitor. 10 minutes maximum. No extensions. And remember, every word and action is monitored. Don't dare discuss illegal activities face to face. If you do, even if you hadn't confessed before, you'll face additional charges. With these stern words from a detective, Deng Xing, who had been detained for several days, appeared in the visiting room wearing a prison uniform. Gao Yang, for his part, had prepared every possible excuse long before this old fox appeared, to avoid arousing even the slightest suspicion. But when they finally sat down to talk, Deng Xing seemed to have aged 20 years. Instead of discussing tasks for Gao Yang or rescue plans, he just sighed and lamented. Young Gao. Father-in-law, you see, I came here not only to see you but also to tell you about Attorney Shin and the domineering brothers. What Attorney Shin? What Baodao brothers? Don't read too much into it. In my current state, I simply have no heart for such matters. Father-in-law, you. Honestly, just seeing you is enough for me. How could I hope for anything more? I heard you have some ex-girlfriend. Ha, it's good for young people to have backup options. Right now, Rongrong can't get out easily either. Having another beautiful woman around means another companion. Seeing Deng Xing bring up Hua Yuqian's name, Gao Yang felt a chill run down his spine. The tone was off. Whether she was a genuine ex-girlfriend or a fake undercover agent, he felt forced to acknowledge her existence. Gao Yang's heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized something must have gone wrong in their six-person plan. While it probably wouldn't make Deng Xing immediately suspect both him and Hua Yuqian were undercover cops, the situation was clearly unfavorable. He was about to pull out his prepared lines to explain. But unexpectedly, Deng Xing across from him suddenly lost all interest. Without giving Gao Yang a single chance to speak, he abruptly declared the conversation over. Officer, Deng Xing said, we're done talking. Please take me back. I need to continue my legal education and labor reform. As for the Deng family's dowry fraud case or the organ trafficking case, I truly know nothing about them. But as long as it benefits the country and its people, this old man Deng is still willing to lend a hand. As he spoke, this old fox Deng Xing completely ignored Gao Yang's other points. Though he didn't explicitly express dissatisfaction or suspicion, this unusual behavior immediately made Gao Yang feel even more uneasy. He tried to hold him back.
Deng Xing slipped away in an instant, leaving Gao Yang with only an inscrutable, unfathomable back and those few sarcastic remarks. Whether born of anger or seeing through his tricks, it was impossible to tell.
What did he mean by not bad?
Normally, even with surveillance, this old fox should have inquired about my progress handling those 12 files.
Why did he suddenly drop it? And what did he mean by backup measures?
Either this old fox outright opposes my actions, or beyond opposition, he suspects something's off about my relationship with Hua Yuqian.
How could he say such things? And what exactly did he mean by having multiple partners? That phrase sounded, wait, could it be that Deng Rongrong was in trouble?
As for Gao Yang, after 4 undercover missions, he felt he'd accumulated considerable experience and thought he could handle any situation.
Yet Deng Xing's soft, cotton-like strategy had left him thoroughly frustrated.
He couldn't tell if his plan to lure Hua Yuqian out had succeeded. Nor could he tell if Deng Xing genuinely believed escape was hopeless and trusted him completely, or if she was feigning disappointment while secretly plotting something else. Unfortunately, he was still operating under his fake identity, Xiao Gao.
He couldn't follow openly, nor could he force Deng Xing into conversation again.
Therefore, Gao Yang had no choice but to temporarily leave the Criminal Investigation Division's solitary detention cell and retreat to a relatively safe location, waiting for news from Gongnan.
Sure enough, less than an hour later,
Gongnan called with news Deng Rongrong had gotten into trouble.
Xiao Gao, you haven't gone to see Deng Xing yet, right? Captain Gong, sorry to say we split up.
I just saw Deng Xing. His reaction was odd. Plus, Deputy Captain Hua went to vouch for Bald Brother on short notice, planning to pull the same trick to prove her identity.
Rescuing Bald Brother? That's a good idea. We should support it. But on your end, this is my mistake.
I just found out Deng Rongrong had a sudden illness last night and passed away.
So, barring surprises, your recent contact with Deng Xing probably didn't yield much, right? What? Oh, I see.
That explains Deng Xing's attitude earlier.
He wasn't actually opposing me or suspecting us, he simply assumed I already knew about Deng Rongrong's death and was trying to replace her. Gao Yang understood. All that worry earlier was unnecessary. Now it all depends on what Hua Yuqian does next. New City Suburban Detention Center.
The bald guy, who had been sound asleep, was suddenly roused.
They said someone had bailed him out. Chapter 60, out with the old, in with the new. Officer, spare me the jokes. Our boss Gao was barely escorted out under our protection. How could he just come back so easily?
Besides, even if it really was him, I have no intention of leaving.
Because I still feel my rehabilitation isn't complete. I need to work harder. Please tell Gao Lauda, we shouldn't meet again in this lifetime, lest it tarnish his reputation. If we must meet, let it be in the next.
Bald Brother seems born to be a comedic criminal. Last time Gao Yang rescued him, he was so grateful he was practically weeping with emotion, so eager and excited. This time, though, he refuses to leave under any circumstances. His stated reason was just a line to fool the guards.
The real reason?
This guy fears Gao Yang might get targeted by the cops again for saving him. So this former leader of a pickpocket gang, seemingly not very capable but overflowing with loyalty, actually refused.
And,
while the guards stood stunned, Bald Brother turned his back, unable to hold back his sobs as he became deeply moved by his own actions.
Big brother Gao, please don't come. We worked so hard to get you out safely. How could we risk getting you suspected by the cops again?
This bald guy here, orphaned as a kid, raised by stealing, I'm no good anymore.
This is just how my life is. If you really have free time, why not figure out a way to rescue your father-in-law? Hold up the Deng family's sky. Who knows? Maybe you'll commit even bigger crimes in the future and boost our little thieves' reputation.
Hearing this, the prison guard was utterly speechless. I don't know whether to praise this Bald Brother for his loyalty and credibility,
or if he was just a nutcase who'd watched too many gangster movies.
Anyway, just as Bald Guy was getting more and more worked up, the guard casually tossed a few words his way. Bald Guy washed up and prepared to head out. This time, it wasn't Gao Lauda or Gao Laosan, it was a beautiful woman.
She claimed to be Gao Lauda's ex-girlfriend. Now, they were partnering up and just needed someone to manage things. Since they had evidence proving he wasn't the mastermind behind the pickpocket gang, why wouldn't he want to get out?
Hearing this, the bald guy who sworn he'd never leave suddenly froze.
What? Not Gao Lauda, but Gao Lauda's ex-girlfriend? What about Deng Rongrong? What the hell is going on? Could it be that Gao Lauda's legitimate wife is gone, so he's having his ex-girlfriend save me? Is he really planning to conquer the world with me again? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. Even if Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian didn't plan it this way, right now, this bald guy is totally convinced it's true. Brothers, Boss Gao has summoned us again. I gotta go handle some business.
A real man bleeds but never cries.
See you later.
And stop telling me Boss Gao is shady.
If he were, would he save my ass time and time again? I'm outta here. You guys better straighten yourselves out. Aim to get out later too, so we can all follow Big Boss Gao and Big Sister Gao, grow big and strong, and make history again. Having said that, the bald guy who'd been peeing like a cat just a second ago actually strut out with a bold, defiant air, following the guard outside. Nothing else was seen. All they saw was Hua Yuqian, the truly beautiful and kind-hearted Gao Deseo. Big Sister Gao. Big Sister Gao. Look over here, I'm the bald guy, the second in command to the dashing, charismatic, and exceptionally capable Gao Lauda, the man everyone admires. You and old Gao make such a perfect match. Nice to meet you. Call me by my nickname, Bald Brother, or just Xiao Guang. I also have an English name, Bald Brother, who enchants her, but it's too long to remember. Short and sweet is best. Sister-in-law Hua Yuqian, who was just finishing up bail procedures, never imagined the bald brother she was supposed to greet would be this kind of guy. She stood there with her mouth agape, utterly stunned. This was hardly the former leader of a pickpocket gang. This was clearly a supporting character from a slapstick comedy. Unbelievable. 2 hours later. Gao Yang, not the real Gao's wife Hua Yuqian, and the bald-headed guy who had Hua Yuqian laughing so hard her stomach hurt the whole way, the bald-headed guy who had her head over heels. The trio finally met up at a 3-star hotel in the eastern district of the new city. Next. It was the same old tactic. The two undercover agents, Big Brother Gao Yang and Big Sister Gao Hua Yuqian, once again used the story and identities previously devised by director Lin and his team to brainwash the pitiful yet endearing bald brother. From then on, Bald Brother became their most loyal and obedient second in command. With Bald Brother's testimony, Hua Yuqian could finally clear herself of suspicion, whether questioned by Deng family representatives or suspected by Shen Tianfang or Deng Badayo. Big Brother Gao, Big Sister Gao, you two summoned me out. Could it be you're seeking another partnership with some wealthy family? I wonder if the Deng family is completely finished this time. Could this be another? Just as Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian exchanged reassuring glances, the unexpected words of their goofy second in command, Bald Brother, caught them off guard. The two felt as if they'd approached the wrong person. This guy really wasn't cut out to be a crime boss, much less a second in command. If he weren't the most reliable option right now, they'd be laughing themselves to death every day. Little Guan, take a break first. You've been working hard these past few days. We'll discuss business later. Don't treat me like some kind of god, cow boss. I don't have the ability to take down a major family in one go. For now, you'll handle matters for my father-in-law. But this time, it's a whopping 3 minor tasks and 9 major ones. Every single one needs someone with your talent. Gao Yang couldn't even tell how he managed to stifle his amusement while forcing such insincere praise on Bald Brother. Yet seeing the latter genuinely take it to heart, his face lighting up with excitement. He knew this guy was exactly the type to fall for that kind of flattery. Without further ado, he booked a room for Bald Brother to rest while quietly awaiting Deng Xing's response alongside Hua Yuqian, who had effectively pledged her loyalty. Of course, it wouldn't be Deng Xing himself responding. But it was highly likely that Deng Xing had used some channels to have Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo come find them. Meanwhile, just as Gao Yang, Hua Yuqian, and Bald Brother were having a pleasant and relaxed meeting inside the isolated detention cell of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Deng Xing, who had appeared too exhausted to speak after his daughter's sudden death, had finally regained his composure. Returning to his original cell, he took advantage of the exercise period to step outside and soak up some sun, using the opportunity to approach a detective he was on good terms with. Through this officer, he secretly contacted a mole within the department. During their exchange, he also inquired about Hua Yuqian's situation. Sure enough, the mole confirmed that Hua Yuqian was indeed the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division and Gao Yang's ex-girlfriend. This time, she truly had Stockholm Syndrome and was risking her life to defect. This wasn't a bad thing. It was actually a blessing. Chapter 61, The Whistleblower's Irrefutable Proof. Is this true? It absolutely must be true, old Deng. We've worked together for years, I've never deceived you. Besides, you know the caliber of these cops in the new district. Even if you added 100 IQ points to them, they wouldn't be smart enough to fabricate something like this on the spot. After all, as far as I know, Hua Yuqian had a boyfriend before, a PhD who studied abroad and the only son of some big shot in the provincial capital. They're just cracking down on minor offenses, it shouldn't be this big a deal, right? That's good. You truly live up to being the inside man our Deng family has painstakingly cultivated for years. This intelligence is crucial. And as you mentioned earlier, Hua Yuqian actually rescued Bald Brother. Seems my future son-in-law might be a bit of a womanizer, perhaps even trying to play both sides. But his initiative is commendable. Let them handle it, no need for me to worry. By the end of their conversation, they had inadvertently neutralized Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian's concerns about arousing Deng Xing's suspicion. Was it that they were too clever, overthinking things? Or should we praise Gao Yang's brilliant scheme this time? In any case, after finishing the call, Deng Xing didn't return to his cell as expected. Instead, he borrowed the phone again and dialed another number. And who was it? None other than the one belonging to Brother Crow of Xiangjiang, who had vanished for days. Hello, Crow brother? It's me, Deng Xing. I've verified Gao Yang is clean, and his ex-girlfriend who just returned is also above board. This time, we've wronged them. Especially since my second daughter passed away suddenly from illness. Gao Yang could have taken control of the Deng family's assets without a second thought, but he still came to see me. This shows he's genuinely loyal. I think we can stop doubting him from now on. Of course, for your safety, let him finish those 12 tasks first before discussing anything else. It was at this very moment. Brother Crow, stationed in Aozai City southwest of Shanjiang, received this call. His mood had been gloomy, but after listening, he relaxed considerably. Though he remained unaware of the specifics between Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian, the confirmation from the mole within the police force, coupled with Gao Yang's insistence on seeing his father-in-law through to the very end even after there was nothing left to gain, demonstrated that this young man possessed genuine humanity. Suddenly, he stopped doubting this and that. For once, he found himself genuinely impressed by Gao Yang. This Gao Yang was quite capable after all. No need for public praise, but quietly give him credit. Once he finished handling those 12 matters, he would be properly rewarded later. How about it? Old Deng, I may be from Hong Kong, but to break into the mainland market, I've picked up quite a few references from your mainland TV shows and movies. In short, I'm now Yang Jinshui, and you're Shinisher. As for Gao Yang, let's call him Gao Hanwan. He handled this well, plenty of perks coming his way, and yours too. After this exchange, Brother Crow finally shed the desperate, run-for-your-life demeanor he'd carried these past days. Instead, learning Gao Yang was genuinely reliable filled him with delight. Deng Xing hasn't betrayed me yet, which is pretty impressive. Later, I'll find a way to smooth things over, get him out, and develop further. As for Gao Yang, this kid's no slouch. He's got solid skills, a strong network, and loyalty to the Deng family, which means indirect loyalty to me. A weapon like this is rare and precious. With him, I, Brother Crow, can definitely restore my business to its former glory. Other middlemen will be green with envy. One day and one night later. As the mole relayed every detail about Gao Yang, Hua Yuqian, and Bald Brother to Deng Xing and Crow Brother, the latter two finally relaxed completely. No longer harboring hostility or worry. No more suspicion. Yet the very next morning, just as Gao Yang finished breakfast, two figures appeared at his door. Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo. No need for words. Just seeing the respectful expressions on their faces, Gao Yang instantly knew that the previous plan, the double undercover operation, the male-female black operation, had truly succeeded. The next moment, the three exchanged pleasantries, brimming with warmth, yet swiftly got down to business. Big Brother Gao, Sister-in-law Gao, the matter concerning the Deng family's second young lady, and the affairs of the two of you, we only learned of these today. We're all intelligent people, no need for further explanation. The old master has made it clear, from now on, the Deng family has no outsiders. Everything is under your command. When shall we begin tackling those 9 minor matters and 3 major ones? During this period, the luxury vehicles, villas, and corresponding business resources entrusted to me by the old master are entirely at your disposal. Additionally, Deng Badayo, the boxing champion and adopted son whom the old master trusts most, will remain entirely at your command, without a second thought. Across the table, when it came to formal business, Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo proved remarkably professional. And utterly devout. While inquiring with utmost respect, not a trace of arrogance in their demeanor, they also took the opportunity to outline the varying levels of difficulty across the 12 dossiers for Gao Yang. Regarding the 3 major cases, the most challenging was undoubtedly the biotech company. Though the operators had fled, there were still some leads to follow. This achievement is entirely thanks to Shen Tianfang. We've learned that the biotech company has rebranded and reopened in another county in the new urban area, Wulong County. The challenge lies in the fact that this biotech firm has aligned itself with Wulong County's first deputy county chief. With official connections involved, resorting to force or economic blackmail would likely prove difficult. They could only wait for Gao Yang to devise a better plan. Next was a certain female celebrity. This beauty had risen to fame by leaning on the Deng family while secretly plotting to sign with another agency. In recent years, with her other patrons' influence waning, she had settled back in Wanshui County. This time, it was Deng Badayo who uncovered the information. Rumor has it she's amassed considerable wealth in recent years, especially after venturing into influencer marketing. She likely believes no one knows her true story and won't seek revenge. The complication lies in her godfather, a powerhouse in another industry within Wanshui County whose influence rivals that of the Deng family. It all came down to how Gao Yang would handle the negotiations. Finally, there was that certain film company. Compared to the previous two, this one had the smallest background and weakest influence, making it the easiest to deal with. Their information didn't even require Shen Tianfang or Deng Badayo to investigate, it was right there, displayed in a commercial building west of the new city district. These people actually thought the Deng family had no time to deal with them, daring to reopen their business. The challenge lies not in the difficulty itself, but in choosing whether to use forceful demolition or other methods. That decision rests with Gao Yang. Young Master Gao, aside from these 3 major matters, the 9 minor ones are far less significant. However, each involves a faction or a case. You'd better proceed with caution. As Shen Tian spoke these words, Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, once again displaying the aura of a crime boss. Chapter 62, the first minor matter: owing money through one's own doing. What defines the aura of a crime boss? It means never jumping to conclusions. But once a decision is made, it must be executed with lightning speed, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. Otherwise, how could he command 3 major criminal syndicates, let alone control the remnants of the Deng family's power? Gao Yang, you'd better keep your head clear. You're an undercover agent, not a real crime boss. Don't let the fleeting thrill of power corrupt you. Just as Gao Yang was nearly swept away by Shen Tianfang's flattery, a voice from deep within his soul snapped him back to reality. The next second, he still carried himself like a crime boss, but the sense of indulgence had faded. Instead, he focused on assigning tasks to his crew, completing Deng Xing's mission, solidifying his persona, and securing more opportunities. Since Attorney Shen has spoken, I'll take the liberty of assigning roles effective immediately. First, Yu Qian and I will handle the final move. We won't show ourselves unless absolutely necessary, partly to give the other side some face, and partly, as you all understand, to avoid drawing too much police attention. This isn't for any other reason, it's just that the cops have been paying close attention to me lately. I have to be careful and stay vigilant. Second, Attorney Shen will handle intelligence gathering in all legal matters. We're collecting debts, not taking lives. Recovery is our priority. If that fails, then we'll resort to force. Finally, the forceful approach has 2 stages. Bald brother, you handle the initial contact. If they play nice, we move on. If not, it's time for brother Deng Badayo to step in. Even in front of everyone, Gao Yang, who had grown accustomed to being the boss, showed no complacency or underestimation. Instead, he displayed a highly professional attitude and methods, winning everyone's respect in minutes. At that moment, while Hua Yuqian truly witnessed Gao Yang's other side and bald brother was already utterly prostrate, even formidable figures like Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo felt a jolt of surprise and submitted completely. The 12 issues Shen Tianfang had initially deemed troublesome were now, after Gao Yang's analysis, crystal clear and logically structured. Such an approach was unprecedented. It was something Deng Xing and the Deng family had never encountered before. It wasn't the scheming of a typical crime boss. It felt more like the style of those legendary crime families with connections reaching to the heavens. This Gao Yang is no ordinary man. We'd worried he might be a cop or an undercover agent, but now it seems he's more professional than us, more like a true hardened criminal. I truly can't fathom why old man Deng Xing was so persistently worried this kid was up to no good. Frankly, if he isn't the crime boss, then no one else in the new district fits the description better. As Gao Yang finished his orders, he wasted no more words, instead signaling for everyone to get moving. Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo stopped their chatter. For the first time, they bowed to Gao Yang with genuine, unreserved sincerity, treating him as a crime boss who embodied the Godfather aura even more than Deng Xing, the Godfather of Wanshui County's underworld. Immediately after, the 2 departed one after the other. Among them, Shen Tianfang returned to his Wanshui law firm, tasked with organizing all relevant documentation and providing ongoing intelligence and legal services. He dared not slack off for a moment. As for that so-called adopted son of the Deng family, Deng Badayo, seeing that Gao Yang had no intention of keeping him, he realized that after his previous offense, trust had not been restored. He could only return to his old haunt. At an underground boxing ring in Wanshui County, he remained on standby. After the 2 departed, bald brother proved himself a sensible man. He promptly followed the first of the 9 minor matters photocopied earlier, a decade-old case where a game proxy service company defrauded the Deng family out of 1 million yuan. Time to collect. Big brother Gao, sister-in-law Gao, I'm off. Once we get word from Attorney Shen, they'd better cooperate with the repayment. If they don't, little Guang here isn't someone to mess with. Hearing bald brother's words and the deliberate flash of his muscle-less bare chest, Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian could barely stifle their laughter. Finally got him to leave. They both finally cracked. Ha, this little Guang, seriously, Deputy Captain Hua, I doubt even you've seen such an adorable yet hilarious gang leader before? That's true. This bald guy is quite the character. Aside from being a thief, he doesn't really cause much harm to society. But the way he idolizes you, it's kind of enviable. Gao Yang, tell me, was there ever a time when you genuinely considered becoming a crime boss, going all the way down that dark path? What? Go all the way? Impossible. Deputy Captain Hua, you're overthinking it. I may not have graduated from a prestigious police academy, but I know the people's trust is heavier than Mount Tai, and the nation's mission is deeper than the ocean. Amidst their casual chat, Gao Yang's response made Hua Yuqian realize for the first time that she couldn't quite figure him out. Most people, even undercover agents, struggle to resist the corruption of money, beauty, status, and power. Yet this young man before her, Gao Yang 3 years her junior, remained remarkably unwavering. His undercover work and case-solving abilities were terrifyingly effective. Yet he remained steadfastly loyal to his country and its people. How on earth had he spent his university years? And what was he thinking during his earlier solo undercover missions? What's wrong with me? I have a boyfriend, and he's far more capable than this young man. How could I not miss him across the ocean for the first time, yet instead harbor these, absolutely impossible thoughts toward Gao Yang? Hua Yuqian, remember this, you're far older, more experienced, and more accomplished than Gao Yang. Plus, you have an absolutely perfect boyfriend who's set to propose by year's end. You can't be too timing. He's just an undercover agent? Not some gambling god from Hong Kong movies. He's definitely not going to mess with my head. Without Gao Yang even realizing it, the seemingly steadfast deputy captain Hua Yuqian found herself increasingly captivated by his growing romantic aura and increasingly mysterious ways. She wouldn't admit it. But what about her heart? Meanwhile, in the underground headquarters of a renowned game boosting company in the New District. As night fell and major games launched their most intense evening PvE or PvP activities, everyone in this company from the boss to managers to employees immediately poured their energy into the fray. Some battled fiercely in League of Legends matches, frantically grinding for points, vigorously climbing the ranks, or battling in some classic MMOs. Foul language fills the air. Battle it out. Until a call came through to Boss Xiong's office after a decade, pulling him out of the game's respawn screen. Who? The Deng family? $1 million? Bull. I heard the Deng family went bust. I owe this money because of my own choices. Why should I pay it back? Chapter 63, the undercover life he'd taken to extremes. Hearing Brother Xiong's arrogantly domineering response, Shen Tianfang on the other end of the phone showed no sign of anger. Instead, he gave a cold chuckle. This joke's old news. Well, if Brother Xiong's got such backbone, fine. Hope you're still this principled when someone comes knocking later. Remember his name, Bald Brother, the one who drives her wild. Shen Tianfang hadn't anticipated that even though the Deng family was finished, these people still didn't know Gao Yang, that ruthless crime boss, was backing them up. His heart grew cold. He promptly signaled to Bald Guy. Baldy, it's your time to shine. It's my own fault for not collecting from these bastards in years. They actually thought the Deng family's gone, so they don't have to pay back? Hell. Calm down, Attorney Shin. Watch how I knock 'em dead. Bald Brother's got the skills to handle these punks. Ouch. Stop it. I'm just Boss Gao's messenger, not some enforcer. Bald Brother had just answered Shen Tianfang confidently and actually stepped into Xiong Brothers' game boosting company. He didn't last 3 seconds before getting ambushed. Poor guy, he really couldn't function without Gao Yang. 1 second he was brimming with arrogance, the next he was getting beaten to a pulp by Xiong's henchmen and tossed out. His face was covered in wounds. The pain of humiliation. And what pissed Bald Guy off the most? His first job for Gao Yang ended up being such a total failure. I'll fight you all. Furious, Bald Guy tried to get up and charge forward again. But Shen Tianfang, hearing he'd been beaten, found the whole situation both laughable and exasperating. He knew this guy wasn't even close to Gao Yang's level of toughness, just putting on a show, but the outcome still left him speechless. He had no choice but to call Gao Yang again. Big brother Gao, my apologies. I made a small misstep earlier. I completely forgot to warn you about that Bald Guy. Brother Xiong used to be in the underworld too, and he's got dozens of underlings. Looks like Bald Guy probably can't handle it. Up to you how to handle this. What? Little Guan got beaten? Well, that kid never listens. He's used to being a pickpocket but insists on being a thug. I couldn't stop him from going, but now it's over. Tell him to retreat and send in Brother Badass instead. At that moment, Gao Yang, who was in a suite at the Tianhuan Hotel, couldn't help but laugh at the Bald Guy's pathetic yet comical fight. He didn't blame the kid for being reckless. He just had a nagging feeling that beyond Bald Brother's own impulsive incompetence, Shen Tianfang had deliberately set him up to fail. It seemed like a way to prove that Deng Badayo was far more suited to doing dirty work. In the past, he would have dealt with Shen Tianfang. But now? 12 tasks, big and small, awaited completion. Besides, Gao Yang wasn't a real crime boss. How could he possibly cater to Bald Guy's moods every single moment? So while he was recalling Bald Brother, he was simultaneously dispatching Deng Badayo. Hey, it's Gao Yang. Brother Badass, little Baldy's useless. Time for you to step in. Remember these key points. Xiongguo, 1 million yuan. The man can live, but the money must be returned. If he's short even a cent, take one of his fingers. Keep doing it until he... Just as Gao Yang was getting into character, almost genuinely issuing orders as a gang boss, Hua Yuqian's face paled beside him. While she wouldn't stop him from beating someone up, it was clear that Hua Yuqian, on her first undercover mission, didn't approve of such ruthless tactics. Seeing this, Gao Yang reluctantly reined himself in a bit. until he actually repays the debt. Finally, before returning, remember to bring brother Xiong along. Give all the underworld factions in the new district a warning shot. Tell them, though the Deng family has fallen, the crime boss controlling 3 major gangs remain. If you know what's good for you, repay your debts promptly. If not, I might just come after you personally. Boom! Gao Yang's words sent shockwaves through the phone. Deng Badayo, recalling how Gao Yang had refused to let him settle things instantly last time, paled instantly and hurried off to handle the matter. Even Hua Yuqian, the formidable deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, was startled. She never imagined that the seemingly refined and cultured fake boss, Gao Yang, could unleash such intensity that even she felt a hint of fear. Was it that the undercover role had chosen Gao Yang? Or was Gao Yang simply born for the role? Gao Yang, you can bring bald brother back without issue, but are you truly that confident in Shin Tianfang and Deng Badayo? I can't shake the feeling these two are paying lip service while harboring ulterior motives. Though they're criminals like Deng Xing, we're undercover agents for now. We should prioritize Deng Xing's interests. Hua Yuqian, unwilling to be intimidated by Gao Yang's domineering aura, quickly changed the subject. Gao Yang chuckled upon hearing this. He didn't beat around the bush, laying bare the thoughts he'd never shared with anyone, the very secret behind his string of solved cases over the past months. Deputy Captain Hua, you're thoughtful. But I already dealt with those two's little schemes last time. They shouldn't dare try it again. Besides, let me be clear, even if they dare to cause trouble, I'd strike swiftly enough to teach them a lesson. When I get serious, even Chief Zhao fears me. What chance do these clowns stand? Hearing Gao Yang's words, Hua Yuqian, having never witnessed his skills firsthand, was unsure whether to believe his claims or dismiss them as bragging. The two chatted idly, exchanging half-hearted remarks as the male and female duo of shadowy figures. Until the bald guy, who'd gotten off to a rough start, returned sporting 2 black eyes. Only then did they stifle their laughter and rush to offer concerned inquiries. Even in Hua Yuqian's eyes, the longer she spent with Gao Yang, the more endearing he and everyone around him seemed to become. Like this bald guy who was covered in bruises yet kept apologizing, he was absolutely charming. Going undercover was one thing. But going undercover to the point of being scarier than the real crime boss? Gao Yang, you've really outdone yourself. And being an undercover boss who pushes his underlings this hard? That's a first. Meanwhile, as Gao Yang tenderly led the bald guy to wash his face, Hua Yuqian outside the door couldn't hold back her laughter. The more she watched Gao Yang, the more she found him endearing. Deng Badayo, acting on orders, stormed into Xiong Ji's gain-boosting company with his usual brash energy. Meanwhile, Xiong, who had just driven off bald brother, was still basking in his own self-importance, utterly smug. You guys see that? The Deng family's nothing but a paper tiger. These days, money talks. The one with cash is the boss, and the one in debt is the granddaddy. Some bald guy dares to mess with us? That Gao Yang guy probably isn't all that tough either. Come on, back to work. Our clients are pushing us hard. Hearing Xiong Ji's words, the numerous underlings returned to their posts and got back to work. However, at that moment, a towering figure burst through the door in a rage, unleashing the harshest words the instant he entered. Chapter 64, Our boss Gao is up in the atmosphere. Who the hell dares insult my big brother Gao? You're asking for death. You bastards only chased away one of Gao Laoda's most useless scouts. That's nothing. He's on the 1st floor, you're on the 3rd, I'm on the 5th, but my Gao Laoda? He's in the atmosphere. Got a problem? Die. Compared to bald brother, this Deng Badayo truly lived up to his name, imposing and formidable. Not only did his words blast out like cannon fire, intimidating brother Xiong and the others. Before Xiong could react, he charged forward, landed beside him, and delivered several vicious slaps. Smack! Poor Xiong, just a second ago he was bragging about beating up bald brother, but now he faced the real underworld expert, Deng Badayo, and was instantly humiliated. His counterattack was futile. His face burned with pain. Helpless, he could only dodge while yelling at his henchmen to cover him. Who the hell do you think you are? What the hell business is it of yours if I curse Gao Yang? Damn, this guy packs a punch. Stop spacing out, everyone. Get him. Anyone who doesn't want to pay back the money, or doesn't want their wages docked until it's paid off, beat the crap out of him for me. Flushed with shame and rage, brother Xiong reacted swiftly. His words spurred dozens of underlings to rush forward. If this had been the old bald brother, he'd have gotten beaten even worse. But now, it was Deng Badayo, the 3rd in command of the Deng family, second only to Gao Yang and Deng Xing. His attack was ruthless. One moment, he punched a game-playing underling until tears streamed down his face. The next, he kicked another game-playing underling so hard he flew through the air. Other times, he'd smash an ignorant underling's forehead or knock down an impulsive one with a hip check. In the blink of an eye, Xiong and his crew, outnumbering Deng's men by dozens, were being beaten like children by Deng Badayo. Every strike landed with precision, every blow delivered pain. Finally, just as Xiong was trembling in terror, too late to flee, Deng Badayo darted forward, cornering the man against the wall. Brother, spare my life. It's just $1 million. I have it, I really do. I'll get it right now. Damn it. Boss Gao said not only do you have to pay back the money, but since you won't play nice, we'll give you a little warning shot. So now, stick your ass out. I'm gonna give you a shot. As he spoke, this domineering Deng actually carried out Gao Yang's orders to the letter. No sooner said than done. He administered the injection, and it was a real needle. With his left hand, he grabbed the terrified Xionggu, who had already been stripped of his pants. With his right hand, he pulled out a stack of brand new air needles from a large bag on his body and, without a word, injected them all. At that moment, Deng Badao's eyes gleamed with unwavering loyalty, not a trace of insincerity in sight. At that moment, Xionggu, being injected, screamed in agony, filled with regret. At that moment, dozens of henchmen nearby were terrified, either fleeing or collapsing in fear. At that moment, whether Deng Badao was genuinely single-minded or deliberately doing this to speed up the task, he actually pulled out his phone to take pictures. At that moment, Xionggu, who'd been in the game-boosting business for decades, was utterly disgraced. Unable to hide his shame, he later repaid the money and vanished without a trace. At that moment, after Xiongji's henchmen smashed open the safe and counted out over 1 million yuan in cash to repay the debt, they never dared to game power leveling again. Not for any other reason. Simply because every time, they would be haunted by the terror and ugliness of that night. After the incident, Deng Badao sent photos of Brother Xiong's pitiful state to other underworld bosses he knew in the new city district, perfectly executing Gao Yang's so-called preventative measure task, and deliberately signed off with 2 words. Gao Yang. A suite at the Tianhuan Hotel. Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian had just finished cleaning Bald Brother's wounds, applied medicated ointment, and sent him to bed early. They hadn't even had time to process Bald Brother's overly reckless, overly heroic, and utterly ridiculous escapade. An hour and a half later, Deng Badao returned, even more reckless than Bald Brother. Besides tossing over a sack of 1 million yuan in cash, he also recounted the subsequent events. Unsurprisingly, the next second, Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian were both stunned. They knew full well that no one in the Deng family was trustworthy. Deng Xing was a cunning old fox and their top fighter. Deng Fugue was all bark and no bite. Deng Rongrong was lustful, but she deserved her fate. Deng Chang was merely a sycophant who had grown rich by clinging to the Deng family. Shen Tianfan was a heartless, money-grubbing lawyer. As for Deng Badao, he's the kind of muscle-bound, dim-witted enforcer. So, no one had high hopes for him. They'd long suspected he'd beat Brother Xiong senseless. But who could have imagined that beyond the beating, he'd pull off something even more terrifying, something that left even Gao Yang, the crime boss, jaw-dropped. You really gave him the shot? Yeah, Boss Gao, you told me to a preventative shot. So I gave it to him. Brother Xiong didn't object. You've got some nerve not objecting, but you shouldn't have injected a whole bag of it either. That stuff isn't lethal, but it'll definitely hurt for days. He didn't pay back the money. Besides, you said it yourself after giving Brother Xiong his vaccination. I gave it to everyone else I know too. Just verbally, of course. But I'll make sure to name you as the one who did it. Hearing Deng Badao's self-righteous, seemingly dumb yet not quite answer, Hua Yuqian genuinely couldn't take it anymore. She had to excuse herself to the restroom to laugh hysterically. This was the first time she'd seen Gao Yang, such a skilled undercover agent, encounter such an utterly speechless subordinate. She couldn't tell if Deng Badao was deliberately setting him up or if this guy was genuinely this clueless. Either way, this undercover mission was turning into a complete farce. Meanwhile, in the living room, Gao Yang was utterly defeated by Deng Badao. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd neglected to ask Deng Xing earlier whether this adopted son of his was just too straightforward. It was probably just that he was too straightforward, not that he was deliberately messing with me. First, this guy was more afraid of my fists. Second, his expression didn't seem fake. That lawyer with the Shin surname might play dirty tricks like this, aiming for mutual destruction, but Deng Badao simply lacked that cunning. Well, this was the first time in months of undercover work that he'd encountered someone even more reckless than himself. I'll have to be more careful with him in the future. With that thought, Gao Yang stopped agonizing over whether this was a trap or genuine help. In any case, he sent Deng Badao back to rest first. He counted the cash, verified the amount, then notified Shen Tianfan to relay the message to Deng Xing through his own channels. Then, seeing that the first minor task of the 12 had been handled in just a few hours, he immediately opened the second set of documents. The second minor task. 9 years ago, a fraudulent order padding company swindled Deng Xing out of 2 million yuan without compensation. Then, Gao Yang roughly reviewed the details in Shen Tianfan's file. This fake order scam company was slightly more civilized than Brother Xiong. They had promised to repay the money hundreds of times. But it was all verbal. Not a single penny was actually repaid. Deng Xing's note still only demanded repayment. But considering Bald Brother's humiliation and Deng Badao's ruthlessness, this time, Gao Yang plans to handle it personally. Chapter 65, The Second Minor Task Tech Order Fulfillment. As for that second minor matter tomorrow, little Guang, you won't be going. It's not that I doubt your fighting skills, but rather that your resolve isn't as hardened as mine. You still need more tempering. This time, we'll start with diplomacy before resorting to force. Attorney Shin will handle the initial inquiry. If they show willingness to repay, drop it. If not, notify me immediately. As for you, domineering brother, your tactics are too aggressive. Follow me closely, but unless absolutely necessary, hold back a bit. In short, even though we're collecting debts for the old man, we must follow the rules of the trade. That way, they won't have any grounds to complain. With Gao Yang laying out the plan, the others had no objections. They immediately took their positions according to his instructions. That night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Gao Yang left his wife, Hua Yuqin, and bald brother to hold down the fort at headquarters. He, however, took Deng Badayo with him and drove ahead to the headquarters of this fake review scam company. The reason for not rushing in immediately stemmed from two considerations. First, to uphold the underworld code mentioned yesterday, approach with courtesy before resorting to force. This would highlight that Gao Yang, though ruthless in his methods, still adhered to certain principles. This also served to solidify his persona. This would prevent any suspicion. Second, deep down, Gao Yang never forgot he was an undercover cop, a low-ranking officer, not a true criminal who'd kill or burn without hesitation to collect debts. After all, compared to a genuine criminal syndicate like the Deng family, these debtors were merely unscrupulous lawbreakers, hardly the most vicious kind. How could he allow a ruthless man like Deng Badayo to casually break people's limbs every time? Gao Yang and Hua Yuqin were merely undercover agents. They weren't the ones actually ruining people's livelihoods. And they certainly couldn't risk bloodshed every single time. Around 9 a.m., Shen Tianfang promptly followed Gao Yang's orders and politely called the other party. Unsurprisingly, even when he personally identified himself as the lawyer for old Master Deng Xing, he was still subjected to a tirade of abuse. Pay back the money? What money? I don't even remember this happening. Besides, threatening to report us won't work. We've upgraded our methods over the years. We're not the same bunch of scammers joining random groups anymore. We're doing tech-driven order padding now, scientific fraud. Forget it, forget it. Can't be bothered with a useless lawyer like you. Think you're hot stuff just because you spent a few years in college? You don't know we're completely different now. An underground order padding scam company in the new district. Before Shen Tianfang on the other end could even bring up the Deng family to intimidate him, a guy wearing a t-shirt, tea in his left hand, and a white paper fan in his right, some poser trying to look cultured when he clearly wasn't, actually had the nerve to mock him openly. You can imagine. This middle-aged man named Liang Zai was even more arrogant than the previous brother Xiong, not less, but more. The reason was simple. Specifically, there were two reasons. First, over the past few years, this man had used Deng Xing's 2 million yuan to multiply his assets several times over. He had long since upgraded his methods of fraudulent order padding, so he wasn't the least bit afraid of Shen Tianfang and the others reporting him. In the past, he might have used platforms like QQ groups or Baidu forums to spread ads everywhere, luring students and the elderly into his traps. Exploiting their naivety or desire for bargains, he lured them into free order padding schemes that were actually scams. That was quite a hassle. It also left behind various traces of evidence. But now it's completely different. No longer do they need such low-level fake order scams. Instead, they simply purchase various AI software. No need to find people to do the work, just rent a server overseas and let it run freely. Costs have plummeted. Profits skyrocket. It's perfectly safe. How could he possibly back down so easily? Second, this guy had previously swindled several elderly people who were desperate for money. After they reported him to the police, he had suffered several setbacks and had since learned his lesson. Not only has he upgraded his tech game, but he's also openly hired 2 bodyguards supposedly from a sports academy to protect him day and night. When things were quiet, it was best just top up the AI software, and it would automatically post everywhere, anonymously recruiting people. The speed of making money and the safety factor were completely incomparable to before. When trouble arises, he handles it in 2 ways. One scenario involves police raids. He isn't the least bit afraid. He simply opens his office, and after hours of searching, they find no evidence. In the end, they'd even have to apologize to him. The other scenario involves encountering ruthless individuals like big shots such as Deng Xing who want to invest in scams but end up losing out. They'll inevitably resort to violence. That's when his 2 bodyguards would step in and drive the opponents away. This has happened several times. They never failed. Plus, with the recent rumors that the Deng family had fallen into disgrace and wouldn't be back for decades, he felt even less intimidated. The Deng family? Deng Xing? And what the hell about some Deng family patriarch? You think that guy rules the entire Amei Mountain, dominating the new city district? Maybe I feared him years ago, but now? He can't even protect himself, yet he wants money from me? Scammers only swindle others out of money when have you ever heard of one voluntarily returning it? Amidst several self-satisfied sneers, Liang Zi never imagined that despite the Deng family's troubles, lawyer Shen Tianfang could still operate freely. There must be a formidable figure backing him. And that powerful figure was none other than Gao Yang, the one who loved to toy with these little darlings. Outside the headquarters of this fake order scam company, inside a Mercedes, Deng Badayo was growing impatient. But seeing Gao Yang remain utterly calm, he couldn't act prematurely. He had no choice but to endure a little longer. However, the very next second, just as Gao Yang had also grown weary of waiting, Shen Tianfang's call finally came through. Big boss Gao, this Liang guy really doesn't know his place not one bit. Looks like he's seriously upgraded his equipment and hired bodyguards. So he's not afraid of us disrupting his business, nor is he afraid of personal attacks. We might have to send the Ba Dao brothers in later. He's the most brutal when it comes to beating people up, so he should be the one to handle this. Upon hearing this, Deng Badayo in the driver's seat nearly lunged forward, only to be stopped by Gao Yang's timely cough. Hold your horses. I told you, we play by the rules. Since he won't play by the rules, we'll just have to teach him some manners. Most people wouldn't know how to disrupt his business, but I happen to have a few tricks up my sleeve. Here's the plan, Ba Dao, you guard the door. I'll handle talking to Mr. Liang. He'll be so moved he'll shed tears and beg for peace. With that, Gao Yang genuinely put on a friendly face and walked inside, showing no hint of violence or intimidation. This scene stunned Deng Badayo, making him wonder if Gao Yang had lost his mind. This Liang Zai was even more cunning than that Xiong brother last time. Could he really collect money without resorting to violence? On the other end of the phone, Shen Tianfang couldn't help but roll his eyes. So this was the legendary Gao Lauda? Just as the two were speechless, Gao Yang walked into the office, found Liang Zai with a look of contempt on his face, and sure enough, the latter immediately ordered his bodyguards to act and even called the police. Chapter 66, a con artist calls the cops on a crime boss? Has Gao Yang lost his mind? Hearing this, both Deng Badayo in the distance and Shen Tianfang, still on the line, grew frantic. Badayo, hurry up and help your son-in-law. Sigh. This Gao boss never listens. Does he think he's dealing with elementary school kids? Insisting on being so polite. I really don't know how he ever became a crime boss. Hearing this, Deng Badayo was about to step inside when Gao Yang's piercing gaze stopped him in his tracks, blocking his entry completely. This infuriated him beyond measure. But then he thought, if Gao Yang really underestimates his opponent and something happens, Deng Xing will likely have to come to him for help. Then all that money would be his anyway, so why the hell should he help? Gao Yang, you've been playing the civilized crime boss for too long. Have you forgotten that a real underworld kingpin needs to be ruthless? Fine then. Let you reap what you sow. I couldn't care less. Just as Deng Baodao had this thought, he backed off instead of advancing, letting Liang Zai and the others beat Gao Yang to death or injury. When he finally intervened, Gao Yang wore an expression of utter indifference. Whether it was a momentary lapse in judgment or genuine underestimation of his opponent. But it only drew a cold, mocking smile from Liang Zai across the way. You're that Deng family's son-in-law, Boss Gao? Who the hell do you think you are? Since old Deng's already behind bars, forget about that measly 2 million. Not only do you have no right to demand repayment, but even if you did, I wouldn't give a damn. Piss me off, and I'll either have you beaten or call the cops. As he spoke, Liang Zai proved exactly as Shen Tianfang had described, arrogant and utterly shameless. Not only did he order his 2 bodyguards to surround Gao Yang, pinning him down, he actually dared to call the police. These days, even con artists dare to call the cops utterly lawless. Gao Yang was so furious he laughed. Earlier, it was the bald-headed gang's own dim-witted thief who called the cops and got them arrested. That was dumb enough. But now a big-time con artist pulls this stunt? Back in the day, criminals would go out of their way to avoid the police. Now it seems the trend is for the villains to file complaints first? Mr. Liang, why put yourself through this? It's hardly worth it. A mere 2 million yuan is nothing to you. Is it really worth damaging your relationships over such a small sum? Call the police? Come on, let's talk this over properly. After all, if we really call the police, it might not be me who ends up at a disadvantage, it could be you. Gao Yang fixed his piercing gaze on this Liang guy and his 2 so-called bodyguards. With his current skills, he wasn't afraid of them, he could take them down in one move. But since he'd promised to play by the rules courtesy before force, he'd see it through. Beyond that, the S-class criminal skill Heavenly Eye Insight had activated within him. The moment he made contact with Liang Zai, he had already gained complete insight into the man's entire situation. Details as follows. Liang Zai, male, 46 years old, resident of New City District. 5th grade education. Low education but highly cunning. Before age 30, he engaged in scams, fraud, and paid online reviews. Nothing was off limits. Though he never made much money, he connected with numerous accomplices and wealthy individuals. Collaborated with associates to delete posts for payment, targeting ordinary netizens. At his peak, he drove someone to suicide. He whitewashed scandals for the wealthy either by outright spin or by threatening witnesses who reported them, forcing them to delete posts and retract accusations. But these gigs still didn't satisfy him. So 9 years ago, Deng Xing hired him as a troll for a case. Not only did he fail to clear his name, but Deng Xing betrayed him. To this day, this guy still relies on the 2 million yuan Deng Xing paid him to turn his life around, yet he shows no gratitude whatsoever. Instead, he even targets Gao Yang, Deng Xing's son-in-law. Liang Zi thought he could outsmart Gao Yang by calling the police. Hearing officers were coming, Gao Yang feared being implicated by his father-in-law Deng Xing and would surely flee. If he were tough, he could have his bodyguards handle it. But Gao Yang looked like an ordinary guy, just over 5 feet 7 inches. How could he possibly take on 2 burly bodyguards who were secretly carrying daggers? But he hadn't counted on one thing. Gao Yang had already seen through Liang Zi's entire scheme at a glance. Call the police? Not only was he now a crucial undercover agent for high-ranking officials like Chief Lin, who would protect him in any situation, but even ordinary officers were on his side and would definitely help him. Why would they help this Liang Zi? Besides, Liang Zi believed all his equipment was overseas, immune to scrutiny. Little did he know Gao Yang had memorized every ledger and document through his gaze. Where did he hide them? How much was hidden? These things once exposed, could they possibly escape the grasp of the ghost hand, the most formidable S-class criminal skill? This kid's gone completely mad. You two, take him inside and beat the crap out of him. Teach him a lesson he won't forget. I don't give a damn. One call from me and the deputy chief of Shafei Road Police Station will be here. That guy's my cousin. If he won't help me, why would he help you? Seeing Gao Yang's utterly fearless expression only fueled Liang Zi's rage further. He ordered his 2 bodyguards to take Gao Yang to the restroom to teach him a lesson, to give him a taste of his own medicine. One of them actually made a call right away. Within 3 to 5 minutes, Deputy Chief Chao Anan from the nearest Shafei Road Police Station actually showed up. And, coincidentally, although Gao Yang had previously maintained good relationships with Director Lin, Gong Nan, Hua Yuqian, Zhao Wanqing, Lu Guozhang, and others, he hadn't interacted with any leaders from other police stations. Thus, they were strangers to each other. Compounded by the high level of secrecy surrounding his undercover identity, Chao Anan was instantly enraged upon learning his cousin was being blackmailed, especially by some son-in-law of the Deng family. You're Gao Yang? That's me. As for whether you know this deputy chief, nonsense. Don't try to pull strings in front of me. Before Gao Yang could mention Zhao Wanqing to prevent Chao Anan from disrupting his plans, Chao Anan, consumed by rage, adopted a righteous and indignant demeanor. This left Gao Yang speechless. The next moment, Chao Anan exchanged a few words with Liang Zi and was about to lay hands on Gao Yang. Before the attack could land, Gao Yang had no choice but to activate his S-class criminal skill, the strongest ghost hand. Chief Chiao, Mr. Liang did say he'd turned over a new leaf and wouldn't keep illegal ledgers anymore, right? So what if he did? You're no better yourself, son-in-law of the Deng family. How dare you slander others? Do you think we police officers are? Ha? What the hell? Who threw that thing? Wait, Liang Zi, isn't this your ledger? How did it? Chao Anan was about to reprimand Gao Yang when suddenly, several ledgers smacked him on the head. Just as he was puzzled and about to open one to check, Liang Zi across from him gasped in shock. Liang Zi couldn't fathom how the ledgers from his safe had suddenly appeared. But if Chao Anan saw them now, he'd be finished in front of everyone. So, at this critical moment, Liang Zi actually backed down to Gao Yang. Chapter 67, The King of Thieves Never Leaves Empty-Handed, Mr. Liang Takes It Easy. Damn, I'm such an idiot. Only now did it occur to me that this Gao fellow, besides being Deng Xing's son-in-law, was also rumored to be the boss of 3 criminal gangs. And one of those gangs, wasn't that the most notorious pickpocket crew around the new district train station? Could it be that this guy had mastered such extraordinary thieving skills that he? At the critical moment, little Liang showed some sense. While quickly recalling the legends about Gao Yang and realizing he truly messed with the wrong person, he immediately adopted a pleading expression. Brother Gao, maybe, perhaps, possibly, in any case, this is just a trifling matter, a drop in the bucket. It's hardly worth troubling my cousin, Deputy Chief Chao, to make the trip. It's only $200 I owe you. I'll pay it right now. Hey, cousin, no, wait, don't take it so seriously. We're old friends, just messing around. I was just trying to show off, bragging that you'd come running if I called. Look what happened. As soon as Liang Zi said that, Gao Yang knew full well this kid was caving in, scared of his reputation. He activated his S-class criminal skill, the ghost hand, once more. He literally sent the ledger which Chao Anan had nearly flipped open back into the safe across the room. The next second, Gao Yang's calm expression couldn't hide a certain domineering and formidable aura that made Liang Zi's heart skip a beat. The latter shot him a grateful glance, though his words still insisted it was no big deal. Chao Anan, however, couldn't help but wear a look of suspicion. Though he hadn't opened those ledgers yet, he absolutely refused to believe that something appearing out of thin air like that could be entirely without supernatural involvement. He was indeed Liang Zai's cousin. But he was also the upright type. He was about to ask for details when. But then, besides Liang Zai immediately putting on a friendly face, Gao Yang also regained his usual smile. While embracing Liang Zai like brothers, they exchanged warnings. Mr. Liang, please stop playing tricks, okay? Big Boss Gao is impressive. I'm thoroughly impressed. With your god-tier thieving skills, I won't argue. I'll smooth things over with Cousin Xiao and repay you immediately. Do you really think I can trust you now? Believe it or not, it's just a word. Anyway, the ledger isn't here anymore. You have to believe it, right? Mr. Liang, could you repeat that? I didn't catch it. Do you want the ledger to stay in the safe or show it to Cousin Xiao again? Hey, Xiao. In just a few seconds, the two exchanged several sharp exchanges. Ultimately, the more skilled Gao Yang prevailed. In one swift motion, Gao Yang snatched it out and tossed it back in. That masterful theft skill was simply incredible. What else could Liang possibly say? Within the first minute, he had two bodyguards fetch 2 boxes containing a total of 2 million in cash and handed them to Gao Yang. Standing before his own cousin, he dared not utter a single word of protest. Second minute. After seeing Gao Yang off once he'd counted the money, watching him and Deng Badayo leave in high spirits, Liang Zi was left with nothing but heartache and utter dread. Third minute. To placate Xiao Anan, Liang Zai insisted repeatedly that the 2 boxes contained exactly 200 yuan, not a penny more. Really? But it feels kinda heavy. Are you sure it's not 2 million, but just 200? Did you give them all pennies? Xiao Anan persisted with his straightforward counter-question. Here, Liang Zai desperately wanted to tell his cousin the truth. But the thought of Gao Yang stealing things anytime, anywhere, as if he were in a no-man's land. His heart sank completely. He dared not speak the truth, instead repeating emphatically. Cousin, you're mistaken. That really is 1 cent, totaling 200 yuan. Ah, Gao Yang and I are old friends just teasing each other. Hearing this, Xiao Anan finally stopped overthinking it. He reminded Liang Zai again to only call the police for serious matters in the future and never to joke about it. Otherwise, even his cousin would turn on him. All Liang Zai could do was apologize profusely, swallowing his pride and biting his tongue. Only after the two groups had walked far away, Liang Zai turned to inspect his safe. Mr. Liang, you're being far too soft-hearted. Even if that Gao fellow dared to wait for your cousin, and even if your cousin truly is that upright, you shouldn't have handled it this way. Behind him, the 2 bodyguards voiced their puzzled questions. Hearing this, Liang Zai, already seething with anger, flared up even more. Without turning his head, he barked back. His tone carried a hint of warning. You 2 idiots. What the hell do you 2 know? It's not that I'm weak, it's that Gao guy is even more ruthless and cunning. I had to check immediately. Thankfully, the ledgers are all here, the gold is still here, and the cash is still here. This thief didn't leave empty-handed, it's a blessing in disguise. Hearing Liang Zi praise his enemy despite being swindled, the 2 bodyguards were utterly speechless. They couldn't decide whether to call their boss magnanimous or call him brain dead. Meanwhile, as Gao Yang tossed 2 large boxes containing a total of 2 million in cash to Deng Badayo and informed Shen Tianfang via video call. Unsurprisingly, both men gaped in astonishment, mirroring Liang Zai's reaction. They never would have dreamed that without resorting to force, they could actually get money from a ruthless guy like Liang Zai. What's more, it seemed like Liang Zai even gave Gao Yang a send-off before leaving. What was this? To an outsider, it might seem like Liang Zai felt guilty. Or that he'd been so thoroughly impressed by Gao Yang's tactics he'd broken down in tears. To the uninformed, it might seem that Liang Zai, without facing any threats of force or violent attacks, had simply been defeated by Gao Yang's looks and charisma. And thus surrendered? Big brother Gao, you're the real deal. I, Shen Tianfang, am thoroughly impressed. On the other end of the phone, Shen Tianfang uttered his first genuine words since they'd met. He admired Gao Yang's methods from the bottom of his heart. Simultaneously, recalling the legend of his control over 3 criminal syndicates, he couldn't help but conclude, perhaps Gao Yang possesses violence but rarely resorts to it. This allowed him to command others' submission more effectively. This approach was far superior to Deng Xing's pure brutality. Big Boss Gao, no need for words. For what you did today, I, Deng Badayo, will follow your lead from now on. Even if Bald Brother isn't reliable, I'm still here. On the other side, another man equally captivated by this display of intellect triumphing over brute force was Deng Badayo. This fellow, besides being Deng Xing's adopted son, was also the one who handled all sorts of shady business for the Deng family. He'd always believed only in violence. He didn't believe in civilization. But this time, witnessing Gao Yang's methods firsthand, not only civilized and non-violent, but even Liang Zai's cousin, Deputy Chief Xiao Anan, couldn't touch him, made it clear his adoptive father had chosen Gao Yang as his successor for a reason. Hearing their words, Gao Yang maintained outward humility, though inwardly he was overjoyed. It's not that my S-tier skill is invincible. It's because you guys are so naive and clueless. The victor isn't Gao Yang, it's the masses, the great nation, and the force of justice that lent me a hand. Chapter 68. What kind of leader? What kind of followers? Of course, Gao Yang could only keep these thoughts bottled up inside. He couldn't possibly voice them publicly now, only to have Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo over here and ruin everything. To put it plainly, this undercover mission was sacred and arduous, grand yet clandestine. Until the very last moment, no one could predict whether it would truly succeed. The road ahead is long and arduous. I'll search high and low for a damn thing? Badayo, bro, when you stare at me with that mix of admiration and, well, something else, it makes me feel a bit uneasy, okay? I've been searching high and low, why haven't you made your move yet? Have you forgotten I'm the heir apparent to the Deng family after my father-in-law? That eager look on your face, have you secretly harbored feelings for me all along, or are you just now declaring your affection? After snapping back to reality, Gao Yang, who'd been in such a great mood, suddenly felt uneasy under Deng Badayo's overly reverent gaze. In a moment of inattention, a phrase that seemed perfectly normal to Gao Yang slipped out, but it instantly made Deng Badayo's face flush crimson. This towering figure, standing 1.9 meters tall and weighing 200 jin, was as solid as a towering pillar. He was nearly brought to tears by Gao Yang's words. Fortunately, Gao Yang quickly retracted the last few words, preventing Deng Badayo from becoming overly anxious or flustered. Then he decisively got behind the wheel and hit the road. All the while apologizing profusely. Big brother Gao, please don't take offense. I truly didn't mean it that way. Honestly, I was just impressed by your skills. To be honest, neither attorney Shin nor I trusted you much before. Partly we feared you might be a cop undercover, and partly we worried you'd betray the Deng family. But now, seeing how you took down that Liang kid in no time, I'm completely convinced. From now on, no matter what attorney Shin says, I'll follow your lead. As he said this, Deng Badayo actually looked genuinely sincere, not a trace of insincerity. Paired with his few acne pimples, he had a certain put. I'm a cop informant. No, holy. I'm a legitimate undercover cop, even holding the rank of deputy chief. How could I possibly find this murderous bastard endearing? After a few words of self-reprimand, Gao Yang finally dropped his teasing attitude toward Deng Badayo. Instead, he immediately reverted to his initial half-cold, half-firm demeanor. This minor incident was soon forgotten. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Gao Yang resumed his arrangements. 7:30 a.m. Gao Yang, who had just gotten out of bed, immediately gathered his roommate, the other member of their co-op team, Deputy Captain Hua Yuqin of the Criminal Investigation Division, who shared the room but not the bed. He also roused the bald-headed man next door, who was still recuperating. After a quick breakfast, he opened a video call on his phone and began assigning tasks to everyone. Interesting. This third minor incident involves a live-streaming sales company taking 5 million yuan from Deng's father-in-law but failing to promote any products. No wonder the father-in-law still remembers that person. This so-called same surname family, Mr. Deng the streamer, is truly a disgrace. Regardless of whether his sales figures were real or fake, a host who rakes in hundreds of millions annually should easily spare a few million. How could he refuse to pay back the money? Say he's broke? Or that he got scammed? Who would believe that? I doubt I would. So this time. At this point, Gao Yang had intended to lend a hand to Bald Brother, so Deng Badayo wouldn't have to handle all the violent aftermath alone and upset the balance. But then he turned and saw, holy crap. Already plagued by endless bad luck and abysmal fighting skills, Bald Guy had only just recovered from his injuries a few days prior. Now, in his overexcitement, he'd crashed into the bathroom, snapping his nose out of alignment. He was a tragic figure born to be a pickpocket, not a fighter. Gao Yang couldn't send the Bald Brother to his death in this state. Sighing softly, he shifted his focus. Little Guan's still not feeling well today. So you'll stay behind to protect the boss's wife, that great and arduous task. I never give it to outsiders, only to my most trusted iron brothers. You know what I mean. That single sentence instantly made Hua Yuqin, Shen Tianfang, and Deng Badayo understand, and they nearly couldn't help but chuckle. But the bald guy actually bought it hook, line, and sinker, obeying completely. The next second, Gao Yang continued, assigning tasks to himself and Hua, Shen, and the others. This time, based on the intel I've seen, that stingy little live streamer surnamed Deng, despite owning a villa, he's too cheap to hire bodyguards and has no other special connections. With someone like that, there's no need for any niceties. Just threaten him with force. After saying this, Gao Yang gave everyone only 1 minute to react. Then, he grabbed Deng Badayo and stormed out the door. Even after the two had walked far away, Bald Brother was still earnestly asking Gao's wife, Hua Yuqin, if she needed him to bring in more friends for help. Or perhaps they should just switch to a more luxurious and secure suite? Hua Yuqin couldn't fathom how Bald Brother, this underling Gao Yang had rescued twice, could be this utterly clueless. But to Bald Brother, her expression seemed to mean he wasn't doing enough to ensure their safety. He immediately offered another suggestion. Don't worry, sis. Let me think. Got it. They say the most dangerous place is the safest place. Based on my 20 years as a pickpocket, I'd say the most dangerous place is the Criminal Investigation Division, and that's also the safest. No one will ever guess where we've gone. Ha? What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Relax, we're not exactly saints either. We're going there to borrow strength and leverage to hide from people, so Boss Gao can focus on his business. You're unfamiliar with the route, but I know it like the back of my hand. As they spoke, this bald guy nearly led them straight to the Criminal Investigation Division. Meanwhile, Hua Yuqian was genuinely annoyed. But it wasn't anger, she was laughing so hard she nearly choked on her food. In fact, she wondered if she'd heard him correctly. A petty thief actually wanted to take her back to the Criminal Investigation Division? Where did this clown of a petty thief even learn idioms? Was this guy really the leader of a pickpocket gang? Why did he look so comical? Why not just go perform comedy at Happy Flower Theater? Speechless. Truly, like leader, like followers. That Gao Yang guy. At this moment, Hua Yuqian could only stare in utter speechlessness. This undercover mission isn't just arduous. It's more like laugh out loud. Around 9 a.m. Given the unusual circumstances, Shin Tianfang skipped the usual polite phone warning. After getting out of the car, Gao Yang dashed straight to the gate of Anchor Ding's villa. With a casual leap, he cleared the wall and entered. Just as he was about to cut through the mess with a swift blade, he saw that Deng Badayo was still standing there. He couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 69, Boss Gao delivers the unexpected. Boss, what are you doing? Ha? Me? Boss Gao, last time you told me to guard the entrance. You went in yourself to provoke that guy into calling the cops, got humiliated, and then. What? Are you guys even legit gangsters? These two situations are completely different. Why all the fancy tricks this time? Are you sure you're really old man Deng Xing's adopted gangster enforcer? Hearing Deng Badayo's response, Gao Yang's thoughts at that moment mirrored Hua Yuqian's, who'd nearly died laughing at the bald guy's antics. He was seriously questioning his life. Was it that the underworld was just getting weaker these days? Or was it that his undercover work was so effective it made them look like complete idiots? If he'd known today's criminal gangs were this pathetic, why bother going undercover? He could have just bulldozed through them like a steamroller. Turns out, this guy's thoughts were just too straightforward. He assumed I'd do the same thing again this time, so he didn't follow along. Instead, he planned to guard the door, forgetting that someone like Anchor Deng doesn't need to be polite, he just beats people until they spit out money? So all this fuss was over that? As Gao Yang glared at Deng Badayo with frustration, frustrated he wasn't a criminal himself, that S-class criminal skill, Divine Eye Insight, activated automatically. I saw right through this dim-witted thug's scheme. Unbelievable. But speechless as he was, as an undercover agent, especially one who prided himself on being the top infiltrator in the new district, Gao Yang still had to teach these people step by step to ensure smooth operations later. How to adapt to local conditions. How to adapt to the times. How to. Wait a minute. This is starting to sound more and more like a wild goose chase. I'm ing undercover, I'm ing undercover, I'm ing undercover. Say it 3 times for emphasis. My ultimate goal is to crack the case and put all the bad guys behind bars. Why am I suddenly worrying about teaching him? After nearly spitting blood several times, Gao Yang suddenly realized that since solving the previous 4 cases, he hadn't encountered any particularly formidable opponents. This had led to his intelligence becoming too high, resulting in a sense of grinding through tasks with his opponents after crushing them, almost ruining everything. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his mindset, summoned Deng Badayo casually, and entered ahead. Soon, he located the villa's main hall. But, unexpectedly, Deng Badayo followed him in, but the look in his eyes was even more unsettling than when they were driving yesterday. It wasn't suggestive, it was pure imagination running wild. Big Brother Gao truly was unfathomable. Big Brother Gao truly possessed extraordinary influence. Big Brother Gao truly specializes in the unexpected. The first time, he let Bald Brother test the waters and fail, then sent me to clean up the mess. The second time, he didn't let me get involved, but handled it effortlessly himself. This third time, I doubt he'll need my help. Best to wait civilly downstairs. I have to admit, a boss who operates at this level is truly different. Not only does my own big brother, Deng Fugui, pale in comparison, but even my so-called godfather in the underworld would struggle to match him. After all this self-talk, this guy seemed to have gone to extremes just like Bald Brother. The difference was this. Bald Brother was weak in skill but big on ambition, trying to interpret Gao Yang's orders from every angle, often overinterpreting them and making a fool of himself. Deng Badayo, however, was the opposite. Physically strong yet mentally overactive, he tried to digest Gao Yang's instructions through all sorts of mystical interpretations, becoming increasingly neurotic and utterly messed up. Meanwhile, at this moment, streamer Deng was indeed in his second-floor study. He casually streamed, idly encouraging viewers to tip, while also feeling genuinely bored. He ordered takeout and sat waiting for it to arrive. During a break, boredom nearly lulled him to sleep, so he shut down the stream for a moment. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, he was suddenly startled by the sound of Gao Yang kicking down the door. Who the hell is that? Who the hell is returning something so fast? Weren't we supposed to agree on 10 million in fake orders and 9.5 million in returns? At least leave me something. Wait, something's off. You're not my fan, and definitely not a hater. What are you doing here? Faced with Gao Yang's brutal kick, this third debtor, streamer Deng, proved to be remarkably thick-skinned. Instead of worrying about his own safety, he first fretted about whether a hater had shown up. Hearing this, Gao Yang was so furious he laughed. He never imagined that after months as a police officer, months undercover, and years at the academy, he should have a decent understanding of all kinds of lawbreakers and criminals. But he'd never encountered someone who'd risk their life for money. Then again, such a fellow might be easier to intimidate than that Liang kid or that Xiong brother. And so, Gao Yang couldn't be bothered with the details. He smashed Deng's live streaming camera with a single slap. Then, as the man finally showed a hint of fear, he bellowed downstairs. Boss brothers, you can come up and get to work now. My skills are meant for tougher opponents, not wasted on trash like this. So, huh? Hey, buddy, did you even hear me earlier? I called you up here to get your hands dirty, to get physical, not to stand around playing lookout. In that moment, Gao Yang suddenly found himself treated like the worst pickpocket in that gang he'd encountered at the train station months ago. He never imagined that today's simple task would be complicated by the peculiarity of the host in front of him and the excessive adoration of the bully behind him, leading to such a misunderstanding. What the hell is this? If all the enforcers in the new district are like this, what's the point of going undercover? Me. Boss Gao, you called for me? Got it. I'm here. Alright, just remembered things are different today. We need to be a bit more forceful. You better back off a few steps, just to avoid getting caught in the crossfire and splattered with blood. Just as Gao Yang was about to be driven to the brink of withdrawal, he finally managed to provoke the brutality of that over-imagining, domineering Deng with his most vicious expression and harshest words. The next second, Deng Badayo indeed snapped out of his daydreaming state. He strode rapidly up the stairs. Then, before Deng the streamer could even think they were haters, one punch smashed the guy's mouth to a pulp. One kick kicked him flying through the air. He died. Of course he didn't die. But as Deng Badayo's punches and kicks grew more brutal, the pain-stricken streamer snapped out of that common online streamer trance. He realized he was dealing with real debt collectors, not trolls demanding refunds or his boss messing with him. He immediately begged for mercy to save his skin, weeping like a child. His acting might not surpass that of a pretty boy idol, but it was at least 10 times more convincing. Please spare my life, heroes. Let's talk this out. Which debt collection agency are you from? Wang? Shu? Lu? I signed a contract selling my labor. Though my annual turnover hits hundreds of millions, most of it is fake invoices. Profits just aren't enough. Could you cut me some slack? This statement left Gao Yang momentarily stunned. Chapter 70, An Unconventional Villain, An Unconventional Solution. Not for any other reason. It was simply because Gao Yang never imagined that the first two debtors, one stubbornly refusing to repay despite having money, finding beatings somehow satisfying, the other leveraging wealth and influence to avoid repayment, only to crumble instantly when confronted with an S-class skill. But this third one, streamer Deng, he actually owed too much and had no money to repay. But was this even real? Gao Yang couldn't fully trust these influencer streamers. Whether as an undercover cop or a fake crime boss, his cover couldn't afford such exposure. So, he ordered Deng Badayo to stomp on Deng the streamer, who was coughing up blood, while simultaneously deploying audit-level scrutiny to thoroughly investigate whether this Deng host truly lacked funds. The next second, activated two S-class criminal skills simultaneously, Heavenly Eye Insight and the strongest Ghost Hand. The former allowed him to see straight into the streamer's thoughts and locate every safe without uttering a word, like a visionary's gaze. The latter granted him lightning-fast movement and the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Within mere seconds, he had single-handedly searched the entire villa. Meanwhile, the two men behind him, Deng the streamer and Deng the tyrant, were still engaged in a heated exchange. Mr. Gao, whatever your name is, he pleaded, you can demand my repayment, you can beat me, you can even raid my home, but please, go easy on me. I may look flashy, but I'm actually dirt poor. The big profits all get taken by the higher-ups. This villa is just rented, so if I wreck it, I'll still have to pay for the damage. These words came from Deng the streamer. This guy was clearly not right in the head. He knew full well he was pushing tons of fake orders, but for the chance at overnight riches and the thrill of millions of fans adoring him, he'd gone this far. Big Boss Gao, slow down. You can't handle this alone. Either I'll lend a hand, or I'll have this guy, he knows exactly where the ledgers are stashed. You're just messing around alone, what if you miss one? These words were spoken by Deng Badayo. The man snapped out of his daydream, but that didn't mean his brain was working any better. He still thought Gao Yang alone wouldn't be able to search such a large villa. However, just as the two were blabbering on, making Gao Yang even more annoyed, he, backed by two S-tier skill assists, moved like a human-shaped, self-propelled auditing machine. One hand swiftly located all the hiding spots for the ledgers. While literally punching through a wall to dig out ledgers, he flipped through them briefly only for his expression to darken further. It's not just because the records above are all true, proving that this streamer Deng and the company boss behind him are both people who cook the books and fake transaction records. It's also because the records clearly list other financial backers that Deng truly has no way to repay. The Wang family owes 6 million. The Chu family owes 7 million. The Lu family owes 8 million. And what's more, this so-called million-follower streamer actually owes his own boss 12 million. What kind of streamer is this? Might as well head to Lexi City in Sihai Province, find that Lexi Buddha statue, kick it aside, sit down in its place, bury your head in the water, and become the world's biggest sucker. Witnessing these scenes, Gao Yang was truly at a loss for words. This was the first time in his months undercover that he found himself sympathizing with the villains. It wasn't that he'd suddenly developed a soft heart. It was simply that this streamer's surname Deng was truly pitiful. Not just pitiful. Seeing all those fake ledgers but real debts piled up, Gao Yang couldn't help but wonder, besides the Wang family, the Chu family, the Lu family, the boss, and the Deng family. This guy looked to be in his 30s, seemed somewhat educated. What had he been doing since graduating college? A villain? Unlikely. At the very least, criminals are like Bald Brother, the leader of a pickpocket gang raking in hundreds of thousands in profits annually. Or counterfeit money kingpins who'd risen to become criminal syndicate leaders, like Deng Xing, head of the Deng family. But he's not the type to ruin himself while harming others. Become a streamer? Even less likely. As far as Gao Yang knew, the internet had exploded in recent years. Short videos, miniseries, live streaming, influencer marketing, all sorts of new professions had sprung up. While few actually made money, most did it for fun. Still, 1 in 10,000 might have struck it rich. So how come this million-follower, top-tier influencer ended up in such a mess? Deng, tell me honestly, how much do you owe in total? And since I'm Deng Xing's son-in-law, I don't want to kill you. I can see you were scammed and don't actually have the money, so I'll give you some leeway. But that doesn't mean. Gao Yang returned to his second-floor study. For the first time, he used his undercover identity as a crime boss to earnestly warn this Deng host. Beyond scamming viewers with his product promotions and exploiting his own streaming career, this host actually possessed a shred of conscience. He could tell Gao Yang wasn't genuinely out to kill him this time. He was finally speaking with sincerity. But those words? Boss Gao, I'll be completely honest. I'm a graduate from a top-tier university, majoring in a hot field. But ever since I started this live streaming scam chasing quick riches, don't even get me started. It's exploitative. I admit I had a bit of vanity, and the boss rigged the contract. I had no choice but to work for him. Selling counterfeit goods got me beaten up by angry customers. I've been through hell. But I've got a decent memory. As far as I know, besides the 4 biggest debts, there are all these small loans, black market loans, huaba loans, ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands. It's impossible to keep track. Sometimes I wonder, what's the point of streaming for a boss like this? But quitting or reporting him for fraud? I can't bear to lose this life of being surrounded by millions of fans. Upon hearing the name host Deng, it wasn't just Gao Yang whose heart stirred with an indescribable emotion. Even the normally violent Deng Badayo instinctively held back his fists. Of course, the two weren't about to let it go. But Gao Yang had to consider a deeper issue. This streamer Deng was different from the previous two. First, he genuinely had no money. Second, he was deeply entangled. Was this man a villain, or a half-bad soul, someone who'd been screwed over by scoundrels and then turned around to screw others? Bossy brothers, keep an eye on him. Don't let this guy do anything rash. I'll go find someone to ask around. This live streaming company definitely has some issues. For the first time, Gao Yang didn't intend to force himself into the role of a gang boss, not for the undercover mission, nor to reinforce his persona. Instead, he opted for a slightly different approach. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Deng Badayo showed no suspicion but faithfully kept watch. Gao Yang descended the stairs into the courtyard. First, he surveyed the premises. The villa was indeed a genuine villa. But beyond the shell, every piece of furniture, every decoration, every item designed to feed Deng's vanity and keep him hooked, were all cheap knockoffs. A rough estimate put the total value of these items at less than 100,000 yuan, while Deng, the so-called elite university student, had racked up tens of millions in debt. It's absolutely shocking. Chapter 71, Reunion with Brother Xiong. Faced with this situation, even though Gao Yang desperately wanted to complete Deng Xing's mission as an undercover agent and extract more crucial intelligence from him afterward, he had to hold back a bit. Instead of making an immediate decision, Gao Yang seized the moment while Deng Badayo and Deng the streamer were still upstairs and decisively dialed Gong Nan's number. Not for any other reason. He specifically inquired about the details of that Family Joy Live company where Deng Host was employed. What? Family Joy? That can't be right, Xiao Gao. We sent you to infiltrate Deng Xing's operation to collect the debt. Why are you suddenly dealing with this company? They're no good. Hearing Gong Nan ranting like this on the other end of the line, Gao Yang knew without asking that the Criminal Investigation Division had likely received similar reports. Moreover, for various reasons, this so-called Family Joy Live company not only avoided punishment but stubbornly survived. The longer it lived, the more stubborn it became. The longer it lived, the more harm it caused. By now, they'd likely caused headaches even for Gong Nan, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. Captain Gong, please calm down. We genuinely didn't target them intentionally, it's just that some guy owes Deng Xing 5 million yuan, and we got tangled up in it. I don't want to overstep my jurisdiction, but the Deng family's affairs just keep spiraling out of control. Honestly, you might not believe this, but after all our hustle these past few days, we've only cleared a quarter of the tasks. If it weren't for confirming Deng Xing is utterly beyond redemption, I'd almost suspect he saw through us and made us work for free. Seeing Gong Nan across the table getting pretty annoyed, Gao Yang took the chance to vent a few complaints. He couldn't fathom why, after completing 12 tasks, the tens of millions in funds regardless of whether they were recovered were still under Deng Xing's control. Given that, with Deng Xing's cunning, how could he possibly know this yet still insist on him taking over? When he first took over, he hadn't found it unusual. But now, dealing with this Deng streamer, the more he worked, the more uneasy he felt, and the more puzzled he grew. Sure enough. After Gao Yang vented a few complaints, Gong Nan on the other end of the phone immediately sensed his discomfort and unease. She quickly lowered her voice and engaged him in a more careful conversation. This time, it wasn't about trivial matters. It was a rather core issue. Xiao Gao, it's clear you've had a rough few days. Although you succeeded in collecting the debt, you've gradually strayed from the Deng family case and seemed dissatisfied. But what I need to tell you is that these minor details haven't strayed from the Deng case at all, they're actually accelerating our approach to the core. I can't explain everything at once, not because I don't want to, but because our interrogation progress is painfully slow. You met your father-in-law yourself. He's no pushover, especially since Deng Rongrong's death. That old fox has practically embraced a death wish and refuses to budge an inch. Nevertheless, we've confirmed two crucial points. First, you've definitely not been exposed, and he genuinely pins his hopes on you. Second, while this old fox himself can't turn the tables, he's counting on you passing these 12 trials to pull off something major. Seeing Gao Yang starting to show signs of weariness, not because he didn't want to go undercover or lacked the ability, but because he couldn't see the end in sight, Gong Nan could only offer a few words of reassurance. First, he shared his analysis. Then, he revealed some classified information from Lin, the chief of the new district branch, and even higher-ups. This wasn't merely to facilitate Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian's undercover work. It also served as a kind of preview. Xiao Gao, listen carefully to what follows. This isn't some simple case like the Deng family affair with just 12 tasks. It's something Director Lin instructed me to prepare earlier, anticipating you might hit a roadblock. Director Lin anticipated you might hit a bottleneck, so he had me prepare confidential materials in advance. Take a look. Trust me, with your caliber, once you review this confidential material, you'll understand naturally. For the first time, Gong Nan made an exception and revealed information that wasn't meant for Gao Yang's level. True to form, Gao Yang perked up the moment he heard this. No longer lost in confusion about the path ahead, he immediately perked up and pulled himself together. The next moment, he took the confidential materials from Gong Nan's work software and opened them immediately. What he saw left him speechless. He was stunned. So that's what the Deng family had up their sleeves all along. Wow, that's impressive. Our Captain Gong has really done me a huge favor this time. I always thought the Deng family case wouldn't require mobilizing so many people from the district, but I still underestimated the extent of that old fox Deng Xing's wickedness. Externally, he colluded with Hong Kong's agent, Brother Crow, willingly engaging in dowry scams and organ trafficking. Though I successfully infiltrated as his successor, the most crucial details remained undisclosed. Internally, even Deng Fugui, Deng Rongrong, and Deng Cheng, the three of them, couldn't have imagined that this old man also had Shin Tianfang and Deng Badayo handling 12 separate payments for him. According to these documents, the higher-ups' urgency stems not merely from routine cases, but from suspicions that this scoundrel has bribed officials from the new district party committee down to certain street offices in Wanshui County. This is a truly vast network. Reading this report, Gao Yang no longer fretted over trivial concerns. Instead, he deeply grasped the immense challenge and profound honor of his role as a lowly undercover agent. The gravity stemmed from the fact that it wasn't until Gong Nan disclosed this classified information that he fully grasped the sheer breadth and depth of Deng Xing's influence. The saying "pull one hair and the whole body moves" couldn't be more accurate. The glory lay not only in cracking the previous dowry scam, restoring social harmony, nor merely in busting the organ trafficking ring, preventing further harm. It was because the harder he and Hua Yuqian worked, the more solid evidence Director Lin could gather, allowing both the cancerous elements within the system and the criminals outside it to be brought to justice swiftly. We owe a debt of gratitude to Captain Laogong. Moving forward, our undercover mission will become even clearer. Anyway, no more talk. Wait for my next message. After repeatedly thanking Gong Nan, Gao Yang swiftly deleted the classified document both to prevent leaks and to maintain his cover. After all, he was still the crime boss. And the fourth minor matter? That'll kick off tomorrow. This could be considered a coincidence of sorts. The fourth debtor to Deng Xing was a man named Long Air. Though not part of any organized crime faction, he was the first person so far to proactively call Shen Tianfang, offering to repay the debt. Yet he gave Gao Yang an inexplicable sense of danger. To put it simply, Long Air's primary connection was that he was an acquaintance of Gao Yang, the boss of a certain game-boosting company. Chapter 72, Blackmailing the Blackmailers? That night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Gao Yang and the others gathered again in the living room or connected via video call. Everyone, this case with Long Air is special. Unlike that Deng streamer yesterday, he seems pitiful, and his higher-ups are probably too powerful to mess with right now. So I'm giving him a 1-year grace period. As for this Long Air, on one hand, he knows that Xiong brother from last time. I plan to have lawyer Shen approach him through Xiong brother to talk things out. A peaceful resolution is best after all, harmony brings prosperity. On the other hand, this guy actually runs a legitimate chain restaurant business. We're in the underworld, so it's not wise to resort to force. Therefore, we'll proceed with diplomacy first, and this courtesy must be extended generously. Unless absolutely necessary, we mustn't truly lose our temper. Otherwise, if he calls in the legitimate authorities, our current situation will be quite precarious. With that said, the others didn't argue. They truly began carrying out Gao Yang's instructions. The division of labor was similar to the previous 2 times. Gao's wife, Hua Yuqian, held down the fort at headquarters. Bald brother was responsible for protecting her. While Shen Tian deployed his usual mix of diplomacy and force, Gao Yang, the group's backbone, once again brought along Deng Badayo, that unpredictable blend of sternness and absurdity, to head straight for Long Air's company headquarters. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Deng Badayo was noticeably more sensible this time. He stopped overthinking and resisted letting his imagination run wild. It was Bald brother, left behind, who once again overanalyzed the situation. He embarked on another day of actions that left Hua Yuqian speechless. Big sister, it seems Gao Laude has met his match this time and must tread carefully. That means we should definitely hide out at the Criminal Investigation Division. Oh, I see. You don't like those cops at the Criminal Investigation Division? Fine, let's try the new district precinct instead. I'll just go out and pick a fight with a few people. They'll definitely arrest me, then you can pretend to bail me out, and we can hide there for a while. Don't you dare think I'm overthinking this. After following Boscow for months, I've seen our pickpocket crew busted, the counterfeit money operation shut down, and even that human trafficking ring promoted to a whole new level betrayed by an inside man. Big brother Gao suffers in silence, he just doesn't say it, afraid I'd feel too burdened as his little brother. But honestly? You 2 big shots don't need to worry about this little guy's feelings. We're tough guys who know when to bend. If the underworld's too tough, we go legit. If the legit world's too tough, we go back underground. One way or another, we'll find a way to stay safe. Hearing that Bald brother's mind was deteriorating, even to the point of conjuring up all sorts of escape routes on his own, Hua Yuqian was not just speechless at that moment, she was more astonished by just how thoroughly Gao Yang had brainwashed him. The former leader of that pickpocket gang that used to give the Zanzhanla police station a headache. How could he change so quickly? Those who knew him might think he'd been completely won over by Gao Yang's charisma and methods. But to the uninformed, it looked like the guy had swallowed some fake medicine. Enough. Really, enough? Bald brother, stop letting your mind wander and spout nonsense every day, okay? Not only are you clouding your own judgment, but you're also underestimating this Gao's wife. What's this nonsense about black and white underworlds? It's not like your big brother Gao is the only one who gets things done, and it's not like I can't handle things without him. Keep spouting this nonsense, and while you might not get tired of it, it's giving me a headache. Before Bald brother could continue his senseless ranting, Hua Yuqian's thunderous shout like the clang of a great bell jolted him into momentary clarity. She'd simply had enough of this former boss who was all talk and no substance. She unleashed her grappling technique, sending the bald guy flying several steps back with a single throw. Simultaneously, her fist smashed the glass coffee table in the room to smithereens. It was precisely this display of force that finally brought some sense back to the increasingly exasperating bald guy, who had been growing more and more unbearable these past few days. Half awe, half trembling. In the end, Hua Yuqian didn't need to say another word. Just seeing her fierce, eyebrows-furrowed expression was enough to snap bald guy back to reality. Sister Gao, you're fierce. It's all my fault. I'll go clean up or patrol the area. I promise I'll never bother you again. Big Brother Gao truly lives up to his name, even his ex-girlfriend is terrifying. Watching the bald guy finally tremble in fear, offer a sincere apology, and step back on his own accord, Hua Yuqian exhaled a sigh of relief. Surveying the mess strewn across the floor, she reflected on the so-called dual black duo of recent days. Her initial enthusiasm had faded, though she wasn't ready to quit just yet. Instead, a sudden thought struck her. Next time, she absolutely couldn't let this persona down. No matter what, she had to make sure Gao Yang brought her along on the next mission. Since everyone calls me Big Sister Gao and my current wife Dang Rongrong is gone, how could I possibly command respect or live up to my role as the big sister without pulling off something ruthless? Meanwhile, Gao Yang, who was with Deng Badayo at the headquarters of Long Urge chain hotpot company founded by Long Air, suddenly sneezed several times. It made her think of Hua Yuqian. How strange. I told Bald Brother to stay behind, which shouldn't bother her. Why would she suddenly mention me? Forget it, forget it. That female deputy captain is like a tigress, not someone to mess with. Even now that I'm a crime boss and deputy chief, she'd still be a handful. The thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind. Meanwhile, Shen Tianfang followed Gao Yang's plan to the letter, first courtesy, then force once, twice, 3 times. After a full 18 rounds of this approach, he finally achieved a tiny breakthrough. Namely, Long Air agreed to meet for talks. And Xionggu, who had already been beaten once by Deng Badayo and was now thoroughly terrified by Gao Yang, volunteered to act as mediator. And so, the message came through. Big Brother Gao, Long Air has agreed to meet and discuss the 3 million yuan matter properly. He admits he did borrow money from old Master Deng Xing 7 years ago, but no profit terms were specified. So it's up to you to negotiate. Additionally, Brother Xiong has given his nod. Brother Xiong said he could guarantee at least the principal would be repaid. Hearing this, Gao Yang and Deng Badayo wasted no time. They got out of the car and walked straight into Long Air's headquarters office. They were just about to meet Brother Xiong and a middle-aged man who seemed even more arrogant than Brother Xiong, likely Long Air himself, when, suddenly, the main door slammed shut behind them. From every direction, front, back, left, and right, dozens of thugs armed with steel pipes emerged. Is this how Brother Xiong welcomes us? Gao Yang remained calm, but Deng Badayo couldn't hold back his rage. Looks like you really messed up trying to double-cross Boss Gao? Didn't anyone tell you he's the biggest shark in the new district? The moment the words left his mouth, both sides burst into laughter. Across the way, Long Air and Brother Xiong wore expressions that screamed, "You deserve to be beaten to a pulp for falling for this." Meanwhile, Gao Yang's side was left with a headache. Not a headache over how to injure them without killing them. But what's really giving me a headache is how utterly clueless this Deng Badayo is when it comes to speaking. Chapter 73, not the darkest, just darker. Deng Badayo really is a straight-up ironclad straight man. The first half of his speech wasn't problematic. It highlighted Gao Yang's prowess as the boss. But what was that second part? It was clearly meant to intimidate the other party into correcting their ways, yet it sounded like pure sarcasm. Bald Brother is still the most reliable. Though he's weak and clumsy, his words are never as nonsensical as this Deng Badayo's. What does "I'm the darkest in the new district" even mean? I'm seriously speechless. Forget whether I'm a sacred, honorable cop or deputy chief. Even as a crime boss, you'd start with courtesy before force, follow the rules, and earn respect on the streets. With 4 gangs under you, is it even worth arguing about who's the real boss? After inwardly rolling his eyes, Gao Yang swiftly freed his left hand and pulled Deng Badayo behind him before the man could utter anything more embarrassing. His right hand pointed at Xionggu and Long Air across the room. Not angry. Nor was he furious. He was merely bringing up old business. "Mr. Long, you still have 1 minute to reconsider. I'm not the kind of person who would start a bloodbath over a minor misunderstanding. After all, you might not know me or be familiar with me, but this Brother Xiong who suddenly turned on you, he knows exactly what I'm capable of. Right? Brother Xiong, you had time to scheme with him to ambush us, but you never told him how you lost last time or how you begged me? Want me to demonstrate again?" Gao Yang was a master at brainwashing bad guys, but he preferred not to resort to violence to solve problems. So even after witnessing the previous 3 incidents, he remained remarkably polite this time. Yet the more calm and casual his tone, the more it drew cold laughter from the 2 opposing factions. The difference was that the loudest scoffer this time was still Long Air. But the one who couldn't keep laughing after a few scoffs was Brother Xiong. "Brother Xiong, don't bother. This insignificant punk isn't worth you warning me about again and again. You're overestimating those 2. I know a bit about this Deng Badayo. He supposedly followed Deng Xing for a few years and quit boxing. But he can handle 3 or 5 guys at most. How could he possibly withstand our carefully orchestrated assault with over a dozen enforcers?" Seeing Gao Yang across the table show no fear, even goading Brother Xiong to speak up, and sure enough, Brother Xiong's face darkened. Long Air couldn't care less about their little drama. He fired off a few direct shots. He proceeded to boast about his enforcer's prowess, completely oblivious to Xionggu already retreating several steps, his face etched with terror. Gao Yang, meanwhile, wore nothing but contempt. Big boss Gao, huh? Your little lackey claims you're the darkest? That's laughable. But I'm not here to debate today. Let's settle this with our hands. My dozen or so enforcers may not be super skilled, but each one carries a steel pipe and these pipes are wired with batteries, high voltage ones at that. If you think you've got what it takes, go ahead and mess with them first. If you can't even get past them, then forget about any talk of debt collection, got it? The overconfident Long Air was still spouting nonsense, but Gao Yang couldn't be bothered to listen to his drivel any longer. With a swift sidestep, his body, honed through repeated strengthening, possessed combat skills rivaling special forces. How could this bunch of drunken good-for-nothings compare? In an instant, he left behind a blurred afterimage none of them could comprehend. They only sensed a miniature tornado-like force appear and vanish in the blink of an eye. Then, the very next second, a solid slap came flying right at him. One slap. 3 slaps. And it wasn't over. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 solid slaps landed mercilessly and decisively across Long Air's cheeks. His face instantly swelled and turned crimson. Blood spattered everywhere. The blow struck such fear into Long Air that he tried to retreat, but it was too late. For Gao Yang had long since lost patience. As he beat him mercilessly, he grabbed the fleshy cheeks of his face and unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse, determined to establish his authority. The first slap punished you for not recognizing me, Gao the boss. You didn't even know I'm not afraid of the cops? I've taken down 3 criminal gangs and still pulled them out. Tell me, am I powerful or what? The second slap punished you for failing to see Brother Xiong cowering himself, yet still trying to shield him. What a sightless fool, charging in blindly. The third slap punishment for you, this so-called legitimate business tycoon, being such a loser. With a measly annual gross income of just a few million, you think you're qualified to play Godfather? The fourth slap punishes you for not only failing to repay the debt but also dragging my father-in-law into the humiliation. You wasted my courtesy and respect. The fifth slap punishes you for ignoring Attorney Shin's dozen polite warnings followed by firm action. You couldn't grasp my subtext. I wasn't afraid of you, but afraid I might kill you. The sixth slap punishes you for being a worthless stray dog 7 years ago, a lowly lackey who tagged along with my father-in-law. After borrowing 3 million for investment and achieving minor success, you got all high and mighty. The seventh slap punishes you for having such useless underlings, nothing but numbers, not a shred of brains. The eighth slap followed the 7, punishing you for your failure as a leader. Did you really think anyone could take on the cops just by carrying a high-voltage pipe? The ninth slap, still following the last one, punishes you for your low education. How could you not see they installed the positive and negative terminals backwards? There was no power at all. What the hell were you so smug about? The 10th slap, punishing you for being thick-headed. Did you really believe that with Brother Xiong's incitement, your two factions could outmatch us? Now you're suffering the consequences and regretting it. Does your family have regret pills? Mine sure doesn't. The 11th slap, punishment for your whining or phony tears later. You show zero consideration for this crime boss's feelings. I'm not afraid to crack down, I just don't want to slaughter everyone. 12th slap, since you lot are so thick-skinned, I'll state it plainly once more. I, Gao Yang, sole boss of New City's 3 major crime syndicates, son-in-law and heir apparent to the Deng family of Wanchue County, give you this final warning. I don't just play dirty, I play dirtier. Today you provoke me, I cripple you a little. Tomorrow you dare again, and there'll be no negotiation. As Gao Yang delivered this barrage of blows and verbal assault, not only were the dozen or so thugs across from him instantly defeated, but the arrogant Long Air was also left with a face contorted in agony, utterly humiliated. Just as he'd threatened, he was about to start whining and feigning weakness. Too bad it was too late. Even more unfortunate was that Gao Yang wasn't buying it. With that, Gao Yang kicked the bastard flying and called out Xiong Gu across the room. Not to attack him, but to utterly subdue these men in front of them. This was both to complete Deng Xing's mission, but also to elevate his Dark Lord persona to new heights. Chapter 74, Not Paying Back? You choose. Ah Xiong, didn't I make you back down like this last time? This Long Air's ledger isn't even as organized as yours. Ah Xiong, tell this Long Air who cares less about his life or money than his pride, yet can't even deliver on that what happened last time. What do you think will happen this time? Ah Xiong, I'm giving you one last chance. You come, or I come. As Gao Yang spoke these words, the two opposing groups, already thoroughly intimidated by him, now stared at him with expressions of fear as if he were a demon. Needless to say, those dozen or so enforcers lost every last shred of courage. They scattered like a gust of wind. As for Long Air, who had been so defiant moments ago, now faced with the utter abandonment of his own men, he trembled even more violently. He scrambled frantically toward the corner. Where was the domineering aura of Boss Long? He'd clearly turned into a worthless piece of trash. Big Boss Gao, please spare me. I truly didn't mean it. I'll pay you back immediately with interest included. Pay it back? Interest? You think I'm some street punk? You were so cocky before, now you're such a coward. You won't let me have my fun, yet you're so eager to pay back the money? Don't you want me to stay? Before Long Air could beg for mercy, Gao Yang smashed his computer. Though he didn't strike him directly, the damage was far worse. If someone were to step forward now and measure the psychological trauma inflicted on Long Air, Gao Yang could guarantee it would cover more surface area than his own body. The reason was simple. This time, Gao Yang had come prepared. Gone was the civilized approach of prioritizing diplomacy over force he'd adopted when first accepting the role of Deng family successor. Now, knowing about the documents Gong Nan mentioned, he needed to accelerate the entire process. In other words, starting with this fourth minor matter today, he wouldn't hesitate to beat the crap out of anyone who didn't cooperate. Cooperation aside, it wasn't just about completing the mission. He needed to make that old codger Deng Xing spill the core secrets as soon as possible so he could wrap up his undercover work. It was to return sooner. To become his deputy director. But more than that, it was for all the ordinary people across every walk of life who'd been swindled over the years by the Deng family and those indebted to them. They've likely endured years without knowing how to seek justice. But this time, Gao Yang is taking care of it. Big brother Gao, no need for words. This time, besides brother Long Air's mistake, I, a Xion, also made a mistake. Take whatever revenge you see fit. I won't utter a single word of complaint. As for offending brother Long, I, a Xion, only suggested you could make installment payments or pull a few minor tricks at first. I never told you to go head to head with Boss Gao like this. We'll split the blame 70-30 this time. Without another word, I'll start by delivering 3 slaps, 3 punches, and 3 stabs. Long Air, who had seemed so imposing and formidable moments ago, almost like a potential powerful ally, now cowered like a scaredy cat. What else could brother Xion, who already feared Gao Yang, do? Of course, he proactively admitted his fault. Yet to protect himself, he couldn't help but slap Long Air a few times. Next, Xiongba showed some loyalty after all, not completely screwing Long Air over. After assigning 70% of the blame to Long Air, he truly delivered 3 slaps to himself, followed by 3 heavy punches. Finally, he grabbed a dagger and stabbed his own thigh 3 times in quick succession. Damn! What a sight! This scene not only left Long Air, who had been harboring resentment, utterly speechless, but after a bitter smile, he could never truly seek revenge on brother Xiong again. He could only admit his own audacity had been too great. This scene also allowed Gao Yang and Deng Badayo to glimpse a shred of genuine passion deep within brother Xiong's soul. Though misplaced, compared to the other 3 debtors, it was actually quite commendable. And so, as brother Xiong took 3 consecutive stabs, blood gushing everywhere in a gruesome spectacle, Gao Yang showed a flicker of emotion and gave him a chance to turn himself in. Badayo, call 120 for brother Xiong. As for the details, I trust both brother Xiong and brother Long know how to explain themselves. Then, within 5 minutes, I want to see every single cent of the 3 million yuan in cash and the corresponding interest. After 5 minutes, we'll cease all interference. As respected figures, I trust you won't escalate our conflict further. Otherwise, whether it's the white world or the black, let me, Gao Yang, take full responsibility. I'll handle it. Having delivered this ultimatum, Gao Yang and Deng Badayo actually waited several minutes. As the 5 minutes drew to a close, outside, an ambulance arrived. Brother Xiong was temporarily taken away, admitting only to an accidental injury throughout the process and not daring to mention Gao Yang or the others. Inside the room, Long Air finally showed a bit of wisdom this time. Alongside the principal sum of 3 million yuan, he handed over the usurious interest totaling 6 million yuan. He handed it over with both hands. They saw him out respectfully. His utterly submissive demeanor made it hard to believe this was the same man who had once been even more arrogant than brother Xiong. Take care, Boss Gao. Take care, Boss Gao. From this day forward, I, Long Air, will mend my ways. I beg your forgiveness. Should you return to my territory, all food and drink shall be complimentary. My word is my bond. Behind him, Long Air's words rang out, whether sincere or not, he couldn't tell. In the car, as Deng Badayo started the engine, Gao Yang didn't fully trust Xionggu and Long Air's actions. Instead, he immediately ordered Shen Tianfang to keep a close watch on the two over the next few days. If they don't cause trouble, there's no need to bother them. Both sides would live in peace. Gao Yang wasn't the type to become a gang boss just to score free meals. But if they dared to cause trouble again, Gao Yang wouldn't bother with any gangster code of honor. At the very least, he wouldn't waste words on people who had no honor to begin with. If necessary, he'd simply employ the same tactics that had taken down 3 criminal gangs before and make them suffer the consequences. Don't mistake an undercover cop for a law-abiding citizen. Don't assume that just because I'm a deputy chief, I'm bound by the rules of the law. But when I'm undercover, sometimes I can get a little out of hand. Consider this an advance interest payment on behalf of the people. With such a satisfying thought, Gao Yang felt no remorse for beating up those 2 gang leaders. Instead, he returned to the Tianhuang Hotel with a blissful expression. That night, besides Shin Tianfang and Deng Badayo, the three men including Bald Brother grew even more in awe of Gao Yang, their admiration and respect deepening due to his efficiency in handling matters. Midnight arrived. When Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian discussed today's events and tomorrow's fifth minor task privately, the latter was indeed startled by Gao Yang's words. She admired Gao Yang's ruthlessness in dealing with underworld figures. Yet she never imagined someone who looked like a recent graduate would be so well versed in all sorts of tactics. Gao Yang, no, I should call you Deputy Chief Gao, congratulations. From this moment on, you've truly become a seasoned police officer. Also, I have some good news. Tomorrow's operation might go smoother than expected thanks to your impressive work today. That guy got so scared he surrendered early. Chapter 75, Is this the underworld of the greenhouse? Hearing Hua Yuqian's words, Gao Yang was genuinely startled. He'd been out on assignments these past few days and hadn't realized that Hua Yuqian, who stayed behind in the room, had other connections. But he found it hard to believe that such limited means could actually intimidate anyone. Therefore, Gao Yang took the initiative to ask when they were alone and undisturbed. And boy, did he ask the right questions? Once he did, he uncovered quite a bit. Deputy Director Gao, you'd better keep your joy to yourself. This fifth minor incident involves someone who stole 4 million yuan from Deng Xing 6 years ago. His name is Lu Yuan, known in underworld circles as Brother Yuan. The reason I'm confident tomorrow will be easily resolved is precisely because this man called me proactively just before you returned. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But he brought over the entire 4 million yuan principal plus extra interest in advance that's impossible to fake. At this point, Hua Yuqian finally began to slip into the role of Gao Deseo, the undercover agent. She rose and retrieved 2 boxes from the wardrobe, containing a total of 6 million yuan in cash. This made Gao Yang fully realize that after 4 previous attempts, someone among these people had finally shown some sense. Meanwhile, as Gao Yang's eyes widened in surprise, she briefly explained that the situation had unfolded far better than she anticipated. The details were as follows. First, although Lu Yuan had also borrowed 1 million from Deng Xing, he wasn't particularly deep in the underworld himself. 6 years ago, he was a mid to high-level executive within the Deng family group. Due to his competence and lack of greed, Deng Xing had placed significant trust in him. Later, when the Deng group faced its first crackdown by Director Lin and his team, they offered a group of mid to high-level executives an opportunity to leave and start their own ventures. Shin Tianfang and Deng Badayo were part of the first wave, while Lu Yuan belonged to the second wave, followed by a third wave and so on. Each group handled different responsibilities. The first wave, Shin Tianfang and Deng Badayo, handled legal affairs and safeguarded the documentation of the 12 debt cases. The second wave, led by Lu Yuan, invested 4 million yuan into vegetable and fruit cultivation. Beyond his early years as a henchman for the Deng family, he later distanced himself from such activities. He was a rare example of someone who managed to clean up his act. As for the subsequent teams, few achieved success, so neither the Deng family nor Director Lin paid them much attention. Second, Gao Yang's recent actions, though encountering a few tough nuts, had prompted reactions from the remaining 8 debtors. The most significant reaction came from this Lu Yuan. While the other 7 debtors remained uncooperative, either evading repayment or waiting for conflict, this guy hastily sold off a large quantity of unripe vegetables and fruits. He finally scraped together the principal and interest totaling several million. Moreover, he promptly delivered the money to their doorstep immediately after Gao Yang and his team had just resolved the troubles with brothers Xiong and Long Air. The person handling this matter was Gao's wife, Hua Yuqian. After repeated verification, there were absolutely no issues. Finally, and most crucially, before Gao Yang and the others returned, Hua Yuqian seized an opportunity to report the matter to Gongnan. Gongnan dispatched personnel to investigate and confirmed that Lu Yuan was no longer involved in organized crime or illegal activities. He agreed to temporarily reduce the severity of Lu Yuan's punishment. At the very least, he certainly couldn't be treated like Brother Xiong, Liang Zai, Anchor Deng, Brother Long Air, and the others. So Captain Gong agreed with your assessment and gave Lu Yuan, well, fine. I won't bring this up again tomorrow. But to ensure this guy hasn't slipped back into his old ways, and to put Deng Xing's mind at ease, I'll still look into it. Rest assured, though with me here, no one will dare bully Lu Yuan. As long as he genuinely reforms, everything can be worked out. After hearing Hua Yuqian's explanation, Gao Yang finally scaled back his retaliation plans against the fifth debtor, Lu Yuan. Beyond personally visiting him and secretly deploying his S-class criminal skill, Heavenly Eye Insight, to verify the situation, he didn't plan to resort to actual violence or coercion. Frankly, in all his months undercover, Gao Yang had never encountered someone like Lu Yuan, a character who started out as a black sheep but turned white. He was a rare find. Of course. Captain Gong told me the same thing. The fact we've managed to infiltrate for so many days shows both Captain Gong and Deng Xing are satisfied with your performance. But remember to bring me along tomorrow. I refuse to tag along with that overly understanding bald guy again. He's utterly infuriating. Seeing Gao Yang finally accept her perspective, Hua Yuqian felt a surge of satisfaction. After days of undercover work, they had truly formed a dual black alliance. She couldn't help but tease him playfully. This was the first time she'd spoken to Gao Yang as equals, a sensation both comfortable and strangely unfamiliar. But whenever the bald guy came up, even Hua Yuqian couldn't help but feel like she was about to spit blood. Gao Yang couldn't figure out why Hua Yuqian had suddenly fallen out with bald guy. Until the very next moment, when Hua Yuqian described bald guy's strange behavior over the past few days, and Gao Yang nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing it. Yeah, this little Guang has gone too far. I'll have a word with him later. I only brought him out to solidify your cover. Who could have guessed this guy would actually... never mind. Before going undercover, I never imagined the underworld had such a motley crew, each one more eccentric than the last. Anyway, tomorrow when we make our move, we don't want Bald Brother getting in the way, nor do we want Shin Tianfang and Deng Badayo tagging along. We can't risk accidentally hurting the good guys. That would be a real mess. With Gao Yang's assurance, Hua Yuqian finally felt somewhat reassured. The two then exchanged ideas on how to approach the subsequent tasks. Only after reaching broad agreement did they retire for the night and endured their most restful night yet. Early the next morning. Today, the two of us are going out to collect money. You two stay behind for now. No need to say more. Gao Yang's single sentence dispelled all doubts from Bald Brother, Shin Tianfang, and Deng Badayo. He then genuinely took Hua Yuqian with him to the Lu family vegetable garden located somewhere in the southern suburbs of the new city. The car hadn't even arrived yet. On the way, Hua Yuqian mentioned this Lu garden, a massive vegetable and fruit farm spanning over 100 acres and employing hundreds of workers, all built with just 4 million yuan in funding. Was this for real? This guy used to be just a thug for the Deng family. When did he learn all this stuff? Skeptical, Gao Yang could only urge Hua Yuqian to speed up their arrival at the Lu vegetable garden. Just as they were about to get out of the car, suddenly, he witnessed a group of thugs demanding protection money. Not only did the so-called Lu garden not fight back, but they bowed and scraped, willingly handing over cash. The sight was beyond words. Not only was Hua Yuqian stunned, but even Gao Yang couldn't detect a shred of pretense. So this was the underworld of the greenhouses? This Lu Yuan has certainly changed a lot. Chapter 76, an unconventional approach to solving cases, starting with a voluntary cup of tea. Who could argue with that? This guy was personally vetted by Captain Gong. Either he's cunning and devious so much so that even our criminal investigation division misjudged him, or... Come on, Boss Gao. You're now the undisputed crime boss ruling the new district. A few low-level thugs wouldn't dare cross you. Seeing that Gao Yang still didn't quite trust this Lu Yuan, Hua Yuqian could only joke lightly before stepping out of the car first. Seeing this, Gao Yang, still in the car, had no choice but to follow. He kept his distance, observing Lu Yuan repeatedly from afar. But the result was still. Host activated the S-class criminal skill Heavenly Eye Insight once. Indeed, no signs of Lu Yuan lying were detected. The other party should genuinely have reformed completely and become a good person. Host casts S-rank criminal skill Divine Eye Insight twice. Indeed, no signs of Lu Yuan lying were detected. The individual likely has genuinely reformed and become a good person. Host cast the S-rank crime skill Heavenly Eye Insight 3 times. Indeed, no signs of Lu Yuan lying were detected. The individual should genuinely have reformed completely and become a good person. After 3 S-rank skill checks failed to uncover any issues with Lu Yuan, Gao Yang could only silently admire the man's formidable willpower and accept this reality. Then, Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian strode forward together. After revealing their identities, the thugs immediately fled in fright, while Lu Yuan looked at them with newfound respect. So these two are the renowned big brother Gao and sister Gao. Pleased to meet you. It seems that even returning the money personally yesterday wasn't enough to show proper respect. Otherwise, Boss Gao wouldn't have come looking for me today. I don't know, is there anything else you two haven't clarified? I may have owed Deng Xing money, but I paid it back. Surely I don't deserve retaliation? Who could have imagined that Lu Yuan, one of Deng Xing's henchmen from 6 years ago, had lost all his former arrogance and ruthlessness, now showing a hint of cowardice? It seemed he was genuinely determined to avoid his old ways for the sake of his hard-won vegetable and fruit business. Faced with the fierce Gao Yang couple and having heard about the recent debt collection incidents, Lu Yuan immediately begged for mercy, surrendered, pleaded, and apologized. The whole package. Under such circumstances, Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian found it difficult to be too harsh with him. They could only sigh inwardly and switch tactics. Brother Lu, don't be afraid. Though I, Gao, am a crime boss and the designated successor to Old Master Deng Xing, I'm not here to cause trouble today. I just want to buy some vegetables and fruit. Besides, since you left the Deng family, it seems people have started taking advantage of you. Here's the deal, since you're the first to proactively repay your debt, I'll give you a favor. Tell me your situation, and I'll help you out this once. Later, you can pass the word to the other debtors. Those with good attitudes, like you, will get lower interest rates and won't have to worry about being bullied anymore. As long as I'm around, we'll be on good terms. Of course, if you have a bad attitude, you'll learn from Brother Longair's example, no need for me to spell it out. Brother Lu, you should understand that. At this point, Gao Yang shot a glance at Hua Yuqian beside him. She immediately got the message. Though their relationship wasn't particularly close, Hua Yuqian was still the deputy captain. She recognized Gao Yang's intent to expedite the completion of the remaining 7 tasks and crack the Deng family case sooner, preventing it from dragging on too long. This approach was actually quite humane. It would expedite debt collection to prevent Deng Xing from growing impatient, which could affect his willingness to hand over core secrets later. It also gave individuals like Lu Yuan, once involved in organized crime but now reformed, a genuine opportunity to walk a new path. From this perspective, it could be seen as part of their undercover work, turning villains into heroes and increasing the number of good people. Deputy Chief Gao's mind is truly unfathomable, capable of being a lowly officer, a crime boss, and now this kind of mastermind? Our former undercover agents would never have thought of this approach. It seems I made the right call agreeing to Captain Gong's request to have him infiltrate this case and bring me along. I wonder what he'll be like once he resumes his normal identity. While Gao Yang continued negotiating with Lu Yuan, Hua Yuqian, though aware she had a more formidable boyfriend, couldn't help but feel curious about Gao Yang. Curious about what he studied in college. Was it psychology? Or perhaps some advanced subject within criminal psychology? Otherwise, how could he navigate so effortlessly between police officers, criminals, and everyone else? He seemed to master everything, moving with steady precision. Not only could she, as deputy captain, not tell if he was genuinely bad or just playing the part. Even crime bosses like Deng Xing couldn't hold a candle to him. I'm also curious how he made such rapid progress in just a few short months after graduation. Was it by imitating criminals while never forgetting his original purpose? Of course he must have, otherwise, he would have sunk long ago. But what truly intrigued her was something even she, Gong Nan, and Chief Lin couldn't achieve. How had this young man managed it? Was it innate talent? Or exceptional learning ability? Or perhaps, like in those TV dramas, he's possessed by the spirit of Judge Bao or Judge D? Whoa! What's wrong with me? How could I, a deputy squad leader, develop such unwarranted curiosity toward a deputy station chief? This is utterly bizarre. Enough of this. Enough. Back to the matter at hand. Hua Yuqian couldn't fathom how she, the esteemed deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, once a formidable case solver herself, could be so utterly captivated by Gao Yang, a junior colleague several years her junior. The most crucial thing was that, up until now, Gao Yang hadn't actively seduced her. Could she really have nearly succumbed? Just then, Gao Yang projected an even more formidable aura of a crime boss. He repeatedly promised that after the job was done, he would only reform Deng Xing's ways, wouldn't bother anyone, and absolutely wouldn't return to his old ways. He even pressured them to return. Hearing this, Lu Yuan, who had been reluctant to speak, finally broke his silence after a long pause. Big Boss Gao, since you've been fair to me, I'll share what I know. And whether this works out or not, I'll discuss it with the others later. As for my side, there's this guy named Mao Yu. He used to be in the human trafficking business, and later started sending people to threaten me sporadically. The most outrageous part is that he himself is locked up now, probably never getting out. But because he's aligned with a crime boss who shares your surname, it's left me in a real bind. What? Mao Yu? Shares my surname? Hua Yuqian, unaware of the full details, didn't seem particularly concerned after Lu Yuan said this. Only Gao Yang found the whole situation both amusing and exasperating. So after all this fuss, it all comes back to him? Seems like this case needs an unconventional approach. Like, starting with voluntarily drinking tea? Chapter 77, Let the Underworld Chase the Underworld, Let Debtors Seek Debtors. Lu Yuan, it's not that I, Gao, won't help you. There is a way to settle your grudge with Mao Yu once and for all. But it carries some risk and is rather unconventional. Can you handle it? As he spoke, Gao Yang's mind was already sketching out the plan he'd used when first dealing with Bald Brother. First, serve time behind bars, then solve the case. This was all thanks to Lu Yuan's own transformation from the underworld to the legitimate world, gradually getting back on track. Plus, his lightning-fast debt repayment had put Gao in a good mood. Otherwise, had it been any of the old guy's brother Xiong, Liang Zai, Long Air, there's no way he'd have helped like this. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Hua Yuqian beside him was still baffled, unable to see what clever move Gao Yang could possibly have up his sleeve. Lu Yuan, however, grasped the meaning a little and instantly flashed a look of wild delight. Without further ado, he immediately bowed his head in reverence. Big brother Gao, my future depends entirely on you. Just tell me what to do. I'm not afraid of any risks. I spent the first half of my life following others down the wrong path. After finally turning over a new leaf and starting anew, I absolutely refuse to go back to my old ways. Moreover, I've heard rumors these past few days. Though you're the Deng family's heir apparent and Deng Xing's son-in-law, you're entirely different from them. You're ruthless when you need to be, but you operate by the book. As he spoke, Lu Yuan both flattered Gao Yang, offering genuine praise, and simultaneously presented tangible benefits, intending to make an advance payment. His generosity, however, was incomparable to that of the previous 4 debtors. Not hundreds or thousands. Nor was it tens of thousands. Instead, he directly produced a signed check for $500,000. Mr. Gao, Lu Yuan is being so generous. What do you plan to do? Watching Gao Yang and Lu Yuan go back and forth, one boldly demanding, the other boldly offering, Hua Yuqian was stunned, but also genuinely curious. In her worldview, even though Mao Yu was a criminal, he still needed to go through a proper legal process for trial and sentencing. You couldn't just take action against him to make Lu Yuan feel better. Moreover, rather than whether Lu Yuan could resolve Gao Yang's issues as promised, Hua Yuqian was far more worried that if these two clashed, they might expose Gao Yang's undercover identity. That would be, "Honey, it's getting a bit stuffy in here. Why don't you step outside for a bit?" "Don't worry, I've already thought through everything you're concerned about. I won't screw myself over." As Hua Yuqian asked her questions, her mind still unsettled, Gao Yang shot her a reassuring glance and deliberately acted a little spoiled. Seeing this, Hua Yuqian had no choice but to accept it. She decided to trust that Gao Yang really had a clever plan, one that could help Lu Yuan without causing trouble. She nodded and stepped outside for a moment. Once she was gone, Gao Yang dropped his enigmatic smile and immediately broached a new deal with Lu Yuan across from him. For 500,000 yuan, he'd arrange for Bald Brother to return to the detention center, not to suffer, but to use the opportunity to teach that Mao Yu a lesson. "You have your new life, I have my loyal lieutenants. Just as you said, my style differs from my father-in-law's. If brothers on the street respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If someone's an enemy, I'll be 10 times more ruthless. To be honest, so far we've tracked down less than half of the debtors, but apart from you, the rest have been utterly disappointing. So this time, helping you is also helping me. Once this is settled, you can tell our peers in the new district, debt repayment is a matter of principle. Don't force me to play my trump card. If everyone could be as amicable as you, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Gao Yang's words carried another meaning. It was about pitting criminals against each other, debtors chasing debtors. This reflected both his persona as Big Brother Gao and the mindset of a low-ranking officer. Unless absolutely necessary, he'd rather not engage in daily violence that terrorizes others and drags him deeper into the quagmire of crime. Conversely, if this collaboration succeeded, he could leverage Lu Yuan's endorsement to promote two things. First, it would pressure the 3 debtors besides anchor Deng brothers Xion, Liang Zai, and the recently hospitalized Long Air. Make them take the initiative to track down other debtors within the underworld. If they fail, no further action would be taken. It wouldn't be their responsibility. But if they succeed, Gao Yang can be generous, splitting half the interest with them while forgiving their past lack of cooperation. They could then join his operation and share in the profits. Second, have Lu Yuan use his connections to inform the remaining 7 debtors that they could follow this model. This is the so-called debtor-finding-debtor approach. Whoever successfully collects full repayment from others could receive a discount on their own interest. Conversely, if someone else demands repayment from them, that person's interest rate gets discounted. This was an arrangement with obvious, substantial benefits. Gao Yang believed that anyone with half a brain would actively cooperate. "Big Brother Gao, you're brilliant. I'm truly impressed. So this is how you make them comply, one hand wielding force, the other wielding cunning. Very well. For this alone, I, Lu, agree to cooperate. But I can only guarantee that we'll spread the word. I can't promise they'll all follow through." Even Lu Yuan, a veteran who'd followed Deng Xing for years, was utterly astonished and deeply impressed by Gao Yang's ingenious plan. "In short, I entrust my affairs to you, and you entrust yours to me. May we both succeed. And may the Deng family, under your leadership, Gao, become even more stable than before." With that, the discussion concluded. With little else to discuss, the two exchanged brief pleasantries and contact information before temporarily parting ways. Behind them, Lu Yuan displayed the same reverence he'd shown when serving Deng Xing in the past, respectfully seeing Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian off. Up front, Gao Yang sensed Hua Yuqian's lingering unease. After getting into the car, he casually mentioned something. But within minutes, Hua Yuqian's expression mirrored Zhou Wanqing's astonishment from back then. "Is this how you solve cases? Damn, that's insane. I've never heard of solving a case by first having tea and having your own men do it. Wait, hold on, I almost got caught up in your logic. We're undercover, not actual blackmailers. In that case, let's have that bald guy do some actual work." By the end of her rant, Hua Yuqian finally snapped back to reality. They were police officers, after all. Their job was to crack down on crime and deal with criminals. Why should we feel sorry for that bald guy? Gao Yang, who'd been dragging her around all over the place these past few days without much rapport, was overjoyed to finally see some understanding between them. The two returned to the Tianhuan Hotel, chatting and laughing all the way. Before midnight, a call came from Lu Yuan. The news was straightforward. The 3 debtors had finally responded. Chapter 78, Boss Gao, I can negotiate too. Congratulations, Boss Gao. Congratulations. That move of yours was truly brilliant. 2 of the 3 debtors replied directly with agreement, while the third hasn't responded yet. But based on my experience, that last one, Long Air, will definitely join too. It's just a matter of saving face, he needs a little time to think it over. Anyway, I gave them your contact info. They'll report back shortly with details. You truly live up to your name as Boss Gao, and you've made it possible for the Deng family to reopen. On the other end of the line, Lu Yuan's evening tone was markedly different from his daytime self, less timid, more reminiscent of his youthful vigor. From this, Gao Yang could deduce that during Deng Xing's management, Lu Yuan wasn't just an ordinary enforcer, he was likely a mid-level operative. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to persuade Xiong and Liang to comply so readily. This clearly showed that the underworld had its own hierarchy. In the new district, the highest tier naturally belonged to figures like Deng Xing, well-funded, ruthless enforcers backed by powerful protectors and willing to fight to the death. Had they not remained silent until the very last moment, even formidable figures like Chief Lin and his team would have been powerless. Fortunately, he still had a weakness. Gao Yang. Especially since the last incident, his eldest son Deng Fugui, cowardly and afraid of death, had fled on his own. His second daughter Deng Rongrong had died of illness, and his adopted son Deng Badayo was nothing but a brute. Without Gao Yang, the crime boss, propping up the entire operation, Deng Xing would likely lose all hope. He might either take his own life or mislead the higher-ups. As for the lowest-ranking figures, naturally, they were the pickpocket gang led by Bald Brother and others. They have no money. Stealing money is petty theft, utterly contemptible to the big shots. No real power. Even if they gather 7 or 8 underlings, they're the type who steal when they can, run when they can't, and if cornered, just go quietly to drink tea. Across the entire new district, excluding Bald Brothers' crew, there were at least 800, if not 1,000, similar small-time criminal gangs or individuals. Almost all of them were doomed to fail because they were outmatched by their own greed, deserving of their misfortune. The tier between Deng Xing and Bald Brother was different. The more formidable ones, like Gao Yang himself as the crime boss, controlled 3 major illegal gangs and had infiltrated the very core of the Deng family. Coupled with his recent displays of force and civilized debt collection, his reputation had surely spread far and wide, commanding respect from many. Though he couldn't match Deng Xing, he was undoubtedly one of the top-tier figures in the district's criminal underworld. The next tier included figures like Brother Xiong, Liang Zai, and Long Air, along with Ma Yu, formerly the counterfeit money ring boss, infiltrated and taken down by Gao Yang, who had since risen to lead a human trafficking syndicate. These individuals were the most typical examples. They have money. But not overwhelmingly so. They have influence. But only when compared to the lower-tier bald-headed guys. Up above, they must fear the real heavyweights like Deng Xing and Gao Yang. Below, they must bully the Bald Brother and his crew, along with ordinary citizens. Otherwise, forget about staying in the game, they'd struggle to even put food on the table. This Lu Yuan, his status back in the day was no lower than Xiong and the others, maybe even a notch higher. But that's fine by me. Having him, a former mid to high level figure, step in saves me a ton of effort. After regaining his composure, Gao Yang cut to the chase. He thanked Lu Yuan for his assistance and introduced Bald Brother in his presence, instructing him to return to the detention center tomorrow to warn that Ma Yu fellow. Meanwhile, capitalizing on their smooth collaboration, he returned 250,000 yuan of the 500,000 yuan check. Consider it Lu Yuan's service fee. Big brother Gao, that won't do. In our line of work, we never take back money once it's given. Lu Yuan, that's not right. I'm doing you a favor and you're doing me a favor. How can it be a one-sided payment? Besides, you're not part of the underworld anymore, you've gone straight. I can't really let you go back down that path. Take this money and keep an eye out for my updates. I'll make sure you're satisfied. After this back and forth push and pull, Lu Yuan sensed something different about Gao Yang, the new heir apparent of the Deng family. He felt genuinely touched, though he kept his gratitude outwardly visible. He almost slipped back into his old role, ready to serve him once more. Fortunately, Gao Yang's words weren't empty promises. He genuinely didn't want society to gain another shrewd underworld operative like Lu Yuan, while losing a genuinely good person who grew vegetables and fruits. And so, after exchanging polite courtesies until the very end, Gao Yang finally relinquished 250,000 yuan. Lu Yuan, beyond expressing profound gratitude, personally pledged he would never get involved with the underworld again. But if Gao Yang ever needed him, he was always available. 1 hour later, after Gao Yang and Lu Yuan concluded their discussion and Gao Yang genuinely had Hua Yuqian contact Captain Gong Nan of the Criminal Investigation Division that very night to recall Bald Brother and have him warn that Ma Yu on Lu Yuan's behalf. Hua Yuqian observed that Gao Yang had indeed become more formidable and astonishing throughout the day. Though his methods defied categorization as either underworld or legitimate, she found herself genuinely impressed. Consequently, she instinctively live-streamed the entire conversation between Gao Yang, Brother Xiong, and Liang Zai to Shin Tianfang and Deng Badayo. Upon seeing this, the two men, who were resting at their respective homes, looked decidedly uncomfortable. Was this Mrs. Gao really exaggerating her husband's abilities? No matter how formidable Gao Yang was, could he truly stand shoulder to shoulder with old Master Deng Xing? I don't buy it. Shen Tianfang had previously suffered at Gao Yang's hands, so even though he felt uneasy inside, he forced a laugh and pretended to listen obediently. Deep down, he was waiting for the show to begin. Big Brother Gao is formidable, and Mrs. Gao is no slouch either. With 7 debtors lined up behind them, they've come up with this ingenious scheme. It just might work. I, Deng Badayo, have never bowed to anyone in my life except my foster father, of course. But this Gao Lauda is the only other man I truly respect. But as far as I know, those debtors were all subdued by force. How could they genuinely pledge allegiance so quickly? Meanwhile, Deng Badayo harbored similar doubts. He found it hard to believe that someone would not only repay their debt but also actively assist in collecting others. Yet Gao Yang's resolve clearly outshone the vacillating Shen Tianfang. And just as both men harbored their own thoughts, Gao Yang promptly made contact with brother Xiong and Liang Zai. He trusted Lu Yuan's capabilities implicitly. What followed was a complete reversal from their previous arrogance and conceit. Now they were flattering, praising, and fawning incessantly. It was enough to make anyone's jaw drop. Big Brother Gao, I've offended you twice, yet you've forgiven me both times. This time, I'll do whatever it takes to deliver real results. Brother Xiong's words were still somewhat normal. Next, it was Liang Zai's turn. What this guy said made everyone's jaws drop. Honestly, it was beyond belief. Big Brother Gao, I can talk too. I can love you too. I can help you collect debts too. Chapter 79, you were sent to go undercover, yet you betrayed your own men. Boom. As soon as Liangzi blurted that out, the two people present, Gao Yang and Hua Yuqin, felt like they were about to spit blood. Then it was the turn of Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo on the other end of the livestream. Who could have imagined that Lu Yuan casually picked these three to chat with, only for each one to be more explosive than the last? At least Xiong Ji's words were somewhat normal. First, an apology. Then made promises. Whether the follow-through would be successful remained to be seen, but in terms of attitude, it was genuinely commendable. But when it came to Liang Zai, this guy went off the rails. He actually quoted a famous line from a Hong Kong movie. Who knows if he was genuinely impressed or just mocking him? That Gao Yang is probably getting roasted by Liang Zai, huh? He's asking for it. He only dares bully me in Badao. Against a seasoned veteran like this, his tactics won't work. These thoughts crossed Shen Tianfang's mind at that moment. Though he was somewhat surprised that brother Xiong had actually submitted so readily, he held no hope for Liang Zai. He almost shut down the livestream. Take it easy, boss Gao. What Xionggu said was actually reasonable. But what kind of jerk is that Liang Zai? How dare he speak in such a sarcastic tone? On the other hand, compared to someone like Shen Tianfang who was overly clever, Deng Badayo was the opposite, not clever at all. Though he also thought brother Xiong handled things well this time, his reaction to Liang Zai was more infuriated than dissatisfied. In fact, he nearly stormed out to confront him. Inside the Tianhuan hotel suite, Hua Yuqin and Gao Yang's reactions were quite different. The former, like Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo, felt brother Xiong's attitude was acceptable, but that Liang Zai was truly irritating. Just as she was about to unleash her formidable temper. But then she noticed that the latter Gao Yang had picked up on something different in Liang Zai's words. He didn't get angry, didn't explode, and didn't perceive Liang Zai's tone as sarcastic or insincere. Instead, he recognized that Liang Zai was genuinely different from Xionggu, who simply feared him. In other words, Liang Zai was being so roundabout not just because he was more confident in helping collect the debt, but also because he wanted a higher cut or something else. Got it. This Xionggu is nothing but a brute not worth mentioning. A few words later will settle him. But that Liang Zai. With this plan in mind, Gao Yang proceeded exactly as arranged and then pulled off a god-tier move that stunned everyone around him. Hua Yuqin, the live streamers Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo. First, he handled brother Xiong's situation. Ah Xiong, I'm pleased you accepted Lu Yuan's advice, apologized voluntarily, and made a commitment on your own. So, not a single word less. Just as I instructed Lu Yuan to negotiate with you earlier, for every successful debt collection, you get half the interest. Plus, you can always mention my name if you run into trouble in the future. As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, brother Xiong, true to his brute nature, didn't think twice. He was instantly moved, bowing, and scraping in gratitude. He hereby recognized Gao Yang as the new leader of the Deng family. He then signed off. To Hua Yuqin, Shen Tianfang, and Deng Badayo, this scene wasn't entirely shocking, but it did leave them in awe of how swiftly Gao Yang had won over Xionggu. After all, this guy had been the first to resist. Now he was the quickest to surrender. It was only fitting. Meanwhile, on Gao Yang's side, seeing that Xionggu had been dealt with so easily, he immediately turned his attention to Liang Zai. And he didn't even bother to hide it from the other three. He deliberately let them witness it. Liang, your reasoning is rather amusing. But I, Gao, don't need anyone's approval. We can discuss your situation properly. You came to negotiate with me alongside Brother Xiong, which shows you're giving face to Lu Yuan and to me. Besides, I have a hunch you might be even more seasoned than Brother Xiong. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hinted for me to raise the percentage, right? Gao Yang stopped mid-sentence, and sure enough, Liang Zai on the other end of the video call was visibly startled. He tried to deny it, but couldn't. Seeing this, Gao Yang paid no heed to outside opinions. He went straight to the point and dealt with this Liang Zai. Judging by your expression, that must be the case. Very well, let's talk properly then. Your Operation Fake Order Scams is indeed more sophisticated and profitable than Brother Xiong's game boosting. But if you want me to agree to a higher cut, you'll have to show me your track record. Here's the deal, if you can collect debts twice as efficiently as Brother Xiong, you'll get 50% interest. If you're 3 times as efficient, it's 60%. If you're 4 times as efficient, it's 70%. Just then, before Gao Yang could continue, Liang Zai, who clearly harbored even greater ambition, immediately cut him off. What if I could quadruple, quintuple, or even more than that? Boss Gao, you're a smart man, and I'm no fool either. Making us chase each other's debts is just internal competition. I admire your tactics, but I'm not willing to bleed for nothing. Hearing this, Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo sensed the negotiations were about to collapse, while Hua Yuqian stepped in to urge Gao Yang to be more reasonable. Everyone could see that this Liang Zai might be up to something. Yet Gao Yang ignored them, instead flashing a mysterious smile before picking up where Liang Zai left off. If you deliver 4 times, 5 times, or even more than that, then let's put it this way, I'll give you all the interest, and on top of that, I'll do 3 jobs for you for free. But if you fail to deliver even a single bit, the consequences will be severe. At best, you'll get nothing. At worst, I'll have to suspect you're colluding with debtors against me. Then, you know what happened last time, only next time, it won't be the ledger book stolen, but your head. Dare you say okay? Boom! Gao Yang's domineering presence was fully on display at that moment. Not only did it intimidate Liang Zai on the other end of the video call, preventing him from resorting to any tricks, but it also forced him to swallow his fear and accept the wager. Meanwhile, Hua Yuqian beside him, along with Shen Tianfang and Deng Badayo watching the livestream, were left utterly speechless. No one could have imagined Gao Yang would ultimately subdue Liang Zai. His sheer dominance and cunning were truly rivaling Deng Xing at his peak. Damn it, I actually want to say I admire him? Shen Tianfang thought to himself. Big brother Gao is truly formidable. Deng Badayo praised him. Finally, when the livestream cut off and the video call ended, it was Hua Yuqian's turn. The look she gave Gao Yang was even more bewildered and puzzled. What kind of undercover agent is this? Sent to infiltrate, yet he ended up turning on his own men? And those scenes just now? They carried even more Godfather vibes than the so-called crime lord Deng Xing back in the day. Gao Yang, don't you dare become a real Godfather, we're undercover agents. Hua Yuqian was genuinely shaken by the sudden flash of murderous intent from Gao Yang. She almost thought he'd gone dark. But then Gao Yang snapped back to normal, secretly amused. Still that rookie cop expression, huh? Chapter 80, the more you pay back, the less you owe. Deputy Captain Hua, you wouldn't really worry that I turn dark and become some kind of godfather, would you? Just as Hua Yuqian froze in surprise, unable to react in time, Gao Yang had already read something in her fleeting expression. He deep and tempted to probe further. But he didn't want to. Host activated S-rank criminal skill, Divine Eye Insight. While this ability can typically discern genuine expressions and inner thoughts in most individuals, it proves ineffective against Hua Yuqian. System analysis indicates Hua Yuqian likely possesses a unique attribute. Host is advised to investigate further. This was the first time an S-rank skill had proven ineffective against another person. Gao Yang was startled on the spot. His mind was exploding. This Hua Yuqian is different. For someone to remain completely unreadable under my S-class criminal skill, Divine Eye Insight, is truly rare. Who knows what kind of special attributes she possesses? How could she possibly evade this flawless crime system? Though 100 questions swirled in his mind, outwardly Gao Yang knew he and Hua Yuqian were merely superior and subordinate, undercover colleagues, nothing more intimate. Casual banter was acceptable. But if he pressed her on such private matters, he'd definitely get his ass kicked. So, Gao Yang had no choice but to temporarily set aside these distracting thoughts. After briefly explaining his motives for this particular action to Hua Yuqian, the two went their separate ways to rest. That night passed without incident. The next morning. Sure enough, one piece of good news after another began to surface. First came news from Brother Xiong. True to his word, the fellow pursued other debtors as a creditor himself. Though not entirely successful, he managed to persuade the 6th and 7th debtors to come around. Just as Gao Yang and the others had risen but hadn't yet begun breakfast, Brother Xiong called. Congratulations, Boss Gao. Congratulations, Boss Gao. I've persuaded old Master Deng Xing's 6th and 7th debtors. They're transferring the money right now. The 6th debtor, Hua Zai, was a notorious gangster in the new district. He had borrowed money from old master Deng Xing years ago and now owned a chain of KTV clubs. The seventh debtor, Dong Gu, is a prominent beverage magnate in the Northwest District of New City. He owes his monopoly on beverage wholesale in the entire Northwest District to old man Deng Xing's assistants back in the day. Though neither is exceptionally powerful, their debts are substantial. For Hua Zai, principal of 1.5 million, interest around 750,000. After deducting the profit share you agreed to give me, that leaves 18.75 million. As for brother Dong, the principal is 2.5 million yuan, with interest around 1.25 million yuan. After deducting the dividends you promised me, there's still 31.25 million yuan. It should only take 3 to 5 minutes for them to complete the transfers. At that point, please verify it yourself, Boss Gao. This will show how genuinely I, Xiong, respect you and wish to continue our partnership in the future. Having said that, brother Xiong wisely chose not to disturb Gao Yang and his companions during their meal. He ended the call and awaited their reply. Back at Gao Yang's end, he found brother Xiong's claim somewhat hard to believe. Yet within a minute, two massive deposits arrived, one precisely 18.75 million, the other exactly 31.25 million. He couldn't help but be convinced. He was genuinely impressed by brother Xiong's efficiency. This brother Xiong was quite capable after all, no wonder he was the CEO of a game boosting company. Though small in scale, his efficiency was undeniable. Gao Yang was chatting and laughing with Hua Yuqian, confirming his earlier strategy had indeed worked. Just then, the second call came in. It wasn't just anyone. None other than Liang Zai, who was even more capable than brother Xiong. Big brother Gao, it's me, little Liang. After a full night of persuasion last evening, old master Deng Xing's 8th and 9th debtors had both relented. This 8th debtor, known as Sister Hua, had once been a female middle manager under old man Deng Xing before branching out on her own. This time, the principal was 3.5 million yuan, with interest at 1.75 million yuan, totaling 5.25 million yuan. The 9th debtor, Shiman Long, is reportedly a relative of old man Deng Xing from his hometown. He borrowed money for business and initially had no intention of repaying. However, considering your involvement, he's now settling the full amount, 4.5 million yuan principal plus 2.25 million yuan interest, totaling 6.75 million yuan, not a penny less. I know the person who just spoke with you was none other than brother Xiong. Though we both settled two debtors, his funds secured are far less than mine. How the dividends are split is entirely up to you. With that, Liang Zi hung up the phone, conscious and respectful, not daring to utter another word for fear of offending Gao Yang and losing every penny. After hearing this, Gao Yang's expression shifted several times. Ultimately, he decided to uphold his word with this guy. It wasn't worth ruining their relationship over a few small change. The next second, two more transfers arrived, one for 5.25 million, the other for 6.75 million. According to the prior agreement, Liang Zi had recovered a total of 12 million yuan. While brother Xiong's pace and volume were comparable, his total recovery amounted to only 6 million yuan. Exactly double. Under these circumstances, Gao Yang didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately set aside 60% of the interest from these last two payments and transferred it to Liang Zai. Liang Zai, it's me, Gao Yang. Your total debt recovery this time is double Xiong Ge's. As per our agreement, I'm giving you an extra 10% interest, that's 2.4 million yuan total. Count the amount carefully. Whether you trust me in the future, whether you're willing to stick with me, or even call me Boss Gao, it's all up to you. As he spoke these words, Gao Yang transferred the full 2.4 million yuan to Liang Zai right in front of Hua Yuqian. With that, 9 of the 12 tasks were essentially resolved. The only remaining issue was with the 4th debtor, Deng the streamer. The other 8 either paid up voluntarily or were persuaded to do so. In short, the more they repaid, the less illicit funds the Deng family had left outside their control. And the less illicit funds the Deng family had left outside their control, the smaller the remaining balance others needed to repay. Wait, how does this logic make any sense? The more they repay, the less they owe? Gao Yang was left speechless by this twisted logic. Yet on the other end of the phone, Liang Zai, who had received benefits that only increased in value, was indeed filled with admiration and awe for Gao Yang's maneuver. He kept bowing and scraping, making all sorts of promises, vowing to cooperate whenever possible and never to be negligent again. Only after Gao Yang gave a non-committal MHM did Liang Zai finally hang up. But the cold sweat on his face was unavoidable. This Gao Yang was indeed more seasoned and far more formidable than that Deng Xing. I, Liang, have never bowed to anyone, but this time, I must submit to him. From now on, everyone in our fake order scam company had better treat Boss Gao with utmost respect. Anyone who dares show disrespect, I'll be the first to deal with them. Just as Liang Zi was being thoroughly intimidated by Gao Yang's mix of tough and soft tactics, Gao Yang, having seen the 9 minor matters resolved, knew it was time to move on to the next phase. That is to say, 3 major matters. And this requires negotiation with the higher-ups. Chapter 81, The Stolen Funds Haven't Been Recovered? Yet we must invest first? Deputy Captain Hua, the 9 minor matters have been resolved. Now we must address the 3 most critical tasks assigned by Deng Xing. But as you know, these 3 are no pushovers. One is a film company in the new district, another is a female celebrity from the new district, and the third is a biotech firm. These 3 are nothing like Xiongge, Liang Zai, Long Air, or Deng Zhibwa. They're not even as easygoing as Lu Yuan. If we truly intend to recover the stolen funds, we'll likely need to adopt a more professional approach when negotiating with them. Though Gao Yang was usually quite the joker, when it came to serious matters like this, he adopted a professional demeanor and discussed the situation with Hua Yuqian. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Hua Yuqian, who had been stunned just a moment ago by Gao Yang's sudden acceleration in debt collection, immediately snapped into action. She nodded in agreement with Gao Yang's assessment, then promptly called Gong Nan. Captain Gong, it's me, Hua. Yes, the 9 minor debts have been settled, over 10 million yuan in total. Once we both hand them over to Deng Xing for review, we'll secure his cooperation to disclose the core secrets and submit them. However, there's a current issue. The identities of the final 3 debtors are quite extraordinary. Our current guerrilla-style tactics are likely ineffective. Therefore, we need your approval to change our cover before proceeding. Hua Yuqian was calmly listing the essential undercover gear that should have been prepared all along. I'd rather not. Hearing this, Gong Nan, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, found himself somewhat troubled. It wasn't that Gong Nan failed to grasp the necessity of their request. It was that the Criminal Investigation Division was genuinely strapped for funds at the moment. Ahem, well, your request is perfectly reasonable. Undercover work can't be done completely empty-handed. We need to have a proper discussion with those 3 bigwigs. But our division's investigative funds are seriously limited. Give me a few hours, I'll talk to Chief Lin. For now, keep your emotions in check. Don't expose yourselves. Continue to keep Deng Xing and his so-called lawyer, his so-called adopted son, at bay. Wait for my good news. Inside the Criminal Investigation Division Chief's office, Gong Nan recognized that the pairing of Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian did indeed boost case-solving efficiency. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. So he gave a perfunctory response, hung up, and immediately headed to the branch bureau. Upon arriving at the branch bureau and meeting Director Lin, he explained half his purpose. He hadn't even mentioned the specific figures yet. But now, Director Lin was even more furious than Gong Nan. What the hell? The stolen funds haven't been recovered? And you want me to invest first? I'm ing. Gong Nan, what the hell are you guys doing? How could I possibly agree to such a ridiculous demand? Besides, even if it were necessary, our branch's investigation funds are tight, you know that. If I had the money, would I have sent that kid Gao Yang undercover? Who could have predicted that while the Criminal Investigation Division was struggling with insufficient case funds, Director Lin's division was even more cash-strapped? The reason was simple. Before this, higher-ups had no idea they could handle a case as big as the Deng family's on their own. So they kept pinning their hopes on solving it gradually over time. But no one could have predicted that since that kid Gao Yang arrived, the pace of solving cases has accelerated with each new breakthrough. This meant the meager investigation funds allocated by higher-ups were starting to fall behind the kid's pace. This was a positive development. But unfortunately, new funding requests from higher-ups required multiple layers of approval procedures, making it impossible to keep up. Director Lin, I know you're in a tough spot, but this can't be ignored. We're on the verge of completely cracking this Deng Xing case. We can't just suddenly recall Gao Yang, can we? Why not borrow some from our sister departments? As far as I know, ever since the Deng family fell, higher-ups saw potential in this case and allocated substantial funds to other relevant departments. Look at this. Hearing Gong Nan had become as brazen as Gao Yang openly playing dirty tricks left Director Lin feeling utterly speechless. On one hand, he was gratified that his team was growing more capable, solving cases with greater skill. They were living up to the trust placed in them by their superiors and the public. But on the other hand, it wasn't that he didn't want to provide the funds, it was that there simply weren't any left. After all, that kid Gao Yang was solving cases one after another, leaving even the higher-ups overwhelmed. But he couldn't very well say that out loud, for fear of dampening Gong Nan and the others' determination to solve cases. So, after much agonizing thought, he finally came up with a few ideas. So, old Gong. Ah, Director Lin, you're too kind. Just call me Gong Nan, no need for husband. Pfft, cut the crap, kid. When would I have time to call you husband? I meant. Never mind. Anyway, before dawn tomorrow, I'll head to the municipal committee to see a few old leaders. You two always manage to get me into all sorts of trouble problems that are both thorny and hot potatoes, yet impossible to ignore. Sigh, I really don't know what bad karma I must have accumulated in a past life to end up with you two, Gao Yang and you. Though he scolded with a smile, Director Lin's eyes betrayed genuine delight. Knowing the other party faced numerous difficulties, Gong Nan didn't dare linger and quickly left the branch bureau. He relayed the matter to Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian. As for Director Lin himself, he stepped out feeling half headache, half exhilaration. With the utmost speed and the most reverent attitude, he headed straight for the municipal party committee. What followed resembled Hua Yuqian pleading with Gong Nan, who then pleaded with Director Lin. In short, after meeting his former superiors, he pleaded earnestly. "Senior comrades, it's not that I'm being overly demanding," he pleaded. "It's just that the young investigators at our branch are solving cases faster than the criminals can commit them. I'm not exaggerating at this rate, they'll eventually round up every single criminal and lawbreaker in the entire new district. Your money won't go to waste. Give more, and I dare say that in the future, when you visit our new district, you'll find there are so few criminals that they might even have to lay off this bureau chief." Amidst Director Lin's mix of sternness in front and playful banter behind the scenes along with his utterly shameless rhetoric, those veteran municipal leaders were indeed swayed. A special allocation was promptly approved for Director Lin. Lin wasted no time, immediately transferring the funds to Gong Nan. Gong Nan then distributed it to Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian. Simultaneously, to create opportunities for the two to encounter those three debt-ridden bigwigs, he added more details to their profiles. Naturally, it was no longer about undercover police officers or the like. Instead, they were now firmly established as a successful pair of blackmailers. At the office of Secretary Mao, a veteran municipal leader and current head of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Director Lin came and went in a flurry, not even pausing for a cup of tea. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The crime clearance rate in the new district had indeed been soaring lately. What was really going on? Had they actually recruited a Sherlock Holmes? Chapter 82, The Perfect Undercover Identity. The new Godfather emerges. Hearing this, another veteran municipal leader who'd come over to grab some tea, Secretary Dong, Lin's superior and the city's party secretary, couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Mao, I don't know if this Sherlock Holmes has arrived or not," he said. "But I've heard from our discipline inspection system that the new district has been making quite a splash these past few months. First, a gang of train station pickpockets that had eluded capture for years mysteriously turned themselves in. Then, a counterfeit currency ring that had operated for years without a trace mysteriously exposed itself and was wiped out in one fell swoop. Then there was this cross-county human trafficking ring called Rongxing, along with other similar traffickers all caught. This breakneck pace of solving cases has left not only your Political and Legal Affairs Committee speechless, but us at the Commission for Discipline Inspection utterly dumbfounded. I hear it wasn't some Sherlock Holmes who arrived, but a young man named Gao Yang. You might not believe it, but Deng Xing's capture was led by him going undercover. Who knows, maybe Shaolin came to see you because of him." At this point, Secretary Dong of the Discipline Inspection Commission couldn't help but flash a teasing expression. As an old comrade in arms of Secretary Mao of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, he wasn't mocking him, rather, it was a mix of envy, jealousy, and playful teasing. It was ironic that Secretary Mao, who oversaw the Political and Legal Affairs Committee essentially managing police, courts, procuratorate, and more, had no idea such a formidable talent existed among his grassroots personnel. The high EQ way to describe him would be a crime-solving genius, someone who not only boosts performance metrics but also enhances social stability. But to put it bluntly, someone this fast-moving could leave others in the dust, inevitably causing local imbalances. Old Dong, you're absolutely right. Though Shaolin didn't mention that young man this time, I suspect he really came for him. Frankly, I'm amazed. As the esteemed secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee for the Municipal Party Committee, this is the first time I've encountered someone who's caused multiple disturbances within just a few months. It's a good thing, but it's a bit too much. This old body of mine can't keep up. Well, once these busy days are over, I'll have to go down and inspect for myself. What kind of youngster is this, so formidable that he makes us old-timers seem obsolete? Across the table, hearing Secretary Dong's mix of praise and teasing, Secretary Mao couldn't help but feel a touch of self-deprecation. Yet, he found himself growing genuinely curious about Gao Yang, that young man working at the grassroots level. Hearing this, Secretary Dong couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Just as the two shared a knowing smile, a call from the new District Commission for Discipline Inspection abruptly wiped the smile off Secretary Dong's face. The reason? Because the new City District Commission for Discipline Inspection had also received word from Director Lin, requesting their cooperation, or more accurately, cooperation with that Gao Yang. Old Mao. Ha? What's up, old Dong? Your expression looks even more complicated than mine just now. Don't tell me your commission has also gotten one of those Gao Yang types. No way, we definitely didn't get someone like that. The one who came was Gao Yang himself. Old Mao, haven't you seen the provincial exam results this year? How did you manage to attract such a big shot? Man, I'm speechless. Just now I was joking about you getting a little Judge Bao on your team without even knowing it. But now it looks like we'll both have to tag along for the inspection. That Gao Yang is true colors? He's no simple character. With that said, two veteran municipal leaders couldn't help but burst into laughter simultaneously. They were both exasperated by their lack of familiarity with their subordinates and baffled by how Gao Yang had managed to get people from two different systems scrambling to follow his lead. Those in the know simply assumed the young man's exceptional investigative skills left them no choice. Those unaware might even think he was the top leader of the municipal committee. Tianhuan Hotel. Inside a certain room. While two veteran municipal leaders seethed with frustration, though it was a frustrated kind of joy, Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian spent their final night together before the official proceedings began. Early the next morning. Sure enough, they reaped significant rewards from Gong Nan, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. First, they received funds to replace their clothes and pants, along with a temporarily borrowed luxury car. Additionally, they acquired a group of police officers acting as bodyguards who were not only discreet but also dedicated solely to protecting the two of them. This served as the foundation for their final encounters with the three major debtors. This money was no small expense. If Gao Yang succeeded in the case, that would be one thing. But if he failed, he'd definitely be in deep trouble. Second, they were informed that to facilitate their access to these three debtors, Gong Nan had deliberately added fabricated criminal records to their escape files. For instance, they claimed Gao Yang wasn't just the head of three major crime syndicates, but also the descendant of a provincial crime boss. This debt collection mission was meant to show those bigwigs who was boss. Another example was adding a backstory for Hua Yuqian, the female half of the black duo, claiming her great-grandfather was a local crime boss a century ago. This was done to bolster their credibility. Finally, Gong Nan felt compelled to solemnly remind them, safety comes first, undercover work second, and the mission third. Gao Yang, Yuqian, you two have had many successes before, but these three big debtors you're facing now are no ordinary foes. One is a film company executive with ties to prominent enterprises in the provincial capital. Another is a female star who, though lacking powerful backers, has amassed a substantial network. And then there's that biotech company they've aligned themselves with, the first deputy county magistrate of Wulong County, which involves figures from the political arena. Don't let your guard down, and don't rush things. Understand? As Gong Nan voiced his greatest concern, Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian couldn't help but feel touched. They were about to promise to take good care of themselves. But then, Gong Nan shifted the subject. Now for the most crucial matter. The most crucial thing is to justify the investigation funds Director Lin secured from the Municipal Party Committee. You don't realize he even involved two veteran Municipal Party Committee leaders. One was Secretary Mao, head of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of our Municipal Party Committee. The other was Secretary Dong, head of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Word is, these two heavyweights heard your name and learned about this case. They're quite curious and plan to evaluate you once the Deng family case is settled. Boom! Hua Yuqian was already stunned enough by this news, never imagining that even grassroots personnel like them would be noticed by the city committee's bigwigs. Gao Yang, however, was even more shocked. He never imagined that merely solving a case would catch the attention of two municipal standing committee-level bigwigs. At that moment, the two could only repeatedly promise to do their utmost. Then, they came downstairs and sure enough, saw a group of police enforcers recruited by Gong Nan driving a stretched Lincoln, the very luxury car favored by gangster bosses in movies and TV dramas. Big Brother Gao, please get in. Madam Gao, please get in. Freshly crowned Godfather Gao, which family's business shall we attend to first? Chapter 83, Police Officers as Enforcers? Station Chief as Bodyguard? Ha? What? Faced with everyone's questions, Gao Yang was genuinely baffled. Not only had he never seen police officers posing as enforcers and actively welcoming him, this spectacle would likely be unfamiliar even to Chief Zhao, Captain Gong, and Director Lin. Wouldn't have experienced this before. This was just too extravagant. Wasn't this high-profile approach going to scare people to death? This wasn't about collecting debts. This is clearly running rampant through the new district. Comrades, you really don't need to be so formal. I'm honestly feeling a bit overwhelmed. To be honest, I'm just a newbie who graduated less than half a year ago. Seeing everyone's earnest expressions and solemn demeanor, he felt he had no choice but to get in the car and accept their respect. At that moment, Gao Yang felt an inexplicable wave of dizziness wash over him. After all, his previous undercover missions had always involved dealing with lawbreakers and criminals. Who would have thought he'd end up riding roughshod over his own comrades? Seeing this, the 18 police officers posing as enforcers across from him froze for a moment, then fell silent. There was little point in explaining to Gao Yang. They could only send one of them over to call out to Hua Yuqian. Deputy Captain Hua, what are you two dawdling about at a time like this? Since we agreed on interdepartmental cooperation, let's get moving already. Don't be intimidated by this display. To deceive your target, any hardship we endure is worth it. And if we hadn't intervened, even Captain Gong himself might have nearly come over. At these words, both Gao Yang and Hua Yuqian were shaken to their core. The difference was that Gao Yang was only startled by hearing that Gong Nan had nearly personally played the role of his subordinate to drive for him. Hua Yuqian, however, held a significantly higher rank and status than Gao Yang. Upon closer inspection, she was even more shocked, so much so that she couldn't express it. Only after both got into the car did she lower her voice and reveal a little. Boss Gao, do you know who exactly was among those 18 police enforcers? Deputy Captain Hua, I already know what you're going to say, they're just detectives from the Criminal Investigation Division. Criminal investigators? You still aren't paying enough attention. Sending the Criminal Investigation Division at a time like this would just give away our 3 targets, wouldn't it? Not them? Could it really be, not Captain Gong? If not Captain Gong, then who? Listen carefully. They're neither from the Criminal Investigation Division nor from Director Lin's office. They're the chiefs of 18 police stations under the new city district, the same rank as your superior, Zhao Wanxing. Captain Gong has schemed this meticulously, you must see his intent. So drop everything. Start living the high life. Pull out your undercover acting chops and show them what a real kingpin who rules New City like a dragon looks like. As Hua Yuqian spoke, Gao Yang, who'd been struggling to grasp how things had escalated to this point, felt a jolt of realization. The more he listened, the more mind-blowing it became. He saw. This time, the persona Gong Nan's side had crafted for the two of them was truly arrogantly terrifying, domineering to an unimaginable extent. Even a powerful crime boss like Deng Xing would only have the deputy chief of Wanshui County Police driving for him, and he'd still have to share the car with the chief. But Gong Nan? Since he himself and the Criminal Investigation Division couldn't make an appearance, he summoned 18 reliable station chiefs from outside the Station Road Police Station. Those in the know simply assumed it was some secret operation. Those unaware might genuinely believe this was Gao Yang's grand entrance, a high-profile show of force to intimidate the new District Bureau's Chief Lin and Criminal Investigation Division's Gong Nan after the recent takedown of 3 criminal syndicates. And the more it seemed that way, the more terrifying their underworld clout became. Holy crap! This kind of spectacle, it wouldn't just scare the hell out of 3 big debtors, it'd make even Deng Xing himself piss his pants if he showed up. If that's the case, then I know, Gao Lao should live up to Captain Gong and the others' expectations. Gone are the days of low-key scheming, now it's time for high-profile dominance. With this thought, Gao Yang gradually embraced his new persona. Even from a distance, he sensed the sacrifices made by Director Lin and Gong Nan to ensure his success. Don't underestimate these 18 station chiefs, though only half a rank above him. The sheer resources they'd mobilized proved they'd pushed themselves to the absolute limit. The success or failure of what followed now rested entirely on Gao Yang. Honey, no, wifey, buckle up. The first stop was Lihua Film Company in the eastern district of the new city. Though this bastard aligned with the provincial Lihua group, he still owed 10 million. Beyond having solid evidence, we wouldn't casually antagonize that Lihua group backed by provincial committee leaders for investment promotion. They'd be wise to play along. Otherwise, this time, I'd truly lose my temper. Hearing Gao Yang finally exhale a heavy breath, digesting this shocking news, and displaying a hint of the unflinching demeanor of a crime boss, Hua Yuqian's heart swelled with delight. Outwardly, she immediately played along, projecting the dignified, commanding presence befitting a high-ranking boss's wife. Meanwhile, as Gao Yang and his entourage drove 9 luxury cars toward the East District and Lihua Film Company, a heated debate was unfolding. The subject of the debate was none other than the recent developments. Although the Deng family had been brought down, it was rumored that Deng Xing had secured an even more formidable successor. 9 of the 12 debtors from back then had already been apprehended. They were unwilling to yield easily, yet they feared this so-called big boss Gao even more. Thus, Tang Lihua, the middle-aged man who served as president and had personally owed Deng Xing money back then, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table and roared at the crowd. Useless! Useless! Every single one of you is a complete piece of trash. All these years, I've spent untold sums nurturing you executives, and what do I get? You all crumble at the sight of some so-called high lord? Forget it, forget it. I'm not listening anymore. All of you, get the hell out of here. So what if he's a crime boss? I'm not afraid of him, damn it. After all, I've got the Lihua group behind me, a company held in high regard by provincial party committee leaders. As Tang Lihua's furious outburst echoed, several executives were sent packing, leaving only his sole secretary behind to rush the report to him. Ms. Tang, it's bad news. That Gao boss already had his lawyer send a warning. If we don't repay the debt, he won't let us off easy. Ha! Who does he think he is? I'm legit now. Does some gangster boss really dare openly mess with me? It's not that simple, Mr. Tang. If you don't believe me, take a look yourself. 9 luxury cars have arrived downstairs at our company building. The drivers and bodyguards aren't ordinary people. At the secretary's words, Tang Lihua, who had been skeptical, immediately opened the window to look. Better not to look. One glance. She was completely stunned. What she saw was